Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 101. Even as Alon's head spun from the 8 consecutive assassination threats from Deus, the dizziness was fleeting. By the time Alon navigated through the throngs of mercenaries and adventurers to reach the edge of the jungle, hearing a familiar voice, Alon turned his head. Count No, Marquis Palacio, Leon Aguilas. There stood Leon Aguilas, the daughter of the Red Tower's leader. It's been so long, Marquis. Congratulations, by the way. It has been a while. Thank you for the congratulations. Smiling warmly, Leon shifted her gaze, only to have her eyes widen in surprise. Surely, is that who I think it is behind you? Deus Macallion. Picking up on the fact that Leon seemed to know Alon, Deus introduced himself briefly. Leon, letting out a quiet wow in admiration, gave Deus a rather peculiar look before hastily clearing her throat. Ahemso, what brings you two here together? Alon quickly discerned the two questions buried within her inquiry. Given that we hail from different nations, it probably seems odd for us to be traveling together like this. Not to mention, Dias' reputation preceded him. Our goals differ, but we're accompanying each other to take care of business in the jungle, Alon explained. Ah, I see. So is it just the two of you? No, there's 3 of us, Alon corrected. At that, Leon made a suggestion. Would you like to travel with us then? Coincidentally, we're also heading to our camp. Truthfully, with Deus around, whether they traveled as a trio or with a larger group, the likelihood of encountering danger seemed slim. However, the possibility of losing their way or facing unforeseen circumstances wasn't entirely out of the question. Not a bad idea. Alon accepted the proposal. Shortly after, Leon introduced the members of her group to Alon. The party consisted of 15 magicians, 5 mercenaries, and a single guide. However, there was something unusual about the composition. They were not all from the Red Tower? Technically, it's a mix of Green and Red Tower personnel. This expedition is a joint collaboration between the two, Leon explained. By the time Alon nodded at this explanation, what's this? A slightly gruff voice sounded nearby. Standing there was a man holding a staff as tall as himself, the epitome of what Alon thought a stereotypical magician looked like. Theon, come and greet our guests, Leon called out. Though he furrowed his brows, the man approached, giving Alon, Evan, and Deus a quick once-over before speaking. Introduce yourself. They'll be traveling with us to the camp. This is Marquis Palacio and Deus Macallion. What? Theon's eyes widened in shock at her words, though only for a moment. Greetings, I am Theon, one of the professors at the Green Tower. You must be the famed swordsman of Caliban and the Marquis Palacio, correct? He quickly composed himself, bowing politely to Deus and Alon. Pleased to meet you. Yes, likewise. After lingering his gaze on Alon for a moment, Theon suddenly turned on his heel and disappeared. He's quite young for a professor. Impressive, Evan remarked, as if aware of the usual age at which magicians earned the title of professor. Leon nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Green Tower considers him an exceptional talent. He's not even 25 yet, but he's already approaching the 5th rank. Wow, the 5th rank. Yes, Leon confirmed, prompting another round of awe from Evan. Meanwhile, Alon remained silent, his expression neutral. After a moment, he murmured softly, "Why does it feel like he's only cold toward me?" Though Alon didn't usually mind if someone was curt toward him, it was peculiar enough to give him pause. The sudden shift in demeanor after learning his name felt strange. Leon seemed to realize the situation, offering an awkward smile. Well, it's not really a big deal. Not a big deal? Well, Leon hesitated briefly before confirming that Theon had already gone far ahead, then leaned in to whisper. You know those rumors about you, Marquis? Rumors? Yes, the ones about Penia. The truth is Theon likes Penia. What? Alon turned to look at Theon in genuine surprise. Penia was undoubtedly beautiful, there was no denying that. But the issue lay with her personality. Alon knew her to have a temperament so destructive that it completely overshadowed her physical charm. He likes that Penia Chryson? That insufferable woman. Baffled, Alon questioned her with an incredulous expression. Are you saying that man has feelings for Penia? Yes. But why? No, wait. Is that rude to ask? Not really. Honestly, I don't understand it myself, Leon admitted, glancing toward where Theon had disappeared. Especially since Theon once got utterly humiliated by her. Leon's expression revealed her own disbelief, but she quickly shrugged it off. Anyway, it seems like he's just acting a bit childish because of that. All right, I get it, Alon said, choosing not to press the matter further. Normally, he might have contemplated why a grown man was indulging in such petty jealousy, but his curiosity about Theon's peculiar behavior far outweighed any deeper reflection. Is he a masochist? Just as Alon reached that conclusion, Marquis, there's no need for that. Deus, who had been waiting for the right moment to speak, was immediately cut off by Alon, who responded decisively without even hearing the rest. Understood, Deus reluctantly withdrew his hand from the hilt of his sword, a disappointed look crossing his face. Deus. Yes, Marquis. Have you been experiencing any auditory hallucinations or intrusive thoughts lately? Not at all, Deus replied, looking genuinely puzzled. Despite the denial, Alon's unease only deepened. After some time, Alon and his group continued traveling with Leon's party toward the exploration camp. Thanks to their diligence, they arrived just before sunset. This feels different, Evan remarked. Does it? Yeah. Honestly, I expected something more primitive, but it's practically a small town. Alon nodded in agreement. True enough. With all the magicians and explorers frequenting this place, it's bound to develop. Are there no monsters here? It's not that there aren't any, but monsters rarely appear in areas where the camps are set up, Alon explained, recounting the lore he remembered from the game. Evan marveled at this, while Alon took in the camp's layout. It feels different compared to the illustrations I saw. Though his memory was faint, the illustrations of this area in Psychedelia gave off the impression of a typical village. However, seeing it in person, the camp felt more like a sprawling, well-organized settlement, a mix of a giant encampment and a town. The mishmash of wooden houses and tents, though chaotic in arrangement, provided everything one might need, from shops to inns. While Alon was lost in thought, admiring the scenery, Marquis, "I'll see you tomorrow," Leon said, preparing to leave. All right. Having learned that Leon's destination was also the Malacca ruins, Alon had agreed to accompany her group the next day. Let's rest for the night, Alon suggested to his companions. Good idea, Evan agreed. Understood, Deus added. The group entered an inn to rest for the evening. The next day, the jungle's inherent humidity had disrupted Alon's sleep somewhat, leaving him slightly restless. I'll go look for Reinhardt. I'll be back later. All right, let's meet again tonight. Understood. Do you remember what I told you? If you mean the blessing, yes, I remember. Yes, do your best to receive it before proceeding. It's better to have the blessing if you plan to move in that direction. I'll keep that in mind. Alon and Deus agreed to separate temporarily to accomplish their respective objectives before regrouping. Though I'd rather keep him close, Alon let Deus go without hesitation, knowing that Deus also had his own tasks to attend to. As long as Deus didn't venture into Selvanis or any uncharted regions, there was little risk to his safety. Shortly after, Alon joined Leon's group without Deus. Deus Macallion won't be joining us? As I said, our goals are different. I see. Leon appeared somewhat disappointed as they continued their journey toward the Malacca ruins. The sooner we finish in this jungle, the better. Such thoughts filled Alon's mind as they moved forward. Meanwhile, at that very moment in the deep dungeons of the Holy Kingdom, Rossarir, reserved only for the vilest of criminals, there was a place known as the Abyssal Prison. Inside that forbidding place, a man with no legs, Andered, was alive. Despite the searing agony radiating from his body, his face bore a glimmer of hope. I can't die yet. The reason he was still alive, or more accurately, the reason he had been able to possess this man's body was that the prisoner had been one of the machina components Andered himself had created. By implanting tree-like roots into those connected to his machina, Andered had managed to transfer his consciousness into the prisoner's body, just as his original body was destroyed during the Marquess attack. Though his body had been utterly shattered, preventing immediate escape, this had been part of his contingency plan. In the Abyssal Prison, where no one visited save for the occasional delivery of moldy bread, he bided his time, slowly regaining his strength and taking over the prisoner's body completely. Soon, the prisoner's face, covered in crimson roots, morphed into Andered's own. His legs, too, began to regenerate slowly. As he confirmed these transformations, Andered gritted his teeth, eyes ablaze with ambition. I won't let it end like this. I'll prepare once again and create a world where everyone is equal. Gone was the benevolent smile or faith he once carried. Instead, a madness-fueled obsession gave him new hope. At that moment, Andered saw something. In the Abyssal Prison, where no one should have been able to enter due to its thick iron doors, stood a man with black hair and piercing blue eyes. the man smiled innocently as he looked at Andered. Hello. The cheerful greeting left Andered speechless or rather, incapable of responding. He couldn't comprehend the situation. But whether Andered responded or not, the man continued. Well, to be honest, I don't really care about what kind of world you're dreaming of or what you're trying to do. I'm not even that angry. The man's husky voice carried an unsettling casualness as he added. But you see, messing with His Holiness? Even I can't let that slide. Raising his hand snap, Andered realized too late that his neck was twisting against his will. Wait, no, stop it. Stop. Desperate, he flailed and struggled, but crack. His neck completed 2 full rotations, and death claimed him. That's what you get for pushing your luck. The man, who had snuffed out Andered's delusional ambitions, strolled off into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Left behind was Andered's lifeless body, eyes wide open in disbelief. Chapter 102. Alon and Evan, along with Leon's group, began their journey toward the ruins of Malacca. Marquis, it feels like it's getting more humid the deeper we go, Evan muttered, clearly displeased. Indeed, Alon replied, nodding as he noticed Evan's grimace. I knew this place was supposed to be humid, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. It's unbearable, Alon thought, trying to hide his discomfort. He fidgeted with his clothes, feeling the damp texture under his fingers. We need to handle this quickly and get out of here. As they continued walking for a while, someone suggested, let's take a short break. They had reached the midway point of their journey. During the rest, Alon struck up a conversation with Leon and learned why she and her group were heading to the ruins of Malacca. Malacca is a magical ruin? Magical ruins. Ruins discovered in Ranavelli came in various forms: treasure ruins, heritage ruins, and knowledge ruins, among others. Among them, magical ruins were especially prized by wizards, as they often contained artifacts from the era of forgotten gods. However, wasn't Malacca just another ordinary ruin in the game? He had visited this area countless times while playing Psychedelia, searching for jungle-exclusive artifacts, just as he had during the Rax's segment. The memories of mini-games in this jungle were still vivid. It's not confirmed yet, but there's a chance, Leon replied. Do you have evidence? Alon inquired further. Yes, explorers recently compared certain structures of Malacca's ruins with those of previously discovered magical ruins. They found striking similarities using maps created by explorers, Leon explained. This was new information to Alon. I was aware of Malacca's ruins, but I never thought it might be a magical ruin. That's intriguing. Right. I wouldn't have known either if it weren't for Theon. Based on the reports sent to the camp, I thought it was just a typical ruin. This discovery is all thanks to Theon, Leon said. At her words, Alon glanced at Theon, who was resting a bit further away. Theon briefly met his gaze but quickly looked away, as if feigning ignorance. Alon found it odd but didn't dwell on it. So, could Malacca's ruins hold artifacts from the Forgotten Era? Alon asked. Leon tilted her head thoughtfully. I think it's unlikely. When explorers and wizards first discovered Malacca's ruins, they reported finding nothing. If anything, we might only find academic materials. Alon nodded in agreement, but then Leon turned the question on him. By the way, Marquis, what brings you to the ruins? Alon hesitated for a moment before giving a vague response. Someone I know made a request. A request? Yes, they asked me to visit the ruins of Malacca. Leon seemed curious, but recognized Alon's reluctance to share more and chose not to press further. Alon appreciated her discretion and changed the subject. By the way, is it all right to share this kind of information so casually? I didn't know any of this before. Leon nodded, understanding his concern. It's fine. Even though the ruins bear similarities to magical ruins, the chance of them being one is extremely low. And the likelihood of finding artifacts is practically zero. Any academic findings would end up being shared publicly anyway, so there's nothing to hide. When she finished her explanation, Alon asked, So, is your purpose here simply to confirm whether Malacca's ruins are magical ruins? Exactly. The Red Tower excels at interpretation, while the Green Tower specializes in detection, so we've collaborated for this expedition. Leon then explained how the magical exploration team had come together for this mission. Once this expedition is over, you'll be leaving immediately, right? Alon asked. Unless there's another unexplored area up north waiting to be examined, that's probably the plan. An unexplored area in the north. Alon muttered to himself, recalling what he knew about that northern region. That place in the future, it'll undoubtedly become one of the territories of the four great factions, the Hayaki 100 Ghosts. The Hayaki. They emerged in the mid to late stages of psychedelia, wreaking havoc alongside the five great sins that descended during that era. Known for transforming an already crumbling allied kingdom into a complete disaster, the Hayaki's members, including their boss, were infamous for their nightmarish difficulty. Especially the boss of the Hayaki, the king of aberrations, still makes my blood boil just thinking about it. The unexplored northern region, it might be better to avoid exploring it. Why is that? I've heard from someone I know that it might be a bit dangerous, Alan replied. The four great factions, much like the foreign gods in the setting, typically remained dormant unless the five great sins awakened and descended. Alan, in a rare show of goodwill, offered his advice. Let's move out again. He stood up, leaving behind a confused Leon. Hopefully, it'll be fine, he thought, though a fleeting unease crossed his mind as he briefly recalled Deus. The damp, oppressive morning carried on after some time had passed. The group finally arrived at the Temple of Malacca. With the sky overcast, it was difficult to gauge the time. Let's head straight in. Knowing the ruins weren't a designated danger zone, the wizards wasted no time. They entered the inner areas with their hired mercenaries and guides, each eager to begin their exploration. Shall we go in as well? Evan asked. Yes. Alan, who had been observing the ancient pyramid-like structure of the ruins, stepped forward alongside Evan. Inside, the ruins bore signs of long-standing moisture, with moss covering the crevices between the stones. As they ventured further, Alan suddenly recalled something Cretinia Cian had said. You'll understand why once you're there. Truthfully, Alan still couldn't fathom Cian's intentions in sending him here. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't even guess a plausible reason. What could it be? Lost in thought, Alan was jolted back to reality by Evan's comment. Oh, it's cooler in here. At that moment, Alan finally took in the interior of the ruins. There was truly, quite literally, nothing. Apart from moss-covered rocks, the only notable feature was a massive stone slab at the center, large enough to easily accommodate 100 people. Beyond that, it was just an expansive, empty space. What could anyone hope to learn from this place? Alan wondered. As he stood in the slightly cooler interior, Cian's cryptic words echoed in his mind. Alan scanned the barren ruins once more. As his gaze slowly shifted upward, he noticed something. What appeared to be a drawing was, in fact, text. Alan immediately recognized it as writing in his mind, understanding it naturally as though it were ingrained in him. He'd experienced something similar before when examining a tablet in ruins once inhabited by the Dragonkin. Egg of the Sacred Dragon. Despite the wear of time, the inscription was clearly legible. Stasis. He murmured, reading the phrase beneath it. Thunk. From somewhere far away came the sound of something massive shutting. Crack. A sharp, shattering noise followed. So it really isn't likely that this is a magical ruin, even if it bears some similarities, Leon thought, still gazing at the previously empty ruins. But then a sudden cracking noise pulled her attention. One of the Green Tower wizards, who had entered with her just moments ago, lay collapsed on the ground. His head had been blown apart. Crunch, crunch, whir. Nearby, grotesquely large insects feasted on the wizard's corpse. Ugh, what the hell is that? This is insane, one wizard, unable to contain their disgust, vomited, while others screamed in horror. But soon, they all began preparing spells, directing their focus toward the monstrous insects, which were now emerging in greater numbers throughout the vast ruins. Why are jungle mutants here? Leon couldn't comprehend the situation, but there was no time to dwell on it. She too began preparing her magic. However, she soon realized a shocking truth. Why isn't magic? It was simple yet terrifying. Magic could not be manifested. As the insects began to gather, Leon frantically tried again to cast magic, her expression growing more desperate, but her efforts were in vain. The mana it's dispersing. The moment she released her mana for spell formation, it scattered uncontrollably into the air. Realizing this, she was struck with terror. Haasai echoed through the chamber, drawing the attention of Leon and the other wizards. Close call, said Theon, standing tall among the swarm of insects. Theon? Leon called his name in disbelief. Theon, standing over the corpse of a Green Tower wizard, wore a clear Smilia grin filled with mockery. You look like you don't understand, he said, his tone dripping with derision. Leon's face hardened at his obvious sneer. Do you even realize what you're doing? She demanded. Oh, are we doing this? A lecture. Sorry to disappoint you, but spare me. I've heard enough sermons to last a lifetime. And don't worry, I know exactly what I am doing. Seems like you're the one in the dark here, though, Theon replied nonchalantly. What? Leon asked, her confusion deepening. Theon chuckled. If you knew what I was about to do, you wouldn't be looking so calm. With that, he drew a dark, pitch-black staff from his robes and waved it lightly. At that moment, one of the insects resembling an oversized mosquito stabbed its sharp proboscis into the chest of the wizard's corpse. In a grotesque display, it tore out the heart with a spray of blood. Theon retrieved the heart from the insect's maw and tossed it to the center of the arena. The heart thumped violently, spreading blood across the enormous space. Leon tried again to use magic, but Theon cut her off. Oh, don't bother. Now that the trial has started, magic won't work inside this ruin. Trial? She asked, alarmed. That's right. A trial to determine who's worthy of claiming the magical relics in this place, Theon explained with a casual shrug. I should mention, he added, I don't hold any grudges against you all. The only reason I brought you here is because I needed the hearts of at least 10 wizards. With a sly grin, he continued, apparently, only wizard hearts will do something I heard from someone. Anyway, I had no other choice. Theon's demeanor turned unnervingly jovial, as though all his prior silence had been a fad. Still, I'll admit I was worried for a moment. Bringing the Marquis of Palatio wasn't a problem since he's a wizard, but that monster with Caliban's sword? Now that was nerve-wracking. I even debated how to hold out until the Marquis left. But now that I can begin the trial on the very first day, well, I am just incredibly grateful. Theon shot a mocking glance at Elan before turning back to the others. Well then, I'll take my leave. Don't worry, your hearts will be put to good use. With a wave of his dark staff, the mutated insects spread their wings and took flight. So this is the end? Leon watched in despair as her mana, no matter how much she poured out, dispersed uselessly into the air. Her face twisted with hopelessness. Crackle, a sharp sound broke through the chaos, drawing her gaze. There, in front of Elan's outstretched hand, glowing magic shone brightly. The wizards, who moments ago had been drowning in despair, stared at the light as if entranced. Theon's smug grin faded, first into confusion, then into sheer disbelief. Stasis. Elan, having deciphered the only solution to using magic in this space, calmly recited the incantation. Chapter 103, the reason why the mages couldn't use their magic within the Malacca ruins was due to the dispersion of magical energy. Extracting magical power from within the body and arranging it into a specific structure forms the foundation of magic manifestation. However, in this space, the moment one tried to extract magical power, it would scatter into the air, rendering arrangement and, thus, magis impossible. This meant that even Theon, the one who had created this very situation, had been rendered magically powerless. However, there was one exception, Elan, and the reason for this exception was clear. It's because I fixed the arrangement of magical power with the incantation of stabilization. In other words, he had the ability to enforce the laws of magic through the use of incantations, no matter the situation. If not for the hint carved into the wall, it'd probably have ended up as bug food while trying to figure out a solution, not that the current situation isn't dangerous as it is. Even so, it wasn't a moment to relax. Even if he could use magic, the fact that the environment actively dispersed magical energy was still a massive disadvantage, not only for Elan, but for any mage. No matter how much magical power I pour in, arranging it still takes time, which lowers efficiency. And the Ho-Gaftu memory of the black eye and the bracelet are unusable as well. In short, the most I can manage is 3 spells at best. Remaining calm, Elan analyzed the current situation and scanned his surroundings. Mutated creatures resembling mosquitoes the size of humans were flying through the air, emitting the distinctive threatening buzz of insects. It wasn't just the air, they clung to moss-covered rocks. They crawled along the walls of the ruins. They scattered across the floor, even behind him. The entire ruin was horrifyingly infested with grotesque, insect-like monsters. This is insane. While Elan was surveying the area, Theon's voice, filled with shock, echoed from the front. Logically, it shouldn't even be possible to use magic here. Theon, dumbfounded, stood with his mouth agape. Despite his companion's heightened reaction, Elan devoted all his focus to calmly assessing the situation. I need to take care of everything in a single strike. Numerous large-scale area spells that could resolve this predicament flashed through Elan's mind. Unfortunately, none of them could be used right now. If he were to cast one of those spells here, Evan and the other mages would inevitably get caught in the blast. No, rather than possibly, it was an unavoidable certainty. However, handling the bugs one by one with precision strikes wasn't a viable option either. He simply didn't have enough chances to cast magic. And as he pondered this dilemma, a thought suddenly struck him. Wait a second. If magical power disperses like this, his eyes lit up as he arrived at an idea. Decomposition. He spoke quietly. The feeble trace of magic that had been lingering just a moment ago was abruptly dissolved and disappeared. In an instant, it was broken down into tiny particles and scattered throughout the space. The faint hope the mages had clung to vanished, replaced by sighs of resignation escaping their lips. Ah, see, I knew it wouldn't work. Even Theon, who had started regaining some confidence, gave a dejected wave of his dark staff. At that moment, when the bugs hovering in the air turned menacing and began to shift, Alon maintained his composure. Behind his expressionless face, his thoughts remained steady. So even if it disperses, magical energy doesn't actually disappear. He surveyed his surroundings. Even though grotesque insects were lunging at him with lethal intent, Alon did not despair. Because he could see it. The magical energy he had just decomposed was now naturally scattered throughout the space, a result of this chamber's peculiar properties. And more importantly, the moment he realized that, despite the diffusion, the control of the magical energy spread across the chamber was proceeding exactly as he intended, letting out a light breath. Alon formed a seal with his left hand while maintaining his calm. Then with his right hand, he executed a Jaikwanin earth seal. Chingguang, pure light. Pajajijik. Once again, atop Alon's palm, a radiant orb of lightning surged into existence, starkly different from the feeble spells earlier. It shone brilliantly, dazzling the surrounding area. Acceleration. With that, the lightning orb devoured the surrounding air, unleashing a brilliant spectacle of electric blue light. And in the moment when the spike-like jaws and limbs of the mutated creatures were about to touch Alon's body designation, a blinding flash was unleashed. Quagagagagagak. Without a moment's hesitation, the orb of lightning that Alon had created tore mercilessly through the flying insects. The heads of the bugs that rose into the air before plummeting back down. The body of a bug that was about to crush Alon's hand as it moved sideways. The curved torso of an insect bearing its proboscis, aiming for his heart. With trails of radiant blue light, as if guided by precision, the lightning pierced only the insects. In mere moments, the flash wiped out every single bug. Quajik. Finally, as if wrapping up its rampage, the lightning struck Theon's heart just as he was hastily attempting to swing his staff again, and then it vanished. Soon, a rain of the mutated creatures began to fall onto the floor of the ruins. Their limbs flailed as their green, luminescent bodily fluids splattered down, dripping onto the heads of the mages. Yet not one of them made an effort to avoid the falling carcasses of the insects. Even Lian, whose head was soaked in the greenish liquid, stood still without bothering to wipe it off. She simply stared in one direction. It was toward where Marquis Palacio stood. A faint exclamation escaped from Lian's lips. What emotion was mixed in that low, drawn-out sound? Even she couldn't identify it herself. And standing at the center of all the gazes directed his way was Alon. I am going to die. Having overused his magical power, Alon felt the symptoms of mana depletion creeping up on him after just 2 spells. Behind his stoic expression, he was inwardly on the verge of tears. Shortly afterward, having gulped down a potion for emergency treatment, Alon realized that his mana had returned to normal from the moment Theon had died. Marquis, what is it? What was that just now? Even during practice, I've seen you use similar spells, but I've never seen that kind of magic before. You probably won't see it again either, because I am never using it again. Alon grabbed his still dizzy head and made a firm resolution. The magic he had just used was a combination of 2 incantation-based spells. First, he had deliberately decomposed and dispersed his magical power throughout the room, taking advantage of the environment's property of scattering mana. Then, he manipulated the dispersed magical energy, arranging it in specific patterns that only targeted the bugs and Theon. Finally, he used a second incantation to guide his magic to precisely strike only the designated patterns. And that was how the spell had been completed. However, as he had already stated, there would likely never be another instance where he would use that spell again. The very method relied on mana scattering to work, which meant it was only applicable under extremely rare circumstances. Additionally, the level of control it required was absurdly inefficient. The proof of that inefficiency was the throbbing headache that still hadn't gone away. I see. Well, it was really impressive, though. Magic isn't something you use to look impressive. Well, sure, I didn't mean it like that, just saying. It was hard to tell how much time had passed while he was talking to Evan. Marquis, I apologize, and thank you so much. Alon soon found himself receiving Leon's gratitude. There's no need for you to bow so deeply. How could I not? If it weren't for you, I would have already died. Truly, truly, thank you. Leon bent her waist into a deep bow, nearly at a 90-degree angle, expressing her gratitude. Alon, uncomfortable with the gesture, once again told her that it wasn't necessary. Well, then I was wondering if just as Leon lifted her head and began to speak Kugu-gu-gung. Suddenly, the ruins began to tremble. The mages, who had just moments earlier been calmly retrieving their tools in preparation to leave the ruins, now tensed up with wary expressions. But contrary to their expectations, a staircase. The massive tremor subsided, and what appeared before them was a staircase that had formed in the central arena, where there had been nothing just moments before. The staircase led underground. The mages all came to a realization simultaneously. This was the place Theon had just mentioned earlier, the location of the object, but that realization lasted only a moment. Marquis, please take this item with you. Are you sure that's acceptable? Of course. It's something everyone has already agreed upon. As Alon turned his gaze at her words, he saw the other mages bowing their heads in unison. It's the first time I've seen a group of mages bowing like this, Evan whispered as he watched the scene unfold. Then I won't refuse, Alon replied. Taking the item into his hands, Alon didn't hesitate as he began to descend the stairs leading underground. Before long, he came upon a single door with an inscription written on its surface. The words, written in a strange ancient script that Alon could read just like before, said, "To the mage who remembers the incantation of unification after escaping to the end, a legacy of harmony is left behind." Alon stared intently at the inscription for a moment before opening the door. With a grating creak, the door swung open. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the room beyond was bright enough for him to see clearly. Inside, Alon saw two things. The first was an egg. A black egg resting atop an altar, so dark it seemed to absorb all the light in the world. The second was a series of letters. Specifically, harmony of shadows. The words, which appeared to be the key to self-manifestation, were written on the wall behind the ominous black egg. As Alon stepped closer to examine the egg more carefully, he noticed an old parchment lying next to the egg, inscribed with ancient writing as well. The contents were as follows: "Never allow the shadow dragon to consume anything but mana until it is born. If the shadow dragon consumes a mage's blood beyond a certain threshold, the egg must be broken. Failure to do so will result in the shadow dragon transforming into a death shadow dragon, causing it to go berserk." 2 warnings in total. Having read this, Alon quickly pieced together what Theon had been trying to do. Was he attempting to turn the shadow dragon into a death shadow dragon? Although the reasons behind it were unclear, one thing was certain. Someone intentionally orchestrated this to provoke a mage into turning the shadow dragon into a death shadow dragon. He briefly considered the forces working behind Theon. But another thought soon surfaced in his mind, prompting him to tilt his head. This one was about the Queen of Asteria, Cretinia Cian. Theon himself admitted to the attack, so there's no connection there, but considering she sent me here, it's clear she knew something about this, although it was true that rumors about Alon using ancient Terra magic had circulated among mages. Even so, there were parts of this situation that defied explanation. She did say I'd understand why she told me to come to the Malacca ruins once I got here. That much was certain. Moreover, this Malacca ruin was a place that required the ability to read ancient texts to fully comprehend its significance, which meant Cretinia Cian knew that Alon could read ancient script, and that whatever was here would be of use to him. What is going on here? Alon's expression grew more puzzled, but only for a moment. First things first, let's head back up. Pushing aside his thoughts for now, he picked up the pitch-black egg and began his ascent back to the surface. The egg was incredibly heavy. At that moment, we should be arriving soon. Inside what could only be described as a room disguised as a carriage, Cian sat comfortably as it traveled back toward Tyria. At her words, her secretary, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke. "Your Majesty seems to be quite concerned about Marquis Palacio." "Concerned, you say?" Cian leaned deeper into the carriage's backrest. Does it seem that way to you? Forgive me, but yes, it does. Well, you're not wrong. Forgive me again, but may I ask what part of him makes you so concerned? What part, indeed? Cian pondered the question briefly before a soft smile spread across her lips. Who knows? She turned the question back to her secretary instead. What do you think it might be? The secretary dared not answer. However, the secretary couldn't help but notice that Cian's golden eyes, the legendary gilded eyes of history, seemed to shine more brightly than usual, though perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chapter 104, the day after Alan returned from the ruins of Malacca. It's really pitch black. Yeah, and inside this there's that dragon thing or whatever, right? Yeah. Then when is it going to hatch? Evan's question left Alan silent. Naturally, even he didn't know when the shadow dragon would be born. If only it had shown up in the game, I might have some clue. Even after playing Psychedelia for an exceptionally long time and exploring every corner of its world, Alan had never seen or heard of the shadow dragon. In other words, he had zero knowledge about it. Think the Information Guild would know anything? I doubt it. That's not really their area of expertise. Really? Well, they deal with current rumors and worldly affairs, not ancient lore like this. Unless, of course, it's somehow tied to ongoing rumors. Alan considered Evan's words, then let out a small exclamation. Ah, did you think of something? Alan nodded. Yeah, someone just came to mind. Who? Rhine. Evan looked puzzled, but Alan, who knew about the Eternal Library, thought to himself, could Rhine know something? He was well aware that most information not barred by her knowledge restrictions was stored in her mind. I should pay her a visit. Soon he stood up. Marquis, where are you going? To the next destination. What? We've only been back from the ruins for a day. Wouldn't it be better to rest a bit? Evan was understandably surprised, having seen Alan exhaust himself considerably. But Alan was firm. No, I plan to finish the itinerary as quickly as possible. Why? Because I want to rest. This place is way too humid. Evan nodded in agreement. That's true. You really dislike humid places, don't you? Yeah, it's too uncomfortable to rest here. Evan gave him a quizzical look as if asking, is it really that bad? But Alan was completely serious. I can't rest here at all. Alan wasn't particularly picky about accommodations. During his earlier travels, he decamped out frequently and had no complaints about enduring deserts or even the bustling port cities. But humidity was his nemesis. I need to wrap this up quickly and get out of the jungle. Resolving to leave as soon as possible, Alan rose from his seat. Around that time, Marquis, are you in? Leon? Yes, sir. Leon had come looking for Alan. Did you sleep well? Yes, thanks to you. Leon glanced away, smiling awkwardly. Alan asked, so what's the matter? Well, I just came to let you know I'm heading back. Already? Yes. Considering what happened yesterday, it seems best to leave now. Indeed, it would have been too much to continue the expedition. Alan nodded, signaling his understanding. That makes sense. There's also been some strange activity near the magic tower this time. Strange activity? Yes, which is why I need to return to the tower quickly. Understood. Then let's meet again sometime. At Alan's parting words, Leon's face brightened. Yes, I'd really like that. Oh, and next time would you like to have a meal together? A meal? Yes, since you saved my life, I'd like to treat you. After a moment of thought, Alan nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then all right. Then please make sure to visit the Red Tower sometime. I will. Leon bowed deeply, then turned and left. Watching her go, Evan spoke up. She seems much friendlier than before. Does she? Yes. It's probably because of your impressive magic. That topic again? It's not just a topic, it really left an impact. That's all I am saying. Alan let a quiet smirk slip past his stoic expression at Evan's remark. Let's go with that. With that, Alan resumed preparing to leave, a stray thought crossing his mind. Was it really that impressive? Having finished his preparations, Alan left Evan behind and headed alone to the hermit's hideout to protect the recently discovered dragon egg. Evan, having been tasked to guard the egg, eagerly nodded with a grin, clearly ready for the job. Alan chuckled softly at the sight before heading northeast toward the Selvenis Zone. The Selvenis Zone was notoriously dangerous, home to mutated monsters of all kinds. Normally, Alan wouldn't dare enter such a place alone. However, he felt secure thanks to a unique blessing, Imariana's blessing. Reaching the massive statue marking the border of the zone, Alan observed the moss-covered figure resembling an unnamed goddess. Approaching the statue, he clasped his hands together and bowed his head. After about 5 seconds, he spoke. Great Goddess Imariana, Grant me the sight to navigate this zone. In return, I shall offer what belongs to you." As he finished, a faint light emanated from the moss-covered statue, gradually flowing into Alon. A satisfied smile spread across his face. With Imariana's blessing, the Selvanus zone no longer posed any danger to him. Unless he attacked first, the monsters would not perceive him, allowing him to wander the forest freely. The blessing came with a condition, though. He had to collect scattered relics in the forest and offer them as tribute. It's not a difficult penalty. I can just retrieve a few items from the hermit's hideout. According to lore, all items in the Selvanus zone were considered lost possessions of the goddess. Relaxed, Alon began his journey into the zone, though a stray thought about Deus briefly crossed his mind. Now that I think about it, Deus didn't return yesterday. I hope he's all right. He dismissed the worry with a shake of his head. Deus wouldn't die here, not in a place like this. He could defeat a swordmaster like it was nothing, after all. Only if Deus ventured into the domain of the 100 ghosts would there be any risk, and Alon was certain he hadn't gone that far. Reassured, Alon continued his trek northeast. After some time, he noticed an unusually massive tree in the Selvanus zone, its twin trunks twisting together to form a towering figure. From here, head directly to the right. Following his mental map, he veered right and walked leisurely for a while. Eventually, he realized he was nearing his destination. However, the sight that greeted him left him stunned. Piles of monster corpses, stacked as high as the massive trees, surrounded the hermit's hideout. These were no ordinary creatures. They included enormous lizard-like beasts capable of devastating entire villages and other rare, highly dangerous mutations. While Alon stared in disbelief, a voice called out. "Ah!" Turning toward the sound, he saw a middle-aged man clad in an incongruously bright blue robe, his presence starkly out of place in the jungle. The man smiled, his expression devoid of hostility as he addressed Alon. "Entering a forest like this alone, you must have a lot of confidence in your skills. Is this your doing?" Alon asked cautiously. "Indeed," the man replied casually. "I wanted to conduct a leisurely investigation, but these mutated monsters wouldn't stop bothering me." The middle-aged man glanced at the pile of corpses and spoke casually. "Setting it up like this keeps everything away except bugs." Alon instinctively realized that the man wasn't ordinary and spoke up. "May I ask your name?" "Selim Micardo." Selim Micardo. Muttering the name to himself, Alon soon dropped his stoic expression, his mouth slightly agape. "The Tower Master of the Blue Tower?" "That's my title, though my disciple handles most of the work these days," Selim said with a hearty laugh, one that seemed almost too jovial for his age. He then turned his attention to Alon. "So who are you? Forgive my late introduction. I am Alon Palacio." "Alon Palacio? The Marquis of Palacio?" "Yes, that's correct." Hearing this, Selim's smile grew even brighter, like a child discovering a new toy. Alon, for reasons he couldn't quite place, felt a chill run down his spine. Soon after, amidst an oddly cordial atmosphere, their conversation continued. "By the way, what brings you here?" "I have some business in that place," Alon replied, pointing. "That place? The hermit's hideout?" "Yes, interesting." Selim seemed amused and pressed further. "So you're here to explore?" "Not exactly. I am here for something inside." "Something inside?" Alon's response left Selim slightly puzzled. "So you mean you're not here to study it, but to take something from within?" "Yes." After a brief moment of thought, Selim finally spoke again. "Well, given that you wield primal-level magic, it's not surprising that you'd be interested in what's inside. May I offer you some advice?" "Please do. Turn back now." "It'll save you a lot of trouble," Selim said firmly. His tone wasn't condescending. Selim respected all mages by principle. His warning was based on his first-hand knowledge of just how absurdly well-guarded the hermit's hideout was. The base enchantment is a triple-layered spell, and to even enter, you have to reverse-engineer all the magic seals. That's just to clear the first barrier. It had taken Selim himself an entire year just to open the first gate and reach the second. That was why he felt compelled to warn Alon. "It took me a year to open just the first gate," Selim added. "Even so, I'd like to give it a try." "Well, I won't stop you." Though slightly annoyed that his sincere advice was disregarded, Selim couldn't help but feel a lingering fondness for Alon. After all, to Selim, a true mage was one who explored and sought knowledge. Those who merely relied on academic circles and second-hand reports were not true mages in his eyes. He's different from the younger mages these days. With this perspective, Selim decided to cheer on Alon as though watching a promising younger colleague face a challenge he himself had barely overcome. Roughly 30 seconds later, RRRRRRUMBLE, with a loud, grinding noise, the first gate of the hermit's hideout began to open. What? Selim's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chapter 105, Selim Micardo, the master of the Blue Tower and an 8th-tier magician capable of wielding Origin, could not comprehend the current situation. He opened it. How on earth? He blinked his eyes, but the scene before him remained unchanged. Marquis Palacio had opened a Daron that had taken Selim 2 full years of grueling effort to unlock in less than 30 seconds. And now the Marquis was walking through it. Still stunned, Selim snapped back to his senses and tried to call out to the Marquis. However, by the time he gathered himself, the man had already crossed the first barrier and disappeared into the interior. Selim hurried to the now-opened first barrier, inspecting it with disbelief. To the untrained eye, it appeared as just another wall, but Selim, a magician of his level, understood what lay before him. He knew the incredible complexity required to open this seemingly ordinary passage. Only a magician of the 8th tier, like himself, could hope to dedicate the time and energy needed to unlock such a door. Yet there was something even more startling. The way it was opened, it's exactly the same as how I did it. The method Marquis Palacio had used to unlock the barrier was identical to the one Selim had painstakingly discovered over the course of a year. What is going on? Confusion and questions swirled in Selim Micardo's mind. He turned to peer further into the passage Marquis Palacio had entered. While Selim had always harbored some curiosity about the Marquis, the extent of his interest was limited. After all, the man was someone his arrogant disciple, Pena, admired, a man who still used outdated, primitive magic techniques. But meeting the Marquis in person had tempered Selim's curiosity. Sure, the rumors and Pena's actions hinted that the Marquis might be someone extraordinary, but Selim's first impression of him didn't align with such lofty expectations. His mana is low, his magical achievements barely scrape the 4th tier, and he hasn't even awakened his inner eye. Even giving him credit for using primitive magic, he's still below average. The numerous flaws Selim noticed made him regard the Marquis as an inferior magician, a junior lacking in potential. He even wondered, albeit briefly, what on earth Pena had seen in this man to inspire such fear and admiration. But these thoughts were fleeting. Selim soon found himself trailing the Marquis, following him to the second barrier. And there, in front of the second barrier, one even Selim had yet to breach, stood the Marquis, seemingly lost in thought. Watching him, Selim hesitated to speak. Instead, he decided to observe, curious about what the Marquis might do. The second barrier was something Selim had never managed to open. In truth, he doubted whether it was even possible to unlock it. Like the first barrier, the second looked unremarkable at first glance. But to Selim's awakened eyes, it revealed itself as a labyrinth of thousands of intricately layered magic circles. Thousands upon thousands of complex and intertwined magical constructs so convoluted that even Selim had yet to fully grasp their entirety. Despite this complexity, Selim's keen intellect had already deduced the theoretical method to unlock it. Find the key magic circle among the thousands. However, he had not yet succeeded in identifying that key. If the barrier were a literal door, it would be one riddled with tens of thousands of keyholes. Testing each magic circle individually was practically impossible, as it required unraveling and interpreting thousands of intricately intertwined constructs, a task that would take decades, if not longer. Selim, recalling this fact, felt a pang of despondence. And yet, Marquis Paladio, rather, Alon turned his head slightly, as if sensing Selim's interest. Of course, Alon had no real reason to pay attention to Selim. Building a rapport with the master of the Blue Tower could be useful, but it wasn't critical to his plans. Alon's wariness stemmed instead from the peculiar expectation reflected in Selim Micardo's eyes. Earlier, when Alon had opened the first barrier without much thought, Selim had stared at him, mouth agape, his expression utterly incredulous. Now, Selim was standing just a few paces away, watching him with childlike curiosity, as if waiting for him to perform another miracle. He said it took him a year to open the first door. Alon didn't think Selim Micardo was foolish. On the contrary, he found him monstrous. According to what Alon knew, the 2 barriers guarding this hermit's sanctuary were said to be unsolvable by 12 7th-tier magicians working together for half a year. For Selim, an 8th-tier magician, to have unlocked the first barrier on his own was a testament to his extraordinary abilities. Precisely because of this, Alon found the man's expectant gaze incredibly burdensome. Alon opened the gates to the hermit's hideout simply because he knew the correct answers. The key to the first barrier lies in mana interference. Twist the straight mana flow into a half circle, and it opens the second barrier. The key is the fifth magic circle from the top right diagonal corner. With such knowledge, Alon could easily open the doors by merely channeling his mana. Yet, the palpable expectation radiating from Selim behind him made it impossible for him to act without hesitation. If Alon were to effortlessly open the gate with a mere flow of mana, Selim would inevitably realize a bitter truth that the grueling year of research he had poured into the task had been utterly pointless. Alon didn't have to care about Selim Micardo's emotions, but as someone who studied magic himself, he understood the crushing despair that would come with such a realization. Should I just use some magic? By the time Alon decided to offer Selim a well-intentioned lie, Selim, observing Alon's hesitation, began to interpret it as a struggle. Perhaps the second barrier is more challenging for him, after all. The flicker of expectation in Selim's eyes faded as he tried to temper his own hopes. And then, in that moment, Marquis Palacio let out a small sigh and formed a seal with his hands. Selim, intrigued, watched intently. Although he had heard that the Marquis used primitive magic, this was the first time he had seen it in practice. As he carefully observed Alon's technique, he noticed the Marquis murmuring something faintly under his breath. Then, a small orb formed between Alon's thumb and forefinger. Selim felt it immediately. What? A primal sense of danger surged through Selim Micardo. Instinctively, he furrowed his brow and began to gather mana to cast a defensive spell. His reaction was nearly instantaneous, a reflexive response. But then, what Selim saw stopped him in his tracks. Behind Alon, hovering in the air, were two enormous, unblinking eyes. Selim's thoughts froze, or rather, he forcibly stopped them. The moment he perceived those eyes, the moment they registered in his vision, he realized something undeniable. Understanding what lay before him would lead only to one possible outcome. The one thing Selim couldn't prepare for, however, was his own eyes. Having reached the 8th tier, his vision was honed to intuitively discern nearly anything it perceived. Unlike his mind, his eyes continued to analyze the phenomenon on instinct. And then it began. The world around Selim darkened. When his gaze finally focused, he saw it. A circular abyss of void so profound it seemed to pull his very being into its depths. What followed was a flash of pale pupils within that darkness. The last thing he saw was Kug, a massive eye. A colossal presence so overwhelming it reduced him to an insignificant speck. It was looking directly at him. I am going to die. The realization struck him, and for a brief, hollow moment, Selim's mind blanked. Then Kug, a thunderous sound roared in his ears. Snapping back to his senses, Selim looked ahead. There it was. The second barrier, which had resisted all his efforts for over a year, was now slowly creaking open, the heavy door grinding against itself. Beyond the opening stood Marquis Palacio, looking back at him. His expression was devoid of emotion, utterly indifferent. Ha! Seeing this, Selim Micardo let out a dry laugh, almost involuntarily. He's been hiding his true power all along. That's what it was. Even though it lasted less than a second, the mere act of witnessing it had left Selim Micardo's mana in disarray, and his hands trembling uncontrollably as he tried to cast his magic. And yet, he couldn't stop laughing. Even with the shadow of death looming so close, his laughter refused to cease. It was his unrelenting curiosity that kept him going. The same insatiable drive that had elevated him to become the master of the Blue Tower and an 8th-tier magician. Now, that very curiosity was captivated by the overwhelming magical knowledge that Marquis Palacio clearly possessed, knowledge that surely concealed power far greater than what Selim had just glimpsed. And so, Selim laughed. Watching this reaction, Alon, the Marquis, couldn't help but think, wait, is he actually enjoying this? In the middle of using his magic, Alon had thought, surely, as an 8th-tier magician, Selim Micardo wouldn't be fooled by something as superficial as this simple demonstration. Yet there he was, beaming radiantly, as though delighted beyond words. Alon found himself momentarily stunned by the unexpected sight. Having passed the second barrier, Alon finally stepped into the inner chamber of the hermit's hideout. The interior was underwhelmingly lit, resembling the simple interior of a rustic, fantasy-style dwelling nestled within a cave. But Alon hadn't come for the scenery. Without hesitation, he approached a desk tucked into the corner of the sanctuary. And there, he found what he sought. Got it. Unlike the dark bracelet he had obtained before, this time, the object was a bracelet painted pure whiteth white hand of the wanderer. Alon placed it carefully into his belongings, allowing himself a brief smile. Then, he noticed a piece of parchment on the desk, inscribed in an ancient language. Lowering his gaze, he read the text. To the half-hearted magician who refused to compromise, who did not forget the forgotten words I leave behind my legacy. Alon paused. The phrasing struck him as familiar. It was nearly identical to what he had encountered when acquiring the egg of the shadow dragon. After staring at the parchment for a while, Alon shrugged and set it back down. As he turned, his gaze fell upon Selim Micardo, who was still smiling brightly, almost uncomfortably so. Slightly unnerved, Alon addressed him. I've taken everything I needed. If there's anything you want, Master of the Blue Tower, feel free to take it. In truth, there was little of magical value left behind. No books or texts on magic were anywhere to be seen. Is that so? Then graciously accept, Selim replied, walking toward the desk Alon had just vacated. There, he noticed the parchment Alon had briefly inspected. Picking it up, Selim realized it was written in an ancient language he couldn't read. Without a word, he quietly tucked it away. Under normal circumstances, he might have asked Alon about it. However, Selim interpreted the Marquis' act of leaving it behind as a subtle message, perhaps a silent request to let the matter rest. He likely wants me to keep this to myself. Believing that questioning Alon would yield no answers, Selim decided to take the parchment to the Master of the Red Tower, who was known for his expertise in deciphering ancient texts. Selim's thoughts drifted. Despite the parchment's content, what he truly wanted was to converse with Alon about magic. His curiosity was not something that could simply be stifled, and so need to find a way to get closer to him. As Selim pondered how to bridge the gap, an idea struck him. Ah, Penia. Remembering his disciple, Selim suddenly understood why the arrogant Penia had been so enamored with Marquis Palacio. It didn't take long for him to devise a plan. Rather than remaining strangers, wouldn't it be easier to get closer to him if he were my disciple's husband? Whether he was prioritizing his disciple or his own insatiable curiosity was unclear. But one thing was certain, I'll make sure this works. Filled with determination, Selim looked at Alon with an intensity that could almost be described as fiery. Why do I feel uneasy? Seeing Selim's expression shift into something oddly determined, his laughter, now bordering on unsettling Alon, couldn't shake the sense of foreboding. Something strange was brewing, and Alon could feel it. Chapter 106. Before the night deepened, Alon returned to the camp with Selim Micardo, who no longer had a reason to continue his research after the hermit's hideout opened. Are you asking about how to ascend to the next rank? That's correct. I assumed there would be some information about that there. As they conversed on their way back to the camp, Alon contemplated Selim's response. There probably isn't anything beyond the 8th rank. According to Alon's understanding of the psychedelia system, a mage capable of using origin magic would reach the pinnacle at the 8th rank. I see. Indeed. Although it wasn't as significant as I expected once we got there, it wasn't a waste. I gained plenty by studying the magic circle at the gateway. Alon quietly nodded at Selim's cheerful laughter. He didn't want to dampen Selim's enthusiasm for exploring magic to ascend further, even though he found it unnecessary. Then again, just because the system doesn't mention anything beyond the 8th rank doesn't mean the 9th rank couldn't exist. The thought crossed his mind. Speaking of which, what happened to Selim Micardo in the original story? Selim Micardo had never appeared in the original work Alon remembered. Even during conversations with the hysterical Penia in the original story, topics related to the Tower Lord were never mentioned. Did I forget? It's been so long, and my memory might be getting fuzzy unless I check my notebook. Alon recalled the notebook he had kept, jotting down useful knowledge about this world in his spare time to prevent forgetting crucial details. Still, I am certain Selim didn't appear in the original psychedelia story. His certainty grew as he replayed every relevant moment in his memory. By the way, may I ask you something? What is it? When Selim cautiously inquired about how Alon had found the true key for the second gateway, Alon firmly refused to answer. I'm afraid I can't share that. In the mage community, it was considered impolite to ask about magic developed by someone else outside the established magic hierarchy. Alon used this etiquette to confidently decline. Not that it matters. My magic is mostly flashy tricks without any substance. As Alon pondered why his little white lie had worked, Selim continued to smile. Haha, apologies, I was just too curious. It's fine. Well, perhaps if we grow closer, you might share the basics with me someday. Selim laughed heartily, and Alon briefly puzzled over the word closer. Well then, I should get going. Are you leaving? Yes, I have a lot to do. Even 2 bodies wouldn't be enough. Selim excused himself as soon as they arrived at the camp, which relieved Alon. Being around Selim had an inexplicably uncomfortable air. See you next time? Sure. Alon gave a casual reply to Selim's polite farewell and watched him vanish into the distance. Hugh, he let out a heavy sigh. That's the second task done. As he walked toward the inn, Alon reviewed his next steps. Now only the final task remains. To prepare for the forgotten one, he reflected on the main reason he had come to the jungle. A presence more than an item was essential to his plans. Everything's ready. With that thought, he fiddled with the ring he had received from Heinkel and returned to the inn. You've returned, my lord. Deus? Yes, I am back. The moment Alon entered, Deus greeted him with a respectful bow. Another figure, however, eyed Alon with a mix of disdain and irritation. So Ure the Marquis? The man, tall and menacing, stood out. Alon immediately recognized him. Reinhardt, who was meant to be Caliban's greatest swordsman, had finally appeared. Huge. I knew he was tall, but he's definitely over 2 meters. Without realizing it, Alon tilted his head back to look up at Reinhardt. Even with Alon's own considerable height, Reinhardt's towering presence was imposing. The rough and intimidating face of the man contrasted sharply with the noble-sounding name Reinhardt, amplifying the tension in the air. Adding to the overall disarray, Reinhardt's clothes had been reduced to near rags after spending an extended period in the jungle before Deus found him. In his current state, Reinhardt resembled nothing more than a bandit, no more, no less. In psychedelia, even with his rough features, he had a clean, noble appearance that fit the image of a dignified knight. As Alon found himself staring at the stark contrast between the Reinhardt he knew and the one before him, Reinhardt frowned and spoke. What are you staring at? Since I introduced myself, you should, but before he could finish, a loud smack interrupted him, forcing his head to jerk forward. Mind your manners, Deus interjected. You bastard. Reinhardt growled, glaring fiercely at Deus after being struck. Deus, however, remained calm and repeated, mind your manners. It's not me who's rude. Don't you have eyes? He's the one who weren't you the one who first spoke disrespectfully? I am allowed to. No, Ure not. Yes, I am. You may, but only if you can defeat me. GRRKDS words struck a nerve. When he mentioned an apparent agreement between the two, something Alon wasn't aware of, Reinhardt let out a guttural yell of frustration. Fine. I apologize for my rudeness, Marquis Palacio, Reinhardt said with no sincerity, his voice laced with irritation. It's fine, Alon replied nonchalantly. Reinhardt, displeased by the indifferent response, grumbled as he sat down, leaving Alon with a strange sense of unease. He was supposed to be a reckless character who'd never bow his head to anyone. Seeing him like this feels awkward. Alon briefly shrugged off the memory of the promise Deus had casually mentioned earlier before shifting the conversation. Let's save the discussion for later and rest for today. That night, despite the persistent, sticky humidity, Alon managed to fall asleep quickly, as though he had grown accustomed to the discomfort. The following day, a light drizzle greeted Alon as he looked outside the inn. Soon, Deus shared some background on Reinhardt. He came to the jungle to train? Yes. He mentioned spending time in the Selvanus region and the Northern Zone. The Northern Zone? That's correct. It was unusual. The Selvanus region was not a place one would choose for training, as it was rife with powerful mutated creatures. While a newly minted sword master, like the prodigiously talented Filion, might survive, it would still be an arduous experience. Training in a place like that, it's possible because it's Reinhardt, but even so, the Northern Zone seems extreme. The Northern Zone, also known as the territory of the 100 Ghosts, was a place even Deus would struggle with. The mutated creatures there were only slightly stronger than those in Selvanus, but the real problem lay elsewhere, the subordinates of the 100 Ghosts. From what I've heard, though, he didn't seem to spend much time in the Northern Zone. Really? Yes, it seems he spent most of his time in the Selvanus region. Nodding at the timely explanation, Alon couldn't help but marvel at Reinhardt's strength. Yet his gaze drifted back to Deus. And Deus defeated someone like Reinhardt. Is something wrong, Marquis? Deus asked, noticing Alon's lingering stare. Contemplating his response, Alon eventually spoke calmly. It's good to see. The sentiment carried a sense of paternal pride, as if watching a son achieve greatness. But saying so outright felt awkward, so Alon chose his words carefully. Is that so? Yes, Yurei doing well. Understood. Deus, perhaps feeling some sense of pride at Alon's words, displayed a rare, slightly smug expression. After some time passed in conversation, they finished a simple breakfast with Evan and Reinhardt, who had also joined them on the first floor. Then Alon broached an important question. Deus, are you heading back now? I am. Will you not return with me, my lord? I have somewhere else I need to stop by. Then I'll accompany you. Haven't you accomplished your purpose? Shouldn't you be heading back? A few more days won't hurt. In truth, I was going to ask you to join me if you didn't mind. Thank you for offering. It's no problem. Dia's straightforward response prompted Reinhardt to interject. So am I supposed to wait here? Come along, why should I do that? Reinhardt retorted sharply, his tone defiant, so you don't run off again. What, me? That's absurd. Did you think I wouldn't figure out you fled to the jungle to avoid calling me brother? Reinhardt clamped his mouth shut at Dia's pointed accusation. His reason for escaping to the jungle on Alon hadn't cared to no laid bare. Witnessing the spectacle, Alon, who had been quietly enjoying the rare scene, cleared his throat. Evan, watching alongside him, leaned closer to ask softly, so where are we going? To the Thunder Serpent Tribe. The Thunder Serpent Tribe. Wait, you mean the one in the east? Yes. At Alon's confirmation, Reinhardt frowned deeply. What? You're heading there? Marquis Palacio, do you even know what that place is like? Of course. The Thunder Serpent Tribe's territory lay in the eastern zone, one of 3 areas the jungle camp had mapped. It remained the least developed region because of the tribe's strict policy of rejecting outsiders. You're aware they're there and still intend to go? Yes. Reinhardt couldn't hide his disbelief, which earned him another smack. Ow, you bastard. Mind your manners, do you have a death wish? If you'd like to see who dies first, be my guest. Reinhardt erupted in anger after being struck again by Deus, but Alon remained composed as he watched the scene. If he knows about the Thunder Serpent Tribe, that reaction is expected. In the game and its lore, the Thunder Serpent Tribe was an exceptionally challenging foe. Each member of the tribe was at least as strong as a knight, and their combat efficiency doubled in the jungle. Adding to the difficulty was their mastery of curses. From the moment one became hostile to the Thunder Serpent Tribe, over 10 different debuffs would start afflicting the intruder, persisting until they left the eastern zone. Even so, Alon wasn't overly concerned Reinhardt and Deus were by his side. Still, there was one reason for caution. The Thunder Serpent Tribe had an absolute being they revered, a godlike presence, and that being was Alon's target. With that in mind, Alon stood up. Since we're done here, let's head out, to meet the Thunder Serpent Tribe. By the time the rain had stopped, Alon's party began their journey toward the eastern Zonia region, avoided by even the most daring explorers and mercenaries. About an hour or two after entering the zone, Reinhardt glanced ahead at Marquis Palacio with faint irritation. Truthfully, Reinhardt didn't like the Marquis. Not because Alon had wronged him directly, but because Reinhardt often suffered incidental collateral damage because of him. What's so great about him that Deus gives those long-winded speeches during meetings? Reinhardt couldn't understand why Deus always spoke so highly of Alon, almost as if it were second nature. Sure, he had heard through the nights about Alon's significant contributions during the Northern Campaign years ago, but surely that story had been milked long enough. The Alon he saw in person didn't seem particularly extraordinary, contrary to the tales. If it weren't for the knights who endlessly praised the Marquis after their northern expedition, Reinhardt would have assumed the rumors were exaggerated. Already annoyed at being dragged out here instead of returning to Caliban, Reinhardt was grumbling to himself when he suddenly drew his sword. They appeared, draped in white animal pelts and wearing masks made of animal bones. A group of unknown individuals emerged like mirages in their path. Reinhardt frowned deeply as he took in the sight. We've already fallen victim to their curses. He could feel his senses dulling as if submerged in water. Be warned, outsiders. This is the land of the Blue Serpent. Leave. The one speaking wore a mask adorned with 4 horns, and their guttural growl carried an undeniable weight of authority. Reinhardt, unable to stop himself, let out a low whistle of admiration. Not a sword master, but close. To think someone without formal martial arts training could reach this level. Fascinated by the unexpected prowess of the masked figure, Reinhardt's observation was short-lived. We've come to meet your chieftain. You dare ignore my warning. What Reinhardt Sauer rather was forced to see was a breathtaking display. The moment Marquis Palacio finished speaking, a tribe member lunged forward, their long single-edged blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Crack! In an instant, everything froze, not just the blade. Around Marquis Palacio, the world began to crystallize with frost, as if nature itself was recoiling from his presence. The drizzle turned to ice. The surrounding plants shimmered with frost. Even the blade that had been thrust forward froze solid. And then, the hand that held the blade followed, encased in a glistening shell of ice. Everything froze. Reinhardt, stunned by the spectacle, could only watch as his pupils widened uncontrollably. But it wasn't just the frozen surroundings that rattled him, it was what he saw behind Alon. Two eyes glimmered in the void behind the marquee. They radiated an ominous presence, one that seemed to deny even the concept of recognition itself. The sensation clawed at Reinhardt's mind, gnawing at his sanity in an instant. Yet, what truly shocked Reinhardt wasn't even that. It was the figure before him. Alon, his fur-lined coat billowing, and the two glowing eyes hovering ominously behind him. The image was hauntingly familiar. Somewhere deep within Reinhardt's subconscious, it struck a chord, a scene he couldn't place, but which felt seared into his memory. Compelled by instinct, Reinhardt frantically searched his mind for the source of this familiarity. And then it came to him. A year ago, when Reinhardt had ventured boldly into a place of whispered rumorsonly to flee in utter defeat. A single attack had shattered his sword mercilessly, leaving him with a crushing sense of failure greater than anything even Deus had inflicted. The statue, yes, it was the statue. Behind the 100 ghosts, seated upon a massive boulder, was a towering sculpture carved into the face of a sheer cliff. And now, the image of that statue and the figure of Marquis Palacio standing before him were eerily, hauntingly identical. Chapter 107, Duke Comelon's office. Failure, you say? And Marquis Palacio took the dragon spirit's egg? Yes. At the dark elf's calm nod, Duke Comelon let out a dry chuckle. Marquis Palacio, what on earth was he doing where the dragon spirit's egg was kept? I couldn't determine the exact reason, but it seems he came at someone's request. A request? By whom? The Duke's question was met with silence from the dark elf. Realizing the lack of information, Duke Comelon sighed in frustration. Marquis Palacio, of all people, after pondering for a moment, he set down the fountain pen he had been holding and spoke again. What about the other preparations? Everything else is proceeding step by step, excluding the dragon spirit's egg. It shouldn't take long. The test subjects are progressing as expected. Hearing this, the Duke exhaled deeply. Ensure everything is prepared properly. Yes. And as for Marquis Palacio, the Duke fell silent once more. Shall we retrieve the dragon spirit's egg? The dark elf cautiously posed the question, but the Duke shook his head. No. Now that the awakening has failed, the dragon spirit's egg is no longer necessary for the plan. What should we do, then? Send the test subjects. The test subjects, you mean? Yes. They're no longer needed anyway, so dispose of them. If we can assess the Marquis capabilities in the process, all the better. Understood. Send them with a convincing message. As the dark elf bowed and disappeared, Duke Comelon watched silently, his expression perplexed. How in the world did he manage to take the dragon spirit's egg? Unable to comprehend, his face reflected his confusion. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the ripples of unease stirring within him. At this pivotal moment, as the greater cause drew closer, he needed to remain composed. For that reason alone, all for the greater cause. He silently recited the phrase he had repeated to himself thousands of times. Was it a misunderstanding? Reinhardt was aware. He understood that he might have been mistaken. No, he was acutely aware that it was overwhelmingly likely to be either a misunderstanding or sheer coincidence. Because logically, it made no sense. The back of Marquis Palacio, who resided in the kingdom of Asteria, couldn't possibly resemble the massive statue he had seen within the domain of the 100 ghosts. Surely, that must be it. Even as he acknowledged that it was illogical and likely a coincidence, he couldn't stop himself from superimposing the figure before him onto the image etched into his memory. The flowing black coat and the two Ison black, one blue, it was all too identical. The vivid memory of that moment was only heightened by the sheer terror of impending death he had faced at the time, engraving the sight of the 100 ghosts and the statue behind them indelibly into his mind. Lost in his daze, Reinhardt stared blankly at the figure before him until exterminate the intruder. The sudden cry from the Thunder Serpent tribe jolted him back to his senses. He raised his sword, infusing it with magic. But then, he immediately stopped his actions. The Thunder Serpent warriors, who had seemed ready to charge with weapons drawn, now stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. And at that moment, Reinhardt saw it. The threads of Zon spread throughout the forest. Though invisible to ordinary eyes, those with magical perception could see the threads spreading like spiderwebs across the entire area, entangling every member of the tribe. The only one resisting was Dammit, the man who had been pointing his sword at Marquis Palacio. Unfortunately, even he was completely immobilized. Unlike the others, whose limbs were simply bound by the threads, the man standing directly before Alon was practically mummified in Zon threads, leaving only his face exposed. To what extent? The threads tightened with such precision that, in an instant, the man could have been reduced to nothing more than a lump of flesh. And Diaz's expression, as he gazed at the man who dared to point a sword at the Marquis, was so cold it bordered on icy and unmistakable chill that anyone could perceive. It's not Caliban's sword but Marquis Palacio's own, it seems. Reinhardt, reflecting on the thought, watched as the fight ended almost too quickly, leaving him with a faint sense of deflation. I couldn't even fully grasp it, just how strong is that guy becoming? As Reinhardt wrestled with a pang of jealousy toward Deus, who had once again taken a step forward in strength, during the time Reinhardt wasn't watching, Alon's eyes fell on a struggling member of the Thunder Serpent tribe, masked and twisting their body in resistance. It was the right choice to bring Deus, though Alon let out a small sigh as he noticed the particularly bright, vivid threads of Zon shining in the air. Of course, he could have subdued the tribal member himself with the biting cold he momentarily unleashed, making conversation possible. Still, Diaz's presence had undoubtedly made things much easier. Even so, a flicker of unease surfaced in Alon's mind. The reason? These vibrant threads of Zon, demonstrated for the first time by Deus in Alon's presence, bore a striking resemblance to the technique Deus had used during his awakening into Sinif, only the color of the threads were different. No, that can't be. Turning slightly, Alon cast a glance back at Deus. "Shall I kill them, Marquis?" Deus asked in his usual calm, detached tone. No. As Alon answered, he couldn't decide whether to feel reassured or more uneasy. This power could just as easily be the innate ability of a sword master, not something tied to his awakening into one of the 5 great sins. Still shaking off the thought, Alon turned his attention to the subdued tribesmen, his brow furrowed slightly. Normally, they wouldn't gather like this so quickly after an outsider's intrusion. What's going on here? Surveying the dozens of Thunder Serpent tribe members surrounding him, Alon tilted his head in mild confusion before shrugging. Looks like we'll need to have a conversation. Watching the tribal member growl in a voice more beastly than human, Alon sighed. "I'll come to the shallow place below the sky. Welcome the dawn with joy, as I will greet it with you." At Alon's sudden proclamation, Evan, Deus, and Reinhardt exchanged puzzled looks. However, the slightly poetic, lengthy phrase seemed to strike a nerve. The once growling tribesmen froze, their eyes behind the mask reflecting astonishment. Noticing this change, Alon pressed further. "How about it? Isn't this enough to grant me an audience with your chieftain?" Alon himself had no idea what his words meant, but he had uttered them with such confidence because he vividly remembered encountering the Thunder Serpent tribe in the game. There had been a quest involving the tribe, and an NPC had used the exact phrase to gain entry without conflict. Confident yet cautious, Alon watched the tribesmen. How do you know those words?" The tribesmen murmured in disbelief, but ultimately relented. "Follow me." Satisfied, Alon allowed a faint smile to surface. Entering the Thunder Serpent tribe's village, the first thing Alon felt upon entering the village was its sheer mystique. Though he had seen its illustrations countless times, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. The Thunder Serpent tribe's village had been built atop crumbled ruins. Alon scanned his surroundings. Homes, resembling those of elves, were constructed inside trees, while others were built from restored ruins. Members of the Thunder Serpent tribe, emerging from these structures, stared at Alon's group with wary, distrustful eyes. As the group proceeded through the village under the tribe's scrutinizing gazes, they arrived at the center, where a massive temple stood. Alon marveled at the temple's grandeur, which felt more like a harmonious part of nature than a separate structure. A tribesman with 4 horns gestured toward the temple and said, "Follow me." Entering the temple, the group soon arrived at a large tent inside. Within, they found an elderly man clad in white fur, much like the other tribesmen. He's different from the chieftain I remember from the game, Alon thought as he observed the elder. Despite the wrinkles around his eyes, the elder's gaze was sharp and intelligent as he looked at Alon. I've heard you wish to see me, the elder said. Is that true? At the elder's words addressing him as a distinguished guest, Alon momentarily looked puzzled. Then, it dawned on him it must have been because of the phrase he had uttered earlier. That's right. That NPC was also treated as a distinguished guest. Recalling the young girl NPC who had joined him in the jungle, only to part ways as soon as the mission ended, Alon nodded slightly to himself. Yes, that's correct, he said. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am the one who leads the Thunder Serpent tribe, known as the Wise Ashgal, the elder said. I am Marquis Palatio, Alon responded. As the elder politely bowed his head, Alon mirrored the gesture and introduced himself in turn. Show your respect as well, Ashgal commanded. At his words, the tribesman who had been wearing the four-horned mask earlier removed it. A woman. Alon was secretly surprised. He had assumed the tribesman was a man, but it turned out to be a young woman with a youthful appearance. And not just anyone Swift Seacle. I am Swift Seacle, she introduced herself. Realization struck Alon. She was destined to become the future chieftain of the Thunder Serpent tribe. With this newfound understanding, he looked at her with a fresh perspective. And so, Ashgal continued, may I ask what has brought you to seek me out? At the elder's question, Alon began to deliberate on how to explain his intentions. He remained silent for a moment, lost in thought, but soon, with a small nod, he seemed to resolve himself. The reason I have come to the Thunder Serpent tribe, he began, looking directly at the wise Ashgal, is to subjugate the god you revere, Basilira the Receiver. At this shocking revelation, everyone's mouths fell open in stunned disbelief. Chapter 108 at Alon's words, everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. Even wise Ashgal, with wrinkles folding over his eyes, was stunned. So was the Swift Seacle, who still looked at Alon with cautious wariness. Even Evan, who had been curiously examining one of the giant monster masks in the corner of the tent, froze. Reinhardt, who had been casually surveying the surroundings with disinterest like Evan, was no exception. All of them were left gaping. The words that had just come out of Alon's mouth were utterly incomprehensible to anyone present. Among them, Reinhardt in particular, stared at him with an expression that screamed, what in the world did he just say? Though Reinhardt currently looked unkempt, having spent long stretches training in the jungle and moving between camps, he still recognized the being Alon had spoken of. The receiver, Basilira. A savage and massive serpent, it was both the ruler of the eastern region and the deity worshipped by the Thunder Serpent tribe. Many expedition teams avoided conflict with the Thunder Serpent tribe precisely because Basilira stood behind them. Yet here was Marquis Palatio, boldly declaring his intention to subjugate Basilira in front of the very tribe that revered it as their god. Is he out of his mind? Reinhardt thought, staring at Alon with a genuine sense of disbelief. Of course, he already knew Alon wasn't ordinary. He had heard the rumors and witnessed some of Alon's extraordinary feats firsthand. But no matter how extraordinary, the idea of subjugating Basilira felt like the height of absurdity to something beyond mere arrogance. That monster? Reinhardt recalled the one time he had seen Basilira. Its massive tail had casually swiped through the jungle, snapping dozens of trees like twigs. Its enormous body towered over the treetops, leaving an impression so indelible that Reinhardt could never forget it. And yet, as Reinhardt stared incredulously at Deus, who stood beside Marquis Palatio, calmly nodding in agreement, his disbelief deepened. What did you just say? For the first time, wise Ashgal frowned, abandoning his usual calm demeanor. Those are words, no matter how esteemed you may be, that cannot be taken lightly, Ashgal said, his voice tinged with undisguised hostility. But Alon was unfazed. He had already anticipated this reaction. Alon spoke the words he had prepared in advance. Then will you keep living like this? What are you trying to say? Ashgal asked. I am asking if you will continue offering your people to that god, Alon said bluntly. How do you know about that? Ashgal's shocked expression gave him away, a silent admission of the truth. But Alon didn't pause, continuing his argument. Remember this, Ashgal. The god you worship will never stop demanding human sacrifice, not until the Thunder Serpent tribe is utterly destroyed. And how can you be so sure of that? Ashgal challenged. Without hesitation, Alon replied, there's no need for certainty. You already know, don't you? You know it won't stop. Alon's next words were even sharper. If the Thunder Serpent tribe aids me, I'll get rid of it for you. Ashkel fell silent, unable to respond. Alon said no more, not because he had nothing to add, but because there was no need to. His purpose here was twofold: to force the Thunder Serpent tribe's chief to confront a truth they had long ignored and to offer them a chance for change. After a moment of tense silence, Ashkel finally spoke. "Will you give me a day to consider this?" "I'll wait," Alon replied. And with that, their first meeting ended, leaving the promise of tomorrow hanging in the air. As Alon left the tent with his companions, he glanced back momentarily to see Siakal's pupils trembling uncontrollably. Without further hesitation, they exited the shrine. Shortly afterward, "Marquis, what's on your mind? Are you really planning to capture that so-called god?" Upon returning to the lodging assigned to them by the Thunder Serpent tribe, Evan immediately asked the question. Alon nodded calmly. "Yes. Wait, you're serious?" "I am. Sometimes I really don't understand you, Marquis. But are you sure you don't need to explain yourself more? Judging by their reaction, they didn't seem particularly pleased with what you said." Alon responded nonchalantly. "They'll likely accept. And why is that? Because they probably don't want to keep offering human sacrifices anymore." Evan clicked his tongue in frustration. "As I thought, that's what this is all about." "Exactly. But still, do you really think they'll easily go along with your plan? Sure, it's a barbaric practice, but for tribes where human sacrifice is ingrained in their culture, they might not even realize it's wrong." Evan wasn't entirely wrong. Human sacrifice was seen as an unspeakable act in any place governed by basic moral principles. However, in isolated tribes like the Thunder Serpent tribe, whose interaction with the outside world was minimal, it was plausible they lacked the moral framework to question the practice. Still, Evan was mistaken about one thing. The Thunder Serpent tribe wasn't originally a tribe that offered human sacrifices. They're being forced into it. Forced? Though Alon didn't know every detail about them, he was certain of two things. First, the Thunder Serpent tribe had not practiced human sacrifice in the past. Second, the one enforcing the sacrifices was none other than their supposed guardian, Basilira. "Wait, then why wouldn't they accept your proposal?" Evan looked puzzled. Alon didn't answer right away, but Reinhardt did. "Obviously, they're afraid of what will happen if they fail. Isn't it easy to imagine? If the tribe really is being forced into sacrifices, they're probably doing it to avoid being annihilated. That makes sense, but wouldn't it be better for them to just escape to a place where Basilira doesn't exist? They clearly can't escape. There's something stopping them, which is why they're enduring this humiliation," Reinhardt replied. Alon gave Reinhardt a long look, impressed. Despite his rough, bandit-like appearance, Reinhardt had accurately deduced the situation. "Correct. The Thunder Serpent tribe cannot leave this place. To be more precise, they're trapped here. Basilira is keeping them under surveillance, ensuring they can't escape." "Oh." Evan let out a small exclamation of admiration. Briefly puffing up at Dia's gaze of approval, Reinhardt then frowned as if something had occurred to him. "Wait a second. Why do you all look so surprised? Is it that shocking that I figured this out?" "Well, because your brain works faster than your looks suggest," Deus quipped. "Oh, that's Kaffa." Evan nodded enthusiastically, only to clear his throat awkwardly when he noticed Reinhardt glaring at him. Quickly changing the subject, Evan asked, Anyway, why won't Basilira let the tribe leave?" The urgency in his tone drew Alon's attention. Because of their faith, most likely, Alon thought. Basilira relied on the Thunder Serpent tribe's faith as a source of power, fully aware of how much it strengthened him. To Basilira, the tribe wasn't just a protectorate, it was a precious supply of faith. The problem, however, was that Basilira had realized fear and human sacrifice could generate even more faith than protection ever could. And surely, the chieftain knows that truth as well. Alon recalled the bitterness in Siakal's voice during the game as she recounted the truth about the human sacrifices, a secret passed down from the previous chieftain. "I don't know the exact reasons myself," Alon said, evading further explanation. "The full story would take too long to share. Anyway, let's wait and see." With those words, he took his seat. 3 hours later. Is it really truly possible to capture Basilira? Alon looked at Siakal, who had returned much sooner than expected. He had anticipated that it would take a day or two for the tribe to hold a meeting and reach a decision, but Siakal came to him in just 3 hours. "Yes," Alon replied calmly with a nod. "My younger sister is the next sacrifice." It didn't take long for Alon to understand why the decision had come so quickly, so that's why the meeting ended so fast. "Yes. If we act now, we can still save my sister." It couldn't have been easy to convince the others. The chieftain and I agreed to take full responsibility. Alan paused for a moment, considering the risk she and the chieftain were taking. Could she truly shoulder the consequences if they failed? He quickly dismissed the thought and nodded. Given Basilira's nature, the Thunder Serpent tribe was too valuable for the entity to simply annihilate. Their lives alone hers and the chieftain's might suffice as compensation. But for Alan, failure was never an option. Then let's discuss what needs to be done. Alan began explaining the steps to Siakal, whose expression was resolute. Janira, the younger sister of Siakal, the Thunder Serpent tribe's strongest warrior. She had just turned 16 and was set to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony, earning her tribal name alongside others her age. But now she stood alone atop the temple roof, gazing at the rain as it fell in heavy drops. Dark clouds, streaked with shades of gray, deepened as twilight approached. Janira glanced down at her hands. In her palm was an apple. It was her last meal, a gift from her sister, whom she loved dearly. The apple had been handed to her by Siakal, who, for the first time, had shed tears while pressing it into her hands. Janira stared blankly at the once vivid red apple, now dulled like the gray sky above. Siakal had told her to eat it, but Janira hadn't. No, she couldn't. Despite her hunger, despite her love for apples, she couldn't bring herself to eat it. The moment she bit into it, she felt, would mark the end. Eating it would mean being alone. The fear of that final moment kept her from taking even a single bite. She knew this was her last meal. It's pointless. Janira wasn't ignorant. She knew that holding on to the apple wouldn't keep her sister by her side. She knew the inevitable end wouldn't be stopped. She wanted to run. A sudden, overwhelming impulse flashed through her mind, but her body didn't move. Running would only make her sister the next sacrifice. She understood that too well. So she stood still, watching the gray sky darken further into night. Until, coo-goo-goo-goo, she saw it, something enormous gliding toward her. The great god she worshipped. The god she never wished to face. Death had come for her. Smashing through the trees with its sheer size, the massive Serpentno, the receiver, Basilira slithered effortlessly around the colossal altar. Its enormous eyes locked onto her. The reptilian pupil, larger than her entire body, bore into her. Fear overtook her. Her body trembled uncontrollably. The apple slipped from her hands, landing in the rain-soaked ground. Her mind screamed for survival. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. The thought repeated endlessly, burning in her mind. But deep down, she knew. No matter how much she begged or cried, no one was coming to save her. Her death had already been decided. And so, all she could do was silently weep as she stood there, frozen in terror. The receiver, who seemed to savor her fear, opened its gargantuan jaws large enough to swallow a house in one bitito devour her. But then Arctic freeze. A voice rang out. Crack, 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 everything atop the altar froze solid. The ground, the rainwater pooling on the floor. Even the apple Janira had dropped. The rain falling from the sky froze, every drop suspended in ice. And then from the edge of the altar, step a man walked forward, unfazed, his expression indifferent as the frozen rain brushed against him. In one hand, he carried a swirl of grayish-white magic. Floating beside him was a rectangular mass of iron, roughly half his size. As he ascended the stairs, he muttered something under his breath too quiet for anyone to hear. But immediately after CRAACK, the rectangular iron mass twisted unnaturally, reshaping itself into a massive spear. The god, the receiver, Basilira, instinctively felt threatened. It tried to close its gaping jaws, but its mouth wouldn't close. Within the cavernous, ash-gray expanse of its maw, bright violet threads crisscrossed wildly, forcibly holding the god's mouth wide open. The moment it realized this, Basilira's massive body, coiled around the altar, began to convulse. Rumble! With just one twist of its colossal frame, the entire altar shook as though an earthquake had struck. Yet the man remained undeterred. He calmly climbed the remaining steps and passed by Janira, who stood frozen in fear, before stopping in front of the god. With another quiet murmur, he raised his hand, forming a gesture like a gun with his index and middle fingers pointed forward. Pierce, he spoke the final word. Boom, a massive bolt of lightning struck. The iron spear shot forth, shattering through Basilira's upper jaw with an earth-shaking impact. And then, the god fell. Basilira, pierced and defeated, tumbled down the altar, its divine majesty shattered. And Janira, frozen where she stood, stared blankly at the man who had brought down such a god. Chapter 109, the sound of grotesque screams from a god. crushed and slammed into the ground, echoed madly through the forest. Yet, the man who had brought the deity low gazed upon the fallen being with an expression devoid of emotion. Janira, who had been staring blankly at him, met a man radiating something vast and divine, finally heard his voice. "Pull yourself together." She gasped, responding to the words of the Mano, Marquis Palacio. "Can you stand?" "Why, yes." "Then head down to the altar now. Your sister will be waiting for you." "But what about you?" she stammered. Without a word, he bent down and picked up the frozen apple she had dropped earlier, handing it back to her. "Naturally, I'll handle that and come down later," he replied curtly, shifting his gaze as if there was no more to say. "Janira, sister." Siakal, who had been waiting anxiously below the altar, rushed up at the sight of her sister. "Truly, thank you so much," Siakal exclaimed. "Take her down quickly," Marquis ordered. After Siakal hurriedly led her sister away, he turned his attention back to the colossal, thrashing form of the Basiliraith receiver. "Damn, I knew it was big, but this is ridiculously massive," he thought, clutching his wildly beating heart. If not for Deus, Janira and he might have both been devoured. But that thought lasted only a moment. Marquis pulled a potion of magic power from his belt and downed it in one gulp, his eyes fixed on the iron bars embedded in the roof of the creature's mouth. The ambush succeeded, so the first phase of the plan is complete. "The important part starts now," he mused, glancing downward toward the altar. The receiver Basilira bellowed in fury, its monstrous voice shaking the ground. The sound was so intense it seemed to pierce the body, as if icy raindrops were pelting every nerve. What are you?" A voice resonated in his minda-guttural yet intelligent tone belonging to Basilira, a being now both divine and sentient. Its rage was palpable, but beneath it lingered fear. A faint trace of the emotion threaded through the beast's furious voice. With a thunderous crash, the creature coiled itself around the altar once more, lunging upward with a force that shattered its edges. Its ascent was relentless, almost enough to make Alon feel a chill. But the effort was in vain. Before it could reach the top, violet threads had wrapped tightly around its massive form, dragging it back to the ground. "You think I'll just let you reach, Marquis?" Dia's voice rang out as he struck the creature's head, driving it back down. With a deafening crash, the thunder serpent god fell to the earth again. Reinhardt was sure of one thing. Marquis Palacio was utterly insane. Every word that came out of the man's mouth was the kind of madness no rational person could utter. Or so he thought until he saw it with his own eyes. Reinhardt stared at the distant scene, unable to close his gaping mouth. There, a godlike being, the colossal thunder serpent, was plummeting to the ground. A human bringing down a god, the sight was so awe-inspiring it sent shivers through even Reinhardt's jaded heart. "And yet that's Deus?" he muttered internally. It had been so long since he'd seen him. Deus had grown far stronger than Reinhardt could have imagined. With a thunderous impact, Reinhardt saw Deus get struck by the creature's massive tail, sent flying through the forest. Trees shattered in his wake as he crashed through the terrain. As if struck by a colossal spell, a cloud of dust rose noisily despite the rain, hinting at the sheer force of the attack. Even for a sword master, such a blow would be impossible to endure unscathed. In fact, it was an attack of such magnitude that it could have been instantly fatal. Yet, Deus, standing before his eyes, appeared almost comically unharmed save for being coated in mud and dust. A unique ability, perhaps, Reinhardt mused, letting out a faint, hollow laugh as he pieced together what Deus had done. In that moment of divine attack, Deus had defended himself by cocooning his body in his signature threads, his unique ability absorbing the brunt of the assault. As Reinhardt realized this, Basiliraith receiver roared in fury and charged madly at Deus, its monstrous form wreaking havoc across the earth. Crash! The very act of its crawling across the ground unleashed a cacophony, as if heralding a natural disaster. The receiver lunged forward with its colossal body, attempting to crush Deus outright. But in the next instant, Deus stopped the oncoming calamity. Using his violet threads, he lashed them around nearby trees, weaving them into an impromptu shield. Wrapping his body in his threads, Deus blocked the creature's advance and drew his sword. With a swift slash, he redirected the path of the monstrous force. Thud! Basilira hurtled sideways, crashing into a massive cliff far from the altar. The impact sent chills down Reinhardt's spine. Just how much has he grown? Reinhardt couldn't suppress his amazement. He had believed himself to have grown considerably, yet the figure he had always aimed to surpass had ascended far beyond reach. When the receiver let out another ear-piercing scream and charged again, Reinhardt could only grimace. Despite the initial damage to its upper jaw from Marquis Palacio's first strike, Basilera had sustained little significant harm. Once more, it barreled forward not merely toward Deus, but directly at the altar. Deus prepared to block the onslaught again, but this time he seemed visibly strained. Tusk. Clicking his tongue, Reinhardt moved with a flash of speed, positioning himself directly in front of Deus. "I was saving this as a final move," he muttered under his breath, readying himself for the monstrous charge. He assumed his stance. Right foot forward, left foot back. His right hand gripped his sword's hilt, poised high, while his left hand steadied the blade. Click. The sound of his blade snapping free from its sheath rang out, and Reinhardt clenched his teeth as he poured strength into his right foot. Secret technique with an explosive burst of energy, Reinhardt slashed his sword downward, unleashing a move he de-honed in the depths of the jungle. Meteor sword. Boom! The ground itself buckled under the pressure of his blade, amplifying the gravity in the area by several dozen times. The earth shattered, the trees splintered, the stones cracked. Even the rain itself seemed to halt midair before being crushed by the overwhelming force. Under this immense gravitational pull, the massive receiver was slammed into the ground, its monstrous advance completely halted. "Everything's ready. Proceed according to plan," the voice of Marquis Palacio concluded, signaling the culmination of the battle. Alan observed the scene with a mix of awe and worry. "I didn't ask them to go this far from the start." Alan had anticipated Basilera climbing toward the altar, and his plan only accounted for Deus blocking the creature's charge once or twice. He had never imagined anyone could hold off such a catastrophic force beyond that. Yet Deus had done precisely that, fending off the attack of a beast that had fed on faith for ages, perhaps not a true god, but at least worthy of being called a guardian deity. What made this feat even more remarkable was Basilera's divine nature, which diminished damage from non-divine beings. Blocking such a creature was no small task. Thanks to Deus' efforts, Alan had completed all preparations with ease. Glancing around, he noticed Deus and Reinhardt had already retreated from the battlefield. With a sigh of relief, he muttered softly to himself. Few letting out a sigh, Alan gazed at Basilera, the receiver, as it charged toward the altar once more. Its enraged shrieks pierced the air, a wordless roar born of frustration after having its attacks thwarted repeatedly. The sheer ferocity of its charge embodied pure disaster. Yet, watching this calamity unfold, Alan calmly formed a series of hand seals. "One point," he intoned, his voice steady. The time Alan had spent stalling since his first strike against Basilera served three critical purposes. First, mana recovery. His severely limited mana reserves meant that even a single spell could nearly deplete him. He needed time to replenish his strength. Expansion, he muttered, moving to the second step. This phase involved severing the flow of faith directed at Basilera and stalling for the debuffs cast by the Thunder Serpent tribe to take full effect. While Basilera's vast reservoir of accumulated faith shielded it from significant harm, the tribe's ritualistic debuffs would undeniably tip the scales. Finally, vibration. The last step relied on his artifact, the Necklace of the Eye Eater, which identified Basilera's weaknesses. This final preparation complete, Alan turned his attention back to the colossal being as it began scaling the altar. Destruction. With that single word, Alan unleashed his spell upon the altar. Boom! The massive structure, already riddled with cracks, collapsed with an earth-shattering roar. Splash! From within, a surge of water burst forth, engulfing everything in its path. The deluge swept away the surrounding landscape and consumed half of Basilera's enormous body in its torrent. Despite the chaos unfolding, Alan remained composed. This was all part of the Plana scenario he had encountered countless times while navigating psychedelia. In the game, triggering a jungle flood required toppling one of the many rain altars, and now, reality mirrored that event. He looked down at the unfolding scene. Everything was ready. Basilera was now under the effects of the Thunder Serpent tribe's debuffs, half submerged in the floodwaters and impaled through its mouth by an enormous magically reforged Spira lightning rod created with the tribe's assistance. Only one task remained: deliver the final blow. "A ray of thunder," Alan murmured. At that moment, Deus and Reinhardt, who had taken refuge on a high point in the jungle safe from the flood, witnessed the scene unfold. Under the dim, ashen skies, a dazzling light erupted from Marquis Palacio standing at the heart of it all. The brilliance seemed to cleave the world in two. "What the hell?" Reinhardt cursed, his face etched with shock. Deus, filled with renewed awe, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, unable to look away. And then it happened. Behind Marquis, a pair of glowing eyes appeared as if etched into the fabric of reality itself. As the gray heavens parted, a radiant light descended, pure, blinding, and unrelenting, splitting the stormy skies with divine brilliance. Chapter 110, Alon exhausted every possible means to deliver a decisive blow to the receiver, Basilira. With that, there was nothing more he could do. He had already used up everything he prepared, leaving his mana core pitifully empty. And yet, despite it all, Basilira the receiver was still alive. The being twisted his body amidst the rubble of the collapsed altar, emitting a grotesque roar. Alon clicked his tongue in exasperation, though his expression remained impassive. Of course, Alon had never expected Basilira to go down easily. The faith bestowed upon him by the Thunder Serpent tribe had granted Basilira the stature of a guardian deity. If I didn't possess divinity myself, I wouldn't have even dared attempt this, Alon thought. The cornerstone of Alon's plan was one crucial factor. Alon himself possessed a rank. The attacks of those without a divine rank only inflicted diminished damage on gods. Therefore, Alon believed he could deal meaningful damage to Basilira despite his divine nature. Though he didn't fully understand why he himself had a divine rank, it didn't matter. This simple fact meant that he could harm Basilira and subdue him. As per Alon's plan, Basilira was defeated, though not killed, and now lay subdued. The real challenge begins now. Boom rumble. As the massive form of Basilira writhed madly in front of him, Alon carefully pulled out a ring from his inner pocket. It was the crimson, glowing ring he had received from the Archmage Heinkel. Without hesitation, Alon slid it onto his middle finger and turned his gaze toward Basilira. Basilira, receiver of power, you now have two choices. Kill me, destroy me, kill me, destroy me. Basilira thrashed violently, sending debris scattering around him. Yet Alon remained calm, continuing his words. Choice 1, become my servant. Choice 2, die here and now. What will it be? It was a composed inquiry, yet Basilira convulsed furiously in response. Ha, do you think I would ever lower myself to be your servant? Just because your rimbol denid be your becking, don't it think for a skund I would ever serve you more human? Ha, do you think I would ever lower myself to be your servant? Just because you're emboldened by your backing, do not think for a second I would ever serve a mere human. In that case, your only remaining choice is death. Doit, kill me. Do you think losing to a human would strip me off my honor? Don't make melef. Do it, kill me. Do you think losing to a human would strip me of my honor? Don't make me laugh. The negotiation broke down instantly, but that was of no consequence. In fact, this was precisely what Alon had hoped for. Well then, let me share something interesting. What nonsense are you spouting now? What nonsense are you spouting now? Your opinion doesn't actually matter much. Whether you refuse or agree their way, you will belong to me. With those words, Alon thrust the crimson ring forward as if he had been waiting for this moment. In accordance with the Great Pact of Calganias, I hereby claim dominion over the defeated. The words had scarcely left his lips when the ring erupted with a fierce crimson light. Wah, what is this? Wah, what is this? Basilira's massive body began to be sucked into the ring. Boom, crash, crack. As the colossal form of Basilira was gradually absorbed into the ring, the altar beneath him crumbled further into the abyss. A faint, satisfied smile appeared behind Alon's otherwise indifferent expression. Good, everything went as planned. The reason Alon had offered Basilira a choice was never to negotiate or grant him agency. It was solely to elicit a declaration of defeat. The Calgania's pact ring, gifted to Alon by Heinkel, had the power to enslave the defeated, binding them to the wearer as a servant akin to a familiar. Though, in truth, Alon had originally intended to use the ring to capture and enslave a young dragon in the region Heinkel had mentioned, not Basilira. This wasn't a game, so Alon had been searching for a familiar to place within the Calgania's pact ring. Upon learning that he possessed divinity himself, he ultimately chose Basilira as his target. Phew! Alon gazed at the ring, which had absorbed Basilira's massive body in mere seconds. The once plain crimson ring now bore the intricate design of a serpent. As Alon studied the newly engraved symbol, he allowed himself a small, nearly imperceptible smile of satisfaction. Few letting go of all tension, he lay back and relaxed. The one-sashen sky was now filled with countless stars. It's a success, he murmured, celebrating the completion of his plan. His body felt utterly drained, yet it wasn't an unpleasant sensation. 3 days had passed since Alan absorbed Basilira into the Kalgania's packed ring, turning him into a familiar. Truly, thank you so much. The chief of the Thunder Serpent tribe, wise Ashgal, bowed deeply in gratitude. Alan shook his head lightly. There's no need to thank me that much. I had my own goals to achieve. No, we must. Thanks to you, we, the Thunder Serpent tribe, have been freed from Basilira's grasp and have regained our freedom. Ashgal's wrinkled eyes crinkled with genuine joy. After a brief exchange of words, Alan spoke again. Then I'll stay for just one more day. However long you wish to remain, we of the Thunder Serpent tribe will do everything to ensure your comfort. Please, don't worry. Alan stepped outside, his thoughts turning inward. Truthfully, I'd prefer to leave this jungle immediately. Having subdued Basilira, Alan no longer had any reason to remain. However, he decided to stay one more day, primarily because of Reinhardt and Deus. More specifically, because of Reinhardt. He blocked Basilira's attack head-on, so it's only natural. Though Deus seemed fatigued, he wasn't severely hindered. Reinhardt, on the other hand, had been in a completely groggy state since the previous day. Perhaps he overused his abilities. As Alan was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. Hello. Looking up, he saw a young girl bowing deeply in front of him. Well, I am the girl awkwardly began to introduce herself, but Alan soon recognized who she was. Are you feeling better? Why, yes. You were caught in the rain quite a bit. At his question, the girl hesitated, unable to respond immediately. She's fine, answered another voice. It was her older sister, Siakal, who stepped forward from behind. Her face bore a bright smile, something unimaginable when they first met. She glanced affectionately at her younger sister before bowing deeply to Alan. Thank you so much. Didn't you already thank me yesterday? Alan recalled how Siakal had repeatedly bowed to him on their way back to the Thunder Serpent tribe. Even if I thanked you 100 times, it wouldn't be enough for what you've done for us. Thank you so much. Once again, she bowed deeply, leaving Alan slightly flustered. If you ever find yourself in trouble, please seek me out. I will do everything in my power to help you. I appreciate that. Oh, and tonight we're holding a feast. Please use it essentially in your honor. After delivering her message, Siakal guided her still flustered younger sister away. As they walked off, their happiness was evident. The sisters exchanged looks of pure joy, their faces radiant with contentment. Alan smiled inwardly. A deep sense of pride and fulfillment welled up within him. The trust Alan had gained from the Thunder Serpent tribe's chief gave him yet another potential advantage. Perhaps I can ask for a favor regarding that later, he mused as he returned to his temporary lodgings. The sky, which had been overcast since his arrival, was now clear, with the sun shining brightly. The experimental subjects created by Duke Comelin were formidable beings, each one powerful in its own right. This was no coincidence. The countless experiments conducted for the Duke's research on abyssal entities had produced these beings. Most of them save for a rare few like Carmine had once been renowned warriors in the allied kingdoms. Moreover, only those who had fully withstood the transformation into abyssal entities were deemed worthy of being called subjects by the Duke. In other words, these subjects were strong individuals who had fully absorbed the essence of abyssal power. Their strength was undeniable, and they knew it, but arrogance was a dangerous thing. Even as they arrived in the jungle on orders to assassinate Marquis Palacio, they refrained from attacking immediately, even after locating him in the Thunder Serpent tribe's territory. Instead, they hid themselves meticulously, waiting for the perfect moment Duke Comelin had deemed optimal for carrying out the assassination. That moment was supposed to come tonight, until things went horribly wrong. Experimental subject 1 coughed up blood, staring ahead in disbelief. The sight before him was incomprehensible. The mangled corpses of over 15 experimental subjects, beings as powerful as himself. What is this? Even as blood streamed from his abdomen, Subject 1's mind raced to make sense of the situation. But no matter how hard he tried to recall what had happened, only 2 scenes remained in his memory. The first was Subject 3's head inexplicably exploding the moment he declared they would proceed with the assassination that night. The second was the despair now spread before him, the sight of all the experimental subjects, himself included, slaughtered. As Subject 1 stood there, dazed and bleeding, his eyes caught a figure walking calmly through the blood-soaked battlefield. A girl with a long horn protruding from her forehead and a confident smirk on her lips. Having single-handedly annihilated the experimental subjects, the girl glanced briefly at the stunned man as if appraising him. Then, with a complete lack of interest, she kicked his face with brutal force. Splat. A spray of blood accompanied the destruction of his head, which fell unceremoniously to the ground. The girl, seemingly finished with her work, turned and began to walk away. A man appeared beside her as she left. "Boss, why did you bother stepping in yourself? You could have just sent the underlings to handle this." The man, whose blue skin glowed faintly under the moonlight, was twice the size of the dark-haired girl. His question lingered as they walked. The girl responded curtly, "Just felt like it." "Just felt like it?" "Yeah." The blue-skinned man turned his gaze toward the Thunder Serpent tribe's village, more specifically to the banquet taking place among its people. His eyes locked on one particular individual. "Boss, what? Can I ask you something? What is it? What's so special about that human that you'd step in personally and even dirty your hands?" His voice carried frustration, and his brow furrowed deeply as he struggled to understand. The girl hummed thoughtfully, as though carefully choosing her words. After a moment of deliberation, she spoke. "Oh." Drawing out the sound, she finally answered, "It's that. Yeah, that. What is that?" "Justification." "Pardon?" The girl, "No." The Queen of the 100 Demon smiled wickedly as her eerie eyes gleamed faintly. "That human is my one and only justification." Her smile deepened, her gaze filled with a mischievous delight, as though everything about this was immensely entertaining. Chapter 111, the banquet that began at night, turned out to be much better than Alon had imagined. Set between ancient ruins and a massive tree under the starlit sky and the Milky Way, the banquet exuded a charm that needed no embellishment. First, the food was delicious. And second, the food was absolutely delicious. "It's good," Alon muttered, staring down at the piece of meat he had just been eating, his expression one of mild surprise. The dish, which had a rich, nutty flavor with a hint of subtle sweetness, reminded him of crab meat and fit his taste perfectly. "Wow, this is really good." Evan, seated nearby, exclaimed in agreement. Indeed, Alon nodded, prompting a woman holding 2 children from the tribe to smile and speak up. "Well, it's an honor to hear that from our tribe's hero. I made that dish myself. Really, it's very well made. It's all thanks to the quality of the ingredients. What is this made of?" "It's made with Stormv." At that moment, Alon froze mid-chew. "Stormv? Yes." "Wait, the Stormv." "Yes, that very Stormv." The confirmation made Alon want to spit out the contents of his mouth. In this jungle, a Stormv referred to an insect resembling a giant cockroach. "I see. Oh my, are you not eating anymore?" "I think I may have overindulged a bit," Alon replied, cautiously setting the Stormv meat aside and glancing to his side. Evan, on the other hand, seemed to have made it his mission to consume every last piece of Stormv meat at the banquet, his head practically buried in his plate. Alon hesitated, wondering whether to say something, but eventually chose to remain silent. Once again, he was reminded that there were times when ignorance was bliss. He excused himself and sat near the ruins, gazing at the star-filled sky. The Milky Way above was breathtaking, outshining even the moonlight that bathed the ground in its glow. Then, a voice called out, "Marquis Palacio." Alon turned his gaze to see Reinhardt approaching slowly, having seemingly regained some mobility. Reinhardt, too, was chewing on a piece of Stormv meat, looking as though he genuinely enjoyed it. "Tasty, isn't it?" Alon asked. "This? Yes, it's quite delicious. A taste I've never encountered back in the kingdom." Of course he hadn't. It would have been stranger if such a dish were available there. "By the way, could I ask you something?" Reinhardt scratched his head before speaking. "Go ahead. Do you know anything about the 100 Ghosts?" "The 100 Ghosts? You mean the northern region?" "Yes, I know of it, but that's about it. Just know of it. No connections or anything like that." "Connections? Unfortunately, this is my first time in the jungle." At Alon's response, Reinhardt seemed to accept it, nodding thoughtfully. "I see. What's this about?" "It's nothing. Just a bit of confusion on my part." With that, Reinhardt turned away, clearly having said all he intended to. His habit of delivering cryptic remarks and then leaving without further explanation was entirely in character, so Alon simply nodded in acknowledgement. Watching as Reinhardt resumed eating Stormv meat while walking away, Alon couldn't help but feel slightly unsettled. It wasn't that his stomach turned, but the sight was a bit uncomfortable. After some time, when his stomach had settled, Alon decided to return to the banquet in search of other food. However, as he arrived, he noticed people gathering in one place and began to walk toward them. Yes, the Marquis stood his ground before the great god without retreating a single step. Instead, he climbed upon it and drove a spear into its head. Alan realized that Deus, with an unusually solemn expression, was recounting the recent battle against Basilira to the gathered Thunder Serpent tribe. The Marquis gazed down at the fallen goater rather, the beast with indifferent eyes, as though it were only natural. No trace of emotion could be seen. As the tribe members responded in awe to each of Dia's words, Alan felt an awkward sense of embarrassment creeping over him. It wasn't that he disliked being praised, but listening to a tale of his own deeds, spun into an epic and recounted in front of an audience, was something his ego wasn't quite thick-skinned enough to endure. Still, he didn't want to interrupt the story everyone seemed so engrossed in, so he began edging away from the group. But the creature climbed the altar again and again to kill the Marquis. Not once, however, did its attacks land. Each time, it was struck down by the Marquis magic. Alan couldn't help but feel the story was veering away from the actual events. He wanted to correct Idir, the one who dealt with Basilira, weren't you? But stopped himself. At that moment, Marquis Palacio gazed upon the serpent coiled around the altar and summoned a radiant light that pierced the ashen sky. The sight of him, then Dia's elaborations, grew increasingly extravagant, to the point they sounded like verses from some religious scripture. Alan couldn't help but regard him with suspicion. If Deus had simply stuck to the facts, Alan wouldn't have minded. But the exaggerated and almost boastful tone felt as if he were teasing him under the guise of a friend, embellishing a story for dramatic effect. Is he doing this on purpose to mock me? The Milky Way sparkled in the night sky above. The following day, Alan decided to leave the Thunder Serpent tribe. Now that Reinhardt and Deus had recovered fully, there was no longer any reason to stay. I look forward to meeting you again, honored guest, said the tribe leader with a respectful bow. I shall look forward to it as well, Alan replied with a polite nod. If ever you need assistance, please don't hesitate to call for us. I will. I'll come to help too, definitely. Siakal, along with her younger sibling, chimed in. Thank you. After bidding them farewell, Alan and his group set out early in the morning. By midday, they had returned to their camp, grabbed a quick meal, and continued onward, reaching Alan's estate before nightfall. Wow, so this is the air of civilization, Evan exclaimed in delight. Alan, standing beside him, shared the sentiment. Even though it bordered the jungle, the atmosphere felt entirely different. In the jungle, the oppressive humidity clung to their clothes, making it unbearable, but here, it was far more tolerable. I should avoid the jungle as much as possible from now on, Alan thought, savoring the comfort of a restful night after so long. The next day, Alan stood before Caslat, ready to part ways with Deus. While Alan was headed east toward the kingdom of Asteria, Deus needed to travel west, where Caliban awaited him. Well then, until next time, Alan said lightly. Deus bowed his head in response but then paused, asking suddenly, Marquis, Yes, have I grown stronger? The unexpected question made Alan stop and think for a moment before he nodded. Yes, anyone can see that. You've steadily become stronger. In truth, Deus had likely reached the level of a grand swordmaster. Is that so? That's a relief, Deus replied, a faint smile spreading across his face the first Alan had seen during this journey. What's he so relieved about? Pondering this, Alan bid Deus farewell and parted ways at Caslat. Shall we head to Turia now? Yes. Though I'd like to visit the Marquisate first, I need to report back. And muttering to himself, Alan thought of Cretinia Cian. As the carriage began its journey toward Turia, Alan's mind was filled with thoughts of what awaited him there. At the time, Alan was heading to Turia inside the tent of the temple at the center of the Thunder Serpent tribe. What is it, Chief? Siakal, swift as ever, entered the tent in response to the wise Ashgal's summons, tilting her head in inquiry. Siakal. Yes, Chief. Could you recall and repeat the words spoken by the honored guest? At the chief's request, Siakal nodded confidently. I'll come to the shallow place below the sky. Welcome the dawn with joy, as I will greet it with you. That's what he said, as I mentioned before. But why are you asking about this now? The chief, who had been examining a scroll, looked up. Siakal, as you know, our Thunder Serpent tribe reveals sacred words only to those who have earned our gratitude. It ensures that the honored guest can summon our help whenever needed. Yes, of course, I know that. And depending on the extent of the favor received, the specific sacred words vary. Also, to prevent leaks, different opening words are used, Siakal replied. The chief nodded in agreement. Exactly. What most of our tribe knows is only the phrase, welcome the dawn with joy. The specific sacred words we shared with the honored guest are recorded solely in this scroll. Chief Ashgal handed the scroll to Siakal. Take a look. Ha! But you have now completed all preparations to fulfill the restrictions placed upon a future chief. Do not worry. Letting out a soft exclamation, Siakal accepted the scroll hesitantly. Verify it. See if the sacred words match those spoken by the guest. Following the chief's instructions, she carefully unrolled the scroll. As she slowly reviewed the ancient record permitted to be read only by the chief, her gaze fell on the first line. And she held her breath. The very first line didn't just contain the sacred words spoken by the honored guest. Next to those words, a name was inscribed. Bearer of Lightning, Callanan? Unconsciously, Siakal murmured the name aloud. It was a title she knew all too well. No, it was impossible not to know it. The Bearer of Lightning, Callanan, was the guardian deity who had first protected the Thunder Serpent tribe. Raising her head abruptly, she asked, "Chief, does this mean?" Yes, the chief confirmed. But to think of him as a god just because of the sacred word, Siakal began to voice her doubts. Ashgal chuckled softly. Yes, you're right. Even if we alter the sacred words, it's impossible to guarantee they won't be leaked. Then why but those sacred words are ones that no one else could possibly know? Why? Think carefully, Siakal. Recall the stories of Callanan you've heard since childhood, ones recorded as unshakable truths on the divine tablets passed down since ancient times. The divine tablets. Siakal's mind wandered to the ancient relics that had been with the Thunder Serpent tribe since time immemorial, tablets that, despite no one writing on them, would inscribe the tribe's history every 10 years. A faint gasp escaped her lips. The story of Bearer of Lightning, Callanan, that she had read on the divine tablets told of how he had defended the Thunder Serpent tribe against the Black Scourge, meeting his end in the process. The tribe owed him an immeasurable debt of gratitude and had pledged the very first sacred words as a token of their eternal bond. Immediately afterward, Callanan truly closed his eyes for the final time. In other words, the original sacred words known only to Callanan himself could never have been leaked exactly, Ashgal said. And since only the chief has the authority to view this scroll, a restriction is placed to ensure no one else can divulge the sacred words. Therefore, the only person who could possibly know them is the one who spoke them. The chief's voice echoed quietly in the tent. Siakal stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, lost in thought. Chapter 112. After a prolonged silence, Siakal spoke up. Then why didn't he inform us of this fact? Siakal murmured, seemingly unable to comprehend, and the chief, struggling to sit in his chair, shook his head. I don't know either. It's like how a small creature can't understand the actions of a great being. We too cannot fathom his intentions. The only certainty is that he has once again saved our tribe. So, we must do what we can in return. What we can do? Siakal inquired, to which the chief responded, yes, the only thing we small creatures can do for him is to offer reverence. That's, he smiled brightly, what we, blessed by his grace, must do, and you, as his apostle and future chief, are obliged to carry out. Can you do it? Siakal paused briefly at the chief's words, and at the same time, she remembered. She recalled the brilliant white light that spread through the ashen world when dealing with Basilira, to which Siakal responded without hesitation, yes. Alan had traveled from Kaslat to Turia, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria, taking about 2 weeks, with just 1 day left until his arrival. Only 1 day left, my lord, said Evan. So it is, Alan replied. Will you return to the dukedom right after meeting the queen? Of course. Evan spoke near the camp where Alan was practicing magic, causing Alan to sigh, my lord, it seems that your magic is getting stronger lately. Is that so? Yes, I can tell because you've been repeating the same magic over these 2 weeks. Alan, who had been looking at the place he practiced magic until moments ago, thought, yes, it does seem stronger. Seeing the large hole created in the ground, Alan wore a curious expression. Despite using magic regularly for exploration, a sudden increase in its power didn't make sense since his research was focused on efficiency, not strength. Continuing his thoughts, Alan suddenly hypothesized, could it be that my level has increased without any signs? Considering that his magic had intensified due to an increase in level, this seemed plausible. Yet, Alan was increasingly puzzled since he couldn't pinpoint where this level was accumulating. I can't think of any significant events that would increase my level. Level comes from continuous reverence, meaning it doesn't arise from saving people with magic in isolated incidents, but through a sustained, absolute belief. Where could it be accumulating? Deep in thought about this strange situation, Alan recalled Dia's recent deeds, which had more to do with faith than truth. But he quickly dismissed it, No way could that lead to actual faith. Briefly puzzled, he then sighed and pushed the topic aside since level wasn't crucial at the moment. The real issue is this. Alon looked at the red ring with a snake pattern on his finger. He tentatively infused it with magic. However, the ring, which was supposed to bind Basilira and respond to magic, remained unresponsive. This shouldn't be happening. Alon's expression remained impassive, but he was internally troubled. Normally, the binding target within the Kalgania's pact ring should be summoned when magic is infused, although there was a chance it could only appear as an incorporeal spirit due to his insufficient magic power. But even that wasn't a major issue. For this, there was a way to summon without being constrained by magical power. Alon's concern at this moment was whether Basilira could be summoned without any issues, but strangely, no matter how much magic he poured into it, the summoning did not occur. More precisely, it feels like it's about to happen, but then it doesn't. Clearly, his magic was draining significantly, and there was a moment when the magical array seemed to create a spirit, which suggested that the summoning was about to occur. Is it deliberately not appearing? A rational suspicion arose, and he thought, I guess I have to ask Heinkel. He remembered the original owner of the ring, a great mage who had used it more effectively than anyone else. Evan, what is it, my lord? When is the magic conference happening again? Oh, I am not entirely sure, but if it's as usual, it should be in about a month. That wasn't a short amount of time. Deciding to ask Leon for help once more, Alon then looked at the spirit egg. It's been almost 2 weeks of giving it magic without a sign. During the 2 weeks to Asteria, despite consuming potions, the spirit egg showed no reaction. It might be because my magic power is ridiculously low. Maybe Queen will know something. Initially, it was Cian who had sent him to the ruins of Malacca, and he thought this as he did so. My lord, have some sweet potatoes. It's chillier than in the jungle, so they taste really good. Really? Captivated by the sweet potatoes, Alon thought, I'll find out tomorrow. He then sat next to Evan and took a bite of the well-roasted sweet potato. Tastes good. Doesn't it? Yes, I should have brought some of that Stormvy meat too. I think the sweet potatoes are dozens of times better. The sweet potatoes tasted just as good on an autumn evening. And the next evening, my lord, we've arrived. Good. Now seeing the familiar landscape of Turia in the distance, Alon said, let's go straight to the castle. Yes. They began heading towards where Cretania Cian was, and not long after, oh, have you arrived? In his office, the monarch of Asteria greeted him with a still leisurely expression. Deus Macalian's sister, Silly Macalian, was in a very good mood today. There were 2 reasons for her good mood. Her brother, Deus Macalian, who had been on a business trip, returned today so they could have dinner together, and Silly Macalian, as a mage, had reached the 1st rank today. She couldn't help but laugh. The words her mentor had surprised her with over the past year came to mind. You have talent. Having talent. That statement, coming from a magic mentor who wasn't one to give empty compliments, was very sweet to Silly. After all, her only family, Deus Macalian, possessed a brilliant talent for the sword. Although she hadn't acted out of jealousy, she had indeed envied him, which made her current validation as a mage all the more delightful, especially since she had excelled in 4 of the 8 elements: fire, ice, lightning, and wind. Ill boast to my brother. Silly was looking forward to the banquet with Deus. He would be the happiest to hear this news, as it was he who had suggested she learn magic. It must have been because of him that brother suggested I try magic. Silly knew why he was obsessed with magic. It was impossible not to know. Whenever they were together, and he started talking about that person, a dinner that should have lasted about 30 minutes would extend late into the evening. Plus, Silly knew that Deus occasionally tried to imitate Marquis Palacio's use of magic in secret. I am going to surprise him tonight. With high hopes, she looked forward to the evening banquet. When Silly finally met Deus in the evening, she exclaimed, Brother, I've become a mage. Really? He asked. Yes. As expected, a gentle smile spread across Deus' face, and she smiled back at him. I am truly proud of you. I knew you could do it. Delighted by Deus' genuinely happy reaction, Silly excitedly shared the discussion she had with her mentor today. So anyway, I am planning to focus on the elements of fire and wind. Deus nodded repeatedly, giving his sister a warm look. Just as an excited Silly was about to speak again, Deus interjected, Wait, because my mentor said the fire element is easy to learn what? She paused, realizing something was off. Brother? Up until a moment ago, Deus had been smiling warmly, but now his face had become very stern and serious. Confused by the sudden change, Silly hesitated, but then Deus spoke. Silly, as you know, our Maccalian lineage has been known to inherit the elements of lightning and ice. What? She was even more confused. It was natural to be confused. As far as she knew, there had never been a mage in the Maccalian family, and their parents were just ordinary woodcutters and herbalists. However, Deus continued, Silly, this is an important issue. We need to be clear. Decide now whether it's fire and wind or ice and lightning. Deus interrupted her with a serious expression, as if truly believing that the Maccalian lineage had historically mastered ice and electric magic. Silly looked at Deus, whose expression was more serious than ever. Tentatively, she started to say, it seems like fire and wind or ice, lightning. Ice, lightning. After a moment of silence, she cautiously ventured, ice, lightning. Trying to appease her brother, she finally uttered the words he wanted to hear. Deus then nodded several times, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Yes, that's right. The Maccalian lineage is definitely that. The Maccalian lineage, there's no such thing, though Silly thought this briefly. She chose not to voice it out loud. It was an odd evening. Chapter 113 first, take a seat. Excuse me. As he nodded slightly and sat in front of her, Cian smiled as if she had been waiting and offered him a sweet potato. Eat this. Ah, yes. Although he had eaten it yesterday too, he couldn't refuse it since it was offered directly by the queen herself, so he accepted it obediently. But why sweet potatoes again? He certainly wondered. They don't taste good when they're cold. Then, excuse me. However, he filled his mouth easily at her continued urging. Regrettably, he still could not taste the sweet potato. Who could eat comfortably in front of a king? Moreover. No, why only me? Because he was the only one eating the sweet potatoes. If he had something else to eat with others, he might have filled his stomach while being somewhat mindful. But she just stared intently as he ate the sweet potato. It feels like my face is being drilled through. He felt pressured but couldn't ask her to look away. Munch, 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 munch in front of the smiling queen, Alan forcibly finished all the sweet potatoes. You eat well. Thank you for the compliment. Should I be happy to be praised for eating? As he kept silent for a while with that brief thought, Cian nodded with a satisfied expression. Good, now that you've eaten, let's talk. She leaned forward as if to get into the main discussion. What did you find in the ruins? I found the dragon's egg. What is that? Actually, besides its name, I don't know much, but may I ask something? Speak. Do you not know of the dragon's egg, your majesty? That would be expected. There must have been a reason why Alan was sent there. But, of course, I don't know it. Cian nodded as if it were obvious. Then, why did you order me to visit the ruins? Alan's doubt only deepened. She seemed to gather her thoughts for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Alan. Marquis Palatio, are you well informed about our Cretinia royal family, or more precisely, about the Golden Historian's Eye? Alan nodded. Yes, I am aware. Do you know of its power? It's a power that has been passed down through our royal lineage, accumulating strength. Cian nodded as if to agree. Yes, just as you said, this Golden Historian's Eye passed down in our Cretinia royal family inherits power. It's almost the same as inheriting the past. She lifted her index finger slightly. Whoosh. A small flame appeared on her fingertip. How about that? It's magic. I haven't specifically learned magic. Isn't that surprising? Is it an inherited power? Yes. It's a power bestowed by the second generation, who is a 7th-level wizard. But that's not all. Swordsmanship, alchemy, engineering, strategy, I have inherited many other things. She tapped her eyes with her other hand. With these eyes. Leaving behind a remark that it might seem unfair, Cretinia's Cian extinguished the flame as Alan remained silent. Honestly, Alan couldn't quite grasp what she was trying to say. Cian continued to speak, but even though it may appear so to others, this power has a side effect. Do you know what it is? I don't really know, Alan responded, but harbored doubts internally. As far as he knew, there were no documented side effects of the Golden Historian's Eye even in psychedelia. It's the memories. Memories, you say? Yes. The Golden Historian's Eye passes on power to the next generation and their memories as well. This is the first time I am hearing this. Of course, this fact is known only to the monarchs who have inherited the Golden Historian's Eye. So you inherit all memories? No, it's not like that. It's rather selective, primarily strong memories and cherished recollections that linger and gradually resurface. Cian stared intently at Alan's face. Marquis Palatio, you must be curious why I sent you to the ruins of Malacca, aren't you? To be honest, yes. Cian quickly responded to Alan's nodding. It's because you exist in the memories inherited by the golden historian's eye that I have received. She disclosed such a fact. Marquis Palacio, or rather, Alon's face remained expressionless, but his mind was increasingly filled with questions. Am I really remaining in the inherited memories of the golden historian's eye? Yes, really, it made no sense. The golden historian's eye is supposed to inherit the past as she described. Why would I lie? It is an undeniable fact, without a shred of falsehood. Could there be a possibility that you are mistaken? No, there is no such possibility. I would not be driven mad by the numerous memories of the predecessors I possess, because I can recognize that even though I inherit memories, they are memories of others. And this is definitely an inherited memory. Cian asserted firmly, and Alon asked, can you tell when this memory was inherited? No, unfortunately, that is not possible. Inherited memories, as I've said, only encompass intense memories or cherished recollections. They do not allow for further inference. They are merely inherited with no additional information. When, from whom, or why they were inherited. That's what's so fascinating, Marquis Palacio. What exactly are you? The things you mention are very unfamiliar to me. Despite that, you don't seem surprised or perturbed. My facial expressions aren't usually very expressive. Cian hummed and shrugged, seemingly disappointed. I thought perhaps talking to you might provide some clue, but it seems not. May I inquire about those inherited memories? Cian paused, recalling the memories. So far, 2 memories have surfaced. One is of a person resembling you having a private audience with a king who possessed the inherited memories, mentioning that something very important was in the ruins of Malacca. The reason she sent Alon to the ruins of Malacca. And another is of you in full ceremonial garb, saving the kingdom from a crisis and receiving praise. Hearing this, he still could not grasp any leads. Does the face match mine? Do you think I wouldn't recognize that much? My apologies for the slip of the tongue. Cian then let out a low exclamation. Ah, and in the inherited memories, you had quite expressive facial expressions. You mean I had expressive facial expressions? Yes, for example, she tapped Alon's lips with her index finger and then pulled them up into a smile. Like this. You mean I was often smiling? You were grinning all the time. As if she had seen something amusing, Cian laughed along. Alon pondered quietly. May I ask what my rank was in those inherited memories? I am not sure. Is that so? There is a memory of a conversation, but only your words are remembered. The actual words of the memory's owner are not heard. Afterward, Alon posed several more questions to her, but he could not determine which generation the inherited memory belonged to. After some conversation, anyway, the reason I sent you to the ruins of Malacca was because of that inherited memory. Thank you for your kindness. Kindness? It's all an investment. An investment. Yes, the you and the inherited memories saved the kingdom, so I thought you could be of help this time too. That may not be me. Is that so? Cian rested her chin on her hand and smirked slightly. In the end, we haven't learned anything new about these peculiarly inherited memories. I apologize. No need. It was quite interesting. I'll call you again if something else comes to mind. Do the memories surface gradually? Mostly, yes. Since inheriting them, they come to mind suddenly, or sometimes when there's a strong shock similar to the past. Anyway, see you later. I am getting sleepy now. With those words, she dismissed him, and Alon bowed slightly before leaving her office. A few days later, Marquis, what is it? You've been deep in thought ever since you returned from the castle. What happened? Evan asked while driving the carriage, and Alon shook his head. It's nothing serious. If it's not serious, why have you been pondering for days? Strictly speaking, I am not pondering. It's more like spacing out over a few days. Evan's languid voice trailed off as Alon once again looked out at the passing forest. What filled his mind was the memory inherited through the golden historian's eye that he had heard from the queen a few days ago. It doesn't make sense, no matter how much I think about it. As he had thought several times, the golden historian's eye is a power that inherits the past. It doesn't have the power to predict the future. If such a power existed, Cian wouldn't have died protecting a crumbling kingdom, and Alon should have known about that setup. Thus, the memories inherited through the golden historian's eye are likely from the past. What he couldn't understand was, someone with exactly the same face and voice as me, except for the expressive face, the man in the memories looked exactly like him. An ancestor? The thought that he could be a descendant of the Palacio family occurred to him, but even so, it was strange. The ruins of Malacca haven't been discovered for long. As far as he knew, the ruins of Malacca were still relatively newly revealed at this point, with only a year left before the original story starts. Meaning, it wasn't a memory from a distant past. 100 years ago, a jungle was destroyed, and the documents being studied were all lost. It's possible that the ruins of Malacca were discovered before that time, and the memories from then were inherited. But it still doesn't add up. Despite such thoughts, there were too many unresolved issues, and Alon pondered. With a light sigh, he ended his contemplation. The memories provided by the golden historian's eye were too limited, making speculation essentially pointless. Instead, Alon brought up his last question, a question that remained unanswered since his meeting with Cretinia Sian. Why is she so kind to me? Logically, the memories of the golden historian's eye should reflect the past. That means the man in the ceremonial garb in the memory of succession is not Alon, but someone who looks like him, which would have been a logical deduction for her too. Yet she showed kindness to him because he looked like the man who saved the nation. That means she must be convinced that the man in the inherited memories is Alon, and there was no reason to tell me to go to the ruins of Malacca. Therefore, what could it be? Alon was left to continue pondering that the queen might be hiding something. Meanwhile, in the office at the Asteria Castle, "You seem very pensive lately, Your Majesty." Sian, who had been staring blankly out the window, turned at her secretary's comment. "Does it appear so?" "Yes. Especially since you met Marquis Palacio, it seems even more so. May I dare ask why? Don't worry about it. It's not a serious concern at all. Rather, it's an interesting one." "Interesting, you say?" Sian nodded slightly. "Yes, very interesting. In many ways." A small smile played on her lips as she murmured cryptically. Chapter 114. Have we lost contact with the subjects? Yes, in the office of Duke Comelin. Upon the report from the Dark Elf, he calmly asked, what was the last report before the communication was cut off? The last was about locating the whereabouts of Marquis Palacio. Couldn't even make a proper assessment? I apologize. The Dark Elf bowed deeply. Though Duke Comelin was aware that the current situation was not the fault of the one before him, he suddenly remembered what a man dressed in a black sanctified robe had said. To be wary of Marquis Palacio, that warning. Duke Comelin kept looking at the bowed Dark Elf in silence for a while before breaking the quiet. Well, it's all right. It was only meant to gauge the forces using those whose lifespans aren't long anyway. Is that all right? Our goal is not to deal with Marquis Palacio. We only intended to handle him because he has been continuously obstructing our cause. However, the cost shouldn't exceed the benefit. Losing the dragon's egg delayed our cause, but it doesn't mean our plans have fallen apart. I will bear that in mind. Unable to delay further due to the bothersome thorn, how much longer until the masquerade? Only 2 weeks left. Start preparing the organizations for externalization, timed for the masquerade in 2 weeks. I will obey. The Dark Elf bowed once more and then vanished, leaving Duke Comelin alone in his office. The cause must be fulfilled, by any means necessary. Muttering to himself, it must be accomplished. It is the only way to save this world, he affirmed quietly to himself. With a breath held tight, a clear madness shone in his eyes once again raised. Alon returned to Palacio's residence about a week later. After his arrival, his most important task was to rest. Despite not neglecting his magical studies even then, the break at the mansion was genuinely sweet relief after months of hectic travel. However, he couldn't purely enjoy leisure throughout that week. This seems tougher than expected. Indeed, Evan, who had started assisting in his tasks, remarked, what they were looking at was a document about the current state of Marquis Palacio's fief. The financial situation isn't bad, but it's not good either. That's true. The financial state of the fief was mediocre. In fact, strictly speaking, it was more on the poor side. But maybe that's to be expected. Our fief hardly has a source of income, except when it thrived on underworld money even at its best. It's still the same now, isn't it? What do you mean? It's essentially being covered by money coming in from the faction. Evan pointed to a part of the document. That's true. Alon inwardly felt extremely troubled, because he was just about managing to balance the entire fief with the finances of the ducal estate. On the contrary, if limited to the ducal estate's financial status, it was quite affluent. This was because of the many treasures he had received as compensation while wandering outside his domain. However, that was not a steady income. It seems necessary to create some safe revenue mechanisms. Realizing the need to brainstorm further, Even though the finances of the ducal house are currently stable, without a steady source of income, the end is inevitable, and it will eventually run out. Should I create some local product when money comes in, like a specialty item? Alon was lost in thought for a while, then soon closed the thick paper documents and asked, "Do we have any specialty products in our territory?" A specialty product? Yes. Drugs? Why is that coming up? Suddenly, no, drugs used to be the specialty product of the Count House. Was it that significant? There was nothing else besides that. Alon nodded with a peculiar expression. Yes, the Palacio family had long been deeply involved in the underworld of Asteria, one of its dark secrets. Is there really nothing else? I suppose not. There really isn't anything around here that could be called a specialty. Isn't having nothing a bit concerning? Briefly pondering. Should I handle other matters first? Deciding to prioritize other piled-up work and think about the development of the territory, and I should reply to the letters. Starting to open and read one by one the 3 letters from Yusha that had accumulated during his absence. The first letter was a light greeting, mentioning the recent situations of Rhine and Sialrang. The second letter was similar to the first, a light greeting with stories about Raiden. Thanks to Evan's regular updates, Alon was somewhat aware of Raiden's news. Discovered an amazing artifact. Come to think of it, I haven't heard rumors about Raiden from outside recently. Suddenly such a thought occurred. Well, actually, no news from a pirate is good news. It was almost certain that if news updated, it would likely be about a bounty increase. So, Alon felt a small satisfaction with Raiden's lack of news as he unfolded the last letter. Fortunately, after confirming it was also a greeting letter, he soon started writing a reply. Having finished, it was about a page long. However, considering the frequency of incoming letters compared to my replies, maybe I should write a bit longer. Aiming to balance things out a bit more than usual, he started writing a longer content. Soon after recounting his recent visit to the jungle and pondering what specialty product to determine for the Marquis House's small daily matters, few checking the 3-page-long letter, he smiled proudly to himself. After entrusting the letter to Evan, he turned his gaze outside the window. Unlike the perennially humid climate of the jungle, Asteria was now approaching winter, with red maple leaves gradually falling. Late autumn was already passing. As time passed, the maples disappeared and full winter arrived. It's time to move. The Magic Academy? Yes. As soon as Alon had the chance to participate in the Magic Academy again through Cian, he immediately began preparations to head there. But my lord, are you moving already? I understand there's still quite some time until the Magic Academy starts. Even if we start leisurely from now, we'll have plenty of time. Evan asked while preparing. Of course, he was right. However, Alon's purpose in attending this academy was actually to meet Heinkel. There's no problem in going early, right? Well, that's true. Evan agreed and naturally turned his gaze to one side and asked, "Are you taking this black egg?" The black egg placed on one side of the office. There had been no particular change, but it had grown a bit bigger than before. Alon pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Let's take it." They immediately started heading to the Magic Academy. It was about 2 weeks after leaving the ducal estate that Alon arrived at the central tower where the Magic Academy was being held. Every time I see this, I can only marvel. Especially coming in the evening seems to make it feel even more so. I think so too. Evan and Alon both nodded in admiration, looking at the central tower. Actually, the tower, rising high into the sky with its back turned to the blue moon, looked even more majestic at night than during the day. It was a scene that seemed as if it came straight out of a fantasy illustration. Indeed, the sight is more impressive at night. With that thought, Alon couldn't take his eyes off the tower for a while until they finally arrived at the central tower. They parked the carriage to one side and walked inside. There, Marquis Palacio, he naturally heard someone calling his name. Alon looked at the man with a puzzled expression, but it was brief. You might not remember, but we met once before at a conference." He nodded slightly, recalling the memory. "Milan, was it? It's an honor that you remember my name." "An honor? Well, anyway, it's been a while." "Yes, it has been." While Milan greeted him, Alon looked around. Despite it being before the start of the magic conference, quite a few magicians were already there. It seems there are many magicians here, even though the conference hasn't started yet. Understanding Alon's query, Milan explained, "That's because the Tower Masters are participating this time." "The Tower Masters?" "Yes. Both the Blue Tower Master and the Red Tower Master are participating in this conference." I heard they will even give a brief lecture tomorrow. It made sense now why so many magicians had gathered already. If the tower masters were participating, their lectures would be immensely beneficial for the magicians. Actually, I came to attend the lecture, too. Alon also had the intention not only to ask Heinkel about the ring, but also to gain some knowledge from him. Although he was dealing with challenges using the Babylonian syntax, self-imposed restrictions, and feats of great strength, he was, frankly speaking, only a fourth-tier magician by now. Ah, by the way, congratulations. Suddenly, Milan offered his congratulations. Congratulations? Yes. What are you congratulating me for? Alon asked with a puzzled expression, but Milan smiled knowingly. There's no need to pretend. Most of the magicians here already know. No, really, what are you talking about? Alon looked at him blankly, but Milan kept smiling. I've already heard the rumor that the Blue Tower Master has officially approved your engagement with the Deputy Tower Master. Congratulations, Marquis. And with that, what? For a brief moment, the usually unchanging face of Alon showed a flicker of surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 115, I think there's a misunderstanding. What about? At Milan's puzzled question, Alon's head began to spin. To be honest, he had no clue where to start addressing the ridiculous rumor. That Pina admires Marquis Palacio, or that the Tower Lord Selim Micardo has allowed his subordinate Pina to date him. No, isn't it strange in the first place that the Tower Lord is even granting permission for dating? Suddenly he thought this, but soon convinced himself alone. Selim Micardo wasn't related by blood, but was no different from a parent to Pina and her sibling, Philin. After all, it was Selim Micardo who taught them magic as orphans. That is, Selim has a reason to interfere in Pina's dating. No, that's not important right now. Alon opened his mouth to set the record straight. First of all, everything is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yes, Pina Chryson does not like me, and I have never received permission to date from the Blue Tower Lord. Oh, really? Yes. Milan expressed doubt at Alon's firm nod. But I heard that the Blue Tower Lord definitely said so. Wasn't it none other than the Blue Tower Lord who had given permission? Must be some misunderstanding that made such a rumor spread. Is that so? Yes. I've seen the Blue Tower Lord recently, but we didn't discuss anything like that. There was definitely a misunderstanding. Okay, I understand. With repeated denials, Milan stepped back. Well then, I have to get going. I have things to do. Ah, yes. I'll see you next time. Sure. They parted after a light farewell. What? I clearly heard such rumors. The words floated in the breeze, but Alon let them pass. It seems the magic industry still spreads that rumor. Evan also asked, surprised, does it seem so? Baseless rumors usually fade quickly, don't they? Usually, yes. I wonder why this rumor is strangely resurfacing. But the Marquis has clarified it as a misunderstanding, so it should slowly subside, right? Despite that, I already clarified it as a misunderstanding among the nobles quite some time ago. Didn't Pina clarify it? Alon was puzzled. Given Pina Chryson's nature, she would have immediately attacked the source of the rumor upon hearing it. After a moment's thought, Alon shook his head inwardly. It's slightly uncomfortable, but after all, a rumor is just a rumor. It won't be long before Pina is freed from the gossip. It's just annoying to go around clearing up misunderstandings. It's not like I can gather magicians to clarify such a trivial rumor. While Alon was thinking this then, did the Blue Tower Lord really do something? The Blue Tower Lord? Yes. Actually, that rumor is quite old, but it's strange that it's flaring up again now. Evan proposed a hypothesis. Alon recalled the time he met Selim Micardo. I don't think we discussed anything related to that, but I did feel as if he was up to something. He definitely had an unusually bright smile. I'll have to ask him the next time we meet. As Alon reflected on their conversation, he shrugged lightly. Honestly, meeting Heinkel was much more important to Alon right now. Therefore, let's figure this out later. For now, let's head up. He quickly moved towards the room he had been assigned. The library on the 38th floor of the central tower was originally a place with few people. Or to put it more precisely, it was a place that magicians hardly visited. Despite being a library, a place that magicians, who enjoy researching and studying, would love, the reason they did not come was simple. Because of the alternative space. All the books here could be viewed as clean copies in the reading room on the 20th floor, instead of as old tomes. Thus, the existence of the Central Tower Library was really about its historical symbolism, being the original library built when this place was first established. And in such a place, a woman who had been there for an unimaginably long time. Heinkel, called the chalice of the beginning by magicians and also regarded as their idol, quite liked this situation. Whether before or after becoming a spirit, she didn't particularly like noisy environments. Of course, that didn't mean she shied away from people altogether. Being a sentient being with a perfectly intact mind, there were days she wanted to see others. On such days, she would roam around the tower, watching magicians and having fun. If she found a magician she liked, she would subtly lure them to the library to engage in various conversations and offer help. In fact, more than feeling satisfied with helping, she enjoyed the sense of superiority when magicians looked at her with admiring eyes after she imparted knowledge. Anyway, nevertheless, she quite enjoyed living alone in the empty library, leisurely reading books. I am here to see Heinkel, the chalice of the beginning. Yes, clearly, just moments ago. Why has this guy come again? Heinkel almost screamed involuntarily at the sight of the man with his head bowed low, but she swallowed it back. Because the man in front of her was someone she really did not want to meet. What brings you to me? Heinkel smiled awkwardly. If those who knew her temperamental nature saw this scene, they would all either be shocked or burst into laughter. But the reason Heinkel had to be nice to the man in front of her was because of that behind Duke Palacio. Something tremendously sinister, absolutely not to be acknowledged, yet also not to be ignored. It was only now, during their second meeting, and after having calmly assessed the situation, that Heinkel realized that the entity behind him was not attached to the man by his own volition. Nevertheless, the fact that Heinkel had to be nice to Alon remained unchanged. The entity behind could erase Heinkel's existence at any moment, even now, and she was aware that the entity had some kind of interest in the man in front of her. Regrettably, I have a favor to ask and have come for that. A favor to ask? Yes. Actually, I am having trouble using an item you gave me. It was more like he had snatched it, not that he had received it willingly, but she still responded kindly with a smile. Shall we take a look at it? Understood. Anything else you'd like to ask for? Well, if possible, I would like to receive some teachings on magic if that's feasible. Of course, I will pay. Even though Heinkel was inclined to be kind, she could not agree to his request. For Heinkel, who prioritizes her life above all else, it was very uncomfortable to continue staying in the same place with an entity that could take her life. Therefore, that might be a bit difficult. May I ask why? That's because Heinkel, who was about to explain without hesitation, suddenly stopped speaking. Only someone like Heinkel, who had been staring at Alon, could properly perceive the eyes hidden within the hidden space behind him, suddenly bulging. Heinkel turned her gaze towards Alon, as if to confirm the answer that was about to come. With Heinkel's mouth agape and frozen, Alon tilted his head slightly in confusion. However, Heinkel, from within the hidden space, noticed the eyes staring intently at her and began to sweat coldly. No, maybe I can help. Is that so? Yes, I can do it. Yes, of course, thank you. Ah, no, come to think of it, it's not that difficult. She hurriedly changed her statement. Only then did she feel the eyes in the hidden space withdrawing their presence. Why is this happening to me? She felt like crying. Meanwhile, although inwardly she was screaming, outwardly she wore an awkward smile. Alon, unaware of Heinkel's inner turmoil, thought, no, she seems much nicer than what I've seen in the games. What's going on? He was puzzled by how easily she had accepted his request. Maybe she had a different character originally, and something in the game made her change? Indeed, if one only looked at her appearance, she could pass for a girl if not for the giant wizard's hat she wore. Yes, she looks too young and fragile to be that cruel. Unaware of Heinkel's inner feelings, he concluded that her personality must have changed after some incident that was not explained in the game. I really want to run away, Yi, for real? Heinkel, struggling to hide her desire to cry, quietly whined. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the central tower. So, you want me to translate this? That's right. There were two men present. Parkline Agulus, a magician of the 8th rank with red hair and red eyes, and Selim Micardo, both of whom held the position of tower lords. Why should I? Parkline, grinning lazily, frowned upon seeing Selim smiling leisurely. Because you're the only one who can translate these ancient languages. And why should I help you? Because we're friends? Parkline scowled. Friends my foot, I don't remember that. But we're here together now, aren't we? You only came because you said you'd pay for the artifact you borrowed last time. Did I? I want to strangle you. Parkline clenched his fist as if itching to do just that. Regardless, Selim remained calm. Anyway, please do me this favor. It's not that difficult for you, especially since you have the related artifact. And this time, I'll definitely give you what I promised. Parkline, not particularly pleased, eyed him. Make sure you keep that promise. He then turned his gaze to the parchment. Womb. As Parkline was surrounded by a scattering of magical essence, a round artifact, resembling an eyeball, rose from his pocket. He began reading the characters on the parchment as if scanning them. After a period of silence, Parkline spoke. The translation is done. What does it say? Selim asked urgently, and Parkline responded, I leave my inheritance to the half-mage who never compromised, who never forgot the phrases. It doesn't seem to contain any grand secrets of magic, like you might have hoped. Knowing that Selim had been rummaging through ruins looking for clues to advance to the 9th rank, Parkline turned to him with a slight smirk, only to halt abruptly. Until just now, Selim had been smiling, but he seemed deep in thought. Parkline was puzzled. All the while, events from their last venture flashed through Selim's mind. Marquis Palacio casually opening the entrance to the hermit's hideaway, the eyes behind him stirring fear and curiosity, and the Duke quickly gathering items as soon as they entered the hideaway and then staring at a letter underneath for about a minute. And then, I leave my inheritance to the half-mage who never compromised, who never forgot the phrases. Upon recalling Parkline's translation of the parchment, Selim concluded in his mind. Is Marquis Palacio that mage? Chapter 116, the term wizard is known to anyone who is a mage. Wizards were, in a way, the ancestors of mages, active during the forgotten era of gods. Each one was a powerful entity capable of twisting the laws of the world at will. However, beyond that, little was known due to the loss of information. Numerous relics and artifacts from the era of forgotten gods are still being discovered, but those related to wizards are surprisingly non-existent. What remains of the wizard's magic is now called primitive magic, which is not considered particularly appealing, as it was studied 100 years ago by a researcher. Silicamen, a 7th-tier mage, enchanted by the described wizards, spent an enormous amount of time with his students researching wizards, eventually mastering the use of ancient magic through their phrases and symbols. So far, so good, but the problem was that the ancient magic they deciphered turned out to be more rudimentary than they had imagined. The alignment of magical power was inaccurate, making the manifestation of magic unstable and incredibly slow to emerge. Moreover, despite all these shortcomings, its power was disappointingly low. Despite successfully recreating the wizard's magic, it manifested incompletely, like an important puzzle piece was missing. The Academy ruled that wizard's magic was currently infeasible. Thus, among mages, it gradually became forgotten under the term primitive magic, and only a few of Silicamen's disciples, unable to let go of the illusion of wizards, continued to use one or two of the phrases they inherited. Nowadays, most mages are unaware that primitive magic even involves these phrases or symbols. However, for Selim Micardo, this was not important. What mattered was the fact that Marquis Palacio was a wizard, possibly a wizard from the Forgotten Era who could help him advance from the 8th to the 9th tier. Of course, his speculation might be premature, but he was convinced of it based on a few clues. Marquis Palacio had effortlessly passed through a gate that no one else could solve, and seemed to easily interpret phrases that even he could not read. More than anything, it was that thing attached to his back, an entity that could entirely ignore the laws of this world, which he was with. Moreover, he had already used more than 5 phrases perfectly and delicately. Like the magic of this era, something even the 7th-tier mage Silicamen could not perfectly replicate. It would be impossible for the Marquis, just over his 20s, unless he was indeed a mage from the ancient times. Looking at it this way, things I didn't understand when investigating him now make sense, Selim thought as he recalled an incident filled with questions when he was investigating the Marquis. In just a few years, both the former count and the second and first sons died under mysterious circumstances, and the massive underworld organization under his command was wiped out in one day. Although rumors were rife at the time that Marquis Palacio Alan was behind it, there were also many questions about him due to his young age and the fact that the huge organization, Avalon, which he commanded, was cleared in a day without any noticeable shape or movement. Selim felt there was something odd about that. But if the assumption that Marquis Palacio was a wizard holds true, the underworld thugs would be mere bugs to a wizard who can freely twist and overturn the world's laws. So did he steal a body? Or is it possession or an artifact? Or perhaps a reincarnation magic practiced in ancient times? Why is he hiding his identity? Is there something, No matter, it doesn't matter. Selim Micardo, with eyes showing a hint of madness, resolved, I will befriend him without annoying him too much. I'll become friends and learn the magic. That's how I'll reach the 9th tier. He let out a creepy, inexplicable chuckle. This guy, why is he suddenly like this? Parkline, watching him, felt uneasy but showed a tiny bit of concern. Just as Selim was engrossed in this peculiar conclusion, Alon was showing Heinkel the Calgunia's packed ring. It looks like it's just outright refusing to be summoned, doesn't it? What should I do in this case? The method to make it come out of the ring is simple. Instead of just pouring magical power into it, distribute it lightly and try inserting it only into the symbol. Following Heinkel's advice and channeling the magic only into the symbol, the ring began to tremble. For the first time, the summoning was successful, albeit very small. Huh. Alon looked puzzled at the snake on his arm, which clearly seemed to be the receiver, Basilira, but it was only a fraction of its usual size, perhaps 1/10,000th. When you want to conserve magical power and summon a familiar for conversation, this is how you do it. Such a call cannot be refused. Heinkel explained, resolving the question. However, that was only momentary. This damn human. Locking me in this ring? Release me right now. I don't know how to release you. How do you think I'll move according to your wishes? Never. There will never be a day when I respond to your summons or follow your words. Basilira, tiny on the arm, appeared to foam at the mouth in rage. I didn't expect it, but the rebellion is stronger than I thought. Release me now? Basilira continued to rant despite the situation. Anyone could see that he was determined not to listen. Honestly, he wanted to smack him, but since spirits can't be touched, Alon thought calmly. What options should I give him? He had prepared a great deal just in case of this situation with Basilira. May I ask you one thing? Heinkel suddenly asked. Yes. Is the reason you came looking for me because of that ring, not just for guidance? I wanted guidance, but the immediate reason for my visit is indeed that. Could you leave it with me for a moment? This ring? Yes, I'll fix it for you. Her voice carried a thick hint of laughter. Would that be okay? Of course, it's not difficult for me. Then I would appreciate your help. Alon respectfully handed over the ring. Release me. I'm telling you to let me out, you primitive human. Come back for it tomorrow. She smiled and waved her hand. I'll see you tomorrow then. Alon bowed and left the ring with her. Filled with hatred from Alon's trickery, Basilira, trapped in the Calgunia's pact ring, was seething not only with hatred toward Alon, but also realized that the Thunder Serpent tribe had also played a role in capturing him and vowed to kill them all once he escaped. Release me, you empty shell of a soul. If you do, I will even now. His resolve hadn't changed, and he tried to confront the spirit in front of him just after Alon had left, but At that moment, Heinkel suddenly screamed out loud, freezing Basilira's movements, KRACKKK. Basilira witnessed books filling the space drop like rain due to the vibrations emitted by the spirit. Then, suddenly catching a wooden puppet that had popped up somewhere in Heinkel's hand, what is this suddenly appearing out of nowhere? Confused only briefly, Heinkel gripped what she held and lifted it. Why, must I endure this? Crack. She slammed it down on the ground. The wooden puppet bent in half. However, it seemed not to be the end, as she picked up a thick ancient tome from the fallen books, She began to smash the wooden puppet with the corner of the book. Bang, bang, crunch, thud. With each swing of the book, the wooden puppet caved in a bit more. Crack. Soon the head of the wooden puppet shattered, scattering fragments everywhere. However, Heinkel, apparently not satisfied, placed the puppet on the shelf and swung her fist at it. Thud, the wooden puppet made a creaking noise. Despite the violence, Basilira found himself shrinking back at the sight of the half-broken spirit, continuing to headbutt the neck area. Huff huff, Heinkel, possessing a physical strength uncharacteristic for a mage, continued to obliterate the wooden puppet amidst the scattered books, breathing heavily. With those eerie eyes, Basilira cautiously spoke up. That first, calm down, should I say it? Should I tell her? Basilira hesitated. Despite being trapped in the ring, Basilira was a god with tremendous pride. He began to wonder whether it was appropriate to use honorifics to a mere spirit. What did you say, you little? It was a mistake. Crunch. Heinkel grabbed him at the speed of light before he could even finish his sentence. Now, who do you think caused all this? With a chilling gaze. Before he could even be shocked by the fact that his sealed body was grabbed, Basilira cringed under the fierce, murderous intent. Yet, almost as if his pride was hurt by his own shrinking, he raised his voice. Whose fault? I didn't do anything. Heinkel's expression grew increasingly terrifying, and Basilira hesitantly added, Just a moment, the Archmage, with a sinister smile, gripped Basilira tightly and moved towards the half-destroyed puppet. Wait just a moment, yes, that's right. Our snake did nothing wrong. I think so too. No, wait, hello? Right, it was my fault. Basilira, realizing he was in serious trouble, desperately tried using formal speech. So may I just let off some steam then? Is that okay? Heinkel wrapped her fist around his body like a belt and then smashed the puppet down. Wait, let's talk with words. We are not beasts, we are beings of intellect. Basilira's terrible scream echoed through the library. Until morning. The next day, Alon set out to attend a lecture by the Blue Tower Master. He wanted to listen to the lectures of the Tower Masters, as Milan had mentioned the day before. Since he had to meet Heinkel at night, he had some free time during the day. Unfortunately, I am sorry, but the reservation is already closed and there are no more seats available, so entry is impossible. He couldn't attend the lecture due to all seats being taken. I didn't know there was a reservation. He briefly sighed as he watched other mages hand in their papers and enter. Perhaps, could I stand at the back and listen? No. Even though you are a marquis and a noble, this place is for everyone to study magic equally, so such unfair entry is not possible. Feeling disappointed, he asked just in case, but the firm reply came immediately. The response was so cold and somewhat brisk that he felt a slight dissatisfaction, but it was a fact he couldn't change, so he was about to turn back when Marquis Palatio. Tower Master? Alon had a chance to meet the Blue Tower Master. Ah, hello, Blue Tower Master. Ah, yes. Just moments ago, the mage who had been wearing a cold expression now greeted Selim with eyes filled with admiration. Selim lightly accepted the greeting. No, why is your excellency here? Suddenly, he addressed Alon with formal speech. Feeling puzzled only briefly, Alon decided to answer the question first. I had some free time and thought I would attend a lecture. My lecture? Yes, gasp, this is a great honor, that your excellency would attend my lecture. At this, Selim grinned broadly, leaving Alon baffled. Alon knew that the Blue Tower Master didn't care much for authority, but was also aware that when it came to magic, he was as stiff-backed as anyone could be. Come in, you there. Quickly, let him through. What? But the seats are already isn't at my lecture? Yes, but then what are you waiting for? Quickly, let him in, because of this. Why is he like this? Alon was at a loss for words. The other mages queuing to attend the Tower Master's lecture also looked on with bewildered expressions. Chapter 117, Melat, a sixth-order wizard and a professor at the Red Tower, involuntarily opened her mouth in shock at the scene unfolding before her. It was all because of what Selim Micardo, the master of the Blue Tower, had said. An honor? Despite hearing it herself, Melat could hardly believe it. Selim Micardo, the Blue Tower Master, was known to be unusually gentle and kind compared to other Tower Masters or the future successors who would inherit his will, such as Penia. This made him very popular among the wizards of other towers. He was a person who did not hesitate to give advice and teachings freely. However, even the kind Selim held great authority and pride in his magic. An incident where he completely dominated the Purple Tower Master, who had belittled Selim's magic during a central tower meeting, was well known among all wizards. Was that all? There was also an occasion when the Green Tower Master had challenged Selim's lecture, leading to a forced 3-day debate until the Green Tower Master conceded defeat. Thus, although Selim was kind, he was proud of his magic and did not easily bow his head to anyone. That's why the current situation was so astonishing. Turning her gaze, she saw that other wizards were similarly bewildered, and confirming it was not a misunderstanding, stared at Marquis Palatio. His hierarchy was the Fourth Order. While it was unusual for a wizard to use ancient magic, primarily primitive magic, there was nothing else remarkable about him. What exactly? Why is the Blue Tower Master making such a fuss? While doubts filled her mind, Marquis Palatio himself was also puzzled. Really, what is it? Alon, contemplating whether to ask or not, hesitated before being invited. Please come in. Is that really okay? Of course. How could I not make room for the Marquis? Before he could finish his thought, he was quickly ushered into the lecture hall. Please sit here. I could just stand at the back, that won't do, it's fine. This was originally my seat anyway. Thanks to Selim's excessive hospitality, he ended up sitting in the front row, feeling the piercing stares of everyone behind him. After the lecture ended, it was clear that attending Selim's lecture was the right choice. Magically, he had gained a lot. However, if someone asked if he wanted to attend another lecture by Selim, that would be difficult. While the content was good, Alan had to endure the intense glares from other wizards behind him. Even conceding to the glares, what about the laughter? Alan recalled earlier, specifically the burdening smile Selim had given him, which seemed to have a hidden agenda, making him leave the classroom with a troubled expression. How was the lecture? Suddenly, the source of his discomfort appeared. Alan was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. It was enlightening. I am glad you liked it, Selim nodded, seeming genuinely pleased, to which Alan asked, but may I ask you one thing? Yes, go ahead. I remember last time you didn't use formal speech, so why suddenly? It was as perplexing as it was uncomfortable. Selim smiled warmly, just suddenly felt a sense of respect. A sense of respect? Yes. Suddenly, why? Once again lost, Alan was about to receive an answer when a voice from behind interrupted. Selim, what the heck did you do to make everyone lose their screws like that? Turning around, Alan saw a figure he had never met in person but knew well. Parkline Agrilis was standing there. Hurry up, didn't you say you'd help with the magic this time? Aren't you already too busy? What are you doing here? As Parkline approached, visibly annoyed, he soon noticed Alan. You are definitely. It's nice to finally meet you, Lord of the Red Tower. I am Alan Palacio. Alan bowed his head slightly in greeting. Parkline let out an exclamation and then said with a slightly uncomfortable expression, I've heard a lot about you. You use primitive magic? Yes, that's correct. Alan was puzzled by his reaction. However, I've heard good things indeed. You also saved my daughter in the jungle recently, didn't you? Yes, but thank you. My daughter spoke very highly of you. Quite a lot, actually, for over a week straight after returning. Through these words, Alan realized why he was behaving this way. This man, he's a doting father. Just as Parkline was about to add a few more words, suddenly, stop. Damn it, you scared me. Selim shouted from the side, how dare you speak to Marquis Palacio like that? Apologize? Following this, Parkline was at a loss for words, with a look that seemed to ask if Selim had finally gone mad. Have you lost your mind roaming around the country because of your wanderlust for magic? Before he could continue, Tower Master, may I know how long should we wait? A wizard opened the door to the classroom and asked casually, then sighed heavily. Stop talking nonsense and come along. Keep your promises. Parkline turned to leave. Wait, shouldn't we finish our conversation first? Marquis, is there anything else you would like to ask? Indeed, Alan had something to ask. Speaking of which, I recently heard a rumor about the tower, and I'd like to inquire about it. What rumor? I heard a rumor that you, Tower Master, have approved a relationship between me and Lady Penia. Ah, that rumor. Selim nodded seemingly nonchalantly. If it's something the Marquis wishes, I see no harm in it. It's the right age for that, after all. In truth, Selim's thoughts were not so simple. A union between the Marquis and Penia. It wouldn't just be no harm, it would be perfect. But revealing such personal bias seemed inappropriate, so he said as much, come on, follow me, we're just getting started. Without a chance for Alan to respond, Parkline pulled Selim away. And then, see you next time, Marquis. Alan, watching Selim being dragged away with an unusually bright smile, couldn't help but hold his aching head. Blue Moon's regular meeting. The Moons, who had been chattering until just moments ago, suddenly fell silent. The face of Yusha projected on the screen was unusually serious. We've found those who tried to defame the Great Moon. The air rippled momentarily. Everyone quieted down as Hidden began his report. I will now explain. We have been consistently tracking an organization in our area, and we've located several places that were sending orders to lower-tier organizations. How many places? A total of 21, and we've confirmed that all of them are directly connected to the real brains behind the defamation of the Great Moon. However, we have yet to identify the head. After a brief silence, we just need to raid these organizations to find the bastard who tried to defame the Great Moon. The previously innocently smiling Xiaoreng flashed a fierce smile, lighting up her golden eyes. Where are they? Continuing the discussion, Rhine asked, the locations vary. Based on the regions where the moons reside, there are 5 near Caliban, 5 near Laxas, 3 near Ashtalon, and 3 near Lartania. As Hidden finished his report, Yusha's voice echoed sharply. Did everyone hear that? Pass the information and start moving now. Same here. I'll do the same. There seem to be none in Colonia, so I'll head to Ashtalon. We just need to kill them, right? Make sure to get the information before you kill them. Yusha sighed lightly, easing the heavy atmosphere a bit, and then introduced another topic. There's another matter. Another matter? What is it? Raiden and Xiaoreng reacted immediately. It seems the Great Moon needs specialty goods for the domain. Does anyone have a good proposal? Is he looking for something characteristic of the domain? It seems so. Me. Xiaoreng eagerly raised her hand. Let's hear it. I'll build a coliseum in the Great Moon's domain and I'll be the specialty product. Rejected. Xiaoreng made a sulky face, but she did not argue further. Her idea was so off the mark that it was unclear where even to begin correcting it. You can't come yourself. We all have our own orders. Then, specialty products, isn't it already decided? Dia's confident voice cut in, what is it? If the Marquis writes his autobiography, that solves everything. Another unusual suggestion sprang up. Despite other moons making faces that suggested this was a bit too much, Deus seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the reactions around him. A self-written autobiography by him, that would be interesting. Like a classic novel, maybe I could even co-author to make sure it's by now. Deus was deep in his own considerations, and the other moons, accustomed to his behavior, let him be and moved on with the agenda. Specialty products. Behind Xiaoreng's dissatisfied voice, Raiden, stroking his chin thoughtfully, spoke up. I have a not-so-bad idea about this. Let me handle it. What is it? Since none of us are particularly good at that kind of thing, how about we bring in someone who is? Is there such a person? Yes, I've recently met someone. Raiden smiled slyly. Meanwhile, in the alleys of Lax's, brother, why are you shivering all of a sudden? It's like a sudden chill came over me. Ever since being dragged off by Raiden and nearly dying, only to return and savor life twice as joyously as before, Election the appraiser was suddenly struck by an unknown chill. What's that? Filled with unease, he looked out the window. There, the blue moon was shining. At that moment, having seen the rising moon, Alon immediately set out to learn magic and greeted, good day. Welcome. He encountered Heinkel in the library bathed in blue moonlight. Now, the thing you requested. Her face looked remarkably better than when they had met the day before. Despite sensing an odd tension, Alon prompted, call them once. Then, if you'll excuse me. Following his words, Alon summoned Basilira just as he had before by channeling magic into the pattern, and soon, Basilira appeared. I will never act up again. I am sorry, so please, I beg you, spare me from the fist-bending, Seeing the somewhat broken Basilira, I am alive. I am alive, I am alive, I am alive, I am alive. I'll do as you say. I'll do anything you want, just subjugation or whatever, just please save me. Hearing the desperate cries of the little snake, Alon was momentarily shocked. How about that, it worked out, right? Yes, it seems so. Smiling, Heinkel made a comment, and Alon broke out in a cold sweat. Somehow, he felt a little scared. Chapter 118. Alon, though unsure of exactly how she did it, successfully subjugated Basilira with Heinkel's questionable help. He then received magical instruction from Heinkel. It was 5 days. Although it might seem a long or short time, it proved to be immensely beneficial for Alon. Heinkel wasn't handling words or sentences, but her magical knowledge matured Alon's magical abilities from a newly advanced 4th tier to a fully seasoned 4th tier level. Moreover, thanks to the issue of magic's cost-effectiveness, Alon was now able to use magic that he hadn't even thought of using before because he had learned a slightly more efficient way to utilize mana at this point. Of course, Alon wasn't a genius who could apply what he learned perfectly right away, and it took some time to properly implement it. However, even the minor teaching greatly reduced the consumption rate compared to the original magic, which was a significant gain. Most importantly, the biggest help he received was this. It was right in front of him. Woong, Alon saw the magic manifested before his eyes, or more precisely, it was a visualization of the arrangement of mana. Like the DNA of genes, the mana was arranged in a spiral pattern forming a pentagram. Though it wasn't perfect yet, it was undoubtedly what he had wanted, and he smiled deeply within himself. This was precisely why he sought magical instruction from Heinkel and its result. I didn't expect to be able to implement it this quickly. The array broke down into tiny pieces the moment he lost focus. Still, Alon exhaled a satisfied breath. What he had created was one of the traits that magicians could use in psychedelia. A trait? In the game, when magicians reach the 4th tier, they can obtain unique traits for their magic using knowledge from the labyrinths, though these traits are limited to about 10 in the game. Nevertheless, Alon had managed to implement this trait without even visiting a labyrinth. It wasn't because he was special. In fact, anyone who knew how to incorporate the overall shape, order, and position of mana into magic could use it. Of course, unless someone discovered the trait by entering the labyrinth themselves, Elan would be the only user of this undiscovered trait. The labyrinth that gives the trait hadn't even appeared at this point. It had only emerged due to a fracture after one of the sins descended. With a little more practice, I might be able to handle it perfectly. Soon, thinking of a unique trait that would be very helpful to his current self, he became satisfied. Then, Marquis. Elan turned his attention to the voice of Evan. What's the matter? No, the conference is nearly over. I was wondering what you're planning to do. How many days are left? About 3 days, I think, Evan replied. Elan pondered for a moment. He had heard that he could stay for about a week even after the conference ended, but it seemed pointless to receive instruction now. Heinkel's teachings had indeed been an incredible gift to Elan. However, Elan could no longer receive instruction from Heinkel. Or rather, it would be correct to say that it would be pointless to try as the physical limitations, known as the mana hole, began to make Heinkel's teachings seem like merely good-looking, unripe persimmons. So had gotten what he could, and now it might be time to try to increase his mana a bit more. Just as Elan was thinking of an artifact that might be near the central tower to slightly increase his mana. Ah, by the way, Marquis, there's a commotion outside. Evan suddenly changed the subject. A commotion outside? What happened? Well, not exactly an event, but just a lot of stuff happening. So what's the event? Evan dragged out his words before continuing. Recently, in the entire Allied Kingdom, mountains have suddenly started splitting open, or natural massacres are occurring in the territories of the Marquidom. In the mountains or the Marquidom's territories. Yes, there have already been over 8 incidents within a week. Particularly, Mount Temax near the Kingdom of Rosario has become a barren wasteland. The reason? The reason is still unclear. That's just the rumor going around. Is there any commonality among the places where these incidents occurred? From what I've heard, the locations are sporadic. A quiet sense of crisis was felt. Meanwhile, doubts arose. If it were the appearance of an outer god, it wouldn't burst sporadically in multiple places, Elan thought, tilting his head. But that was only for a moment. Still, I should probably look into it first. After delegating some tasks to Evan with the intention of moving himself, it seems he'll have to go out soon. He decided it was time to leave the magic conference. That night, as always, Elan was alone, practicing magic after receiving his instruction. Heinkel, watching him, had a strange expression. Initially, she had detested just his presence, but lately, Heinkel had grown quite interested in him. Partly because he followed her teachings well, but more so because the magic he used was very peculiar. Elan was using primitive magic that had nearly become extinct even in Heinkel's era. Even more, its use was so natural that it naturally aroused curiosity. No, to be precise, it was curiosity about the magic he used. I wish I could ask him to teach me once. Unfortunately, the master and disciple relationship had not been established between her and Elan. Given her personality, asking Elan to teach her something now would be a bit difficult. However, Heinkel's magical curiosity easily overcame her personality. Being a magician known as the Cup of the Origins, her curiosity was immense. In fact, she had mentioned something about phrases to Elan a few days ago. As soon as the word phrase slipped out, she had shut her mouth, and the conversation hadn't progressed. It couldn't be helped. It was because of the entity behind Elan. Whenever she tried to discuss something related to phrases, she immediately looked up and couldn't ask about it. While teaching him magic, Heinkel had already figured out to some extent the eyes that Elan and others shouldn't be aware of. Elan was unaware of the presence of the eyes behind him. Or rather, it would have been strange if he had noticed. After all, that entity was invisible to anyone who had not opened their eyes, and one would need enlightenment and strength similar to hers to even glimpse what was hidden behind the scenes. And most importantly, the eyes themselves seemed to avoid being recognized by Elan when utilizing magic. Despite being a spirit, Heinkel felt the hairs on her body stand on end. For some reason, the eyes that refused Elan's recognition showed a clear reaction to phrases, if not entirely. Of course, it couldn't be definitively concluded that it was avoiding them, but her survival instincts violently warned her. Don't just casually bring up that topic. I think I'll leave for today. Oh, all right, see you tomorrow. Yes, thank you as always. She knew it wasn't particularly beneficial to touch on that subject. Yet her curiosity stimulated her wildly day by day. Isn't there a good way? After Elan left, she soon came up with an idea. Now that I think about it, the eyes don't react when he recites the phrase. If I don't ask directly, and he offers to teach first, maybe I could listen. She was aware of the low likelihood of that scenario actually happening. But by now, her brain had been overtaken by curiosity. How can I start the conversation first? She began to ponder. Suddenly, you damn old coot. I know you're hiding here, come out. A loud shout echoed throughout the library, furrowing brows. Who dares so recklessly? However, shortly after, she recognized the owner of the voice. Penia Chryson. For Heinkel, who wandered around the central tower whenever she felt bored, Penia was a well-known figure among the magicians, her name frequently mentioned. Moreover, there had recently been rumors involving her and Marquis Palacio. Wait. It seems like a path is opening up. Penia, if Penia truly had that kind of relationship with Marquis Palacio, a small plan began to form in her mind. Penia Chryson was in a very angry state. That was because she originally had no intention of attending this magic conference. It was only recently that the magical supplies had started arriving properly, allowing her to resume the experiments that had been on hold. But the reason she came to the central tower was exactly because of damn old coot. A rumor started by the Blue Tower's master. Wow, I didn't know you'd already finished greeting. So the vice master of the tower is getting married? You really can't predict life. Penia gritted her teeth as she recalled the professors who barged in during her magical experiments and spouted such words. And the source of those rumors was none other than Sele Micardo, who usually shirked his duties onto her and wandered around carelessly without a care in the world. She couldn't just stand by. She had to punish that old coot immediately. Penia rushed to the conference and, finding him already hidden, she scoured every corner of the building, eventually arriving at the library. And here, who is there? She encountered a spectral girl, or more precisely, the Cup of the Origins, Heinkel. The Cup of the Origins, Heinkel, who it's curious that you know my name. At the affirming voice, Penia was so startled that she froze, forgetting her original purpose. Penia had long been aware of one of the rumors related to the Central Tower's library, about the Cup of the Origins, Heinkel. The content was simple. If you visited the library at night, Heinkel would appear and impart magical knowledge. However, hardly any magician believed it, as it made no sense for Heinkel, who should have died hundreds of years ago, to suddenly appear in the library. Nevertheless, Penia had once visited the library at night after hearing the rumor. Because her childhood dream was to become a great magician like Heinkel, it was natural for Penia to recognize Heinkel immediately. She had seen countless portraits of Heinkel in statues and books. State your name, a figure akin to an idol from her childhood, Heinkel prompted, and Penia, staring blankly, startled, replied, Penia Chryson. Her heart fluttered at meeting someone she had long admired. However, Penia Chryson, so you're the one rumored to have that kind of relationship with Marquis Palacio. Hearing strange words from the mouth of her idol, she could not help but furrow her brow involuntarily. Her tolerance had grown incredibly low due to being constantly troubled by rumors over the past few months. That's a huge misunderstanding, she reflexively attempted to clarify. There is one condition I have for you. If you agree, I will personally teach you magic. What? She fell silent at the continuing proposal. Exactly as I said, I have a favor related to Marquis Palacio. If you are as close to the Marquis as the rumors suggest, it shouldn't be too difficult. What do you say? Despite the oddity of the statement, you mean, teach me magic? Yes. From the Cup of the Origins. I don't repeat myself. She could not object. Memories flashed through her mind, all painfully linked to Marquis Palacio. From memories of creating potions for him to being dragged away by pirates while traveling with him. Days filled with stress from rumors involving the Marquis scrolled through her mind one by one. Honestly, Penia wanted to completely clear up the rumors related to Marquis Palacio. Her feelings remained the same even now. No matter the chance to be mentored in magic by the Cup of the Origins itself, Penia's stress had long since surpassed its limits. Therefore, instead of voicing what Penia really thought, perhaps, was there some mistake in the spreading of these rumors? She just curled the corners of her mouth into an awkward smile. The stress that had gnawed at her very being, tormenting her to the point of pulling her hair out for months, still could not overpower her magical curiosity. Chapter 119, the labyrinthine city of Lartania is divided into 8 sections, 4 inside and 4 outside. Among these, the eastern district on the outskirts of Lartania, colloquially known as the slums, is referred to by mercenaries and adventurers as the Street of Scum. Initially, it was merely a nesting ground for scavengers, but now it has become an area so treacherous that even the Lord of Lartania treads carefully. This district, adjacent to the city walls, might as well be outside the law due to the formidable figures hidden in its streets. Consequently, most mercenaries strictly avoid it unless necessary. The Street of Scum is dominated by 3 organizations. The first is led by Surode, head of the Jihajikdan. The second, under the leadership of Kakin, is called Punkal, located in the northeastern district, a gathering place for Lartania's refuse. The third, Salamandra, leads the Dark Mud, which, despite officially being one of 3 powers, effectively rules over the Street of Scum. Previously, these 3 factions had equally divided the district, but at some point, Dark Mud seized control, overpowering the others due to the unforeseen and immense strength of their boss, Salamandra. The other organizations do not understand how Salamandra rapidly ascended to a completely different level. They only witnessed Salamandra, exuding dark magic, tearing apart a swordmaster-level adversary from laxes with bare hands. Since that day, no one in the Street of Scum dares defy Dark Mud. Inside their headquarters, a scene resembling a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood unfolds. Everywhere you look inside buildings, outside on the streets, the ground, the sky, the exterior walls, the main gate corpses are all that can be seen. A unique aspect is the massive golden pipes piercing through the bodies, creating chaos like a jungle gym, gleaming under the blue moonlight. Salamandra, the leader of Dark Mud, looked nervously at the being before her under the clear blue moon. Her green eyes sparkled behind her as a womaner, rather, a high-ranking member of Lartania named Rhine, issued a command. Restore it. The moment the command was given, the golden pipes moved at incredible speed, seemingly melting into nothingness and erasing the macabre jungle gym. As a rain of corpses began to fall, creating a blood flower, Rhine, seemingly pleased with the power bestowed upon her, nodded repeatedly, saying, "Well, it seems all the nuisances are gone now. Shall we have a talk?" She smiled at Salamandra, who furrowed her brow unknowingly, glanced at Rhine, and suddenly turned to flee, certain that he could not overcome her presence, at least not yet. Upon deciding, Salamandra entered the building without hesitation and rushed to the basement to use that against the formidable opponent. Upon reaching the basement, she quickly opened a box prepared for this day, her only hope, her lifeline. Unfortunately, as soon as she opened the box, she could no longer reach out her hands. All she could do was watch as a golden pipe, which had killed all her subordinates, burst through her heart from behind. "Oh, this is troublesome. I shouldn't kill her." As Rhine's voice, dripping with regret, became a funeral march, Salamandra instantly died. Licking her lips as if disappointed, Rhine approached and noticed something. "What's this?" Her voice echoed faintly in the dark basement, spotting a vast amount of abyssal entities soaked in Salamandra's blood. Lately, Evan had nothing particular to do. What could there possibly be to do at the central tower where the magic conference was ongoing? While Elan didn't particularly restrict Evan's movements, allowing him to wander around if he felt bored, he had chosen not to do so recently. The reason was simple. Since a week ago, the number of magicians clinging to Evan had increased exponentially. If this attention had been purely due to his looks, he would have been ready to enjoy it. Concern? What's that? Evan enjoyed being in the spotlight. Unfortunately, the reason was different. It was due to the head and deputy head of the Blue Magic Tower being associated with Elan. Evan only had to think of stepping out of his room to recall the magicians swarming him, each offering enticing artifacts or relaying messages to the Marquis, hoping to establish a connection through these offers. It seemed as though their lack of social skills, developed from being cooped up in the tower focusing solely on magic research, made them oblivious to his rejections or ignorance. They clung to him even more, chattering like penguins. Honestly, Evan had no clue what Elan was up to that caused such a stir. No, it doesn't seem like he's doing anything. Of course, he knew that Elan wasn't particularly active. Essentially, Evan was just accompanying Elan, who didn't engage in anything unusual during their travels, except maybe eating sweet potatoes for over 2 weeks without getting tired of them. But given the circumstances, Evan couldn't help but suspect Elan might be up to something secretly. Elan, being who he was, would only sincerely feel wronged if asked about it. Although it was hard to tell with his expressionless face, having served him for almost 10 years, Evan had learned to read some emotions through his impassiveness. So, after days of staying indoors, Evan finally went out, walking inside the magic tower. He figured enough time had passed for the rumors to have died down. Shortly after, he felt satisfied, realizing his judgment was correct. As he walked around, the magicians only glanced at him instead of crowding around, leading him to believe the gossip had been quelled. Just as he was starting to enjoy his leisurely tour of the tower, he encountered someone. "It's been a while." "Oh, Felin?" "Yes." Evan ran into Felin Chryson, whom he had met in Lax's. Initially aloof, they had developed some friendship while traveling together in Lax's. "What brings you here? A magician attending a magic conference? I'd like to say there's nothing unusual, but that's not why I came. Then, I was dragged here." "Dragged? By whom?" "By my sister because of the rumors." Ah, Evan immediately understood Felin's words. "Is she very upset?" Evan had heard from Alon that Penia Chryson had spoken harshly about Alon. Felin paused for a moment, then spoke. "I asked her just in case. And I got slapped." Oh dear. "It's a bit harsh to say, but she's become quite violent," said Felin, his voice tinged with fear. Evan noticed that the respect Felin once had for his sister during their time in Lax's had significantly faded. This indirect evidence of the hardships Felin had endured at Penia's hands stirred a sense of sympathy in Evan. "So she came here because of that rumor?" "Exactly. She said she'd come to find the head of the tower, who'd been spreading those rumors, and have a word with him, or rather, give him a piece of her mind." It sounded like a misunderstanding. So could the deputy have come alone? "She decided to bring me along thinking the head of the tower might hide." Oh. Realizing he had been drafted into a search party, Felin felt momentarily relieved that his sister wasn't around. "So, have you just arrived?" "No, we got here late yesterday. My sister went to look for the head of the tower, and I started from the first floor with others today. She should be arriving soon. By the way, where's the Marquis?" "He's probably somewhere in the tower attending a lecture. But considering how angry she got over a mere rumor, she must really dislike him, huh?" Suddenly, they heard murmurs among the magicians and saw Alon in the distance, reading a book he hadn't seen before. Behind him was Penia Chryson, watching him with a serious expression. "Penia, over here," Felin called just as he spotted her. "Marquis?" "Ah, hello." Evan and Felin saw Penia, who had just been looking serious, approaching Alon with a bright smile and a nasal voice. At that sight, Evan doubted his own eyes. "Deputy? Don't call me that, just Penia, Marquis." Penia's sudden shift to coquettishness baffled all the magicians present. "What?" Felin, who had just been about to call his sister, was at a loss for words, his mouth agape. Thud, in such an absurd situation, a droplet of saliva dripped from Felin's mouth. "Has my sister gone mad?" he muttered, unable to comprehend the situation. Penia does not like Alon. It was a well-known fact. From the beginning, there was no reason for her to like Alon, and she was stressed out whenever rumors related to him spread. Wasn't the very reason she came to the tower to find and deal with the Blue Tower Master who had spread those rumors. However, the reason she was now showing a bright smile to Alon was, naturally, because of Heinkel. She turned her gaze to the sky. Although invisible to other magicians, Penia could clearly see Heinkel, in spirit form, looking down at the situation, as if to confirm that Alon and Penia were indeed involved. This realization prompted Penia to throw herself at Alon and act nonsensically. Despite the immense stress it caused her, she was eager to receive teachings from Heinkel, who was treated like a hero among the magicians. Therefore, she asked Alon with a desperate smile, "Why are you looking at me like that, Marquis?" The recipient of her nasal-voiced speech, Alon, was internally bewildered by Penia's sudden approach, as the Penia he knew would never act like this. So he wondered, did she eat something wrong, and looked at her seriously. "Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" "Ahahaha, what do you mean all of a sudden? We've always been like this, haven't we?" Penia replied, "Haven't we?" What a strange syllable that was. While Alon was shocked behind his expressionless facade, the rumor that the Marquis Palacio and Penia Chryson had been involved, which had been violently squashed in the Blue Tower, began to resurface. Was it true that they were involved after all? She must be too embarrassed to speak. If the Blue Tower Master himself acknowledged it, there must be no mistake in the rumor. Thanks to Penia twisting herself in flattery, to learn Heinkel's magic, the rumors reignited. "Cardinal, there's a new rumor about the Marquis." "Yes. What is it?" "Cardinal Sergius. A rumor has started that the deputy of the Blue Tower and the Marquis Palacio are really involved." "Oh, that rumor, wasn't it debunked last time?" "Well, this time it seems not to be just a rumor. In fact, several witnesses have come forward at the magic conference." "What?" Just 3 days later, the rumor about the Marquis Palacio reached the ears of the Cardinal of the Holy Kingdom, who was paying attention to such matters. As Yusha's fingers brushed against the texture of the paper, she felt the familiar touch of the stationery used for sending letters. Chapter 120 Parkline, the master of the Red Magic Tower, was fundamentally indifferent to rumors. He found exploring antiquity far more enjoyable than indulging in gossip. However, it wasn't that rumors didn't reach his ears. Specifically, the rumor that Marquis Palacio and Pinia Chryson are involved in a very intimate relationship recognized by the Blue Magic Tower Master was consistently heard by him. In fact, given Parkline Argula's personality, no matter how often he heard or verified the rumor, he remained uninterested. Recently, however, Parkline had been paying attention to the rumor about Marquis Palacio and Pinia Chryson, which he would usually ignore. The reason was Himsele Micardo. Seems like you're having fun? Is that so? Well, if you say so, it must appear so. Selim, who seemed overjoyed, expressed his exhilaration with his entire body. He knew when this excitement had started. It was after the rumor about Marquis Palacio broke out. Indeed, since then, Selim, just before entering lectures, always wore a smile and hummed a tune with a bounce in his step. Sometimes, it seemed like he had sold the authority of a magic tower master so casually that even his hips swayed. The exact reason for his behavior was unclear, but a guess was possible. Selim Micardo might seem difficult to approach at first glance, but he was an easy person to understand. There was only one factor that determined his mood: magic. He was always happy when he solved a magical problem, and unhappy when magic didn't go as planned. Other events? Selim didn't express much emotion about anything other than magic. Whether the magic tower was destroyed overnight, or if the deputy of the Blue Magic Tower was so frustrated that she came running to kill him, Selim rarely showed any emotional response unless it was about magic. Anyway, Selim's recent activities in seeking clues to ascend from the 8th to the 9th tier were well known to Parkline, so guessing why he was excited was easy. He must have found a clue to move from the 8th to the 9th tier, and the clue likely involved Marquis Palacio. There were several reasons for this assumption. First, Selim, fundamentally indifferent and devoid of political or power hunger, focused solely on magic. He wouldn't be thrilled merely by Pinia's relationship with the Count. Second, it was due to Selim's recent behavior towards Marquis Palacio. He's been treating him like royalty. Lastly, combining the content of the letter he had interpreted and the use of primitive magic by Marquis Palacio made it easy to deduce. The guess that Marquis Palacio held the key for Selim Micardo to ascend to the 9th tier was easy to reach. From there, it was even possible to speculate whether Marquis Palacio was a magician as noted on the parchment. Since the moment Selim began trying to cover up any discussion of the Count, Parkline had been more than guessing. He was certain. There was definitely something about Marquis Palacio. This was precisely why Parkline had been listening to the rumors recently. Naturally, he was also very interested in reaching the 9th tier. Not just interested, but profoundly so. Not only him, but all the Magic Tower Masters harbored a desire to reach the 9th tier. After all, the masters of each tower had ascended to their positions through a blend of curiosity, desire, and genius. Therefore, master of the Red Magic Tower. It's been a while. To secure his gains, Parkline was quicker than anyone to meet Elan, regardless of what might be hidden. If he openly asked, there was surely something to be gained. That coat looks warm. This coat? Yes, but it's quite chilly now. When it's hot, and when it's cold, it's cold. Anyway, I'd like to give you a gift. Would you accept it? A gift. Parkline naturally pulled a dark blue coat from within his robes. It was similar to what Elan usually wore, but had black fur trimmings at the edges. It's an artifact coat I made myself. It's enchanted with subspace magic, and the coat itself adjusts the surrounding array to facilitate magic use. It's a very fine coat. Yes. Moreover, it has a built-in artifact that, although mild, maintains a constant temperature inside. What do you think? It's a very nice coat, but why are you suddenly giving this to me? Parkline laughed heartily in response to the Marquis' emotionless inquiry. Well, my daughter has often received help from you, so it's a token of gratitude. Then I will gratefully accept it. Good, let me know if you need anything else. Thank you for your consideration. Yes, Leon also sends her regards. Although the coat was expensive, for a Magic Tower master like him, making several was not an issue. His labor could easily produce as many as needed. Essentially, Parkline had given Elan a cost-effective gift. At that moment, Wait, what are you doing? Selim Ricardo, who had disappeared right after the lecture, suddenly reappeared with a clearly anxious expression. And then, Marquis, did he perhaps mention anything about introducing you to his daughter? What? If so, it's definitely Penia. He blurted out immediately, without taking the time to think properly. At this, Parkline burst into incredulous laughter, unintentionally gaining a bit more firm conviction. So the Marquis really does have something? Clearly, he didn't think the Marquis had said that out of concern for Penia. While Parkline felt a strange pleasure from his newfound certainty, be careful with your words, Selim. There's a limit to my patience. He warned. The clue to the 9th tier was insanely precious to him, but that didn't mean he intended to send his precious daughter to some grim fellow, even if it meant plunging into the depths of a fiery magma pit. However, separately from that, Marquis, I will offer you something even better. This is the potion I've obtained to give you this time, Count. I just realized there's something I haven't given you yet. With these words from Selim, a strange battle had unwittingly begun. In recent days, Alan had been incredibly busy. More precisely, his evenings were particularly hectic because of a need to meet with Heinkel. The reason was an event near the central tower that could uniquely enhance one's magical powers. In the game, it involved solving simple magical diagrams, where intelligence above a certain level allowed one to click a mouse to gain magic power. Alan, who went to the lake's labyrinth for this task, was taken aback by the unexpectedly challenging magic difficulties. To be more precise, the magic was basic, and it was more accurate to say he was solving puzzles within the labyrinth itself. As a result, for over 4 days, Alan neglected searching for Heinkel and instead went to the labyrinth every night to solve puzzles. During the day, he wandered around the magic tower, pondering puzzle solutions in his notebook. Ideally, he would have preferred to address the rumor that had spread a few days earlier due to Penia's audacity, but regrettably, that too was impossible. Ironically, the reason was Penia herself. Clinging to him as if she had eaten something wrong, she recently had not been in Alan's sight. Moreover, the last time he saw Penia from a distance, he witnessed her making a bizarre scream, wooga, and then jumping out of a window from the 18th floor. Alan decided to focus on solving the puzzle until the end of the conference. That was, until this situation arose. Alan looked ahead. In front of him, 2 masters of the magic tower were stacking gifts on top of a book as if performing some sort of feat. Now he couldn't even see ahead. It's not that I dislike gifts absent-mindedly lifting his gaze. He saw a mountain of gifts that had grown as tall as him. All of them were fine things. Even the coat Parkline first gave was a very attractive artifact for him. Surely it should be Marquis. Look at this is exactly Marquis. This artifact, you see? Alan suddenly craved sweet potatoes. Many nobles gathered at the ball, hosted by the Comelin ducal house. They were mingling in the lavishly decorated hall. Among them was Duke Edgar, arguably the most powerful noble within the current Ashtalon kingdom. Duke Comelin, it's been a while. It has been a while, Duke Edgar. He greeted the host of the ball, Duke Comelin. I always feel like you really haven't aged exactly like the old days. That's a nice compliment. Compliment. I really mean it. As the head of a faction, he often spoke in ambiguous terms, but this time, he was genuinely sincere. The face of a young man untouched by time. At least to Duke Edgar, Duke Comelin didn't seem to have changed much from 10 years ago, still maintaining the youth of his mid-20s unlike Edgar, who had gained more wrinkles. What trickery could possibly just as Duke Edgar was pondering this question? Duke Edgar. Yes. First of all, let me say thank you for gathering here. Duke Comelin suddenly greeted him. Well, is there really something to thank? No, I really appreciate it. Why? Duke Edgar answered perplexedly. Usually, for nobles, how many people attended their hosted balls was practically a show of their authority, so it wasn't strange to express gratitude. In other words, the greeting in itself wasn't odd. However, it's only not strange when it's a one-time courtesy. Repeatedly expressing thanks like this was odd. As suspicion arose, Duke Edgar saw it. Duke Comelin's hand gesture. Seeing him form a seal with his index and middle fingers, Duke Edgar cocked his head. It's because you all gathered like this that I have less trouble. What? His expression darkened unwittingly, and the next moment. Vexation. As Duke Comelin's voice uttered, pop, Edgar Duke's head burst open. Not only his, the head of a young lady who had been smiling just a moment ago, a knight guarding other nobles, a noble enjoying tea time at one side of the ball. The heads of all living beings present at the ball exploded. Then, in the middle of the ballroom now adorned with red blood, thump. Duke Comelin, brushing off the blood stuck to his hair, walked towards the door of the ballroom with an unruffled expression. Let's begin, he signaled to start to a dark elf in the darkness. Yes, the beginning of a great cause, a salvation awaited for hundreds of years. 2 days later, after completely solving the puzzle in the labyrinth, an outer god has descended. Alon heard such news from Deus. Chapter 121, Outer Gods Appearing in the Kingdom of Ashtalon? Yes, and not just in Ashtalon. Reports indicate sightings in Laxas and Caliban as well. Alon frowned deeply. Multiple outer gods appearing at once? Yes, and not just in partial form but fully incarnated. That's what the reports claim. That's impossible, Alon thought. Something felt off. Never before in psychedelia had he seen multiple outer gods descend at the same time. While he couldn't definitively say it wasn't possible, the phenomenon was clearly abnormal. The descent of outer gods usually occurred through living beings in this world, including humans. An outer god could only achieve full manifestation by relying on the body they descended into. But for several of them to appear simultaneously like this, there were only 2 possible explanations. Either a significant number of outer gods had been in hiding and emerged all at once, or artificial outer gods. The thought brought to mind the artificial outer gods he had encountered in the Holy Kingdom entities that had never existed in psychedelia. As Alon considered the 2 possibilities, Evan provided additional information that decisively tipped the scales. All the outer gods spoke the name of Duke Comelin of the Kingdom of Ashtalon? Yes, they all called him the Seeker and displayed fervent devotion. Alon's suspicions solidified. These were not the outer gods he was familiar with. They were artificial. Duke Comelin had created these artificial outer gods, and he had gone even further to create abyssal beings. We leave immediately. To the Kingdom of Ashtalon? Evan asked, wide-eyed. Yes. It's said to be incredibly dangerous there right now. Are you sure? Yes. Prepare at once. Despite muttering complaints, Evan hurried off to make preparations. Watching him, Alon pondered. The name Duke Comelin is unfamiliar in psychedelia. But that didn't matter anymore. The critical point was that Duke Comelin was the mastermind behind the abyssal beings of fact that had never been revealed in psychedelia's original narrative. And further, that he might be the outer god long thought hidden, the forgotten one. With a deep sigh, Alon stood. There was no time to waste. All ready, my lord, Evan announced. Let's move. They set off immediately for the Kingdom of Ashtalon. Over the following 5 days, Alon received 3 key pieces of information. First, the outer gods had appeared suddenly, slaughtering nearly all the nobles at Duke Comelin's ball. Second, the slaughter extended beyond the ball to include the peasants, soldiers, and knights within his domain. Third, Duke Comelin had already destroyed 4 neighboring territories, leaving them in complete ruin. One question lingered in Alon's mind. Why annihilate the neighboring territories? The mass slaughter itself wasn't surprising. Outer gods, upon descending into living bodies, inherently viewed humanity as an enemy. However, their goal was rarely mass slaughter for its own sake, was typically a byproduct of their pursuit of larger objectives. But this was different. The actions of Duke Comelin, presumed to be an outer god, seemed aligned with the usual outer god behavior at first glance. However, the sheer scope of the massacres raised questions. Alon stared down at the map Evan had provided. It marked the 4 territories Duke Comelin had devastated. Evan. Yes. The territories Duke Comelin attacked. Didn't you say they had no particular conflicts with him? Correct. In fact, they were reportedly on good terms. Duke Comelin wasn't known to cause trouble in social circles either. The 4 destroyed territories, though close together on the map, were not directly adjacent. This ruled out the possibility that the destruction was incidental to his movement toward a larger target. Instead, the territories themselves were the deliberate targets. This puzzled Alon. Outer gods considered humanity their enemy, but they didn't generally prioritize widespread massacres. Their actions were driven by a fundamental purpose beyond mere slaughter. Yet Duke Comelin's actions seemed as though annihilating humanity itself was his ultimate goal, indiscriminately razing any territory he encountered. Adding to the chaos, there's significant damage outside Ashtalon as well. Yes. While Ashtalon is the worst, other countries have also seen territories wiped out with Ison or 2 each. Even the artificial outer gods, presumed to have been created by Duke Comelin, didn't seem to have any clear objectives. They existed only to slaughter humans. Alan studied the map again with a peculiar expression. After a moment of searching his memories, he shook his head. Duke Comelin never actually appeared in the game. Instead, it had been the abyssal beings he created that made an appearance. Even they had lacked detail, leaving players to complain about their abrupt inclusion for the sake of game balance. Beyond that, there had been no lore surrounding them. Looks like we're about to cross the border into the kingdom of Ashtalon. Really, if the intel is accurate, Duke Comelin's next target should be the Lumiere territory. Shall we head there? That's the plan. But my lord, Evan interjected hesitantly, is it really fine to rush in like this? I know you're going to stop Duke Comelin, but we haven't even assessed the enemy's strength yet. Evan trailed off, muttering about how Alan had done the same in the past. Alan considered his words in silence. Unlike his past encounters, where the game's knowledge had given him an advantage, Duke Comelin was an unknown adversary, shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Alan nodded resolutely. We can go. Are you certain? Yes. Everything is already prepared, and I have my ways of gauging their power. Alan's fingers brushed the artifact hanging around his neck, the necklace of the Snow Eater. He recalled a hidden feature of this item. Well, if you say so, Evan shrugged in reluctant agreement. Alan looked skyward. Contrary to the grim rumors and chaos unfolding across the land, the sky was serenely clear, as if indifferent to the atrocities below. Exactly a day and a half later, Alan arrived in the Lumiere territory, ruled by Count Lumiere. What the hell? Evan's low curse was followed by a horrifying scene on the castle walls. An artificial outer god was wreaking havoc, emitting guttural screeches as it tore the territory apart. The creature had an enormous body, with hundreds of grotesque limbs fused together to form the shape of a spider. Below it, the territory burned, consumed by fire. From the flames rose the anguished screams of the dying. It wasn't just the destruction. The spider-like outer god's gaping maw was littered with the remains of what had once been people. Corpses fell from its jaws, while below, soldiers and knights waged a desperate battle. Alan's eyes took in the Senedd defenders' struggle against insurmountable odds. Knights hacked away at the monstrous limbs, even as others were crushed beneath them. Some gave their lives to carve a path for their comrades. Among the dying, one knight finally reached the monster. Slash! With a tremendous swing, he severed one of the creature's massive legs. The grotesque limb fell to the ground, demolishing several houses with its weight. Blood sprayed everywhere as the creature howled in pain. For a moment, triumph flickered in the knight's eyes, but that triumph quickly turned to despair. From the severed stump of the outer god's leg, hands began to sprout. A hand grew, then another, and another, endlessly multiplying. The grotesque regeneration mimicked living muscles, and in moments the creature's leg had fully regrown. The sacrifice of over 15 knights, who had given their lives to create that fleeting chance, was rendered meaningless. The surviving soldiers stared blankly at the regenerating abomination. The outer god's many eyes turned to the knight who had struck it. Its gaze bore down on him. Ah! The knight, paralyzed by terror, let out a scream. Alan watched as the spider-like artificial outer god twisted its grotesque mouth into what seemed like a pleased grin in response to the knight's cries. With a calm demeanor, Alan formed a seal with his fingers. Even calling it an artificial outer god is too generous. To Alan, outer gods were unquestionably his enemies, yet they were still deities in nature, regardless of their form. However, the thing before him was little more than a grotesque monster mimicking divinity. Sigh. Steadying his thoughts, Alan extended his hand. He knew magic wasn't the best choice here. A single decisive attack might have been ideal. But with regeneration like that, the only way to eliminate it in one blow would be to use the necklace of the Snow Eater to pinpoint its weak spot. Still, standing idly by and watching the slaughter wasn't an option. As he cycled through dozens of strategies in his mind, just as he was about to chant a spell master, a familiar voice caused him to instinctively turn his head. Cialring. Wow, it is you, master. Bounding toward him with a wagging tail was Cialring. Her face lit up with excitement as she hurried to his side, a radiant smile on her face. Master, what are you doing here? Just then crunch. Alan's eyes caught it. Behind Cialring, the massive creature that had just moments ago been raising its legs to crush the knight was now staring in their direction with its enormous eyes. Was her voice too loud? Alan grimaced at the thought, but the moment was fleeting. The outer god let out an unearthly sound, its grotesque body turning toward them. And yet, master, what are you doing here? Oh, and Evan's here too. Despite the massive creature moving closer, climbing over the castle walls, Xiaoreng seemed entirely unconcerned, wagging her tail as she kept her gaze fixed solely on Alan. I am wondering the same, but before we talk, it seems we need to deal with that. That! Xiaoreng finally turned her gaze. There, the monstrous entity loomed, its movements now directed toward them, seemingly responding to Xiaoreng's voice. Ugly, making a face as if annoyed by the sight of it, Xiaoreng turned back to Alan. Master, wait here, okay? Since it looks like it's bothering you, I'll take care of it. Before Alan could react, she began walking toward the monster. Wait, Xiaoreng. Alan tried to stop her. He knew Xiaoreng was strong, but the opponent was an outer god, even if artificially created and significantly weaker than genuine ones. It still bore the essence of divinity. But Xiaoreng had already moved several steps ahead, her eyes locked onto the creature as golden sparks began to radiate from her body. Crackle! Golden lightning surged outward, devouring the darkness around them and lighting up the area. The ground cratered beneath her feet, and her hair, which had been resting neatly down her back, rose in sharp, lightning-infused spikes. And then ranching, a barely audible whisper escaped her lips, too faint for even Alan to catch clearly. In an instant, she vanished. Before Alan and Evan could even comprehend where she had gone, they saw it. The massive body of the artificial outer god, which had been devastating the territory, suddenly lifted into the air, weightless against the impossible force. At the same time, from beneath the creature, a brilliant bolt of lightning shot upward, tearing through its body and climbing toward the heavens. The soldiers and knights, who had been drowning in despair moments ago, stared, their eyes drawn to the dazzling lightning. Crack, zzzt. The radiant lightning pierced the creature's torso, splitting it open as it climbed higher and higher into the night sky. Everyone watched, their mouths agape in disbelief. Even Alan and Evan were no exception. Finally, is that even possible? Evan muttered, stunned. Alan didn't respond. Instead, he stared blankly at Xiaoreng, who was now high in the air, waving both hands enthusiastically toward him. How is she this strong? Alan's mind swirled with confusion as countless questions hung over him like hooks. Chapter 122. Ultimately, the monster was defeated by Xiaoreng and Alan working together. Of course, Xiaoreng's overwhelming abilities were so formidable that she could toy with the monster with ease. However, the monster's unnaturally rapid regenerative ability allowed it to cling stubbornly to life. As the battle dragged on, it was Alan, using the necklace of the Snow Eater to discern its weakness, who pinpointed the human-like vulnerable spot hidden beneath the monster's maw, delivering the final blow and killing it completely. As the dark night gave way to the faint light of dawn, truly, thank you. From the half-ruined lord's castle, Alan faced a man who bowed deeply, nearly falling to his knees. The eldest son of Count Lumiere, the de facto count himself. As the previous Count Lumiere had perished at the Duke of Comelin's, lowered his head in profound gratitude. Alan's gaze shifted beyond the ruins of the castle, to the sight of displaced villagers and groaning, injured soldiers. What lay before him was the devastated state of the domain. While some parts remained intact, they were few and far between. Most of the land was on the brink of ruin. Letting out a quiet sigh, Alan listened as the new count explained the state of the Ashtalon kingdom in detail. Duke Comelin is using the outer gods. Yes, and the outer god that was here was one of those the Duke unleashed? That's correct. Where is he heading next? I cannot say for certain, but judging from the direction he was moving, I believe he's headed toward the lands of Duke Merkelane. The count's face was heavy with sorrow. Alan nodded. Thank you for informing me. I swear I will repay this kindness. As Count Lumiere swore his promise multiple times, Alan turned and walked away. Ah, master. Soon he spotted Xiaoreng, who was surrounded by knights gazing at her with awe. However, there was something unusual. Let go of me. Carrying me like this is undignified for royalty. In one of her hands, she was holding a man dangling helplessly. The man, his face smeared with soot and seemingly mortified at being caught by the scruff of his neck, squirmed desperately to free himself. Alan observed the scene and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, this? Don't call me this. I am royalty. I am Karsam, a royal prince of Colony's royalty." Alan let out a quiet exclamation and searched his memory for information. The troublemaker Karsam, wasn't it? Karsam, the second prince of Colony. In Psychedelia, he was introduced as a minor character with no significant role. As expected of someone nicknamed Troublemaker, he caused endless problems that the protagonist's party often had to clean up. After pondering briefly, Alan looked at Karsam. For royalty, his behavior left much to be desired. He was covered head to toe in soot. Just as Alan was examining him, "Hey, you there, show some respect." Perhaps needing an outlet for the humiliation he suffered at Xiaoreng's hands, Karsam jabbed his finger at Alan, yelling rudely. Alan gave him a peculiar look. It was true that he should show proper respect to a prince, but Karsam's reputation in the game as an arrogant and ill-mannered troublemaker seemed justified now. Still, Alan could understand to some extent. Karsam was young, barely into his 20s. Moreover, unlike other royal families, the first prince of Colony had been groomed as the heir from a young age, leaving the second prince largely neglected. Even so, it was proper to show him respect. Alan began to bow slightly. "Master." "Wait." "Ah." Xiaoreng suddenly grabbed Karsam by the scruff of his neck and dragged him to the back of a ruined house. Alan raised a puzzled eyebrow but soon saw the two walking out amicably, side by side. And then, "Greetings, Marquis Palacio. I apologize for my earlier rudeness haha." Karsam's unexpectedly meek demeanor raised Alan's curiosity for a moment. Then he noticed something subtle, faint glimmer of fear in Karsam's eyes. Alan turned to Xiaoreng. She met his gaze with a cheerful smile so radiant it was almost unsettling, as if nothing unusual had just occurred. Swish, swish her tail swayed contentedly, but Alan couldn't shake a strange sense of unease. "So did you come to Ashtalon to rescue Karsam?" Half and half." A little later, Xiaoreng explained why she had come. "I had other things to do here anyway, and since the king asked, I decided to help. By the way, master, why are you looking at me like that?" Tilting her head with a curious expression, Xiaoreng waited. Alan responded, "Oh, it's just surprising how readily you listen to the king." Of course, listening to the king is common sense in this world. Still, having seen what he had last night, Alan couldn't help but comment. His thoughts drifted to Xiaoreng's incredible display of power the night before. With strength like that, it feels like she wouldn't need to listen to anyone, even the king. Thinking this, Alan gave Xiaoreng a fresh, appraising look. He already knew she was extraordinarily strong. On top of that, the recent appearances of the 5 great sins had made it clear how exceptional their abilities were. And yet, what Xiaoreng had shown last night surpassed even the legendary power of Baba Yaga that he was familiar with. Then again, Deus also transcended expectations when he subdued Basilira. Just as Alan recalled Dia's overwhelming presence during that conquest, Xiaoreng snapped him out of his thoughts. "I received something good in return?" "What?" "Yep. Since I had things to do here anyway, I figured I might as well help." "Isn't that nice of me?" With a grin that seemed to demand praise, Xiaoreng's expression beamed with pride. Alan couldn't help but chuckle and patted her head. "Woof." Xiaoreng's tail wagged furiously as she purred with satisfaction. From the corner of his eye, Alan noticed an odd sound. Turning to its source, he found Karsam, who had been scowling moments ago staring at him in utter disbelief. His expression was as though he had witnessed something utterly unthinkable. Alan briefly wondered about Karsam's reaction before turning back to Xiaoreng. "Is your business here finished?" "I think so." "Oh, right. Master, why are you here?" Xiaoreng asked, her tail still swishing happily. "I'm here to stop Duke Comelin." "Duke Comelin?" "Yes. Unfortunately, we'll have to part ways, hero, then I'll come with you." Before Alan could finish, Xiaoreng answered cheerfully. "Come with me." "Yep, I hate to say this, but it's going to be dangerous." "I know, that's why I'm coming." "Why? To protect you, of course." Xiaoreng clenched her fists and puffed out her cheeks, her determined eyes locking onto his. Faced with such pure, unwavering resolve, Alan felt a pang of emotion well up within him. So this is why everyone says daughters are the best. He suddenly recalled his friend's passionate argument about why having a daughter was superior, complete with an 18-point list of advantages, delivered back when said friend had gotten married at 20 after an unplanned pregnancy. Of course, Alan's friend's daughter was still only a little girl who hadn't even started elementary school yet. But in this moment, Alan felt like he finally understood what he had meant. Just listening to Xiaoreng's words brought Alan an inexplicable sense of warmth. Without realizing it, he began to pat her head with both hands. Woof! Although Xiaoreng didn't seem to understand the reason, she loved it even more, rubbing her head affectionately against his hands. It was heartwarming. Of course, while Alan felt his heart grow warmer, Karsam's expression only grew more sour. But that didn't last long. "By the way, is this really fine?" What are you referring to, master? Shouldn't we be taking care of your original task first?" Alon gestured toward Karsam with his chin, and the previously silent prince hurriedly spoke up. Why, yes, I agree. Shouldn't taking me back to colony be the first priority? Though he shifted back into informal speech, Karsam's once confident demeanor had completely vanished, leaving him timid and unsure. Alon couldn't help but wonder what exactly Sialrang had done to him. We can just stop by on the way, can't we? Sialrang suggested casually. That's too dangerous, Karsam protested. You won't die, will you? I mean, technically, but still Karsam's discomfort was evident, but when Sialrang turned her back to Alon and stared at Karsam intently, fine. Well, do it your way, Karsam quickly changed his tune. See, master? It's all set. Once again, Sialrang had made the impossible possible. About an hour later, Alon and Sialrang departed for the Marquisate of Merkelane, where Duke Comelin was reportedly heading. At the same time, Marquis Evan called out. Yes, what is it? Earlier, you mentioned being curious about what Sialrang did while her back was turned to you, right? That's true, but why do you ask? I saw it. When? While you were moving over to that spot, I happened to catch a glimpse. So, what did you see? Well, she didn't make any particularly scary expressions, but she did whisper something. What did she say? Well, honestly, I didn't hear it clearly from that distance, but I think it was something like after some hesitation, Evan finally replied, Has this guy forgotten who I am? Sialrang said that. Yet though, since I only saw it from far away, I might have misheard, but it seemed like something along those lines. Hearing this, Alon froze for a moment, his expression turning blank. Although it was hard to believe, Karsam's reaction lent credibility to the claim. Alon couldn't quite shake the strange look on his face for a while. Filion Merkelane was undeniably a genius. Within Ashtalon, he was the youngest swordmaster in history, and even at his young age, one of the top 3 strongest warriors in the kingdom. Of course, he had recently faced Deus Macalion, a being in a completely different league, but even so, Filion hadn't been broken. Instead, the devastating defeat from that encounter became a stepping stone, spurring Filion to grow even faster in the past few months. His natural talent made such growth possible. Still, despite his determination not to give up, even after facing such overwhelming power, Filion now found himself learning for the first time what futility and despair felt like. He stood with his back to his domain, staring at a harrowing sight. What stretched out before him was carnage. Corpses littered the landscape, a body with its upper half missing. Another split cleanly in two. Yet another, riddled with deep slashes from head to toe. Limbs severed, leaving only a torso behind. It was a sea of corpses. Everywhere he looked, all he could see were corpses. Knights, soldiers, magesit didn't matter. Every figure in his sight was nothing more than a lifeless body. And before those corpses lay an inhuman hellscape. A massive patchwork monster, its body stitched together from human skin and its entire surface covered in faces, chewed on people with its grotesque teeth. An insect with the carapace of a gigantic beetle unfurled its enormous wings and slaughtered soldiers en masse. Elsewhere, a turtle-like creature, with a massive plant growing on its back, adorned with limbs as if they were floral arrangements, sucked up crimson blood through its maw. Beyond them, other incomprehensible and unidentified outer gods, things he had never seen in his life, wreaked havoc. They unleashed unfathomable deaths indiscriminately, taking the lives of everyone in sight. In this world of ash, where ominous and sinister red magic spread through the air, Filion lowered his gaze. What he saw was his armor, ruined beyond recognition, his sword broken, and his right arm twisted at an impossible angle. Filion let out a quiet, bitter laugh before lifting his head to look ahead. This is just absurd. At the end of his gaze stood Duke Comelin. The only figure among the outer gods that retained a human appearance, he observed the scene with an emotionless expression, as if none of it affected him. The one who was likely the root cause of all this. Boom, boom, a deafening noise snapped Filion out of his thoughts. Turning forward, he saw the turtle-like creature with limbs for flowers closing in on him to claim his life. Slowly but surely, its heavy footsteps drew closer. Filion could only laugh bitterly. And then, brother, run! At the sudden shout, Filion glanced up at the castle wall. There stood soldiers, desperately clinging to their positions despite their terror. Among them was his younger brother, Gillen Merkelane, whose eyes were clouded with despair. And yet, even as despair consumed him, Gillen shouted, Go, escape! There's still time. We'll buy you whatever moments we can. Just leave now and you can survive. Please, go. Filion stared blankly for a moment before letting out a faint chuckle. Then, despite the pain, he rose to his feet. His body refused to move properly, but still he stood. With his left hand, he gripped his broken sword. "Everyone, retreat! Abandon your weapons and escape through the north gate," he shouted with all his might. "Brother." Jillan's voice echoed again, but Filion didn't respond. Instead, he charged forward. His clever younger brother would understand his intent better than anyone. "Ha!" Filion mustered the last of his mana, forcing out an aura. It was pathetically weak, barely enough to scratch the skin of an outer god. But for now, it would suffice. As he began to sprint forward, Filion's lips curled into a grim smile. The odds of victory? 0. He knew that all too well. But at this point, probabilities didn't matter to him. His goal wasn't to win. It was to buy just a little more time. Screech! With impeccable skill, Filion sliced through a barrage of petal-like projectiles made of arms and legs. Soon, he managed to slash through the outer god's leg, eliciting a screech of pain. Slash, slash, he darted under the outer god, inflicting wounds as he went. But his limit came far sooner than he'd hoped. Filion glanced down at his completely shattered sword and his legs, which refused to move. Then, he looked up. His vision was filled with the sight of hundreds of limbs hurtling toward him to claim his life. It was an unmistakable, inevitable death. And yet, even in that moment, Filion didn't stop smiling. He showed no sign of despair. He just smiled. He believed that he had done the right thing. He believed that he had not given up. And so, as he calmly prepared to accept death crackle, a flash of light appeared. Before he realized it, Filion found himself back in front of the castle wall he had charged away from earlier. At the same time, he saw it. The massive outer god that had been attacking him was now enveloped in a crimson mist of blood. And then, crackle crack. Before him stood a girl with golden hair billowing in the air. As soon as Filion realized this, he murmured a name without thinking. Sialrang? His gaze shifted to the figure standing beside her. There, next to the radiant golden flash that was Sialrang, stood a man clad in a gray coat. Black mana scattered around him like grains of sand dissolving into the air. The man Marquis Paladia looked down at Filion with a calm, emotionless expression. Well done. Leaving behind those brief words, the Marquis began to walk forward. In response to his small steps, the scattered outer gods lunged toward him, yet the Marquis did not stop walking. One step, then another. His steps were measured and steady. And then by the contract of Calgania's, I command you. Filion watched in awe as it unfolded before him. Comrade, manifest yourself. Krrrah. With the Marquis incantation, an enormous serpent materialized, raising a storm of dust and a deafening roar. Unlike the artificial outer gods created through unholy methods, this was something entirely different. It was a genuine divine being, empowered by true faith and imbued with divinity. Towering over all the synthetic outer gods present, its presence was overwhelming. And so, Filion witnessed the descent of Basilira, the divine serpent, who stood as the true deity amidst the false creations. Chapter 123, As the ground quakes, the soldiers on the castle walls fix their gazes on a single point. Their eyes meet a god descending upon a world of ash and gray. Not a creation born of human hands, but a god that emerged from the dust, existing purely as it Israel and true. Accompanying this god is the terrifying roar of Basilira, a sound that inspires reverence among the soldiers, yet strikes terror into the hearts of artificial outer gods. The thunderous cry echoes, scattering dust in all directions. Then, as the soldiers standing atop the walls look up once again, they see the figure of a godon that compels them to lift their eyes despite their elevated vantage point. Boom, 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 the massive form of Basilira begins to move. Moments ago, an artificial outer god resembling a turtle had been charging toward the castle wall. But now, Basilira swiftly coils around its body. Snap. The artificial outer god lets out a scream the instant it is entangled. The soldiers are stunned into silence. Before their very eyes unfolds a battle reminiscent of myths and legends, a clash of monsters, so great it seemed plucked from the stories of old. Some soldiers gape in awe, some show expressions of shock, and others watch with reverent gazes. But the moment is fleeting. Roar! It does not take long for the soldiers to realize one undeniable truth. The scene before them is not a grand mythical battle between legendary beasts. This is merely a hunt. Crunch! The soldiers watch in a daze. In the distance, they see the artificial outer god, coiled by the mighty Basilira, being torn apart. The shell that even Filion's relentless attacks could not penetrate now crumbles like brittle stone. Its limbs, which had skewered countless knights and soldiers and brought despair, are ripped off one by one, scattering a storm of blood. And then without even the chance to scream, this artificial outer god, once a cruel butcher, meets its end in a pitifully wretched death. Its entire body, its bones and carapaces utterly ravaged. Amid the ensuing stillness, roar. Basilira's cry reverberates across the battlefield. The air quakes, and a sense of reverence spreads among the soldiers. Reverence that cannot be hidden. And then Marquis Palacio, Duke Comelin, who had seemed endlessly indifferent just moments before, frowns and clicks his tongue briefly. At that signal crash, the battle of Outer Godsnow, the fight between the real and the counterfeit begins. Basilira's massive body moves chaotically among the artificial outer gods, ravaging them. Hup! In response to Elan's command, the snow wolves leap forward to aid Basilira, unleashing golden flashes as they weave through the artificial outer gods. Everyone watches this scene of mythological combat in a stunned daze. Everyone but one person. Filion Merkelane looks elsewhere. His gaze is fixed on a man cloaked in a coat that seems alive, with every strand of fur rippling and exuding black mana. A man who dared to summon a god to this land, calling it his ally. A man who once arrogantly spouted nonsense, flaunting his ignorance. 15 minutes remain. No, is it 14 now? Elan let out a light sigh as he observed Basilira wreaking havoc among the outer gods, then cast his gaze down to the bracelet on his right hand. It was the hand of the Wanderer, a relic he had obtained from the fairy Tovet. Combined with the white hand of the Wanderer found in the Hermit's Sanctuary, these two artifacts had merged to form the symbol of salvation of the Wanderer, which now glowed crimson. As expected, the time limit is regrettable. Still, without it, I wouldn't have dared to summon this at all. The Kalgania's packed ring allowed him to forcibly summon subjugated entities. However, its major drawback was that the stronger the entity, the more mana it required to summon. Under normal circumstances, Elan's mana wouldn't have been sufficient to summon Basilira unless the entity was incorporeal. In fact, even the Tower Lords, who possessed incredible magical reserves, would be incapable of summoning Basilira without suffering complete mana exhaustion. This made the ring containing Basilira practically unusable. But thanks to the salvation of the Wanderer, which allowed any artifact to bypass mana limitations for a full 15 minutes, this impossible feat became reality. Originally, the packed ring and salvation of the Wanderer weren't meant for use at this stage. They had other purposes further down the line. But this isn't a game. Elan ended his musings and shifted his focus from Basilira, who was battling the outer gods, to Duke Comelin. He had heard the Duke was quite advanced in age, but he appeared unexpectedly young. If not for the fact that he stood among the outer gods, Elan might not have recognized him at all. The youthful appearance of the Duke resembled an ordinary nobleman, yet Elan didn't lower his guard. Quietly forming a hand seal, he remained vigilant. At that moment you're another half-finished one, like me. The voice of Duke Comelin, who had remained silent until now, broke the air. What? Elan responded with a puzzled question, but the Duke only let out a soft sigh and posed another question. I suspected it from the moment I heard you took the dragon egg, and now, seeing that bracelet on your wrist confirms it. Still, I don't understand why you're trying to stop me. Why? Elan remained silent, not because he couldn't understand the Duke's words, but because he was debating how to interpret and respond to them. Yet, before he could settle on an answer, no need to reply. Duke Comelin didn't wait. I don't know why you're interfering, despite knowing the disaster ahead, but if you stand in my way, I'll simply crush you. The Duke formed a seal with his hands. Refraction. Begin. Elan, meeting the Duke's movements, completed his own hand seal and invoked a phrase. Thus began the Battle of Mages. To be honest, Elan was at a clear disadvantage in this duel. In battles between mages, many factors mattered, but none more critical than the speed of spellcasting. For Elan, who relied on forming seals and invoking phrases, battles between mages were inherently unfavorable. However, this time, he believed things might be different. For reasons unknown, Duke Comelin also used seals and phrases. With both sides operating under the same constraints, Elan felt the risks were evenly matched. But he was mistaken. Acceleration. The instant the Duke's voice rang out, Elan realized the Duke had already reached him. Frostbite. The surrounding ground instantly froze into a tundra, and icy tendrils began to climb up the Duke's legs. Crack, but the Duke shattered the ice effortlessly, as though it were nothing. Immediately, he formed a seal with his left hand and chanted, expand, scatter, bloom, spiral. Alon was struck with shock. That fast. By principle, incantations are used to twist the laws of magic. Each incantation requires sufficient time to alter a single law. If another incantation is uttered before the previous one has finished twisting the law, the resulting magic can completely collapse. This was precisely why Alon left a slight pause between incantations, to ensure that the implementation of magic wasn't disrupted by overlapping distortions of the laws. Yet before him, the Duke seemed to defy this principle entirely, chanting his incantations with such speed and completing his magic as though the limitations didn't exist. It was as if he were outright denying the inherent flaws of incantations. As these thoughts flashed through Alon's mind, the Duke extended his right hand, unleashing 5 glowing orbs, each spiraling toward Alon at point-blank range. But freeze! At the very moment the magic was launched, Alon responded with his own incantation, linking it with his frostbite spell to freeze the incoming magic in its tracks. Acceleration. In the next instant, he redirected the frozen magic back toward the Duke. However, Duke Comelin had already moved out of the spell's range by then. Realizing the Duke had shifted to the right, Alon quickly formed a seal and invoked another spell. Compression, pinpoint, discharge, fixation, expansion, scatter. As both spells materialized simultaneously, their incantations clashed, warping the laws of magic. And then boom, the one who was sent flying was Alon. Fixation. Alon, tumbling violently across the ground, barely managed to implement a shield spell mid-roll, forcing his body to come to an abrupt stop. However, shatter. As if anticipating this, spiraling ice shards shot toward him, piercing through his shield without hesitation. Damn it! Alon gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Alon scrambled to his feet, his eyes locking onto Duke Comelin. Unlike Alon, whose coat was now a tattered mess, the Duke remained eerily composed, his demeanor cold and indifferent. 15 rounds of magical exchanges had passed, and among them, Alon had managed to win only once. Even then, the victory was so minor that it merely grazed the Duke's collar. In truth, Alon's magic wasn't ineffective against the Duke, but his speed is absurdly fast. The Duke's spellcasting speed was far beyond what Alon could handle. Even planning 1 or 2 steps ahead wasn't enough to keep up. But it wasn't just speed that put Alon at a disadvantage. The Duke's ability to form seals rapidly, his overwhelming magical power, and even his seemingly inexhaustible mana reservisol far outclassed Alon's. Furthermore, the Duke had a talent for anticipating Alon's moves several steps ahead, giving him a decisive strategic edge. This wasn't a battle. It was a complete mismatch. Alon glanced toward where Basilira and the Snow Wolves were fighting. Roar! Several artificial outer gods had already been reduced to grotesque corpses, but the battle there still raged on. It seems you're waiting for help, but that's futile, Duke Comelin said calmly as he observed Basilira. Because before they can come to your aid, you'll already be dead. He then formed a seal and invoked his spell. Fixation, expansion, scatter. At the tips of his outstretched fingers, 5 glowing orbs materialized again. But this time, the Duke wasn't finished. He chanted once more, disperse. Together with the Duke's final chant, the orbs on each of his fingers soared into the sky and began to split apart. From 5 to 10, from 10 to 20, from 20 to 40, from 40 to 80. The number multiplied endlessly. What formed in the end was a sight to behold. A luminous galaxy hanging in the ashen sky. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands of orbs illuminated the dull heavens in dazzling brilliance. It was such an overwhelming and majestic sight that even the soldiers, who had been watching the mythical battle in a daze, couldn't help but turn their gazes toward it. And then release. The moment Duke Comelin marked Alon's end with his final incantation, the galaxy began to descend. Thousands of radiant stars cascaded toward the ground, their light reflecting on Alon's upturned face. The scene was so overwhelming that anyone watching would instinctively drop their weapon and resign themselves to death. The sea of light converged into a single point, targeting Alon. No. Filion, witnessing the scene, cried out instinctively, but Alon, who stood beneath the descending galaxy, remained calm. In fact, Alon had been waiting for this exact moment. Acceleration. With a deafening explosion, Alon's body shot forward in an instant. Although he had merely imitated the Duke's formation after observing it briefly, his replication failed and resulted in an explosion. But that didn't matter. It was enough for him to push forward. Alon's gaze locked onto Duke Comelin. Though the Duke's face remained devoid of emotion, his slightly widened eyes hinted at a faint trace of surprise. Refraction. Alon had been waiting for this moment since the fifth spell was cast. By that point, he had already abandoned the idea of defeating the Duke in a direct contest of magic. The Duke's spells had clearly surpassed Alon's own not just in power, but the very essence of magic itself. Rebound. Thus, Alon began to set his plan into motion. He didn't avoid attacks he could have dodged. He didn't counter spells he could have countered. Azure Light. Minimizing his damage, he waited for the moment when the Duke's focus would waver, when his guard would drop. Diffraction's the moment when he could unleash his hidden card. The sound of the galaxy falling behind him tore through the air, gnawing at the earth with an eerie screech. At the same time, Alon formed a seal, and brilliant azure light flared before him. Then line, as the final syllable echoed, Alon's finger snapped toward the startled Duke Comelin. Boom! A bolt of lightning, moving at monstrous speed, hurtled toward the Duke. But just as the lightning was about to pierce the Duke's heart acceleration, the Duke twisted his body, narrowly evading the blue lightning. Crackle! The magic skimmed past him, disappearing into nothingness. Ophelion and the soldiers, witnessing the scene, let out faint gasps. In the Duke's normally impassive eyes, a glimmer of relief and satisfaction flickered. A clear contrast of triumph and despair. Yet Alon, who had staked everything on this final gambit, remained composed. From the start, he had anticipated the Duke dodging the spell. He was already prepared for what came next. Crackle. The sound of electricity erupting behind him drew the Duke's attention. What he saw was two radiant azure lights shining brighter than anything else in the Ashen world. The Duke's expression twisted in disbelief, while Alon, behind his calm demeanor, allowed a faint smile to form. This was Alon's true final move. A unique trait attainable only by reaching the fourth rank in psychedelia, the ability to cast spells in areas resonating with one's mana signature, enabling multicasting. Scatter. Even as the Duke twisted his body once more, the azure lights had already been unleashed. Boom! The Ashen world was once again bathed in blinding blue light. Chapter 124, Duke Comelin found himself reminiscing about distant memories. Memories so old their colors had faded, becoming relics of the past. These fragments surfaced only when the Duke occasionally dreamed while sleeping. They were glimpses of a time when he was still an apprentice under his master, a true mage. Don't leave any vegetables behind, eat them all. Never neglect your practice of manifestation. Let's go for an outing. Was far better than you. Why on earth did you bring this worthless husk here? The memories that trickled through his mind were unremarkable. They included moments of sharing meals with his master, being scolded about magic, going on outings, and his master defending him, despite being deemed inferior to other apprentices. These were memories anyone might have, unassuming, mundane. Yet to Duke Comelin, these fragments were more precious than anything. However, the Duke did not particularly cherish these memories, because at their end, these fragments always converged on a single moment. The scenes of memory would flip, and it can't be helped. The moment the soul of this world overflowed, there was no turning back. His master's voice would echo, as it did now. Startled by the familiar voice, the Duke snapped out of his reverie. Realizing he had momentarily lost consciousness, he quickly assessed his physical state. His condition was dire. His right arm was gone, and his abdomen had a gaping hole. Yet the Duke's focus was elsewhere. He lifted his head to look forward. Standing there was a man clad in a dust-covered, dark coat, gazing down at him with an expression devoid of emotion. It was Marquis Palacio. Like the Duke, this half-finished mage stood blocking his path amidst the Ashen world. How in the world did you use a sentence? Marquis Palacio's tone betrayed no hint of emotion. The Duke could not comprehend. There was no doubt the Marquis had used a sentence. Even if it wasn't through formula or manifestation, that was undoubtedly a sentence. How could someone like Yuanother, half-finished, mage possibly achieve this? It was a mystery beyond understanding. The Marquis had wielded a sentence. Even if he hadn't mastered formula or reached the level of manifestation, he had nonetheless invoked its effects. But this didn't mean Palacio was a complete mage. No matter how much he grasped the fundamentals of sentences or achieved manifestation, without mastery over formula, he could never become a true mage. He was indisputably a half-finished mage. A half-finished mage, like the Duke himself, who had inherited sentences from a mage. And yet, the Duke couldn't understand it. Let out a hollow laugh. You, who've inherited even a sentence, are you stopping me? Me, who carries the hopes of every mage? Surely the Marquis had seen it too. The end of this world, the inescapable apocalypse, and surely he must have known that the true mages had sacrificed everything to protect this world from its demise. This thought elicited bitter laughter from the Duke. At the half-finished mage who sought to undo the world that all the true mages had given their lives to preserve, he felt an unbearable sense of futility. So when he began weaving the seal, a sudden and unconscious sense of danger forced him to defend himself with a shield. And then boom! As he was slammed into the ground, what he saw was Master. You're a little late. A blood-soaked figure who had shattered the very ideals the Duke had crafted. However, the Duke's task did not change just because she joined the battle. Convergence. The Duke formed a seal to kill him. The battle continued. Point, dispersion, scattering, firmament. From Duke Comelon's lips flowed an unending stream of incantations. These were fragments of magic he had accumulated over centuries of living in silence, honing his craft. A magic unique to him, born from lack of innate talent. In the dark, ashen world, a river of stars unfolded. Though he had not inherited a sentence, it was precisely for this reason that he could achieve such skill. Thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of orbs rose into the air, forming a meteor shower that descended toward the earth. With them came a faded memory, one that could surface only in dreams. A voice emerged within his mind. It's fortunate you never became a true mage. Even as the memory and its voice surfaced, the magic rained down upon the beastkin who had shattered his ideals. It descended upon the half-finished mage who sought to undo the will of true mages. If you aren't a mage, it's just a futile death. That's why I am entrusting this to you instead. The voice from the faint memory rang in his ears, and then crackle, amidst golden flashes of lightning-clear sky. The Marquis evaded the magic with ease, his expression as detached as if the situation posed no threat. Stay alive. Protect this world. The world we mages gave our lives to shield. The Duke recalled his master's final words. A memory long buried. Exhaling a shallow sigh, Duke Comelon gazed ahead. He knew. His speed in reciting incantations was far greater. The pace at which he manifested magic was equally unmatched. By all measures, he was stronger than the half-finished mage before him. And yet, his magic could not reach his opponent. The fragments of magic he had refined over centuries were ineffective against the half-finished mage who was just like him. This time was no different. Duke Comelon stared at him. The Marquis bore noticeably more minor wounds than before. The ground was littered with countless shattered glass vials. But the Marquis' expression remained stoic, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his dust-covered dark coat, standing resolute. By contrast, the Duke's condition was dire. The injury to his right hand from a moment of carelessness was steadily draining his strength. The hole in his abdomen was clearly robbing him of life. Yet even with death looming, no pain showed on his face. Instead, he chuckled faintly and spoke. You know this, don't you? Calmly. How foolish your actions are. He opened his mouth to speak. Even if you've inherited a sentence, if you survived without receiving its essence, you must know. Soon, those things will rise, and the world will meet its end. There was no emotion in his voice. When the souls are full, there's less than half a year left. If we don't bring order to this world and humanity within that time, they'll emerge. No trace of anger could be detected. You know this. And yet, are you really going to render the sacrifices of the true mages, who gave everything to protect this world, meaningless? His words were steady, unwavering. He simply asked. But even in the face of the Duke's question, the Marquis' face remained serene. As if his words carried no weight, no resonance. The Marquis, devoid of any trace of emotion, finally opened his mouth. Am I the one making the sacrifices of the true mages meaningless? His voice was plain, questioning. The Duke let out another bitter laugh. You must know, this world survives only because of the sacrifices of the true mages. The Marquis, silent, continued to gaze at Duke Comelon. His gaze was calm. Yet, paradoxically, it seemed to carry an undertone of anger. Alon forced his sluggish mind to work in that fleeting moment. Was what the Duke had just said true? He couldn't know. Then, was it a lie? He couldn't know that either. Unfortunately, Alon was not the half-finished mage that the Duke mistakenly believed him to be. He was simply an outsider, a foreign entity. Someone who encountered this world as a game called psychedelia. Someone who knew none of this world's hidden past. In the strictest sense, he was merely an outsider. For this reason, he couldn't make a judgment. The words of the man before him, the words spoken by a half-finished mage, he couldn't discern whether they were truth or lies. Answer me. Do you have a way to avoid rendering the true mage's sacrifices meaningless? Alan remained silent in response to Duke Comelin's question. Even if everything the Duke said was true, Alan didn't have the capacity to render judgment. He wasn't extraordinary enough to swiftly grasp the truth or falsehood of a world he had only just begun to understand. He was, after all, merely an outsider. But there was one thing Alan was certain of, one judgment he could make. The man before him must be stopped here and now, because Duke Comelin's purpose lay in the annihilation of humanity or some similar grand design. I see. The Duke murmured quietly at Alan's silence. Alan, once again, didn't reply. The two locked eyes and simultaneously began weaving their seals. Both had come to the same realization. There was no point in continuing this conversation. Alan checked his mana reserves. Thanks to the vials of potion he had downed earlier, his mana pool had already recovered significantly during their brief exchange. At that moment, both of them began reciting their incantations simultaneously. Diffraction. Blossom. This battle was no longer about right or wrong. Point. Flourish. It was not a confrontation to discern who was virtuous, condense, cultivate, nor to determine who was wicked, annihilation, disperse. This was simply a clash of two opposing beliefs. At the culmination of their respective magics, I will kill you and achieve my purpose. The true mage's aspirations, my Duke Comelin opened his mouth. Conviction, and manifested his magic. The petals scattered around him suddenly spread outward, corroding the surrounding atmosphere and erasing everything as if wiped clean with an eraser. In the bloom of that overwhelming magical flower, Alan stood. For a brief moment, he thought. And then he spoke softly. Refuse, with a snap of his fingers. Then, with a searing white tinnitus that seemed to devour the ears of all who heard it, the two beliefs collided. The convictions of two half-finished mages came crashing together. Chapter 125, the Duke gazed vacantly ahead. What he saw was a world of ashes. Next came the barren earth where not a single blade of grass grew, an empty land where everything had vanished. As familiar faces began to appear on that desolate land, he realized something. This was a memory from the past, a faded memory that was now hard to recall. However, as time passed fairly, it became a memory he could only see in dreams. It was the reason why he had survived until now, and at the same time, it was the yoke that tormented him from his memories. The Duke couldn't take his eyes off the scene. There, he saw the backs of the true mages he knew well. Faces appeared among that group. From the face of a true mage who had been there before he became a disciple of his master, to those who became true mages around the same time, and even those who became disciples of other true mages later, but achieved mastery faster than him. Beyond the parched land, they all walked into the abyss. What he saw next was his master's face, smiling. Her smile was as compassionate as ever. It can't be helped. The moment the soul of this world fills up, it becomes inevitable, she had said. If it weren't for the tears, he might have mistaken it for a moment of joy. It's good you didn't become a true mage. No, that wasn't it. He should have become a true mage. He should have been helpful. That's what he believed, and it seemed the hymn in his memory had said something to that effect. What had he said? He couldn't remember. It was unclear, but he seemed to have thrown a tantrum, wanting to go along. However, unlike the words he couldn't remember, the image of his master remained in his memory. If you're not a true mage, it's just a vain death. So, I'll leave my back to you. With an expression of resignation, his master's face. Survive no matter what. Protect this world as we, the true mages, have protected it. As the last voice of his master, who had grown taller than him, patted his head, the master and the true mages left him and walked into the abyss to block the sin crawling up from the roots. To protect this world, to protect humanity, to protect the half-mage, they left him and headed there. The last thing he saw was a grotesque sound as his memory of the gray world twisted violently and the Duke spat blood. With powerless eyes, he looked around. What he saw was still a world of ashes, and again, the barren land. Yet, even then, he realized that this place was not a blurred memory of the past. It was similar to that past time, but definitely different. Duke Comelin stood vacantly looking ahead. Where the faded memory of the true mages had stood, there was now a man standing there, a half-mage with no emotion visible on his face, just silently looking down at him. The Marquis Palacio was standing there, looking down at the Duke. The condition of the Marquis' body did not look good. Though not clearly visible earlier, The parts of his hands and neck not covered by his black coat were blue, a severe case of magic toxicity that it would be strange if no hardening occurred. Is that all? Most of the wounds near his blue skin were minor, but he had a serious injury on his right arm. However, it did not leave a significant impression on Duke Comelin. Cough. Ultimately, unlike the Marquis who could still stand, Duke Comelin himself was sitting down. He looked down. There was a massive hole. A hole so large that it was impossible to continue living as a human despite using the abyssal body, drilled right in the middle of his abdomen. The Duke laughed involuntarily. He didn't realize why he laughed. Was it because his mind was becoming strange, or was it a sense of liberation, finally being freed from a heavy burden? What could it be? Why would that be? In fact, Duke Comelin knew well why a hollow laugh had formed on his lips. Precisely. Survive no matter what. Thus, protect this world. He could now surmise again, after hundreds of years, what had been mere fragments in his mind, not memories but blind objectives. The world the true mages protected. The memory of his master's face that emerged was distant. In that distance was another emotion, the feelings of regret and pity. He knew why his master had such a face. She had never expected him to protect the world. The master did not think he could protect the world. He was too weak for such expectations. Even he knew that what his master said was just to placate him, who was making unreasonable demands. He may not have had talent, but he was not clueless. But even if the master did not expect it, even if no one else expected it, he alone resolved to protect the world that the true mages had defended, watching them enter the abyss. He vowed not to let their sacrifices be in vain. However, ironically, the start of such a vow was more out of self-satisfaction than for a noble cause. A half-mage who had never been recognized, to be recognized as a true mage. A vow made so that he could proudly think and declare himself a part of the true mages. Even if no one else recognized him, he wanted to think so himself. Thus, the smile that formed on his lips was self-mocking. In the end, am I just a half-mage? He spat blood and chuckled without realizing it, because he had accomplished nothing. Just as the master had anticipated, as the true mages had anticipated. He sighed dryly and realized that his vision was blurring. The death he had postponed for countless years for a single purpose was now approaching. Duke. Amidst this, a voice called out, and he turned his head. There was the Marquis Palacio, looking down at him with the same emotionless expression as before. He was about to speak. You are, indeed, a true mage, a soft utterance. He couldn't understand why the Marquis would say such a thing. But regardless of his intentions, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Whatever the intention, it was quite sweet to the Duke. Even if the words uttered by the Marquis were a lie, they were words he had wanted to hear. Thus the Duke, smiling, said, "Go to the southern border of the East End. With the crest you received, you might get some help. You might also see the truth." He closed his eyes as a form of repayment. As the abyss approached, his consciousness slowly began to fade into sleep. And finally, what he recalled was, ironically, his last memory. The last thing he couldn't remember until the very end. Survive no matter what. Thus, protect this world. The world the true mages protected. The last words his master had said, "You are a true mage." That was the last memory he recalled as his consciousness completely submerged under. Is that so? Did you believe in me finally? The half-mage fell into eternal sleep, a small smile on his lips. And the eyes that the half-mage had never seen quietly watched over his death. 3 days had passed since Duke Comelin died, and the artificial outer god crisis that threatened to destroy the entire kingdom of Ashtalon had ended. Ultimately, the kingdom of Ashtalon had regained peace. Although many nobles died at the ball attended by Duke Comelin, and several territories were completely obliterated, causing chaos, the immediate crisis had indeed been extinguished. Other countries where artificial outer gods had appeared also achieved peace by defeating them around the time of the Duke's death. In this newfound peace, "I am going to die," groaned Marquis Palacio, Alon, who had been suffering from terrible pain all over his body for 3 days straight. It was expected, given that he had swallowed 13 bottles of magic potions during the fight with the Duke. His magic pool had definitely increased, and the efficiency of his magic had improved overwhelmingly, although he had not used many self-manifesting spells. However, the battle with Duke Comelin had pushed him to use more magic than his limits allowed. The pain was relentless. As Alon groaned, Evan, who was tending to him, said, "But isn't that something? The priest said you could have died as it was. It's a relief, really. Until yesterday, you could hardly open your mouth, but now you can talk." "Yeah, that's true." Alon recalled the priest who had cautiously asked him last time, perhaps, "Are you not human?" The priest had said that it was a miracle he hadn't died from severe magic poisoning. "Still, you might want to be more careful about such things from now on, Marquis." "I'd like to," replied Alon. "You dive into too many dangerous situations." "Are you worried?" "Of course. Is it because you have to follow me around?" Honestly, that's a bit of it too," Evan joked, which made Alon smile inwardly. "Master." Suddenly, Xiaoring burst through the door. "Are you okay?" As soon as Xiaoring saw Alon, she rushed towards him. "I am okay, well," Alon nodded, but then looked at Xiaoring's collarbone. There was a large wound there that hadn't been there before and seemed not to have been healed by the priest. "That wound this? I didn't dodge an attack properly last time and this happened. But it's okay, master. It doesn't hurt." Xiaoring laughed it off as if the wound caused by a mistake was no big deal, but Alon's expression behind his impassivity was complicated. Regardless of what she thought, that wound was a result of Xiaoring trying to help Alon. "I am sorry." "Huh, why are you sorry, master?" "It was just my mistake." Xiaoring looked genuinely confused, but Alon's gaze remained fixed on the wound. "It's a wound you got trying to help me. And it might leave a scar, making it look ugly. I feel ashamed." At this, Xiaoring briefly stopped smiling and looked at her collarbone. From her right collarbone to the end of her shoulder, she stared at the scar and then looked at Alon. "Master, yes. What do you think, master?" "What I think?" "Yes, master, do you think this scar makes me look ugly?" At Xiaoring's question, Alon was silent before shaking his head. "Not at all." "Then it's fine, is it?" Although his face remained unchanged, Alon felt puzzled inside. "Yes, as long as it doesn't look strange to you, master, I don't mind at all." Xiaoring cheerfully exclaimed, smiling once more, and Alon felt a pang in his heart without realizing it. "Huh?" Evan looked at Alon's face, surprised. Even though it was very slight, Alon was definitely smiling. Evan, who had served him for nearly a decade and had never seen even a small change in his expression, was momentarily stunned. Soon after, Alon saw off Xiaoring, who had left to receive treatment, and then greeted an unexpected visitor who came to see him. The troublemaker, Karsam, had come to visit. In fact, apart from accompanying Xiaoring, he had no connection with him. "Why is he here? Are you okay, sir?" Seeing a member of the colony royalty suddenly bowing down with utmost respect, Alon couldn't help but feel baffled again. Chapter 126. Alon remembers Karsam as a troublemaker who is arrogant and dismissive. While not inherently cruel, the environment Karsam grew up in was enough to shape him this way. In any case, Karsam has never shown any respect to players in the game. Although he may gradually feel more friendly or favorable as quests progress, his characteristic personality does not change. So it was quite shocking for Alon when Karsam, who usually speaks informally even after being saved or helped by the player, looked at him with respect and used formal language. Despite Alon's thoughts, your body must have suffered a lot. It's only natural, considering the formidable presence you've displayed. Karsam's eyes were unusually bright, for reasons unknown. "Why do you ask, my lord? I don't understand why you're acting this way all of a sudden." As Alon spoke in a steady tone, Karsam, as if making a decision, straightened up. "I have come to respect you, Marquis Palacio." Suddenly. "Yes, ever since I saw you a few days ago, alone against the outer gods and that incredible wizard, I couldn't help but respect you." "Ah, it may sound odd, but I've lived quite a reckless life until now." Karsam continued his impassioned speech, even spitting as he spoke fervently. "You may not know, but I am far removed from the line of succession. It was decided when I was young. No matter what I did, my father had already chosen my older brother as his successor. That's why I never tried before." Alon was speechless beyond his expressionless facade, and Karsam did not stop talking, going on for over 5 minutes. "That's why I have come to respect you." His confession was honestly filled with cringeworthy words. While it was understandable to be amazed by a battle or to dream of becoming a wizard, the sudden realization and shame about his wasted life due to witnessing Alon's battle was somewhat hard to understand. Thus, wondering what it was all about, Alon quietly sighed. Seems like Karsam's age was 17? 17 years old. A bit late for the typical teenage angst, but not too late for it to strike. It seems the angst has developed late. Alon internally expressed his pity. In about 2 to 3 years, Karsam would remember this confession and might be kicking himself under his blankets. But Alon felt no need to mention that. Above all, it seemed like Karsam was caught up in his teenage angst, yet finally determined to live earnestly. Alon simply nodded without saying anything. A week later, Alon's body, which could have lost its life due to mana addiction, was recovering quickly. Marquis, how are you, Marquis? Are you feeling all right? Marquis, I've prepared dinner. It was Filion, who had become the lord of the Merkelane territory, expressing his gratitude with utmost care. No, you don't need to go to such lengths. What are you saying? It's the least we can do after you saved us. The thorough care Alon received was undoubtedly due to the sincere gratitude from Filion. In reality, it was because changes had occurred in his body. Mana addiction is being cured? Yes. Initially, there was a severe case of mana addiction, but now most of it has disappeared. Wait, didn't you say last time that there was no mana addiction? To Alon's question, the cleric shook his head. To be precise, I said it wasn't severe enough to hinder your life or use of magic. Is that so? Yes. Once mana addiction occurs, it doesn't disappear. That's why I told you last time to be very careful about consuming potions. I see, it seems you did mention that. As Alon nodded, the cleric continued. Originally, your grace was at a stage where the addiction could have worsened, potentially preventing further use of magic. But it's being cured? Yes. Normally, once this condition sets in, it can't be cured. But in your case, it is being cured. The cleric, amazed, repeatedly infused divine energy into his body and nodded. Yes, it's improving. Is something happening to my body? It doesn't seem so. Then could it be because my magic core is small? He asked, wondering if a small magic core had its advantages. That's even less likely. If the magic core is small, addiction usually progresses faster. I see. He nodded, realizing once again that his body was of no help from start to finish. After the cleric left, what's this? Alon murmured, and Evan shrugged his shoulders. Why worry about it? Isn't it good if it's good? That's true, but Alon crossed his arms, only to let them drop due to the pain he felt. I feel like there's a lot more to think about. In fact, he had struggled with magic addiction over the past week and hadn't been able to think properly. But now he had many mysteries to unravel, from the things left by Duke Comelin to the rituals he mentioned. Additionally, there were stories related to the south of the border. There's a lot to find out. While he was thinking this, Your Grace, I have something to tell you. What is it? I just heard, but as soon as your body recovers, it seems you need to move. An emergency meeting of the Allied Kingdoms has been called, and you are asked to attend. Attend? Yes. Alon nodded slightly. Since this was a matter involving the entire Allied Kingdoms, he expected this situation to arise, whether it was positive or negative. How soon do I need to leave? You should go by next week. That's tight. Yes, it is. Despite the tight schedule, Alon thought for a moment, well, I still have to go. He made up his mind, and about a week later, although unable to use magic but having regained some mobility, Alon, master. Let's go together. I have to go too. I will accompany you too. Took Sialrang and Filion to attend the emergency meeting in turn. During their journey to Turn, Alon didn't come up with any deductions, but learned an unexpected piece of information through Sialrang. Did you say you didn't hear the conversation between me and Duke Comelin? Yes. You mean you didn't hear Duke Comelin's voice, nor mine? Right. I couldn't move, but my mind was clear and I didn't hear anything at all. It turned out that the conversation between Alon and Duke Comelin somehow couldn't be heard by those around them. They were aware of the speaking, but couldn't make out the contents of the conversation at all. Did the Marquis do something? Of course, at that time, Alon hadn't done anything. More accurately, he couldn't have done anything. At that moment, although he was in a better state than Sialrang, who had blocked most of the attacks directed at him, he was essentially in no condition to act. However, Alon soon stopped pondering this because they had arrived in turn. Upon hearing that a meeting was taking place, he immediately made his way to the king's council chamber. You've arrived. He could see the assembled monarchs. Familiar faces were present. The first person he saw was Cretinia Cian, looking at him with a relaxed expression. King Carmax's I of Colony, and then, well, let's get straight to the discussion, said King Stalion V of Ashtalon, staring intently at Alon. Marquis Palatio, thank you for stopping Duke Comelin. He then stood up and bowed respectfully. A king bowing his head was an extraordinary honor, even if Marquis Palatio had saved the kingdom of Ashtalon from a crisis. King Stalion V was a king, and his bowing meant that the whole kingdom of Ashtalon was showing him respect. I only did what I had to do. Regardless, Alon responded calmly with due respect. Now that we have given thanks, let's move on to some serious questions. What question do you have? Marquis Palatio, what exactly are you? What? Such a question came from King Stalion V. I don't understand the point of your question. Just as I said, King Stallion vs. face was utterly serious. After this incident, I started investigating you. I had heard rumors, but I looked into it more thoroughly. Thoroughly. You've stopped outer gods more than 3 times, haven't you? When the outer god appeared in the north, and also in the labyrinth city. He continued, looking intently at Elan. I am not sure, but when you went to Lax's, and when you went to the kingdom of Sanctus, you stopped outer gods there too. It's almost as if you knew in advance that they would appear. Of course, there were times when that wasn't the case. The conclusion is that wherever an outer god appeared, you miraculously showed up and dealt with it. He added more to his point. What I really want to ask is just one thing. Why do you go around dealing with outer gods? After hearing everything, Elan realized that King Stallion V was suspicious of him. He also understood his question. Although indirectly, he essentially asked if Elan was involved in this incident. There was certainly some leap in his logic. There was also clearly no absolute certainty. The very fact that he was speaking in such a roundabout way indicated that he only had a certain level of suspicion. Is it because of the upcoming issue of rewards? Elan easily figured out why King Stallion V was casting suspicion. Effectively, the incident had been caused by Duke Comelin, and the Kingdom of Ashtalon had to take some responsibility for the current situation, in one way or another. From the perspective of a king who must consider national interests, there was nothing more to lose. He intended to probe anything he could. Put simply, it's like throwing something and seeing if it sticks. There was certainly some exaggeration in King Stallion vs. words. This meant that since he was just fishing based on suspicions, there were quite a few loose ends. These points could be explained adequately and could be clarified if needed. However, Elan remained silent because, why should I explain why I go around catching outer gods? How to explain the reason he hunted these threats was unclear to him. To live a comfortable, noble life, but saying that at this point would only raise more doubts. What should I do? As he was hard at work trying to come up with a rational explanation, do not ask him why he goes around catching outer gods. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and Elan turned around. There stood the saint. I apologize for being late. It was Saint Euman of Rosario. It's been a while, Marquis, or rather, brother. He looked at Elan with a small smile on his lips. Chapter 127, Euman's sudden arrival startled everyone. However, the kings attending the conference showed no emotion at Euman's appearance, and Elan immediately realized that Euman's arrival had been expected. It's not so strange when you think about it. This incident involved the entire coalition kingdom, including the Holy Kingdom. As Elan was watching Euman, King Stallion V broke the silence. What are you talking about? He asked, clearly confused by Euman's remarks. Euman moved closer to Elan naturally and said, take it literally. Do not ask why he roams to capture the outer gods. Why can't we ask? Ask Stallion V, his expression uncomfortable. Elan was also puzzled, but Euman calmly replied, I cannot tell you the reason. What? Said Stallion V, the only certain thing is that he is contributing to the peace of the world right now, Euman assured. The kings, who had been silent until then, were all visibly impressed. Generally, the Holy Kingdom maintained neutrality, so openly taking sides was quite unusual. So, are we to just take the saint's word and stop questioning the Marquis? Stallion V frowned. Once Euman spoke up, it might have been wise to stop challenging him further. Although the saint's status was not above a king, antagonizing the Holy Kingdom could create a tiresome situation. Yet, aware of this, Stallion openly expressed his dissatisfaction. He had a reason to show his feelings, as Euman offered no reasonable explanation that could help understand the situation. Then Euman stared at Stallion V for a moment before curling his lips. So, does the King of Ashtalon not trust our Holy Kingdom's intentions? Wait, no, I didn't say that, stammered Stallion V. It sounds like that to me, Euman interjected. Stallion V was flustered. He had expressed his discontent with the saint, but now it seemed as though he had criticized the entire Holy Kingdom. Wait, that's too much of a leap, Stallion V hurriedly defended. But Euman, both a saint and a spokesman for the Holy Kingdom, retorted, an exaggeration. Complaining about what I said goes against the intent of the Holy Kingdom that sent me. Euman then removed the shallow smile he had been wearing and spoke coldly, leaving Stallion speechless. Euman's words might as well have been, can't you trust us? Are you a heretic? Stallion V quickly backpedaled, I didn't mean that. As a nation, particularly one belonging to the coalition, offending the Holy Kingdom was a different level of problem. especially since the damage from the recent incident was significantly worse in Ashtalon, and they desperately needed support from the clergy and the Holy Kingdom. I am sorry, I should apologize, Stalion V conceded, but Euman simply shook his head. No, you should apologize to Brother Alon. What, me? No, I am fine, Alon quietly denied, not fully grasping the unfolding events. Whether Euman knew Alon's inner thoughts or not, he remained calm. Brother Alon was just contributing to the world, and yet he faced suspicion. It's not so much suspicion, just some unclear points, said Stalion V, but he soon closed his mouth. Though the saint said nothing more, the expression on his face clearly conveyed his message, and Stalion V realized he was indeed facing a silent condemnation. Marquis, I am sorry. Once again, he bowed his head. It's okay. Alon awkwardly, yet to others seemingly calmly, accepted Stalion V's apology. Then, brother. He felt a strange emotion while watching Euman nod subtly with an expression that seemed to say, just trust me. I am thankful, but isn't it a bit too much? Alon thought as the idea briefly crossed his mind and left. Evening was approaching outside the window. The meeting finally ended late in the evening. Are you feeling all right? I am fine. How impressive. When did you form a connection with the saint? Well, asked with curiosity by Cretinia Cian, Alon fell silent unintentionally. Not because he didn't want to answer, but because he himself didn't know when exactly he had formed such a connection with Euman. If you really don't want to speak of it, I won't ask. Besides, after today, there will be no more need to summon you, so you should go back and rest. You don't seem to be in good condition. Thank you for your concern. No problem, see you next time. Cretinia Cian said her goodbyes lightly and left. Watching her retreating figure, Alon was then approached by Sialring. Master, what happened? It was nothing big. Really? That's good. With a bright smile, Sialring came over and Alon petted her head. So, are you going back now? Probably. I need to rest. Oh, Sialring made a visibly disappointed face. Master, wanna go to the colony with me? Next time. I'll have to stop by eventually. That's disappointing, but can't help it. Despite her disappointment, Sialring nodded understandingly. Watching her, Alon unwittingly smiled like a father and petted her head even more diligently. Brother, saint. Suddenly, Euman approached and started a conversation. Are you feeling all right? Not really well, but I think I'll recover enough with some rest. That's good to hear. But are you really okay? What do you mean? Euman asked crisply. Alon hesitated for a moment then said, You defended me. Don't worry about it. I just did what I had to do. Is that so? Yes. Alon felt a slight sense of unease at Euman's firm response. He appreciated the help, but he suspected it was based on some misunderstanding. I am not sure what misunderstanding he's under as Alon made a slightly strange expression. Euman caught on and continued, Have you been talking frequently with Archbishop Yusha? We've been exchanging letters. Worry crept into Euman's expression. Brother, I keep telling you, it's not good to be close to Archbishop Yusha. Is that so? Yes, trust me. Euman firmly pursed his lips. Alon's expression grew more complex. Thinking back, Euman had always warned him to be cautious of Yusha. Therefore, I just want to clarify, in case there's been some misunderstanding. No. Instead of addressing the potential misunderstanding, Euman's expression became like that of someone who had laid out their child by the riverside. Remember my words, brother, Yusha is a person you need to be very careful around. She's someone who hides things. Remember my words. Euman, seeming genuinely concerned, reiterated his warning several times. Instinctively realizing that any response would only make the conversation go in circles, Alon said, Yes, well, I will do as you say, that's good. He nodded reluctantly, and then Euman, with a calm smile, turned and left. He might be smarter than I thought. Surprised by Sialring's sudden remark, Alon slightly tilted his head. The next day, after hearing all sorts of incomprehensible talk, Alon left Turn and headed to his estate. At that moment, in the Harlem district of Laxas. After being dragged away once by Raiden, Election, an appraiser who had since been trying to live life more interestingly instead of wasting each day, faced an unexpected disaster. The disaster was none other than Raiden, sir. Hey, have you been well? The very person who had turned his life upside down, the pirate king of Laxas, was grinning brightly. Yes, I've been well. But what brings you here? Election naturally bowed his waist and asked while shaking his head submissively. Although his back was normally unbowed to anyone, having seen what happened to those who stood against Raiden before, this attitude came naturally. Raiden, seeming to like his demeanor, nodded and asked, "So, are you still up to illegal stuff?" "What? No, how could I? I've been out of that business for a while now." Election protested as if it were a great injustice. Indeed, he had been out of the illegal business since staying in Harlem, obviously due to Raiden's words, "Stop doing illegal stuff and live right." Raiden had casually mentioned this while tapping his head a few times. But for Election, the situation had become a trauma, and he really acted as Raiden had instructed. Recently, he had started a legitimate business. Election, whose mind was sharp when it came to making money, even without illegal activities, had innate business talent and was even making a good deal of money. "Is that so?" "Yes, yes, I am really only doing legitimate business now." To prove his sincerity, Election showed his sparkling eyes and nodded several times. "Then, go to my brother's domain." "What?" An unbelievable command no, an order was dropped. "Didn't you hear?" "I did, but if by brother you mean the Marquis Palacio's domain?" Election, questioning whether he had heard wrong. "Yes, you heard right. Why should I go there? You're a good at business, aren't you?" "Yes, well, yes." "Go there and do some business, what's it called?" Raiden paused to scratch his head, then added, "Make some specialties. Gather some influx for the domain, you know, stuff like that." "Me?" "Yes, you. Why me?" He looked even more puzzled. "Don't like it?" Following Raiden's question, no. "If you don't like it, just say so. I just talk, that's all. I will go." Election had no choice but to obey. "That's right, good decision." Raiden casually patted his shoulder and left with ease. After a brief moment, Election, checking his surroundings, exclaimed, "They make my life unbearable." Bang! He slammed the desk and shouted, "What?" Immediately after, Raiden opened the door and came back in. "Gasp, did you call me?" Raiden's question. "No, no." Election, repeatedly shaking his head with both hands held forward. "Okay then. Do well." "Yes, yes." Raiden shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and left. Election tightly closed his eyes and then checked his surroundings again. He quietly sighed to himself. Chapter 128 in the dark of night, at the front of the Mercallian estate. Despite having occurred weeks ago, the traces of a fierce battle still linger in the estate. Under the blue moonlight, that thing wearing a black robe appeared. Like before, he quietly looked towards the outer castle, which was unguarded, then turned his gaze and calmly walked on. Thud, thewed a pace neither too large nor too small, neither too fast nor too slow, just right. The first place it reached was where the artificial outer gods and Basilera had fought. Next, it went to the spot where Marquis Palacio had been. And finally, it stopped where Duke Comelin had been lying down and vanished into dust with his eyes closed. Staring at that area, its face, which had always carried a smile, now showed a mix of expressions. It maintained a blank expression but also let out a small laugh. Then, its expression turned cloudy before twisting into a strange smirk. And so, the half-baked mage only made it this far. It muttered in a tone that could be a sigh. "Well, it doesn't matter. There's a new character of interest now, so I might as well keep watching." It turned and disappeared into the darkness. Is he really the material or not? An odd language vanished with the wind, leaving no one behind. After everything, on the way back to the Palacio estate, Alon looked out the window at the arriving winter with a relaxed expression. "There's still cleanup to do, but that's not my concern." "My lord, what is it?" "You've been quite pensive lately," said Evan, who had entered the carriage for the night. Alon shrugged. "I have a lot to think about." "Is that so?" "Yes." Now that his body had recovered, and he had been busy immediately responding to a summons from Turn, he finally had time to think about what needed to be done. Duke Comelin, the Dark Ones, the Border, magic, which should I investigate first? Or rather, he needed to understand what Duke Comelin meant by "they are coming." According to all the information Alon had gathered, the identity of they seemed to be the 5 great sins. It was an important issue for Alon. He had made efforts to prevent the 5 great sins from descending into this world. "Honestly, I didn't struggle to the death, but I did raise the children who could become the 5 great sins well, so they'd grow up normally. Well, I raised them right?" He suddenly felt anxious recalling the sins he had encountered, but soon calmed his mind and continued his thoughts. What was crucial for Alon at this point was the fact that despite raising the kids well, the 5 great sins might still appear. Honestly, it's dubious. Could such a thing happen? He was slightly skeptical. The 5 great sins were supposed to appear because the villains who served as their vessels had turned evil. Since, according to the game information Alon knew, Yusha and others had mostly not turned evil and grew up fine. It seemed there was virtually no chance for the 5 great sins to appear. However, Alon couldn't just ignore Duke Comelon's words. Having glimpsed a bit of this world's hidden fragments, Alon knew that things didn't operate like the game's settings suggested. Alon recalled his conversation with Duke Comelon. The look in Duke Comelon's eyes wasn't that of a madman believing in delusions, but rather of someone facing a grim reality. Was it the south of the border? He recalled the words Duke Comelon had spoken. The south of the border. Literally the stage of psychedelia. Between the Union Kingdom and the empire of calypsophobia, Alon had originally planned to visit it at least once. If the 5 great sins were to descend, it would be a must-visit place. As he recalled the wasteland the users called Badland, he revisited Duke Comelon's words. Go to the southern border of the East End. With the crest you received, you might get some help. You might also see the truth. After pondering with a sigh, he made up his mind. I'll move as soon as my body recovers. The issue related to the 5 great sins was extremely important. Additionally, he grew curious about Duke Comelon. Well, first I'll recover, and when I go to the border, it will almost be 2 years, then I can visit the colony and ask about the rituals Duke Comelon mentioned. With that thought settled, Lord, what? Would you like some sweet potatoes? Yes, as he ate the sweet potato handed over by Evan, Alon watched the white snowflakes falling outside the carriage window. Oh, it's snowing. Indeed. He chewed on the sweet potato as the first snow fell. Whether because of the snow or not, the sweet potato tasted even better than usual. And as time passed, about 2 weeks later, Alon arrived at the Palacio estate. The next day, he briefly received a report from Evan on the situation of the estate, and his eyes widened. Is this all the treasures sent from the Merkelian estate? Yes, all of it. Yes, all of it. This was because, when he had arrived at the estate the day before, he had not fully seen the carriages filled with treasures, more than 5 in total. Alon, with a blank expression, went forward and opened one of the carriages. As soon as he opened the carriage, treasures spilled out. Watching the coins quickly turn the white snow into gold, while Evan, watching by the side, involuntarily let out a gasp, and Alon did the same. Though his expression was usually unreadable and calm on the surface, Alon was quite astonished at the moment. This is a lot. Of course, it wasn't the first time Alon had received such gifts. He had received similar presents from Carmax's III in the colony and also rewards from the Kingdom of Rosario. But usually, while he received treasures, he had never received so many coins. How much is this, really? Why so much? Alon, with his mouth agape, was puzzled. Of course, it was true that Alon was the hero who saved the Merkelian estate. If he hadn't, the estate would indeed have vanished. But this seemed a bit too much Filion. Now that I see, you're indeed a friend who makes sure to repay. He gratefully accepted the gold coins. Having more money is always better, and it's a virtue not to refuse gifts given. Well, after all, the Merkelian estate is wealthy. Knowing the situation, Alon decided to accept the gift without any burden. Lord, what is it? If it's not too much trouble, may I have 1 gold coin? Granted specially. After giving Evan a gold coin, Alon hummed to himself for a while as he looked at the carriage filled with gold coins. He was hungry and his fingertips were tingling from mana addiction, but now he felt somewhat healthier. A smile naturally came to his face. This was the first day Alon returned to the estate. At that time, in the office of the Merkelian estate, I wonder if the gifts arrived safely? Yes, they probably did. That's good. As Filion nodded, his secretary Kjulen soon opened his mouth. But sir, Duke, are you sure it's okay? What is? The gifts. In the situation where we need to restore the estate right away, is it really okay to send so much money? The secretary's worried murmuring. His concern was valid, but Filion shook his head decisively. Merkelian estate would have perished if Marquis Palacio had not stopped Duke Comelon. Then, Kjulen and I wouldn't have been able to sit here like this. That's correct. Moreover, a favor must be repaid properly. Even if that amount of money disappears immediately, we still have enough to manage this situation, right? That's also true, but still, there might be unforeseen circumstances. Kjulen, yes. We don't need to calculate when repaying a favor. If we can repay it now, we just do it. Father would have done the same. With those resolute words, Kjulen, who had been silent for a while, said, I misspoke. He bowed his head in apology and went out to attend to his duties. After sending Kjulen off, Filion leaned back in his chair with a sigh. It's tough his face, relaxed now, contrasted with the stern expression he had just shown. In truth, his demeanor while dealing with Kjulen had been nothing more than an act. I really don't want to do this. Frankly, Filion wanted to quit acting as soon as possible. However, he continued because of his younger brother Gillan Merkelian. Initially, Filion had intended to pass the dukedom to his brother. Despite his appalling social skills, he was quite good at self-assessment, aware that he was not the right person to lead the estate. Filion had planned to transfer the dukedom to his brother immediately, but the estate needs a core until it stabilizes, he thought after hearing his brother's words. So, he decided to act as the successor until the estate stabilized. Even he, who was not very perceptive, knew that the estate's condition right after being attacked by the artificial outer gods was not good financially and otherwise. If the estate is all sorted out later, and my brother wants to pass the dukedom to me, then I will follow in his footsteps. Filion recalled Gillan's words as he looked out the window, and suddenly thought, I want to learn magic. He hadn't been interested in magic until now. Why? He simply hadn't been interested in the discipline of magic, and he was so absorbed in swordsmanship that nothing else caught his eye. But lately, Filion had been very interested in magic. It was all because of Marquis Palatio. Filion closed his eyes. What appeared as soon as he closed them the image of Marquis Palatio summoning a deity after dealing with the artificial outer gods, and the Marquis blocking a meteor shower in the sky. Lastly, the splendid, radiant line created from Marquis Palatio's fingertips. Wow, Filion marveled again, recalling that moment. It was his 23rd sigh of admiration just for today. Lately, he had been spending his days admiring and revisiting the magic used by Marquis Palatio. He thought about it almost all day long, and far from getting tired of it, these days, recalling the Marquis image made Filion feel like a young child who had just picked up a sword, full of childlike innocence. To that extent, Filion had come to admire Marquis Palatio. Not just admire, lately Filion had even been looking up first-tier magic books, because he wanted to learn magic. So, Filion also wanted to become like Marquis Palatio. Of course, as he was not really a child, Filion knew that as a sword master, he could become strong like the Marquis because he had the talent. But what Filion wanted wasn't just to become strong. He simply wanted to be like the Marquis using magic in that ashen world. Of course, Filion knew well that it wouldn't be easy. The Marquis' magical skills were fundamentally different from any wizard he knew, and above all, the two eyes behind the Marquis assured him that the Marquis was a very powerful wizard. Yet still, Filion wanted to excel as a wizard, despite knowing how difficult the path might be, or that he might not even reach it at all. That's why, even though he had reached Sword Master, he had started learning magic. If only I had talent in magic as well. At that moment, as he murmured this wish, Filion suddenly thought of something. Should I erect a statue? It was a sudden thought that came to him because he had come to admire Marquis Palatio so much. However, that might not be a bad idea. Considering that it was true that Marquis Palatio had saved the Merkelian estate, allowing it to continue, Filion unwittingly hummed and nodded his head, and in a short moment, a not particularly logical or rational conclusion formed in Filion's mind. Well, it should be fine to do this much before handing over the position to my brother, right? He seemed to have made up his mind as he rose from his seat. And exactly 1 month later, in the central square of the Merkelian estate, a statue of Marquis Palatio using magic was erected, and it wasn't long before the news reached Alon, who was suffering from mana addiction. My statue? Yes. Why would they erect my statue in the Merkelian estate? Well, I don't really know either. Alon was at a loss for words, and most of the nobility who heard the news were just as baffled. Even though the Marquis had saved the estate, erecting a statue seemed a bit excessive. However, that was merely the standard of other nobles. A statue? Yes. Deus Macalian, one of Caliban's swords, muttered, I am envious. Excuse me. Should I do it too? Excuse me? He genuinely muttered, as if he was truly envious. The vice-captain, upon hearing Deus talking about the Marquis, once again found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 129, a month and 2 weeks have passed since the artificial outer gods incident caused by Duke Comelin. Stalion V sighed deeply in turn, a sigh laden with multiple meanings. Now that it was confirmed that Duke Comelin had instigated the incident, the kingdom of Ashtalon had no choice but to compensate other kingdoms in some way. However, Stalion V wasn't overly stressed by this. He had anticipated such an outcome from the moment he began investigating the incident and had prepared accordingly, even managing to settle reasonable compensation terms after extensive discussions during the bi-monthly emergency meeting. Yet his expression remained grim. I shouldn't have interfered with Marquis Palacio back then, Stallion V pinched the bridge of his nose. Nothing had directly happened between him and Marquis Palacio since he hadn't even seen the Marquis face after that day. The real reason for his unease was Human. Stallion V repeatedly thought back to the remarks Human had made during the meeting. That's so? I think it's inadequate. You should clearly apologize for this part. Passing it off so lightly doesn't look good. Oh, wasn't it the same last time? It almost sounds like you're saying other countries are also to blame, which doesn't sound good. Human had relentlessly found faults and attacked every time Stallion V spoke. Unable to understand Human's persistent attitude, Stallion V was puzzled. Although the kingdom of Ashtalon and Rosario weren't very close, their relationship was not bad, and the same was true with the saint. Yet this relationship seemed shattered by a single incident involving Marquis Palacio. My head hurts, he thought, filled with doubts. What exactly is the relationship between Marquis Palacio and him? It was odd that Saint Human would defend Marquis Palacio, who was closely connected to Archbishop Yusha. And although it wasn't apparent, there was a mutual check between Archbishop Yusha and Saint Human of Rosario. Therefore, Human's seemingly supportive stance towards the Marquis was peculiar. That's it. There must be something about Marquis Palacio. I should look into it, Stallion V resolved firmly, unable to just let it go. Your Majesty, it's time to join the meeting, said a voice, prompting Stallion V to stand up. His expression was more relaxed than before, as Saint Human would no longer participate in the meetings from today. With a somewhat lighter heart, he proceeded to the conference hall, only to be met with the glaring golden eyes of a beastman from the colony, staring as if to devour him. Although he did not understand why such a look was directed at him, he soon recalled that she had a very close relationship with Marquis Palacio and let out a low sigh. That day, Stallion V grimly vowed, I really shouldn't mess with Marquis Palacio. Despite the vow, unfortunately, Stallion V encountered many unhappy incidents in turn over the next week, during the peak of winter. Meanwhile, Alon had been back at his duchy for about 2 months, spending most of his time resting due to mana addiction. Although his recovery was surprisingly quick, allowing him to move around without much difficulty after some time, he was still unable to use magic. Thus, he could not engage in practical magic research, spending his days in rest. Nonetheless, he wasn't entirely idle as he had duties as the lord of his lands. He had to deal with the piled-up and exceedingly tedious paperwork. However, the process wasn't too dull because of a sudden, unexpected victory. Ha 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 ha, it's a victory for me indeed. Wait, what? How did this happen? Foolish, to think you could defeat a god, it's pure arrogance. It was because of Basilira. Alon looked at the two beings facing each other across a board game similar to chess. Evan, with a shocked expression, and Basilira, a small spiritual entity with a triumphant upper body. The contrast between their fortunes was starkly apparent. Hey, let's do it again. Why should I redo it? Do you think I, of such noble stature, should stoop to rematch a lowly creature like you? Enough of your nonsense. How can you boast about 1 win in 30 matches? Evan's voice was filled with injustice, and for once, Alon empathized with him. Basilira had lost to Evan more than 30 times and had been boastful about the one lucky win as if a novice had beaten an expert in a fighting game and called them inadequate. Ah, it's so annoying dealing with this blockhead. So, what can you do about it? You're just shaking in your boots. Basilira, with his mouth agape, curled up and lifted his small body, which was adorable at just 30 cm tall due to being a spirit. Lord, can't you summon this creature? If I summon him at his actual size, this whole domain would be destroyed. How about a smaller size, about my height? No, I can't. Alon genuinely wanted to materialize Basilira to tease Evan, but unfortunately, it was impossible. The limit for using the artifact Wanderer's Salvation was 5 years, or was it 10? Alon glanced at his bracelet. It had glowed bright red when summoning Basilira, but now it was ominously dark, indicating a wait time of 5 to 10 years before the artifact could be used again. However, Alon wasn't too concerned because there was another way to use the bracelet, having bypassed cooldowns in games through resets. Maybe about half a year after the original story began. Alon shrugged as he thought about the character who could reset the cooldown of salvation. Indeed, foolish humans can't defeat me, Lord. This guy flinches every time the central tower is mentioned. There might be something there. Let's send him there. Wait, that's underhanded. Recently, Alon had been keeping himself entertained by watching Evan and Basilira play while working on paperwork. As time passed, about 4 months later, Alon's mana addiction gradually faded, allowing him to perform magic a couple of times and welcoming the warmth of spring instead of winter's chill. Evan, yes, when did we get an auction house in our domain? I believe it was about 4 months ago. Didn't you receive a report about it? Yes, I remember that. Why do you ask? Alon checked the figures in the documents again. It's just that for something that started only a few months ago, it's paying a lot of taxes. The reason Alon asked about the auction house despite knowing it existed was precisely because of the taxes. It's only been 3 months and the taxes are this high. The amounts weren't shockingly large, but the figures were significant considering it was just from a few months of operating an auction house. Evan, yes. Can you bring the owner of the auction house here? The owner? Yes. Alon wanted to meet the auction house owner, thinking about developing the domain further. Although he was somewhat naive about managing the domain, maintaining it wasn't too difficult, given his experience with paperwork. However, growing it was another matter. The ducal finances were essentially breaking even, aside from the money Alon brought in. Costs mostly consumed any additional revenue, achieving a net zero gain. Therefore, he thought, if the auction house is doing well, perhaps investing in it and expanding it into something like a tourism industry might be a good idea. Alon began forming a plan in his mind. Alon needed to discuss business with the owner of the auction house. Even if a plan seemed plausible, business was fraught with variables, and experience was known to make a difference. Shortly after, through Evan, Alon had the owner summoned, and he was at a loss for words when he saw who it was. Election? Good to see you, my lord. It was all too familiar. Election's life had taken a turn for the worse from the moment he met Raiden, the Pirate King. Enduring numerous hardships and ultimately succumbing to Raiden's coercion, Election found himself at the ducal house, wondering what sins he had committed in a past life, though his current life was not without its faults either. Nevertheless, there were days filled with gloom, but Election had eventually managed to turn his fortunes around. His innate business acumen brilliantly caught on to the fact that many trade guilds frequented the Palatio ducal house, and in just a few months, he had established a thriving auction house from nothing. Why are you here? Haha, it just turned out this way. Election wanted to shout, your brother, the pirate, dragged me here by force, but he restrained himself. After all, such a statement would not benefit him. He had also been warned by Raiden to behave if he wanted to live. Given that he did not wish to die, being cautious with his words was natural. Despite the circumstances potentially making it awkward, Election was quite pleased. He roughly guessed why the Marquis had summoned him. I am not good with words, so I'll speak bluntly. I want to invest to grow our domain. May I hear your thoughts? This was precisely the discussion Election had anticipated from the Marquis. Normally, it would be premature to rejoice, but knowing the Marquis' intentions through Raiden, the Marquis' words sounded to Election like, I want to give you money. Regardless of what the Marquis was thinking, Election was confident in his ability to secure investment through his own skill. So he thought, how should I approach this? Maybe start by linking it to a tourism venture and then suggest expanding the auction house. While considering how to charm the Marquis, who was not antagonistic towards him, Election smiled inwardly. Although he wasn't insane enough to scam someone connected to the Pirate King, he could probably get a bit more than he initially expected. Just as Election cleared his throat, his eyes caught something outside the window. A woman with blonde hair and dark clothes was perched on a tree outside, staring intently at Election. Upon making eye contact, she promptly pulled a magical device from her bosom. And then, as she slightly smiled, the device emitted light, projecting an image in front of Election. His expression instantly hardened. The image showed Raiden looking back at him with a stern and solemn expression. Clouds of gloom once again shrouded Election's face. Chapter 130, then you're not saying it's impossible to succeed? Correct. The Palatio dukedom is well located and often frequented by merchants. Even so, the merchants didn't come around as often as you'd think. Probably because up until now there was no particular reason to visit the dukedom, so they might have preferred to visit other estates a bit farther away. Is it because of the local products? Yes, indeed. The surrounding estates do have their own special products. Election's response was straightforward. Alon admired inwardly, thinking, this is why business should indeed be handled by those who are skilled in it. Alon nodded unconsciously, observing how well Election understood the situation of the estates better than himself. Well, strictly speaking, Alon hadn't really focused on developing his estate. But it was true that Election had exceptional business acumen. Should I invest? Initially, when Alon found out Election owned the auction house, he thought it necessary to reconsider his investment. Alon knew how dire Election's true nature could be, even though he seemed mild-mannered when they met through Raiden. But after discussing further, Election appeared quite normal. No, more than normal, he seemed extremely intelligent. Was Election originally normal, but something happened before the player arrived at Lax's? No, I heard he was always like that. It was puzzling. Well, he seems fine for now. Alon concluded his judgment and asked, "If we proceed as I described, how much would we need?" It seems like it would cost a fair amount. Is that so? Yes, initially, setting up the foundation alone will require a substantial amount of money. I am prepared to invest a reasonable amount, of course, to you as well. Alon was considering a significant investment in the business. He hoped to earn money without exploiting the local people. So, I'd like to have an open and comfortable discussion. What are you looking at? However, Election seemed a bit off. Since the start of their serious conversation, he was subtly looking not at Alon, but somewhere behind him. Following his gaze, Alon turned his head. A tree? Just an ordinary tree was in sight. Ah, nothing serious. I have a habit of staring into space, which might have caused some rudeness unintentionally. That's all right. Everyone has their habits. As Alon nodded, Election, forcing a smile, looked behind Alon at a woman holding a video screen. There, Raiden was, if caught, just like that. Uttering fierce words, spelling out every letter clearly as if to ensure understanding, held back a scream he wanted to let out. He knew it. He knew Raiden was capable of such things. To survive, one must handle oneself well. Election began to give practical advice, maintaining his poker face. Normally, he might have advised keeping a bit more profit for himself, but with Raiden watching, that plan was off the table. He did not want to die over a slip of the tongue. For the scale of business you envision, initially, this much funding will be necessary. That's quite a lot. It can't be helped. First, building the structures will require a large initial investment, and then gathering the merchants will cost money as well. Furthermore, what about? The key is to make the merchants feel it's more important to stop here because of the benefits we offer, even if there are special products in other estates. That will also require more money. If we operate that way, wouldn't the merchants stop coming if the benefits were removed? No. By gathering the merchants and boosting the auction house and surrounding tourist industries, once the auction house becomes a major value, merchants won't easily exclude this dukedom from their routes. What if after a lengthy discussion, Election suddenly, originally, we would need about 250 of the proposed amount stop talking? Because Raiden was staring intently at him from outside, shaking his head. However, if I make an effort, perhaps 200 would suffice despite feeling Raiden's menacing glare from afar. Election adjusted his statement smoothly. Raiden shook his head once again. It's possible, and I might even be able to reduce it to 180. Election reluctantly lowered the figure, feeling a bit wronged. However, slowly shaking his head again, Raiden's actions made Election say, perhaps, it might even be feasible to go down to 150. He said this while internally screaming with frustration. Honestly, he had slightly inflated the initial rate out of greed, but it wasn't like it left much profit anyway. Yet, despite this shake, seeing the devil continuously shaking his head through the window, Election's previously smiling face tensed up. Isn't this too much? They say even a cornered rat will bite a cat, and Election, faced with such unreasonable demands, involuntarily wore a venomous expression. I've done everything. He had obediently gone to the Pirate Peninsula when asked. He had withdrawn from illegal businesses when told to stop underworld activities. He had come to the dukedom without complaint when asked, and had already reduced the investment proposal from about 200 to 150. Was it still not enough? The countless memories of humiliation and oppression intensified his resentment, and finally, with emotions surging, Election declared 100. What? I will do it with the originally proposed investment amount, he conceded, swallowing tears of blood as he lowered his head. After all, he did not want to die. Raiden nodded in satisfaction through the window. Election's face was the very image of despondency, and Alon, standing opposite, was. He couldn't help but be puzzled. In fact, a proper negotiation hadn't even started before it was unilaterally concluded. After a moment of bewilderment, Alon finally spoke up. Let's settle on 150. What? If what you say is true, that seems to be the necessary investment, he said. a calm voice. However, Election's eyes widened in disbelief. Although granting 150 was still insufficient, everything is relative. Seeing Raiden ruthlessly haggling over prices, and then the Marquis offering to add an extra 50, Election felt tears welling up in his eyes. Marquis is truly a saint. Objectively, he was not a saint, but having dealt extensively with Raiden, Election felt overwhelmed. Thank you, truly thank you. He bowed deeply, holding back tears that were starting to flow. Alon thought, is this a midlife crisis? Watching Election's emotions rise and fall on his own, a rational doubt surfaced in his mind. King Carmax's III of the colony was recently less busy than other monarchs of the allied kingdoms because his desert kingdom had not been affected by the recent Outer Gods crisis. Except for the initial meeting, he was not much affected by the recent major events. Instead, did another seismic event occur? Yes, the Mana estate suffered significant damage. King Carmax's III was concerned about the recent seismic events. How many does this make? The fifth. How strange. What about the wizards? It seems the wizards from the tower are investigating, but they haven't identified the cause yet. This was because these seismic events, which usually occurred around the magical towers, were happening more frequently everywhere. King Carmax's thought briefly, and then decided not to worry about it. The estates were suffering, but it was not yet excessive. Instead, what is Karsam doing? He is learning magic today as well. He inquired about the second prince, who had recently piqued his interest. Again today? Yes. And does he have talent? Yes, quite a bit. He's already reached the first tier. Already? Yes. It's said that he is very talented and also puts in considerable effort. The advisor continued, recently, the court's opinion of the second prince has significantly improved. Most say he has gained a lot of respectability since that incident. Is that so? Yes. There are even many who say he has become more respectable than the first prince recently. That much. It seems so, possibly more noticeable due to the contrast with his past behavior. The advisor paused briefly. I also think the second prince has changed a lot. He added his personal impression. Even recently, he saved a maid who nearly fell while cleaning the railing. Karsam did? Yes. It said he commented, if it were Marquis Palacio, he would have done the same. That's a bit cringeworthy. I agree, but it seems his temperament has genuinely softened. Hearing this, King Carmax's III involuntarily stroked his chin. Truthfully, the second prince was not the son he was most concerned about. Of course, he loved his family, but he did not see the second prince as a suitable heir. Although the first prince did not entirely meet his standards either, he was considerably better compared to the second, so he had marked him as the successor. However, recently, the first prince was gradually falling out of favor with King Carmax's III. Despite having been instructed in heir-appropriate behaviors from a young age, he was still quietly causing various troubles, not as overtly as the second prince, but still. Of course, the first prince thought he had kept it all hidden, but King Carmax's knew everything. There was nowhere in the palace his reach did not extend. Therefore, who exactly is Marquis Palacio? King Carmax's III admired the man who had single-handedly reformed the notorious Karsam while pondering. Karsam, he muttered the second prince's name, his gaze growing stern. His look was not that of a family man, but solely that of a king evaluating someone. This gaze perhaps forewarned of a struggle that should not happen. A month later, when winter had fully passed and a warm spring day arrived, Marquis, how have you been? It's been a while. Alon received a periodic report from Duke Zenonia, which he received every few months. And, by the way, I heard you recently established an auction house in your estate. Yes, I am thinking about managing the estate a bit. Shall I help you a little with that? Feel free not to hold back. It was just a brief conversation after the report, and that was all it had been. Marquis, how about exclusive auction rights for the premium specialties produced in our estate? Marquis, our guild would like to establish a regular relationship with Marquis Palacio. I am leading a guild called Sulman in the Kingdom of Ashtalon. How did it come to this? Evan. Yes. How many more people am I supposed to meet? About 74 people are waiting. How is this a little help? Alon held his head, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 131. Hugh near the Palacio Marquisate, a young girl entered a hidden shelter, letting out a relaxed sigh as she sat down. Shortly afterward, someone approached her. You're back, Una. Yes, it was Hidden who spoke. Is everything going well? Per Silver Moon's orders, I've been keeping an eye on Election, but it seems like he won't be causing any more trouble. In response to Hidden's question, Yuna, a golden-haired girl, stretched out her legs as if exercising while seated and asked in return. And you? I am following Red Moon's instructions for now. Must be keeping you busy. I am just doing what needs to be done. Yuna nodded with a hum and a smile spread across her lips as she spoke. So, when's our meeting? Meeting? Yes, Silver Moon told me to attend the upcoming meeting and give a report about the territory matters. You seem quite excited. Of course. Yuna beamed brightly, already brimming with anticipation. It's a meeting with the higher-ups. Plus, I'll get to see Red Moon and Gold Moon. I've missed seeing them since it's been so long. And I'm curious to see how meetings among the higher-ups work. Her lively voice contrasted with Hidden's slightly awkward expression as he listened. The atmosphere he appeared a bit conflicted. What's wrong? Yuna looked puzzled, prompting Hidden to ponder for a moment before replying. No, it's nothing. It's just that never mind. He decided to keep his thoughts to himself. Why'd you stop halfway? Y'all understand once you actually attend the meeting. Recalling the meetings he witnessed before, Hidden chose to let Yuna keep her hopeful expectations a little longer. Exactly half a year had passed since Alon successfully fended off Duke Comelin. At this point, Alon's mana addiction had greatly improved, allowing him to use magic again as he had before. Thus, he was now capable of moving toward the border. However, he remained where he was. To be more precise, he was unable to move. Thank you very much. I look forward to working with you. The pleasure is mine. No, truly. And here's a gift. A gift? Yes, it's a sculpture crafted by an artisan from the Fumbashi estate. I'll accept it with gratitude. The reason for his current immobility was the endless stream of people flocking to the marquee. Watching the head of a merchant guild bow at a perfect right angle while handing over a finely carved cat statue, Alon sighed softly. Evan. Yes, my lord. How many more are left? Congratulations, my lord. After this, your schedule is finally cleared. That's a relief. Nodding a couple of times, Alon leaned back in his chair. It had been a month since Alon told Duke Zenonia that he wouldn't refuse her assistance. Within that time, Alon had virtually secured success for his auction business. However, he was careful not to claim success prematurely. After all, a business, even one that seemed to be going well, could unexpectedly crash due to unforeseen circumstances. Having worked at numerous startup hell companies in his previous world, Alon understood this better than anyone else. This was also why he remained overly cautious when it came to business. Yet, even Alon couldn't help but feel that they had not only recovered the initial investment, but were also on track for stable growth. After all, what they had gained in just 1 month was significant. Of course, most of those gains came to him voluntarily rather than being actively pursued by Alon. My lord, regardless, the business appears to be a success. Is that how it seems? Yes. 5 estates have entrusted their highest quality specialties to be auctioned here. With that alone, merchants will undoubtedly continue to flock to us. Moreover, we've established numerous agreements. But we've only succeeded in attracting them, haven't we? True, but it's almost as if the necessary conditions have already been swiftly met. I believe there's little lacking for us to rise as a hub for tourism and trade. At Evan's words, Alon nodded. He shared a similar sentiment. As Alon casually reviewed the documents once again, he suddenly voiced a question prompted by rising curiosity. Evan. Yes, my lord. I've been too busy to think about it until now. But why are so many merchants and nearby lords flocking to us like this? Of course, Alon knew that Duke Zenonia must have pulled some strings behind the scenes. However, even so, wasn't it strange for nobles and merchants to gather of their own accord to this extent? My lord, what is it? I sometimes feel that you underestimate yourself more than you should. Do I? Yes. It's obvious that most of those nobles are here to build connections with you. Some of them are even nobles aligned with the aristocratic and royalist factions. At that moment, Alon let out a low sigh, as if realizing something. Bribes to curry favor, something along those lines? Most likely. It could even be a subtle sign that they want to join Kalfa. I see. You weren't unaware of this, were you? Rather than being completely unaware, it was more accurate to say that he hadn't given much thought to that aspect. Since Alon didn't respond directly, Evan gave him a curious look. We've spent a long time together, but sometimes you surprise me, my lord. How so? It's like you seem to be doing something, but at the same time, it feels like you're not doing anything. That's why I'm working right now, isn't it? That's not what I mean. How should I put this? It's like you don't really concern yourself with what's going on around you, no. That's not quite it either, as Evan struggled to find the right words. Something else seemed to come to mind, and his eyes widened slightly. Oh, right. I meant to tell you earlier there's a letter from Rhine. A letter? Yes. It looks like a reply to the letter you sent her last time. Now that you mention it, Alon recalled how, about a month ago, he had contacted Rhine regarding the dragon egg. Originally, he had planned to visit her directly after his magic had fully recovered, but due to recent changes in the egg, he had hastily sent a letter instead. Here it is. With the conversation topic abruptly shifting, Alon took the letter from Evan while glancing at the dragon egg. The egg had grown slightly larger than before, and ever since the previous month, it had stopped absorbing Alon's magic altogether. That was the reason he had sent the letter in the first place. Alon quickly unfolded the letter and began reading. The opening lines were simple greetings. The middle part consisted of updates about Rhine's recent activities and news about what was happening in Lartania. The next page was more of the same, and the next one too. With a puzzled expression, Alon finally checked the total number of pages. 12 pages? Wow, that's quite a lot. I did notice the envelope felt rather thick. A letter spanning a full 12 pages. A tinge of guilt crept into Alon's heart. I only barely managed to fill one page when I sent mine. Since he had already planned to visit her in person, he resolved to bring a small gift for Rhine when he did. For now, Alon continued reading the letter. Around the 5th page, he finally found the information regarding the dragon egg. After finishing the entire letter, his expression turned serious. This might be dangerous. He turned his gaze toward the dragon egg. The letter contained a lot of detailed information, but it could be summarized into 3 key points. 1. Information about dragon eggs is extremely limited. 2. Among the known facts, a dragon egg, literally an egg with a spirit dragon inside, can, under specific conditions, hatch into a being with power comparable to that of a dragon, according to ancient records. 3. However, if a dragon egg still in its embryonic state comes into contact with human blood, it must be immediately disposed of by casting it into the ocean beyond the continent, specifically into the waters of Pamelin. The reason is that a blood-exposed dragon will hatch in a state far stronger than a regular dragon, but with a high likelihood of becoming uncontrollably violent due to madness. The way to tell if a dragon has been exposed to blood is by its eye color. If its eyes are red instead of blue upon hatching, it means the dragon is already in a maddened state. Alon alternated his gaze between the letter and the egg. So this could really be dangerous. The reason Alon had been regularly supplying magic to the egg until now was that he believed it hadn't absorbed any blood. Since the dragon egg had been far from the dead wizard's corpse, Alon had initially assumed it hadn't been exposed to blood. However, if it was a matter of blood being present during the ritual itself, the story changed entirely. In Alon's memory, the dragon egg he possessed had indeed been exposed to the blood of a dead wizard during the ritual conducted by Theon. Thus, although Alon's expression remained indifferent, he regarded the egg with a hint of seriousness. Should I get rid of it? He began to deliberate. That night, while Alon had yet to decide what to do with the egg and had fallen asleep, an event occurred. Crack, crack, crack. The egg, which had remained perfectly still until now, began to emit faint tremors before the shell started breaking apart. Or rather, it didn't exactly break apart. Fragments of the black shell turned into a dark, viscous liquid and were reabsorbed into the black egg. It wasn't a typical hatching. Instead, the egg itself seemed to be undergoing a complete transformation. Soon, with a low grinding sound, something emerged. It was a monster, drooling profusely, with glowing red eyes. Though it retained a vague resemblance to a dragon as its name, dragon egg, suggested, its appearance was far too grotesque and hideous to be called a dragon. The black, amorphous being moved like a formless shadow, constantly shifting and reshaping itself. Even the dragon-like head it faintly mimicked was unstable, morphing erratically. Squelch! Dozens of eyes clustered grotesquely atop its black head. As it scanned its surroundings with those eerie eyes, it climbed down from its spot. At the same time, a surge of destructive instinct erupted wildly in its mind. Unlike a typical spirit dragon, this creature could grow stronger by absorbing the flesh and blood of its enemies. Despite being newly hatched, the mind of the shadow spirit dragon, Sayongrayang, was already consumed with a desire for destruction and slaughter. Yet, even as those urges surged within it, the shadow spirit dragon suppressed its instincts and moved toward the one who had supplied it with enough magic to be born. Alan. Its body instantly transformed into mist, swallowing even the pale blue moonlight as it flew out through the window and into the night sky. Moments later, it descended into Alan's bedroom, dripping black saliva that was quickly absorbed into the floor, and approached the sleeping figure on the bed. Its intention, of course, was to kill Alan. Even though it had become a shadow spirit dragon by absorbing blood, its fundamental nature as a spirit dragon hadn't changed. Thus, it felt a degree of restraint toward the person who had supplied it with magic. For that reason, the dragon intended to kill Alan before it could grow any larger and risk being bound by him. There was no other reason for it to seek Alan out. With its goal clear, the shadow spirit dragon opened its mouth wide as it neared its target. Schlick! Its mouth, which should have only been as large as a big dog's, expanded to an unimaginable size, as though it could devour the entire room in one gulp. The enormous maw stretched to encompass the entire area where Alan lay. At the very moment that massive mouth was about to close thunk, the shadow spirit dragon's mouth stopped, as if time had frozen. And then shudder, 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 shudder. The dragon closed its mouth instinctively and began trembling uncontrollably, as though it had been struck by sheer terror. The reason? Squelch, a single eye, a black eye, coldly watching the shadow spirit dragon as it opened its maw toward Alan. Chapter 132, the black pupil hovering in midair hadn't truly left the world of shadows. After all, it only appeared when Alan used magic. Despite that, the fact that the spirit dragon could perceive the pupil stemmed from its inherently superior existential rank compared to other life forms. This was also true for the shadow spirit dragon, which, despite the name, shared the same essence as the spirit dragon. Thus, the shadow spirit dragon noticed the pupil that belonged to the world of shadows. Having only just been born, it failed to realize that it wasn't supposed to perceive such a thing. And because of that tremble, 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 the shadow spirit dragon froze on the spot. It instinctively understood that the pupil before it was a being fundamentally different from itself, one whose rank was so overwhelmingly high that the gap between them was indescribable. That ridiculous difference in rank restored the spirit dragon's wisdom and intelligence, which had been lost when it consumed human blood. Though the shadow spirit dragon was newly born, it began thinking for itself how to survive in this situation. With black shadows dripping around it, the first thought that crossed its mind was, should I fight? Even though its wisdom and intelligence had returned, its feral temperament remained intact. However, it soon abandoned that idea. Even if it were to fight, there was no chance of victory against a being so powerful, especially when its master had supplied it with magical power. The shadow spirit dragon continued to ponder deeply. Eventually, it found the best way to survive in this blatantly antagonistic situation: submission. The moment it made that decision, it began scanning its master's office. Although it had just been born, it instinctively knew that earning the favor of a supreme being required an act of submission. Dozens of red eyes rolled around before they finally settled on something sitting on Alan's bedside desk, a small statue. It was the cat figurine Alan had received as a gift from the oil merchant. The shadow spirit dragon's eyes gleamed. The next morning, the first thing Alan saw when he woke up was a black cat sleeping on top of him. A short while later, so, you're telling me that's the spirit dragon? Yes. The creature, which was now curiously exploring the office, was undeniably a cater, rather, the shadow spirit dragon. That looks like a cat. It is. But how is that a dragon? Evan asked, his face full of doubt. His skepticism didn't last long, however, as he soon noticed the black cat's silhouette shimmering like a heat haze. It doesn't look normal, but still, it's more of a cat than a dragon. How can that be the shadow spirit dragon? The egg is gone. The egg? Evan finally noticed that the black egg, which had previously been behind Alan, had completely disappeared. Oh, you're right. Regardless of whether the two were paying attention, the shadow spirit dragon roamed around, observing its surroundings with its red eyes. It really just looks like a cat, but it's not an ordinary cat. Well, true. Its fur is flowing in an unusual way. Alan remained expressionless, but inwardly he felt a strange sense of unease. It's definitely the shadow spirit dragon. The red eyes left no room for doubt. Even so, Alan couldn't help but feel uncertain because of what he knew about the shadow spirit dragon's nature. Even if its appearance is that of a cat, it doesn't seem violent. According to what he knew, a shadow spirit dragon would massacre every living being around it the moment it was born. Yet, the one before him showed no such tendencies. In fact, Tap the creature gently tapped at a book sticking out from the bookshelf with its front paw. It looked more ridiculous than terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, Alon called out softly, "Blackie." Meow, the shadow spirit dragon immediately turned around and ran toward him with little hesitation. "Blackie, it's a name." Evan, finding the name unexpectedly sweet, gave Alon a strange look. "Don't you think that's a bit too soft for something like a shadow spirit dragon? Also, its cry doesn't really sound like a cat, does it?" Evan felt slightly uneasy, but that didn't stop the small kitten-sized Blackie from reaching Alon. "It listens well too." Alon continued to stare at the shadow spirit dragon with a perplexed expression. No matter how he looked at it, this dragon was nothing like the descriptions he had read in the manual or the information he had heard from Rhine about the egg of the spirit dragon. For a brief moment, he wondered if this was truly a different entity, as Evan suggested. However, he quickly shook his head. This creature, which looked like a cat, was definitely the shadow spirit dragon. He could sense the strange, almost extraordinary aura emanating from it right away. After quietly observing the shadow spirit dragon for a while, Alon placed both hands under its front legs and lifted it into the air. And then the cat's body stretched out. "Huh?" Evan's startled voice broke the silence. It was only natural, though Alon had lifted it with his hands. The cat's legs, which should have left the ground, remained on the floor while its body stretched longer. In the blink of an eye, the shadow spirit dragon, which had been about the size of Alon's forearm, grew until its head reached Alon's waist. Noticing the odd stares, the creature belatedly lifted its legs off the ground. Swoosh. Thus, a moment later than expected, the shadow spirit dragon ended up properly in Alon's hands. Alon put the creature back on the floor and lifted it again. Once again, its body stretched out. After repeating the action a few times, the small creature began to catch on and hurriedly withdrew its body a little faster each time. It really is the shadow spirit dragon. See? Yes, the two were now certain. Meow, while being lifted, the creature tilted its head slightly in an adorably curious manner. Alon stared at it quietly for a moment before setting it down and standing up. "Where are you going?" "I thought I'd read the letter again, just in case. I fell asleep after thinking about its contents last night. I'll fetch it keep an eye on things. Yes, tap tap meow." After Alon left, Evan turned to look at the shadow spirit dragono called Blackie with a curious expression. As soon as Alon disappeared, the creature began inspecting its surroundings again, occasionally tapping interesting objects with its front paw. Even someone as indifferent to pets as Evan couldn't help but be intrigued. Though Blackie's form seemed slightly off for a cat, it was undeniably adorable. Compelled by curiosity, Evan approached, and just as Alon had done earlier, lifted Blackie. Oh. Evan marveled at how Blackie's body stretched endlessly, nearly doubling in length compared to when Alon had lifted it earlier. Though it was somewhat bizarre, the creature's wide, innocent eyes were so cute that he couldn't help but admire it. However, just then, Evan noticed something. With a sudden squelch, dozens of red eyes began appearing along Blackie's long body. But that wasn't all. A huge mouth, lined with sharp teeth, emerged in the middle of its elongated form. Gra! With a grotesque sound, Blackie opened its gaping mouth wide toward Evan, who could only stare in stunned silence. Then, without a word, Evan slowly crouched down and set Blackie back on the floor. Pitter-patter, as though nothing had happened, Blackie began glancing around with its bright, curious eyes. And just then, "Why are you kneeling there?" Returning to the office, Alon noticed Blackie rubbing its head against his feet and gave it a gentle pat. He also noticed Evan, who remained frozen in a kneeling position, looking bewildered. "Evan, Lord Marquis, I think that's definitely the shadow spirit dragon. Why the sudden certainty? It's really very scary," he replied absent-mindedly, still shaken. Alon, puzzled by his words, glanced at Blackie. "Meow?" Blackie simply tilted its head, looking up at Alon with slightly larger-than-normal, innocent eyes. After some time had passed, Alon ultimately decided to postpone any decisions regarding Blackie. There were two main reasons for this decision. The first reason was that Blackie was much tamer than expected and followed Alon obediently. Of course, Evan seemed to avoid going near Blackie altogether at some point, but that was beside the point. The second reason was the letter sent by Rhine, which mentioned that if Alon managed to successfully subdue the shadow spirit dragon and establish a bond with it, there would be no need to dispose of it. Alon glanced down at Blackie, who was napping on his lap, and then shifted his gaze to the small symbol drawn beneath his right wrist. This marking hadn't existed before the shadow spirit dragon hatched. It had appeared right after Blackie was born, and Alon was certain that it was a submission mark. In other words, the chances of Blackie posing any threat to him had vanished. However, when did it happen? The problem was that Alon had no idea when this mark had appeared. Based on both his prior game knowledge and what he had learned about magic in this world, it was said that preparing a submission mark required a specific process. Yet Alon pushed that thought aside as he was used to doing. What mattered was that Blackie no longer posed a threat to him. As for the mark, he knew he wouldn't figure anything out by dwelling on it. I guess I'll have to ask Ryan about it when we stop by the border. Having sorted out his thoughts, Alon spoke up. Evan, yes, Lord Marquis. It's time to move. Oh, we're heading to the border? Yes, all the work here is done. After informing Evan, Alon added, that's true. But weren't you planning to research the shadow spirit dragon further? You mentioned something about its magic. We can figure that out on the way. In that case, I'll make the preparations. Watching Evan leave the room, Alon lowered his gaze. Blackie was still sound asleep. Unity with shadows, huh? What could it mean? Alon quietly pondered the phrase he had seen written when he first obtained the spirit dragon's egg. Around the time Alon was preparing to leave for the border, Yuna was finally about to participate in the long-awaited Blue Moon meeting. Filled with excitement and anticipation, she suddenly recalled Hidden. More precisely, she recalled the words of her close friend and comrade, with whom she had worked as a member of the Blue Moon for over a decade. Don't get your hopes up too much. What's that supposed to mean? She was certain that Hidden had been just as eager and full of admiration at first. Hadn't he been thrilled and bragging about being able to attend the meeting back then? But the image of Hidden with his jaded expression last time briefly crossed her mind. Pushing those thoughts aside, Yuna focused on arriving at the meeting on time. Inside the meeting room, the 5 moons, revered by all members of the Blue Moon, sat elegantly, exuding an air of dignity. The atmosphere was heavy. Despite her tension, Yuna lowered her head, feeling the solemn ambience she had imagined all along. Why did he tell me not to get my hopes up? It's exactly how I pictured it. She glanced at Hidden, who sat quietly in a corner with a composed expression, and felt puzzled. About 30 minutes passed. Rejected. Erecting a statue is not allowed. Why not? If it were like the case of the Merkelane territory, where they were saved from a crisis, it would be understandable. But erecting statues recklessly would be too conspicuous. So, as long as we rescue a territory from a crisis, like Merkelane, and attribute it to the Great Moon, there's no problem. Hidden, how many abyssal forms did we retrieve? What are you planning to do? Well, hold on to a few for now, and create plausible reasoning. Yuna watched as the first moon casually spouted such bizarre ideas without batting an eye. What? At that moment, she realized something was off. Chapter 133, after the Blue Moon's regular meeting ended. How was it? The magic orb that had been projecting the video conference just moments ago powered down. While Yuna stood there with a dazed expression, Hidden, who had been in the next room, came to find her. Yuna opened and closed her mouth a few times, as if unsure what to say, before finally speaking. This was a meeting, right? It was a meeting. This, really? Yes. Discussions about turning the second prince into a scapegoat to justify building a statue of the Blue Moon that's considered a meeting. Well, the second prince did try to slander the Blue Moon once before. I suppose he deserved it, but until that point, it was a fairly normal meeting, wasn't it? Even so, Yuna couldn't contain her frustration. Red Moon and Gold Moon were arguing about marrying the Great Moon. Green Moon spent over 30 minutes bragging about a gift they received from him, and Silver Moon broke a window and stormed out before the meeting even ended after hearing that someone else was trying to slander him. Doesn't that seem a bit off? And what about First Moon? Was he always so talkative? I could've sworn he was the silent type before, but today he went on for over 2 hours, talking only about the Great Moon. Their personalities were nothing like what she remembered. The changes were too drastic. As Yuna's expression grew increasingly complicated, Hidden also fell silent. He felt much the same way as she did. In fact, recent meetings had become increasingly extreme. The fanaticism had intensified even more compared to when he had first started attending. Did the Great Moon learn some kind of hypnosis? Hidden couldn't help but recall a thought Raiden had once voiced, all while watching Yuna. Yuna, whose expression clearly said, "This isn't the kind of meeting I wanted to attend." And then, "Hidden, what is it? Do you think the Great Moon might have some kind of mind-altering or hypnotic ability? When I saw him from afar last time, I didn't get that impression. But now seeing that Yuna had reached the same conclusion as him, maybe. Hidden didn't bother denying her words. The border zone of the Allied Kingdom was a long distance from the Marquisate of Palatio, taking about a month's journey. It was only natural. The Kingdom of Esteria was located in the east, while the border lay on the far western edge of the Allied Kingdom, beyond Caliban. As a result, Alan had been traveling by carriage for over 2 weeks. However, he hadn't felt bored for even a moment. The reason was none other than Blackyr, the shadow spirit Dragonan the phrase he had acquired along with it. Unity with shadows. Lord Marquis, what are you thinking so hard about? Alan, who had been watching Blackie diligently munching on roasted sweet potatoes by the campfire, slowly answered Evan's question. I just can't figure it out. Oh, the magic? Alan nodded. I can't get the magic to manifest at all. During the carriage ride to the border, Alan had repeatedly tried to use unity with shadows, but he still hadn't figured out the proper method. What's the problem? Of course, he understood that there could be several potential issues. As the Dragonkin had mentioned before, magic that involved phrases and sentences required precise and correct terminology to achieve the desired effects. Yet, Alan found it puzzling because of past experiences. Even when he hadn't fully understood the use of phrases and sentences, he had at least managed to produce partial manifestations of magic. However, with unity with shadows, it wasn't even partially workingly mana was being consumed without any tangible results. Is this magic something special that requires a unique approach? Or is it a spell that only works with the spirit dragon, making it impossible in its current state as a shadow spirit dragon? The questions in his mind continued to grow. Lord Marquis, by the way, there's something I haven't mentioned yet. What is it? At that moment, Evan's voice broke the silence. Alan organized his thoughts and turned his attention to Evan. It's news I heard from the estate we visited this morning. Apparently, there's been a sudden increase in the appearance of dimensional rifts recently. Dimensional rifts? Yes. Originally, they only appeared near the Mage Tower, but now they've started popping up simultaneously in various places. This wasn't exactly surprising news. Well, the main storyline is set to start in less than half a year, so it makes sense for them to start appearing more frequently. Alan had already anticipated that the frequency of dimensional rifts would increase from now on. In Psychedelia, the protagonist Aliban's adventure began because of an incident where a higher-level phenomenon called a chaotic rift appeared in his village, putting it in danger. Since Alan had been preoccupied with the looming threat of the 5 great sins, which were directly tied to the world's potential destruction, he hadn't paid much attention to the rifts. However, they were one of the main plot points driving the storyline in Psychedelia. Some dimensional rift incidents had even endangered the entire kingdom. Still, Alan wasn't particularly concerned. That was because of the protagonist. Exactly. There was no need for Alan to intervene since Aliban, the protagonist, would follow the original storyline and travel around closing the dimensional rifts. He'll handle it just fine on his own. Unlike the 5 great sins, which could annihilate entire nations if they descended, dimensional rifts wouldn't cause major problems as long as they were dealt with in time. That's why Alan wasn't too worried about them. Maybe when Aliban starts his first adventure, I should offer him a bit of help. Give him some extra supplies, and if he turns out to be weaker than expected, should I keep him in Lartania for a while to train him? As he envisioned Aliban struggling, Alan began to draft a rough plan in his mind and casually popped a cold sweet potato into his mouth. Tasty. Lord Marquis, you've been eating sweet potatoes by the campfire every night. Aren't you getting tired of them? No, they're always fresh and delicious. Is that so? Evan, who had grown tired of sweet potatoes, was now eating potatoes instead. I didn't think I liked sweet potatoes this much. Why do they taste so good? Alan briefly wondered about this, but soon shrugged and pushed another sweet potato into his mouth. The cool night breeze and the warmth of the campfire made the sweet potatoes taste as good as ever. After about 2 more weeks of travel, Alan finally reached the area near the border. Wow, from this distance, it's completely barren. He gazed at the towering border wall and the sandy wasteland stretching beyond it, lost in thought. How should I get across? The wasteland between the Allied Kingdom and the Empire, known to players as the Badlands, was heavily guarded by the Allied army, making entry difficult. In fact, ordinary nobles weren't even allowed to set foot in the wasteland. Even in Psychedelia, players could only access it a few times through special quests. It wasn't just because of the Empire. It was to avoid awakening the Curseborn, wasn't it? The Curseborn. Though they hadn't appeared yet, in the future, they would become one of the 4 major powers alongside the white ghosts of the jungle. Their base was located somewhere in that wasteland. There were also several minor reasons for the border's strict security, but the primary concern was the Curseborn. Should I use the secret tunnel after all? He briefly considered the secret tunnel hidden in the wall, which was protected by dozens, perhaps hundreds, of magic circles, but soon grimaced. I'd prefer not to use it if I can help it. The tunnel would certainly allow him to enter, but if there were any alternative methods, he'd rather avoid using it. That was because navigating through the tunnel was more difficult than it seemed, though I am not exactly sure why it was so exhausting. Whenever Alon used the secret tunnel during his playthroughs to level up, a notification would pop up saying, "You've consumed too much stamina," and his party's HP would drop by 50. While he was lost in thought, Evan asked, "Shall we stop by the village first?" Yes. Since the sun was already setting, they decided to spend the night in a village near the border. Upon arriving at the village, my lord, Yusha, brother, Saint Ure here too, they encountered a rather unusual group. What brings you here? Surprised by the unexpected reunion, Alon barely had time to react before Yusha, who was walking briskly toward him with a calm smile, asked, "We have some business at the border." "The border? Yes, but why are you here?" When Alon inquired about their presence, Yusha responded, "There's been a recent issue at the border, so we're heading there to repair the main gate." "Brother." Yuman intercepted the answer. Yusha looked at him with a slightly stiff smile, likely because the conversation had been cut off. However, Yuman ignored her gaze and added with a gentle smile, "If you have business at the border as well, brother, why not come with us?" Although it didn't show on his face, Alon was delighted by the unexpected offer. If he accompanied them, there would be no need to use the secret tunnel to cross the border. "Is that all right with you?" Of course. Thanks to this unexpected stroke of luck, Alon found himself with an easy way to enter the border zone. The Allied army defending the border consisted of soldiers and knights drafted from 5 different countries representing the Allied kingdom. At present, the commander of the border defense was Kiriana, who, a few years ago, had been known as the second sword of Caliban's 5 swords. Despite the sudden arrival of a saint and a cardinal, Kiriana wasn't fazed. She had already received a report from her superiors. Instead, what intrigued her was the unexpected presence of the Marquis Palacio, who had arrived with them. Not only had he not been mentioned in the report, but she also remembered owing him a favor from a past incident in the northern region, yet they hadn't had the chance to formally greet each other since then. But that moment of reflection didn't last long, as Kiriana soon found herself in an awkward situation. Actually, it was quite a ridiculous situation. The issue at hand was I believe I'll be the one signing as the guarantor. "No, please use my name instead." A petty argument over who should act as Alon's guarantor. While the saint and the cardinal didn't need a guarantor to enter the border zone, the Marquis Palacio required a guarantor to officially accompany them. Only one guarantor was needed. In other words, either one of the two standing before her could sign the form, and it would suffice. Yet, over something as trivial as writing a single name, "Saint, allow me to be the guarantor for the Lord." "You needn't worry. No, Cardinal Yusha, I'll handle it. I heard you find these kinds of matters rather bothersome." "Of course not. Even if it's bothersome with others, it's entirely different when it comes to my lord. This doesn't trouble me at all since it's about my lord and me. I feel the same. Matters like this are nothing between us, brother, so there's no need for you to concern yourself." For over 10 minutes, they had been engaged in a subtle but escalating war of nerves. Kiriana looked at Yusha and Yuman. Both of them wore calm smiles, but their eyes weren't smiling. In fact, there was something unsettling about their expressions. It's oddly intimidating. "Saint, wouldn't it be better to concede? My lord seems to be getting a bit uncomfortable." "Cardinal, wouldn't it be better if you conceded? Why are they acting like this over something so trivial?" As the two clerics began using increasingly aggressive wording, even Kiriana felt uncomfortable. "Please, stop being stubborn. Cardinal, I must insist. Let me handle it. There's no need for you to exert yourself just because brother is watching, especially since you did nothing during the previous royal conference when brother was being criticized. I already sent a letter before the saint even knew about it, so don't worry. I am thinking far more about my lord than you are." The atmosphere grew so tense it seemed they might actually start fighting. Kiriana barely resisted the urge to hold her head in her hands. What is the Marquis Palacio, anyway? She looked over at Alon, the cause of the argument. But Alon, too, was equally baffled. What's with them? He had no idea what was going on either. Chapter 134. About 20 minutes later, Alon was able to cross into the border zone with 2 guarantors. It was the first time such a thing had ever happened since the establishment of the border. In any case, Alon successfully entered the border zone and was now facing the barren wasteland beyond. A strange sight caught his eye. What he saw was the outer wall covered in countless monster corpses. Of course, this scene wasn't entirely unusual. After all, the purpose of the wall was to defend against both monsters and potential invasions from the Empire. Nevertheless, Alon found it peculiar because this was the wasteland. There are monsters in the wasteland, but it's odd for them to swarm in such large numbers. There were easily hundreds, possibly thousands, of monster corpses scattered around. Additionally, soldiers were actively clearing away the bodies on one side. Lord Marquis. Alon turned toward the voice and saw Kiriana, the commander of the border defense, approaching. I owe you my life for what happened before. Yes, in the northern region. If you hadn't dealt with the outer god back then, I wouldn't be standing here now. Ah, Alon nodded as he realized what she was referring to. It was nothing. I only did what needed to be done. Is that so? Yes. You have great compassion. Kiriana's remark made Alon pause for a moment. He could roughly understand why she said that. To Kiriana, who didn't know the truth, it must have seemed like Alon had gone out of his way to the northern region to prevent casualties by dealing with the outer god. Since he didn't have a suitable response, Alon decided to change the subject with a brief reply. By the way, may I ask you something? Of course. There are many monster corpses here. Was there a recent attack? Kiriana tilted her head slightly. Yes, but didn't you know about it? No, I wasn't informed. Ah, I assumed you were already aware since you came with the other 2. She then gave a brief explanation of the current situation at the border. A monster wave? Yes. It's been happening at regular intervals for over 2 months. At first, it was only a few dozen monsters, but recently their numbers have been increasing. That's why we asked the Saint and Cardinal to help repair the main gate. Only then did Alon roughly grasp the situation. So that's what the main gate issue was about. He recalled Yuman mentioning their purpose yesterday, but since Alon didn't know much about the gate itself, he hadn't thought much of it. In Psychedelia, the main gate had never been mentioned. Naturally, there hadn't been any quests involving monsters swarming the border like this. Moreover, this type of event had never been mentioned in the original storyline either. Is this just something that happened before the main story started and I didn't know about it? Or is this some kind of distortion in the timeline? As he was lost in thought, so, Saint, you should handle the gate repairs. I'll stay by my lord's side. Cardinal Yusha, isn't repairing the gate your responsibility? Not at all. Shouldn't the person with greater divine power handle it instead? At some point, Yusha and Yuman had approached, engaging in another argument behind him. Both of them were smiling, but their eyes were cold. They really don't get along. Alon cast a brief glance at them before turning back toward Kiriana. So, what about the monsters? Kiriana had already left by then. Safe travels. She called out from a distance. Already nearing the entrance of the border, Alon saw her nod lightly with a relaxed smile, and beside her, Yusha and Yuman were engaged in conversation while a near-dead aide stood by. At that moment, Alon realized something. She didn't come here to say thanks. She just slipped away when no one was looking and ran off. Just as the thought, clever, crossed his mind, Cardinal, your usual approach will suffice. Brother isn't someone who wouldn't understand your actions. What do you mean? Even when Brother was being slandered in the kingdom, didn't you remain silent? As I said earlier, I've already made all the necessary preparations. Still, back then, you weren't physically present when it all happened, were you? I believe you understand, Cardinal, that assistance is a matter of timing and place. Alon realized one thing: Yuman, with his serene smile, was far more skilled at pushing people's buttons than he had thought. Proof of this was evident in the stiff expression on Yusha's face. Observing this, Alon broke out into a cold sweat in secret. Shortly afterward, not long after setting off toward the border, Alon found himself separated from Yusha and Yuman. This was possible thanks to their consideration. Yusha, as if she had known beforehand, gave Alon a signal to act on his own as soon as the sight of the Allied forces was obscured by the wasteland. Strangely, Yuman also allowed him to leave with a kind smile, saying, "You must have things to attend to." Thanks to that, Alon was able to act alone. "Marquis, what is it? How did you become so close with the saint?" "I don't know." "Really? Would I lie about something like that?" Even Alon himself couldn't understand it. Why was Yuman being so friendly toward him? What kind of misunderstanding is this? Before he could ponder further, let's head down for now. Yes. Recalling what Duke Comelin had said, Alon began walking toward the southern border. By the time Alon and Evan had been heading south for quite some time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and Alon found himself lost in thought. As they neared the location the Duke had mentioned, suppressed thoughts began to surface. He wondered how much of the Duke's words were true and what might await them in the south. Curiosity grew about a place that had never been mentioned in psychedelia before. Lastly, worries about the 5 great sins also weighed on his mind. Various emotions and thoughts swirled in his head. After walking southward for a while, Alon suddenly came to a realization. I was only told to head south, but not how far I should go. The border stretched a long distance north to south, even if it wasn't as extensive east to west. Despite the shorter connecting sections of the border, the vast expanse of wasteland between them made the journey daunting. With a sigh, he wondered how much farther he would need to go before how curious. A sorcerer, perhaps? A sudden voice rang out in Alon's mind. It was a clear, masculine voice. Before Alon could respond, "Since you've come to such a desolate place where no one else ventures, I assume you've come looking for me." How fortunate I was bored. "Shall we have a little chat?" As soon as the voice in his mind finished speaking Wuwang, a magic circle formed beneath Alon's feet. It happened suddenly. Before Alon could take any action, the magic circle activated, swallowing him at an alarming speed. In an instant, Alon was gone from the wasteland. Marquis. Left alone, Evan, who had been trudging behind Alon while staring at the ground, stood there dumbfounded, gazing at the spot where Alon had vanished. And then suddenly summoned by the magic circle, the first sight Alon beheld was an eerily vast cavern. And next, golden eyes so massive that they easily dwarfed Alon's height, though they had lost their luster and appeared dull. Staring blankly at the vertically slit, reptilian eyes, Alon slowly shifted his gaze. Beyond that, he noticed more detailed golden scales, though dimmed to a brownish hue, and 3 large black spears embedded between the gaps of the enormous creature's scales. And the moment he took in everything, Alon realized what stood before him. "Yes, why have you sought me out? I am the golden dragon, Lanisius, a legendary ancient dragon said to have once fought the 5 great sins in psychedelia's myths." That very being was now quietly gazing down at Alon. Recently, as the situation began to settle, Filion Merkelane had officially passed on his position as successor to his younger brother, Gillen. He had never intended to inherit the position in the first place. Freed from responsibility, he devoted himself entirely to training in swordsmanship and magic. Spending entire days in rigorous practice, he found great joy in his current lifestyle. Swordsmanship had always been his forte, and while he lacked significant talent in magic, he still enjoyed learning it. With each small advancement in magic, he felt as though he was getting one step closer to someone he admired. As usual, after a morning of magic training, Filion headed to the center of the village in the afternoon. His destination was none other than the statue of Marquis Palacio in the village square. Though other nobles, including his own brother, didn't fully understand the establishment of the statue, Filion never regretted it. On the contrary, he took great pride in his achievement. To Filion, Alon was already the very embodiment of admiration. Thus, Filion visited the statue daily. Today, he encountered an unexpected figure. Deus Macalian, whom he had last seen at the royal conference, was quietly observing the statue of Marquis Palacio. Why was he here? Before he could voice his question, Filion unconsciously recoiled. Even though he lived a carefree life without much concern, the trauma from that conference was still vivid. Caught in indecision, it's been a while. "It has indeed, Sir Deus." Filion, slightly flustered, returned Deus' greeting. Even with his dismal social skills, he knew one thing: Deus Macalian disliked him. "I heard you were the one who proposed building this statue. Is that true?" "Pardon? Yes, that's correct." Nodding absent-mindedly at Deus' follow-up question, Filion hesitated before awkwardly explaining, "Because the Marquis saved our territory." "Is that all?" "No, not entirely. It's a bit embarrassing to admit now that I am an adult, but I admired him after witnessing how he saved our land." Ha ha ha, Filion let out an awkward laugh and continued speaking. So I suggested erecting the statue. I see, you mean you came to admire him. It's embarrassing, but yes. No, that's nothing to be embarrassed about. Pardon? Before he realized it, Deus had stepped closer and placed a firm hand on Filian's shoulder. That's right. The Marquis is someone worthy of admiration, isn't he? With a light smile, Deus sought Filian's agreement. Feeling understood for emotions he had always thought too awkward to voice aloud, Filian's heart softened, and he nodded fervently. Exactly. Now that we're talking about the Marquis, it reminds me of an event in the north. As if it were a natural segue, Deus smoothly brought up the north. Oh, Filian's eyes sparkled more brightly than ever as he eagerly listened to Dia's story. Thus, about 5 hours later, Kyolen. Yes, Duke, where is my brother? He's at the central square. Still? Yes, as I reported earlier, he's still conversing with Caliban's first sword. Didn't you say they were talking 5 hours ago as well? Yes, it's still ongoing. Why didn't you summon them for dinner? Well. Both Lord Filian and the First Sword seemed to be enjoying their conversation so much that I couldn't bring myself to interrupt. In fact, they appeared to grow more enthusiastic as time went on, so after receiving Kyolen's report, Jillian couldn't help but feel baffled and curious. What on earth could they be talking about for so long? Curiosity gnawed at him. Still, they need to eat dinner, so go fetch both of them. Understood. Like the proverbial cat killed by curiosity, Jillian made a foolish decision. I am curious. A very foolish decision. Chapter 135. Alon didn't know anything about the golden dragon, Lanisius. In fact, it would have been strange if he did. Dragons were a species that had vanished during the forgotten era of the gods, already relegated to legend in psychedelia. Thus, he only stared blankly at the massive creature for a moment before calmly letting out a sigh. I came here on Duke Comelon's recommendation. Duke Comelon? The enormous reptilian eye reflected a moment of confusion before a low murmur escaped. Aho, I see. That half-fledged sorcerer from before? Yes, I remember him. Nodding a few times, Lanisius spoke. So, is he doing well? Alon hesitated, unsure how to answer that question, but it seemed the dragon had already reached his own conclusion. It appears he failed to achieve his ambition and met his end, given that he didn't come here himself. Did you know what he was planning? Since I was part of that plan, yes. It was a foolish idea, but if one's sole goal was to prevent those things from rising again, it was actually quite efficient and clever. You were part of it? At Alon's question, Lanisius slowly lowered his head to the ground with a thunderous thud. Indeed, his plan was to leave only a small fraction of humanity alive and use my dragon heart to create a barrier that would allow the few survivors to prosper again. Using a dragon heart, Alon fell silent briefly before speaking again. That means Duke Comelon essentially planned to kill you, doesn't it? You could say that. And you were fine with that. How could he be so calm about such a thing? Why wouldn't I be? Lanisius replied in a leisurely tone, as though it was no big deal. From the moment I was sealed here, I was as good as dead. In a way, I am only alive now thanks to my dragon heart. Is it because of those spears? Alon gestured toward the massive spears embedded in the dragon's torso, spears so large they seemed fit for giants from myth. Lanisius nodded. They are the spears of annihilation, personally driven into me by my closest friend to save my life. Were you betrayed? No, not at all. Though it may sound strange to you, it was exactly what it appears to be. These spears were meant to save me by hiding me. A story from the forgotten era of the gods, then? Yes. May I hear it? Certainly. Lanisius fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts before his voice began recounting the past. It's not a particularly long story. We, along with the sorcerers, went to slay Theme and we failed. Most of the dragons perished there. The same was true for the sorcerers. Though they succeeded in forcing those things back beneath the roots, they couldn't destroy them. Most of the sorcerers were annihilated as a result. A half-success bought with countless sacrifices. I should have died there as well. If not for my friend who drove a spear into me and sealed me, I would have. The spear he drove into me twisted the laws of the abyss where teleportation magic didn't work and brought me to this dark place. In other words, he chose sealing me as a way to save my life. Because the sorcerer's magic could bend the laws, even in the abyss. Lanisius, with a faintly nostalgic expression, glanced at the spear embedded in his torso. Then, with a resigned look, he muttered, well, thanks to that, I survived, but I lost everything. These spears of annihilation seal all of the target's abilities. That means, yes, it means my eyes, which once saw through the world, and my language, which could twist laws with wordsolve it, has been sealed permanently. Even summoning you here was only possible using an artifact I created before my sealing. Laenicius murmured that all he had left was his massive body. At last, Alon understood. That calm demeanor, the lack of anger over his own death, the indifference to everything. Had he given up? At first, Alon thought Laenicius was merely easygoing, but he was wrong. Alon looked at his body. Although his golden eyes still existed, they had lost their vivid color. Likewise, the golden scales that once gleamed brightly in the dark no longer stood out, but seemed to be immersed in shadow. Even the magical energy that should have been perceptible felt faint and weak. Is there no way to break the seal? There is none. Unless my departed friend returns, destroying this spear would be impossible. Laenicius declared firmly. For a moment, silence fell between them. You are a kind soul. What? Aren't you feeling pity for me? But there is no need. I have accepted this situation. Now, let's get to the main point. Tell me why you came here. Laenicius' gaze met Alon's directly. The silence was brief. Alon quickly asked the first question he had prepared. The Duke Comelin said it won't be long until it rises again. Is that true? It is true. As I mentioned before, it was only sealed. Alon let out a deep sigh. He had suspected it might be the case since his battle with the Duke Comelin, but hearing a confirmation left him feeling stifled. However, he had another fact to verify, so he continued without hesitation. From what I know, for them to descend into this world, they need a vessel for possession. That is also correct. Is the vessel already predetermined by fate? Laenicius answered decisively. Not at all. The vessels they possess are created by the apostles. Apostles? Yes. They often mentally break down individuals with high potential, making them ideal vessels for descent. Alon frowned silently. The concept of apostles had never appeared in the game. Was it mentioned at all? As he tried to search his faint memories, Alon sighed quietly once more. While it was true, as Laenicius said, that the 5 great sins would descend, at least the children he had nurtured wouldn't become the 5 great sins. That alone gave Alon a sense of relief. 10 years ago, Alon had only intended to give light guidance, but before he knew it, his bond with them had grown deeper than he had realized. In any case, if the 5 great sins are truly going to rise, my course of action is now clear. As Alon thought of the artifact located north of the border, a sudden question came to mind. He turned to Laenicius once again, seeking clarity on something he thought he already knew. Before I met you, I encountered a dragonkin in the ruins. Dragonkin? Well, he only looked like one. I can't say for sure if he truly was a dragonkin, but he seemed unaware of when those things would rise. Recalling the dragonkin he had encountered in the colony's ruins, Alon waited as Laenicius pondered for a moment before responding. I don't know whom you met, but perhaps it's possible they didn't know. Why is that? During the final battle between the sorcerers and the dragons, most gods were either annihilated or sealed after having their powers and names stripped away. So, if they were destroyed or sealed early on, they wouldn't know. Indeed, no one would know. The sorcerers and dragons who knew the truth all perished, offering their lives to seal them. The only ones left who know for sure are myself and the Duke Comelin. I see. Alon nodded, organizing his thoughts. The Duke Comelin mentioned that you could assist me with magic. Assist you? If it were in the days before I was sealed, perhaps. But now, I can offer advice at best. Then, do you know anything about the unity with shadows? What? As soon as Alon mentioned it, Laenicius' demeanor changed dramatically. Alon was briefly taken aback by the reaction. How do you know about that? What do you mean? Talking about unity with shadows. Is it important? Of course it is. It's the emblem of my dearest friend, Kyla's. What? An all too familiar name escaped the dragon's mouth, leaving Alon dumbfounded. At that moment, meow. From Alon's coat pocket, where it had been quietly resting, the small creature Blackie let out a strange sound and jumped out. Young dragon? No shadow dragon? Laenicius exclaimed in astonishment. Shortly afterward, Laenicius, who had heard everything about Alon's ability to use various incantations and how he obtained the dragon egg, finally spoke after much deliberation. So in the end, you wish to ask about the method to use unity with shadows. That's right. Very well, I'll teach you. Really? But there's one condition. A condition? Yes, and it's not something unfavorable to you. If you can truly grow strong enough to achieve it. Laenicius smiled broadly and said, you will gain the right to be called my master. He presented this to Alon. What do you say, mate? Will you accept my offer? A new glimmer of hope flickered in his once lifeless eyes. Kiriana, though irritated by the monster wave that had continued for several months, didn't feel any particular sense of crisis. It was only natural. No matter how many monsters surged forth, Kiriana was one of the 5 swords of Caliban. In other words, she was a sword master, and to someone like her, monsters were nothing more than a nuisance regardless of their numbers. They posed no real threat. At least that had been the case until just moments ago. "Hey, block that area, you idiot. The wall's collapsing. Reinforce, reinforce, damn it. Get your head in the game." Kiriana frowned as she looked toward the fortress walls at the border. Despite being reinforced with countless spells to prevent any monster from breaking through, the walls were now in ruins. This meant that an unforeseen situation had occurred. Swish. Each time Kiriana swung her sword, countless monster heads soared into the air. Yet, despite her efforts, the number of monsters didn't decrease. In fact, as time passed, more seemed to be pouring in, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Why did the walls suddenly? She couldn't comprehend the situation. There was no way those magically reinforced walls could be broken so easily, but there was no time to dwell on that mystery amidst the urgent chaos. Ag. Kiriana rescued a soldier who had fallen helplessly and was about to have his neck torn by an orc. She scowled and scolded him. "Get it together? Sorry." The soldier hastily picked up his weapon with trembling hands. Kiriana sighed. The monster army itself still didn't pose a significant threat to her. Given her abilities, which were more suited to facing individual opponents than large groups, she could kill all the monsters here, though it would leave her bedridden for days. If necessary, she could always choose to flee. No monster could ever catch up to Kiriana if she decided to escape. Yet, what made her expression serious was the plight of the soldiers. Even now, she was powerless to prevent soldiers from being torn apart by monsters before her very eyes. This was precisely why she had come here, even after retiring from the 5 Blades. She had once witnessed her Knight Order, which she had nurtured herself, being mercilessly slaughtered by the outer god Ulthaltus in the north. She never wanted to experience that horrific tragedy again. Feeling a sudden nausea rising from her stomach, Kiriana instinctively covered her mouth. The memories of the north resurfaced, making her breath quicken. Although she was capable of overcoming the present situation, the trauma rooted deep in her mind since the northern battle continued to haunt her. At that moment, a figure entered her field of vision. Marquis Palatio. The sight of him brought her a surprising sense of relief. Though she hadn't observed any extraordinary magical prowess from him, she had heard many rumors about the Marquis, and she knew that rumors didn't arise without reason. If he can reduce the number of monsters by even a third or even a quarter, I can retreat the soldiers and finish off the rest myself. As she calmed her breathing and composed herself, the Marquis raised one hand to form a seal. Then, lifting his left hand with only his index finger and thumb extended, he brought it up to his nose. And what appeared next was a cat. It was a cat. A kitten with jet black fur, matching the color of the Marquis' cloak, suddenly perched on his shoulder, tilting its head and observing the approaching monsters with crimson eyes. Danger. Seeing the monsters charge at the Marquis before any magic had been cast, Kiriana instinctively tried to move, but her body froze. She gasped. The moment the Marquis quietly muttered something, a chill ran down her spine. Countless crimson eyes appeared all over the small cat's body, sending shivers through everyone who witnessed it. Then, with those blood-red eyes covering its entire body, the cat curled its lips into a chilling smile. Chapter 136, The Red Eyes, contrasting with the blue moonlight, settled in the small cat's body. The cat's tail grew longer and slid along the Marquis' right hand. Like a snake coiling, the tail wrapped around the hand and quickly reached the ground, then seeped into the shadow created by the blue moon. Soon, at the moment the monsters arrived in front of the Marquis, crack. The black branches that burst out from the Marquis' shadow pierced through them. The body of the goblin holding a rusty dagger. The head of the orc charging with a glaive. The torso of the gnoll charging with a long spear. And many other monsters that rushed toward the Marquis were instantly pierced by the black branches, their bodies limp and lifeless. It was an instantaneous magical manifestation, so quick it was almost impossible to attribute it to a wizard's magic. The branches, which had pierced and swept through the monsters in an instant. Once again, when Marquis Palatio muttered something, he immediately attacked the surrounding monsters with all his might. It was a scene of complete chaos. Amid the ground-shaking turmoil, soldiers who had been swinging their weapons in fear froze in place, and knights fending off the approaching monsters stared blankly at the air. just as the monsters that had surrounded them started to flee, screaming in terror, and turning away from the castle walls. The knights and soldiers witnessed it. The huge shadow tree that had grown by absorbing the lives of numerous monsters and the blue moonlight, and Marquis Palatio beneath that tree. As soon as all the monsters fled, the shadow tree vanished. The monsters impaled by the branches fell to the ground, creating a mountain of corpses. Is this the wizard who dealt with the outer gods? Kiriana, gazing at Marquis Palatio, who was now gently petting the now cute cat, couldn't help but feel a distant awe. At that moment, the wizard who had cast the spell, Alan, said, "You suddenly disappeared and came back after hours. How did you manage to cast such a spell?" "That's how it happened." With a light shrug of his shoulders, he then looked at the cat. "Blackie, meow, next time, it would be nice if you consider my mana while casting the spell." Meow the cat, Blackie, who looked somewhat disheartened. "Still, well done." Meow, however, the praise seemed to lift Blackie's spirits, and he nodded vigorously. "I almost died. It was another close call." The reason Alan was able to use the Unity of Shadows was that he had eventually learned how to use it from Lainisius. As expected, in order to use the Shadow Dragon, it wasn't just about memorizing the incantations. A special process had to be followed. That process was connecting the Shadow Dragon with mana. Only then could he use the Shadow Dragon's technique, Tree of Shadows. What Alan showed earlier, the Tree of Shadows, wasn't solely created by the power of the Shadow Dragon. It was a collaboration with his ability to trigger multiple manifestations. Though the Shadow Dragon used the technique, Alan, who had linked his mana, was the one who manifested the spell, which is why his multiple manifestations also activated normally. The result was the massive shadow tree he had shown earlier. Alan glanced down at the Shadow Dragon, now rubbing against his chest. This is still just the first stage. The stages of the Shadow Dragon, as he had heard from Lainisius, were divided into 5 levels, and the dragon would grow as Alan's rank increased or by consuming shadow stones. Alan also grows alongside Blackie, that's what it means. Moreover, the Shadow Dragon becomes stronger with each stage, far surpassing the previous one. Eventually, it is said that, in the later stages, the Shadow Dragon can freely use its powers without needing the strength of its master. Should I go look for some shadow stones? Instead of raising his rank through a somewhat ambiguous method, Alan was thinking of feeding Blackie with shadow stones to help it grow. If it grows well and removes that spear, Alan recalled the proposal Lainisius had made. As I said before, the Unity of Shadows you asked me about is a spell used by my sealed friend. In other words, this seal was caused by the Shadow Dragon that my close friend dealt with. The seal created by the Shadow Dragon can only be undone by the Shadow Dragon itself. That's why I gave up on it. The seal was forgotten after my close friend died, and the Shadow Dragon disappeared. But if you, who can now use the spell, are able to, it's possible. So, let's make a deal, wizard. If you help the Shadow Dragon grow and free me, I will gladly become your subordinate. I, Gold Dragon Lainisius, am saying this. For Alan, there was no real reason to refuse. It was a very good offer. Therefore, if I could command the Gold Dragon as a subordinate, wouldn't my retirement be secured? Even at this point, if the 5 great sins hadn't appeared, there would have been no problem anyway. Blackie might also become the key to securing his future. By the way, it's a shame. From what I know, Kilris would have been much better at raising or handling the Shadow Dragon in various ways, but he's probably no longer in this world. Kilris Alan knew that name well. In fact, he couldn't not know it. He had seen it many times when he first encountered psychedelia as a game. After entering this world, he also met Kilris in the Labyrinth of Lartania. That goblin was the wizard who created the Unity of Shadows. Honestly, there were many parts that didn't make sense. The Kilris Alan knew had spoken some incantations, but those were related to wind magic, not Unity of Shadows. Most importantly, his appearance was different. His appearance was clearly not human, but goblin. Moreover, Alan had always thought of Kilris as an outer god, neither a human nor a wizard, and as expected, he appeared as an avatar. Alan had asked Lainisius about this too, but I don't know if that goblin you're talking about is my close friend or not. I don't know anything about what happened after he was sealed. The Gold Dragon wasn't sure about that part either. Still, Alan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Though it wasn't yet the right time, he already knew how to meet Kilris again, who had vanished by now. If he really is the one who created the spell, he would certainly be able to learn from him, not only about magic, but also perhaps any methods to enhance the Shadow Dragon. While Alan was deep in thought, "Thank you so much, Marquis, I owe you once again." Kiriana had come to find him. She bowed respectfully. Alan naturally waved his hand. "I just did what I had to do." Actually, if the monsters hadn't fled due to the Shadow Dragon's rank, things could have gotten a little dangerous. However, he didn't mention that, and after a brief conversation, the castle walls, you say. Yes, they had been protected by magic all this time. Following Kiriana's gaze, Alan looked at the castle walls. The walls, which had never been broken before, were now in ruins. Alan stared at the site for a while and then noticed something black mucus dripping from the ruins. He widened his eyes and approached, but the black mucus started to vanish, as if evaporating. Soon, the mucus completely disappeared. Alan finally realized why the castle walls, which were thought to be indestructible, had been destroyed. No, he couldn't help but realize it. He knew the creature that had expelled the black mucus. Why is it here? There was something suspicious about it, but it worked out in the end. Alan, having realized that the 5 great sins were descending, knew that this was a matter that needed to be dealt with before leaving the border. What's going on? Kiriana, who had followed Alan after his sudden movement, asked. Alan slowly scanned the castle walls and replied, "I think I know who caused this." The next day, after the repairs on the castle gates were completed, Alan gathered Yumin, Yusha, and Kiriana. "We must deal with Rikrikamer." He brought up the name of the abomination that had settled in the north of the border and held one of the 5 great sins artifacts. Gillen Merkelian was curious about Deus Macalian and Filian Merkelian. More specifically, he was curious about what they were talking about. His assistant, Kjolin, had informed him. The two had spent 6 hours chatting joyfully in front of the Marquis statue. In fact, they had been so engrossed in their conversation that they hadn't even been invited to the evening banquet. How could his curiosity not be piqued? Moreover, Deus and his brother Filian had never had a particularly good relationship, not since the Allied Kingdoms Conference. Late, Gillen invited both of them to the banquet, and soon he was able to satisfy his curiosity. It brings back memories. Marquis was truly majestic back then. He made light in the gray sky and then defeated the tribal god who had been offering human sacrifices in the jungle. Thinking about that moment still gives me chills. Oh, I wish I had seen it myself. It's such a regret. No, didn't you see something I didn't? That's true, but even so, I still get chills when I think about it. The appearance of Marquis when those grotesque outer gods attacked our territory was truly, it seemed as though they were intentionally praising the Marquis as soon as they sat down after a brief greeting. For a moment, Gillen was bewildered, but then smiled as he watched the two of them speaking so familiarly. Deus Macalian, the first sword of Caliban, was not someone Gillen was particularly fond of, so he had no desire to get involved with him. Thus, he occasionally joined in their conversation while enjoying the meal. But at some point, Gillen realized something. He realized that he had made a serious mistake. I really wish I could have seen it too. What a shame. Indeed, the sight was something I would want to show the entire world. The dinner had long since ended, yet they were still going on about Marquis Palacio. For over 3 hours. How long are they going to keep this up? Gillen looked at Filian and Deus with an exhausted expression, but neither seemed to have any intention of stopping. In fact, it seemed they didn't care about Gillen's expression at all. Of course, Gillen did feel grateful to Marquis Palacio. If it hadn't been for him, the Merkelian family would have disappeared from history, and he would have lost his precious brother as well. But even so, isn't this a bit much? Thinking carefully, Gillen said, "I think I'll get up now." In the end, he couldn't endure it and stood up from his seat. It wasn't polite to leave before the invited guests, but he had endured as much as he could. His head was spinning. After hearing the same story retold in different ways for hours from Deus and Filian, he was on the verge of believing that Marquis Palacio might be mistaken for a god. Thus, Gillen chose to escape and, collapsing, tried to sleep, which was yesterday. Yes, yesterday. In other words, just the night before. It should have been. What? Both of them are still talking. The next morning, upon waking up and hearing Kjollen's report, Gillen began to feel a growing fear toward the two men. Are they insane? A rational doubt flashed through his mind. It had been exactly 17 hours since Deus had met Filian. Chapter 137, if you mean Rikrikamer, are you talking about the monstrosity in the northern part of the border area? Yes. Alan responded to Yumin's words and thought, I have to deal with that creature. The forest monster Rikrikamer is also a monstrosity that players go to handle in Psychedelia. In the north of the border area, the monster, whose size is even taller than a typical building, didn't necessarily have to be dealt with unless the 5 great sins intervened. Since it was outside the border, it didn't particularly cause any harm. However, the reason Psychedelia's protagonist and Alan wanted to deal with Rickrakammer was for one reason only: because of the relic it possessed, the relic of the 5 great sins. Like an exclusive item that will descend in the future to the 5 great sins, if they acquire this relic, their power would double. Thus, knowing that the 5 great sins would come, Alan had to deal with Rickrakammer no matter what. Additionally, there was also something he could gain, so, was it Rickrakammer's power that destroyed the wall yesterday? While thinking of the crumbs that would fall, Alan nodded to Kiriana's question. Yes. I thought there was no clue, but how did you there was black slime vaporizing on the broken wall? Slime? Yes. This black slime distorts any magic array it touches. Probably, the reason the wall fell is because Rickrakammer's slime invalidated the structure of the magical circle on the wall. Indeed, Kiriana nodded. But then, confusion appeared on her face. But as you say, Lord, can we assume that Rickrakammer intentionally smeared this slime on the monster to attack us? I can't be sure, but it's not an impossible story. Rickrakammer, as a monstrosity, has the authority to command monsters. So, the monster waves that have been attacking us, it wasn't because of a fault in the gate that repels monsters, but because of Rickrakammer? Kiriana speculated. And Yuman, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, joined in. I meant to tell you, but we spent about a day checking the 5 installed gates and found no damage. So, probably a high chance that what the Lord said is correct. Why exactly is Rickrakammer? Murmurs of increasing puzzlement. Honestly, I don't know why it attacked the wall. Alan was also puzzled. In the game, Rickrakammer had never attacked the wall like this. At some point, it didn't seem to move. After a moment of contemplation, Alan brushed off the thought. After all, what he needed to focus on at this moment wasn't why the enemy attacked the wall, but dealing with the enemy itself, Rickrakammer. That's why I might need some help with this. He promptly took action. Rather, I would like to ask you for help. If it keeps causing monster waves, especially ones that can invalidate the walls, it must be killed. Kiriana's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Alan smiled inwardly. Dealing with Rickrakammer would definitely require her help, precisely the help of the Allied forces. Then, let's set off immediately. There was no need to delay. The expedition was organized. It was not possible to mobilize all the Allied forces. More than half of the troops had to be kept at the wall, as necessary. If they had pulled all the Allied forces out for the punitive expedition and the monsters from the wasteland started rampaging inside the walls, the problem would become quite serious. Kiriana divided the Allied forces into 70 for wall defense and 30 for the expedition. Although Alan was a bit disappointed, it was enough, so he accepted it. Saint Yuman also decided to stay at the border. Someone needed to lead the Allied forces in Kiriana's absence. Although Yuman was a cleric, the power of his title as a saint was great. It was a position respected enough to command the Allied forces. It's a pity. Yuman showed a slightly displeased expression. His gaze turned to Yusha, who was smiling broadly. Saint, you just need to encourage the Allied forces well. What about the cardinal? How can a saint and a cardinal be compared? The people who remain will definitely want the saint to stay. I really regret it too. Despite being regretful, Yusha's smile was about 1 cm wider than usual. The saint furrowed his brow slightly, but eventually it can't be helped. He sighed deeply and moved closer to whisper to Alan, Lord, never trust her. As I've told you several times, she is not a trustworthy person. Really. Alan felt odd. Not because of the content, he wasn't surprised as he had heard it before. It was the attitude. If so, why whisper? His voice was loud enough for others to hear. It was a blatantly unnatural behavior. Alan looked at Yusha. Fortunately, her expression was similar to before, no harm done. Her subtly gleaming red eyes were on the saint, like the gaze of a victor looking down on a loser. Why are they on such bad terms? Well, there's no need to know right now. Alan turned to Evan and ordered, Evan, you stay too. Yes, Evan responded energetically, as if he had been waiting. Aren't you going to ask why Ure not coming? What is there to ask? I just follow what the Lord says. You responded so hastily because you didn't want to go? Hey, what do you think I am? Evan laughed, then let's go together. Lord, thinking about it, I felt like I had both heat stroke and a cold yesterday from waiting for you so long. Evan, who said he would follow without question, quickly changed his tune. Alan chuckled inwardly. A few hours later, let's set off. The expedition departed. It would take about 3 days to reach Rickerkammer. Remembering this, Alon thought of the relic that the monstrosity possessed. Certainly, it was the Relic of Wrath. He glanced at Yusha walking beside him. Originally, this relic was something Yusha was supposed to obtain in the future. However, in the original story, she, awakened as the Sin of Wrath, did not acquire this relic. The protagonist Eliban obtained the relic before her and destroyed it. Eliban's ability to conquer the Sin of Wrath was greatly due to this fact. Of course, Yusha was constrained, and the mages of the tower unleashed a barrage of magic, while Caliban's swordmasters also joined the punitive force, and even the strong hidden across the continent came out to help. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes how strong it was. Yusha suddenly felt like a stranger, a sin that could only be killed after a total war effort by the entire world. Then, Lord, yes. As they walked, Kiriana looked at Alon hesitantly. Could I perhaps touch that cat? Cat, oh, are you talking about Blackie? Blackie peeked out from Alon's chest pocket, looking around. As Alon pointed to the little one, is its name Blackie? Yes. What a cute name. Kiriana fiddled with her fingers, her expression slightly fluttery. Alon shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly because he had named Blackie himself. Feeling quite pleased, he took Blackie out. Would you like to touch him? Oh, really, may I? It's fine. But what if he doesn't like other people touching him? Like yesterday, it might change a bit. Alon paused, looking puzzled, then sighed. He too had experienced a bit of a culture shock yesterday when he saw red eyes emerge all over Blackie's body. But aside from when using magic, Blackie maintained the form of a cat. It should be fine. Is that so? Then I'll try. Without any suspicion, Alon handed Blackie to Kiriana. As soon as the cat was in her hands, she smiled unknowingly, but then puff. Ah. When red eyes angrily appeared all over the cat's body, she froze. With a growl, she hurriedly handed Blackie back to Alon. Once back in Alon's arms, Blackie vigorously rubbed against him and acted affectionately. Kiriana wore a bittersweet expression. It seems he only shows this side to you, Lord. I am sorry. I didn't know he would do that. Alon looked at Blackie with mixed feelings. I didn't know he would be so hostile to others. Is it just towards Kiriana? Wondering, Alon tried handing Blackie to other soldiers and knights, but eek. Lord, could you take him back, please? Each time the cat fiercely glared with red eyes and growled, and Alon realized Blackie didn't like being handled by others. After the commotion, Yusha called Alon. My lord, what is it? Could I hold Blackie for a moment? Blackie, yes. He looks cute, but it seems he doesn't take well to others' hands. Didn't he just wreak havoc around here? However, Yusha nodded as if it would be fine, but he's so cute. Can I try? Asking again, Alon handed Blackie over to Yusha, albeit with a slightly worried expression behind his calm facade. As expected, as soon as Blackie was in Yusha's hands, he started growling and producing red eyes all over his body. But Yusha kept smiling gently as she looked down at Blackie. That won't do, will it? Her eyes slightly narrowed as she murmured softly. Then, suddenly, the previously ferocious Blackie froze as if time had stopped. Both Alon and Kiriana paused in confusion. Blackie, who had been the embodiment of ferocity just moments before, now looked up at Yusha with wide, fearful eyes. Shivering, Blackie began to tremble in Yusha's arms, and she slowly stroked his back. A master's words should be well heeded, right? Nodding frantically, Blackie agreed. Alon and Kiriana could only stare blankly at the bizarre scene. And then, Yusha naturally lifted the trembling Blackie to her face. If you don't want to be crushed, okay? She whispered in a voice only Blackie could hear, and his head shook even more vigorously. A moment later, wow, he's really become tame, hasn't he? Kiriana observed the now calm Blackie in her hands with wonder. Alon noticed Blackie's eyes were fixed somewhere. Following his gaze, what's the matter, my lord? Yusha was smiling. Never mind. Alon thought to say something but chose to remain silent instead. It was a quite warm afternoon in the spring. Chapter 138. Kiriana, like Alon, anticipated that it would take 3 days to reach their destination. In the game, it took only 2 days. Naturally, moving with a larger expedition meant more time was needed. However, Alon harbored a small doubt during the journey due to the actual distance. Indeed, whether viewed on the Psychedelia map or the map spread out by Kiriana, the distance to the swamp was not particularly long. Roughly, one could reach it with just a day of diligent travel. Thus, it was incomprehensible why it took 2 to 3 days for such a distance, but by a day into the expedition crazy. Alon realized just how mistaken his thoughts were. He looked down in shock. Below lay a massive canyon. It wasn't just that. Beyond the canyon stretched a chain of rocky mountains, and beyond those, another canyon seemed to start. Even the canyon at the end of his sight was split into dozens of branches. It was because the path was rough. The moment was dizzying. Perhaps Kiriana had set the travel time to 3 days not out of cruelty to the expedition, but because it seemed tight enough. While thinking this as they descended the canyon, this canyon, it's man-made. Suddenly, the voice of Basilira came. What? Exactly as I say, this canyon is not a natural occurrence. Basilira, whom he had summoned the previous day from the coat pocket over his chest out of boredom, looked around seriously for the first time since being subdued. It certainly seems so. Why do you think that? Look, isn't the canyon itself split into an oval shape? Alan looked at the canyon. He hadn't noticed before, but as Basilira said, the canyon was indeed split into an oval shape. Ordinary canyons don't split like this, so it's artificial just because of that? That's not it, there's an echo here. Echo? Yes, it's very old but definitely present. It seems like it was made by a battle, given the mixing of two echoes. I can't imagine it. His head involuntarily shook. Such a majestic canyon seemed too grand to be merely a trace of a battle. As he moved on, feeling a strange suspicion inside, Alan arrived at a small, twisted canyon after some time. There are multiple paths. In this case, the left path seems the best option. Is that so? Yes, let's take that path. It's wider than the others, so even if it takes a bit longer, it seems like the better choice. That makes sense, everyone. Move to the far left path. Yusha and Kiriana discuss the route. Watching the two converse, Alan suddenly recalled what Basilira had said earlier. Basilira, what is it? This canyon, was it also created by a battle? Yes, no, maybe. If it's yes, then it's yes. If not, then it's not, right? Well, it is, but Basilira, perched on Alan's shoulder, looked at the canyon with a strangely subdued demeanor. Or rather, is he looking at Yusha? It seemed Basilira was watching Yusha, who was talking with Kiriana from a distance. Not sure why he's being cautious, but he had a rough idea of what might have started it. It was because of what happened yesterday evening. Alan, seemingly bored of just looking around, summoned Basilira as a playmate for the squeaking Blackie. Get me out more often because it's suffocating. I can see outside, but I want to wander around. As soon as Basilira emerged, he flew into a rage, scolding Alan. Oh, what a cute snake. I am the great god Basilira. Snake, can I listen to you for a moment? I am not a cute snake. Nuwu, if you allow, I would like to keep you for a while. Yusha, with divine power in her hand, dragged the spirit form of Basilira somewhere, and the little snake that returned shortly after started to watch Yusha's reactions. Alan was curious about what Yusha had said, so he asked multiple times, but Basilira did not answer. Even when he asked Yusha, we just had fun, my lord, that's all she said. It became even more puzzling. Even though Basilira returned in such a state, saying they just played didn't make sense. But the recollection was brief. My lord, let's go. Following Yusha, who was smiling softly, Alan once again moved towards the canyon. Even afterwards, Basilira's eyes trembled anxiously whenever he looked at Yusha. After another 2 days passed. Is this the place? We've arrived. The expedition arrived at the swampy area where Rickrakammer of the Forest Abyss was located. As the expedition trekked through the forest, they encountered it. In the middle of the forest, not a bald hill, but Rickrakammer. In the middle of the swamp, its size was not fully obscured even by the water, and the soldiers looked pale as if their morale was broken just by its presence, and the knights also had serious expressions. Their faces weren't as pale as the soldiers, but their eyes clearly showed blatant fear. It was understandable. Rickrakammer, presumed to be sleeping in the swamp, was too vast for mere humans to kill. I knew about it from stories, but it's bigger than I thought. Can we really kill it? Even Kiriana spoke with a voice full of doubt, to which Yusha quietly smiled. And Alan, I will now explain the plan. He began to explain without hesitation. A blue moon rose late at night. Kiriana quietly looked at the moon, then turned her gaze and spoke. Begin. Yes, understood. At her command, a knight lightly nodded towards somewhere, recognizing the signal, turn. The soldiers started turning the massive pulley. Creak-creak. As dozens of soldiers moved in unison, the rusty noise started as the pulley slowly began to turn. Simultaneously, the northern pulley has started to turn. We've started the eastern pulley. Signals are up from the west and south too. Reports from the knights were delivered. Kiriana nodded lightly, recalling the explanation given by Marquis Palacio earlier. The coalition's task is simple. There are a total of 4 pulleys in this swamp, based on the cardinal directions. Once I give the signal, you just need to turn all 4 simultaneously. After turning the pulleys, monsters will swarm in, and all the coalition needs to do is hold them off. A very simple and straightforward plan. Watching the soldiers struggle with the pulleys, Kiriana revisited a lingering question in her mind. How does Marquis Palacio know that there are pulleys here? As far as Kiriana knew, not many were aware of Rickrakammer's existence. Originally, no one except the coalition forces could enter beyond the borders, and the very existence of Rickrakammer would have been known only from ancient texts if one were not part of the coalition. Yet, strangely enough, Marquis Palacio seemed very well informed not only about Rickrakammer but also about this swamp, as if he had been here before. What? Just as a strange doubt began to form in Kiriana's mind. Thump. Thuyuum, a massive sound indicating that the pulleys had fully turned, made her stop thinking and look around. The water in the swamp is draining. The water? It was true. With a tremendous noise, the water in the swamp began disappearing into an unseen underground depth, as Kiriana confirmed the rapidly decreasing water level. Crazy. At a night's low curse, she involuntarily hardened her face and looked straight ahead. There lay Rickrakammer, just as it had been sleeping when they first saw it this afternoon. An exclamation of horror escaped her. The creature's bulk gradually revealed as the water level dropped. Is that a living creature? At the knight's whispered awe, Kiriana also closed her mouth. She could only empathize deeply. Can we really kill that? Doubts wildly scrambled through her mind. It was as enormous as a great fortress, and as the depth decreased and it emerged from the water, just one breath from it was enough to scare the local birds into a noisy flight. Even Kiriana, who prided herself on reaching a superhuman level, had to humbly acknowledge the limits of the human race. Overwhelmed by its sheer size, she felt involuntary awe. She then looked at Marquis Palacio. He was moving forward, toward Rickrakammer, whose single tooth was so large that it would take 5 men combined to match it. Eventually, sighing deeply, the Duke looked ahead. Rickrakammer, still not awakened, its mere breathing vibrated the earth, giving even Alan an unimaginable sense of pressure. Even for someone like Alan, there was no magic that could effectively damage a monster of this size. Nor could he suddenly create new magic with higher firepower than before. He was not that much of a genius. However, the fact that they had to deal with this monstrous creature remained unchanged. There was only one thing he could do. That was the application of magic. Alan, deploying a severe cold from his armor, quickly muttered an incantation. Slower than Duke Comelin, but certainly faster than the old Alan. Frost Barrier Extreme. The moment he uttered the last word, the magic that froze everything within the conjured space burst forth. Crrrrrak, above Rickrakammer's head, it unfolded. The magic, constrained in space and time to save mana, lasted only 2 seconds. In that brief moment, a massive crystal formed above its head. Certainly capable of wiping out dozens of monsters in one strike, the crystal formed initially was too small to inflict meaningful damage on Rickrakammer's massive body. However, multiple manifestation. Alan's magic, already having laid out a spiral structure of magical energy, deployed Frost Barrier Extreme once more, Crrrrak. And on top of that, he deployed it again. Crrrrak, what ultimately formed was a giant crystal large enough to finally impact Rickrakammer's massive body. Observing the floating crystal, Alan sealed an incantation and twisted the laws of the crystal. Spiral. Following the chant, the law embedded within the incantation infused into the crystal. The arrangement of icy magic twisted into a spiral. Its sharpest point spread across a wide surface like floating debris, releasing a sound akin to a tree breaking, scattering the remnants in all directions like spring snowflakes. Only then did Rickrakammer, awakened too late by the snowflakes assaulting its body, open its eyes. Rotation, but Alan, undeterred, twisted another permitted law. The crystal, upon Alan's chant, began to rotate clockwise, obeying the law of gravity as it plummeted to the ground, gaining the penetrating power to pierce through the monstrous creature's tough skin along with the spiral incantation. With a thunderous noise, it pierced through Rickrakammer's body. Simultaneously, the last thing Alan invoked was shatter, violently breaking the arrangement of rotating magical energy. With that, the crystal that had pierced through Rickrakammer exploded like a bomb and dispersed. Under the blue moon, a bloom of ice flowers blossomed. Chapter 139, by the time the battle between Rickrakammer and Alan began. Thank you so much, Saint. It is not because of me, but all thanks to Cyrenea's grace. Another monster wave was repelled from the fortress walls at the border. Yes, thanks to Cyrenea's grace, there were almost no casualties. That's a relief. Human responded as such, looking down below the fortress walls. What caught his eye were soldiers clearing monster corpses beneath the hastily repaired walls that had been destroyed just days ago, as well as the still incomplete sections of the fortifications. When are the mages expected to arrive? They've been contacted urgently and are on their way, but it seems it will still take some time. That's worrisome. Human's expression darkened. It's not a major issue for now, but since the expedition left to hunt Rickrakammer, Human had repelled 2 monster waves and managed to do so relatively successfully. However, the reason for his unease was the still damaged fortress walls. If the walls were intact, there might not have been any casualties at all. Even with Human now a part of the Allied forces, casualties continued to occur. No matter how much the walls were repaired, the monsters had an uncanny ability to break through them once more. Even someone like Human could not bring a soldier killed in an instant back to life. I hope the mages arrive as soon as possible. Of course, the number of casualties was small. To have repelled the waves with such minimal losses was a significant feat. However, to Human, the number of casualties didn't matter as much as the loss of a single life itself. What mattered was the sanctity of human life. The very existence of casualties weighed heavily on his heart. After all, he was the saint. He lowered his gaze, looking carefully at the soldiers' bodies amidst the monster corpses. Though the state of the bodies was gruesome, he did not avert his eyes. Calmly, he conveyed his condolences. After the cleanup was roughly completed, while discussing with Kiriana's aide about how to fend off the next monster wave. Did someone appear in the north? Well, it's not a reliable rumor, but he heard a rather peculiar story. So, when the soldiers were patrolling the border, they saw something resembling a person in the north. Is that correct? Yes, it's just a rumor among the soldiers. You don't need to concern yourself too much. I only mentioned it because it came to mind. If you don't mind, could you tell me more about it in detail? Human's expression grew serious. The aide, who had brought it up casually to lighten the mood, looked puzzled but continued the story. A moment later. So, there's a rumor that someone with white hair was seen in the canyon area of the northern region. Yes, but as you know, it's unlikely there's anyone in the border area. Both we and the Empire keep it under strict control. Although the report reached Kiriana, most dismissed it as a hallucination. However, after Cardinal Yusha's arrival, the aide paused briefly before continuing. The soldiers who saw the figure claimed that the person resembled Cardinal Yusha well. That's the gist of it. Haha, saying it out loud, it does sound like an absurd rumor. After all, it makes no sense for the Cardinal to be there. The aide scratched his head awkwardly, noting the soldiers had only seen the figure from a considerable distance, making the account less credible. But Human, hearing the tale, remained silent. He pondered deeply, gazing toward the north, where a fierce battle was likely raging. A massive crystal plummeted, piercing through Rickrakammer's body and erupting in an explosion, with frost blooming beneath the blue moonlight. Rickrakammer let out a chilling scream, thrashing wildly. With a single sweep of its tail, it leveled the surrounding trees. From its sharp mouth poured needle-like tendrils, scattering frantically in all directions. Even its slightest movements shook the ground as if the entire continent were experiencing an earthquake. Between the monstrous cries, Rickrakammer's crimson eyes burned, eyes devoid of reason. From the colossal, streamlined body's tail, black slime began to burst forth. As with the slime Alan had previously discovered at the castle gates, it consumed all forms of magic. This was a unique ability granted only to the monstrous Rickrakammer, rendering all mages' powers ineffective. In an instant, the massive ice crystal Alan had created melted and disappeared. The crystal, which had accurately pierced Rickrakammer's body, vanished. The magic Alan had crafted by combining applied self-construction, and spellcraft was nullified by the irrational laws of the world bestowed upon the monster. It vanished like a mirage. Even amidst this irrationality, Alan prepared his next spell. Having anticipated Rickrakammer's behavior from the start, Alan remained confident in his ability to win. Alan checked his magical reserves. Though he had only manifested magic for about 2 seconds to conserve energy, his mana was already reduced to half. It was sufficient for casting several small spells, but it was far too little to create magic potent enough to effectively damage Rickrakammer. Even so, it didn't matter. Having already injured Rickrakammer and forced it to rampage in the visible marshland, Alan's plan was unfolding perfectly. Unity of shadows. As Alan murmured softly, the small creature that had been tucked into his chest pocket moments earlier sprang out, its body now covered with crimson eyes. The creature's tail flowed down Alan's hand and seeped into the ground in an instant. Raising his hand, Alan cast another spell to deploy a shield. Soon, a projectile from a phantom wood was fired toward the shield in Alan's hand. With a loud bang, Alan's body shot into the air. Having escaped the range of the black slime, Alan looked forward. There, glaring at him with chilling, red eyes, was Rickrakammertwist the size of the fearsome golden dragon, Lanisius. For a moment, a question flashed through Alan's mind, but his hands instinctively formed seals. Refraction, repulsion, azure light. The words flowed from his lips almost automatically. The speed of his spellcasting had become noticeably faster than before. Then, linear diffraction, like flicking a pebble. Alan fired the azure light formed at his fingertip, not at Rickrakammer, but toward the fractured and unstable ground beneath the monster's rampaging movements. Quang! The lightning from Alan's hand struck the ground. Though the spell was small and insufficient to harm Rickrakammer directly, that tiny force penetrated the already cracked and unstable marshland floor. Boom kugagugug, the small impact triggered a collapse of the ground. Quang! Rickrakammer's massive body began to be dragged into the abyss. Kiriana stared blankly in one direction. She wasn't the only one. The knights and soldiers, all of them, were looking at the same place. It was where Marquis Palatio stood. Clad in a shadowy, rippling black coat, his left hand enveloped in an ash-gray aura as he floated in the air, his presence was so striking that no one could look away. Beneath the dignified, radiant figure of Marquis Palatio, even the knights and soldiers, who had been terrified at the mere sight of Rickrakammer, and even Kiriana, who felt awe that surpassed fear, watched as Rickrakammer fell into the collapsed ground. Quack! The deafening noise roared so loudly it felt as though eardrums would burst. The tremor was so powerful that soldiers and knights stumbled and fell, unable to hold their stance. Yet their eyes remained fixated on the scene. As Rickrakammer was dragged into the abyss, where the bottom was unseen, the sight of Marquis Palatio, standing in stark contrast, filled them with overwhelming reverence. At that very moment, as everyone stared blankly at a single figure, at the edge of the marshland, in the dense forest, in a place no one had yet paid attention to, Yusha gazed at Marquis Palatio with an almost rapturous expression, admiring his figure. Behind her crunch-crack, the sound of bones being crushed accompanied by dying screams echoed through the air. At the noise disturbing her admiration, she quietly turned her gaze. There, monsters lay strewn about. A goblin with its entire skeleton shattered, embedded into the ground like a paper doll. An orc with its skin flayed. A gnoll with its entire body grotesquely twisted in multiple directions. An owlbear that had impaled its own neck with both arms. The area was littered with corpses, their grotesque forms torn apart as if by a grinder. Dozens of bodies? No. Hundreds? Still no. Enough corpses to form a massive perimeter around the edge of the marshland stood behind Yusha. And grrrkk. Amidst the carnage, the only creature still making noise was a troll, enormous in size compared to the others, its body grotesquely bent and contorted, yet alive thanks to its impossible regenerative power. Wrapped in black tendrils, it was reduced to instinctive terror, its eyes filled with primal fear as it stared at Yusha. She gently raised her index finger to her lips. "Oh dear, we must be quiet now. We shouldn't cause a disturbance, should we?" Smiling as if soothing a frightened child, Yusha approached the monstrous troll, gliding toward it. Her crimson eyes glinted under the pale blue moonlight. "Now, don't look at me. Look over there." Crunch-crack, the tendrils coiled around the troll's neck forced its head to turn, directing its gaze toward Marquis Palatio's distant figure. Grrrrah! The troll let out a painful scream. But snap! The tendrils seized its jaw, severing its protruding tongue. Writhing in excruciating agony, the troll was once again forced to face Palatio's direction by the tendrils. Huff huff. Panting in fear, it rolled its eyes to glance back at Yusha. Amidst the horrific scene, Yusha's lips remained curled in a serene smile. "Now, offer your reverence and faith as well," she whispered softly. "The reverence and faith that he deserves. Calmly to my one and only God," she commanded. Chapter 140. The ground collapses, and Rickrakammer falls along with it. Desperately struggling to avoid falling into the abyss, Rickrakammer flails about. However, with no swamp left to support him, he could no longer move, and his struggles only backfired, leading to an even worse outcome. In the end, with a terrifying roar, Rickerkammer plunges into the depths of the abyss. Alon immediately follows him, descending into the abyss, and thinks to himself, "This completes all the necessary conditions." In truth, accomplishing all of this wasn't something that could be done at once. Originally, it was meant to proceed through 3 distinct phases. The first phase involves fighting Rickerkammer in psychedelia. Initially, Alibin fights alone in the swamp. Then, the companions who followed Alibin operate the 4 pulleys located in the north, south, east, and west to drain the swamp, signaling the start of the second phase. Once that phase is also completed, the ground collapses and the third battle begins underground, in a chasm resembling the abyss. In other words, it was originally supposed to be a long and drawn-out fight, but Alon effectively skipped 2 of the 3 phases. By deliberately bringing in allied forces to turn the pulleys in the 4 directions, he handled both the first phase and the occasional monster waves. By inflicting effective damage on Rickerkammer, he forced the creature to spew out black ichor, nullifying the magic that prevented the swamp floor from collapsing. Thus, he broke through the ground and skipped the second phase entirely. Now, all that remained for Alon was the third phase. While falling into the abyss, he gulped down a mana potion and formed seals in preparation for his final plan. It might be a bit of a strain, but there's no other way to kill this thing. Boom! A massive explosion echoes from the bottom of the abyss. It signaled that Rickerkammer had reached the bottom. Alon spoke as he completed the seal. Connection. He chanted the incantation while forming the seals. When he finally descended into the underground space, faintly illuminated by the pale moonlight, Alon froze in his tracks, baffled. The reason. Rickerkammer, who should have been convulsing violently and destroying everything around him upon impact, was no longer moving. A small mental hook caught hold in Alon's thoughts. Only then did he confirm a shocking fact. A hole. At the center of the monstrous creature's belly, which lay overturned and lifeless, was an enormous hole far larger than anything Alon could have inflicted. From the very first encounter with Rickerkammer, Alon had sensed something strange. It was Rickerkammer's eyes. This monstrosity was supposed to go through 3 phases before being defeated. Upon reaching the third phase, when its health dropped below 30, its eyes would turn red, and it would enter a berserk state for its final desperate struggle. However, even from Alon's first attack, Rickerkammer's eyes had already been red. In other words, Rickerkammer had entered a berserk state before Alon even attacked. No matter how effective Alon's attacks were, they couldn't have been lethal enough to deal a fatal blow. After all, Rickerkammer was a fiendish creature. Even Alibin, who possessed protagonist-level abilities and absurd powers due to plot armor, would have found it challenging to deliver a decisive blow to Rickerkammer in a single strike, unless he had taken the path of a mage. Alon stared intently at the fallen creature. There, in the center of the beast's abdomen, was a massive hole far beyond his own doing. What is this? His head tilted to the side in confusion. Of course, this situation was extremely advantageous for Alon. He was able to handle Rickerkammer, which he needed to capture even at great cost, with ease. However, he couldn't simply dismiss the mystery. Why did Rickerkammer have such a wound? Or was it originally intended that he would be wounded by someone around this point in the story? Pondering over it, he shook his head slightly. No matter how he thought about it, that seemed unlikely. That enormous hole would take Rickerkammer, whose regeneration ability wasn't particularly high, decades to recover from. Even if it did recover, it would leave significant scars. Thus, only one plausible scenario remained. Someone must have fought with Rickerkammer before Alon arrived to handle the monstrosity. Who could have engaged in such a duel with Rickerkammer? It wasn't difficult to narrow down the list of candidates. Someone capable of not only fighting the monstrosities guarding the artifacts of the 5 great sins, but also inflicting such a wound. As far as Alon knew, only a few existed. At most, a few hidden powerhouses and the 4 great factions. Of course, this world held far more vast and intricate secrets than Alon originally knew, so making hasty assumptions could be premature. However, at least among those Alon was aware of, only that few could inflict such a wound on a monstrosity. Was it the work of Juju? He speculated with a strange feeling, but soon shook his head again. Juju wouldn't act hastily without a clear purpose. After much deliberation, he decided to proceed. His goal in dealing with the monstrosity was nothing other than obtaining the artifact of the 5 great sins. Alon stepped into the gaping hole in the lifeless Rickerkammer's belly. If everything had gone according to the original plan, he would have had to enter through Rickerkammer's mouth, face the thorny tentacles inside, and endure another grueling challenge. However, with the belly already pierced, that was no longer necessary. It wasn't long before Alon discovered an enormous cavity that was unlike anything one would expect inside a living creature. In the vast space, one thing stood out. At the center, he immediately spotted one of the artifacts of Wrath the Crimson Spear. Without hesitation, he approached it and pulled it from the ground where it was embedded. The Crimson Spear came out effortlessly, without requiring any special force. Its design was remarkably plain for something considered an artifact of the 5 great sins. Other than a rounded groove carved at the end of the spear, it had no patterns or decorations. Moreover, it exuded no particularly sinister or malevolent aura, but Alon was certain it was an artifact of the 5 great sins. He had already seen this item in the game. Alon swiftly secured the spear. Boom, crash. It was then that he realized the entire cavity was collapsing. The very reason Rickerkammer had become a monstrosity was due to the artifact of the 5 great sins. Now that the artifact inside its body had been taken, the creature was beginning to crumble. What puzzled Alon was the speed at which it was happening. It wasn't this fast before. After briefly questioning it, he started to move to escape the collapsing area. Letting out a sigh, he turned his attention to the area surrounding the cavity where the spear had been embedded. The moment a crimson pearl caught his eye, snatch, he grabbed it and dashed out of the cavity. Upon safely escaping, Alon was greeted by the sight of Blackie absorbing Rickerkammer's crumbling remains. The next day, the expedition team, having dealt with Rickerkammer, began moving back toward the border. However, they were somewhat disappointed that they couldn't uncover the reason why Rickerkammer had sent monster waves toward the fortress wall. Nevertheless, having taken care of the root cause, the expedition wasted no further time and left the Swampno reduced to just a forest. They returned to the border with no significant changes from their departure. The only noticeable difference, if any, was the knights and soldiers who had joined the expedition were staring at Alon so intently that their gazes felt as if they were drilling holes into him. Moreover, their expressions were uniformly filled with respect and admiration. Alon glanced around at the group, meeting their gazes briefly. This is a bit too much. Of course, Alon understood that their admiration and reverence stemmed from genuine awe, so he didn't plan to scold them. But he couldn't help feeling burdened by it. Especially since, in Rickerkammer's case, it wasn't as if Alon had handled it entirely on his own. Sure, he landed the finishing blow, but it felt like someone else had already done most of the work, leaving him to deliver the coup de GRC, which left him feeling a bit uneasy. However, putting that aside, Alon had something else occupying his mind at the moment. Blackie, clinging to his chest. The creature turned its head toward Alon, seemingly noticing his gaze, and let out a small meow sound. Is it really okay? Alon had witnessed Blackie absorb Rickerkammer's collapsing body in its entirety just the day before. Although about half of the massive creature had crumbled into dust, the remaining portion had been absorbed by Blackie, who had leapt from Alon's chest to do so. Alon turned Blackie's small body from side to side, inspecting it closely. There doesn't seem to be any change. Its appearance remained exactly the same. Its size hadn't increased, and it didn't seem particularly stronger either. Even when Alon tested its magic abilities just in case, they were unchanged as well. For a creature that had absorbed such a powerful monstrosity, the complete lack of transformation was puzzling. Alon had only recently discovered that shadow dragons could absorb something, but to see absolutely no changes afterward was strange. Lanasis knew about the unity of shadows, but even he didn't know anything about shadow dragons. Should I ask Rai for more insight? As Alon scrutinized Blackie, the little creature merely tilted its head quietly in response. It was a warm spring day, yet the sunlight felt particularly intense. Exactly 3 days later, upon the expedition's return to the border. Welcome back, Marquis. Yes, it seems you've made history once again. What do you mean? I didn't hear any specific stories, but judging by the reactions of the soldiers and knights, you must have done something noteworthy again. As Evan gestured toward the still admiring soldiers and knights, you've arrived, brother. Yes, Saint, I've just returned. That's a relief. Euman approached with his usual warm smile, but soon his expression turned serious. Did Cardinal Yusha do something? No. Cardinal Yusha? No, nothing at all. With an even graver expression than before, brother, I must insist once again stay away from Cardinal Yusha. What? She is dangerous. Yumin whispered this to Alan yet again. What's with this all of a sudden? Alan was inwardly puzzled once more. Still, their return had been a safe one. Chapter 141. Right after Yumin warned and left, Alan returned to his room for a brief rest. So that Rickrichammer, or whatever it's called, was it big, all of a sudden? The soldiers back from the expedition have been making a huge fuss. I keep hearing them talk about it, Evan asked. HMPH, it was just a giant-sized weakling. But the one who responded wasn't Alanet was Basilira. Huh, how is it out here? Don't point at me, you lowly human. Basilira snapped at the finger pointed toward it. It complained about being too bored, stuck inside the ring. So I made it so it can come out freely. That was possible. If you connect a trace of magic to the ring's slot, as it said, it can come and go as it pleases. Ha 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 ha. That's right, now I am a free spirit. Basilira curled its body and opened its mouth wide. As always, it was no larger than 30 cm and just looked cute. Anyway, Rickrichammer was bigger than Basilira. Really? Yes. Then this snakehead could have been killed in one hit? Evan smirked as if teasing. The small snake became enraged at his words. What nonsense. If I had manifested fully, I could have shredded that thing into pieces. Yeah, sure. Don't underestimate me, human. You even lost to me in a card game. You barely won 1 out of 30 rounds, and now you're talking big. HMPH, the final victor is the true winner. The two started bickering again as soon as they met. Are they getting along or not? Meanwhile, the small creature on Alan's chest Blackie emerged from his coat and curiously stared at Basilira. Huh. Noticing the gaze, Basilira sneered. HMPH. A little brat like you, still reeking of milk, dares to look up at me. With a growling sound, Basilira roared. However, Blackie simply tilted its head once. Smack, meow. It struck the spectral form of Basilira, sending it flying. Basilira crashed to the ground like a toy, rolling about. Oh, finally I have an attack option. Evan lifted Blackie as if he had found a great weapon, but screech. The little kitten suddenly revealed glowing red eyes, letting out a terrifying screech. Evan, who had been grinning, immediately put Blackie down. Witnessing all this, Alan muttered, what a mess. He summed up the triangular relationship simply. While Alan's party was spending their peculiar but cozy time together, in a guest room near the border, 2 individuals were facing each other. On one side was Cardinal Yusha of the Holy Kingdom, and on the other was Yumin, the saint of the Holy Kingdom. Your Holiness, you said you had business with me. What is it? Yusha smiled lightly, while Yumin, with a hardened expression, got straight to the point. Cardinal Yusha, did you visit the border a month ago? The question was dry and interrogative, devoid of any pleasantries. Yet Yusha's smile did not waver. Why are you suddenly asking me that? I heard rumors of you being seen in the Northern Canyon region a month ago. It was just a rumor, but Yumin hadn't come to Yusha based on mere hearsay. Cardinal Yusha, you were in Caliban about a month ago, weren't you? Yes, that's correct. I was scheduled to attend the Kingdom banquet. No, that's incorrect. The banquet was originally meant for Cardinal Sergius, but you suddenly altered the schedule to attend, didn't you? Yusha did not respond. She simply gazed at Yumin with a faint smile, as if inviting him to continue. Yumin calmly pressed on. I heard that after arriving in Caliban, you disappeared for about 3 days. I did inform the priests that I was going to spread Cyrenia's teachings in another village. I know. And the village you visited, Pagani, is about a day's journey from Caliban. It's known for its cheese specialty that visitors are always encouraged to try. A very hospitable place. Is that so? Did you have some cheese? Of course. Yusha answered immediately with a smile. However, Yumin's expression grew colder. That's unfortunate, because what I just said was a lie. Pagani's specialty is indeed cheese, but unfortunately no cheese was made this year. And there's none left in storage either, because Pagani's food warehouse burned down in an accident months ago. In short, Cardinal Yusha, you couldn't have eaten any cheese. Yumin stared intently at Yusha and bluntly declared, Cardinal Yusha, you were in the canyon, weren't you? Perhaps. Even when Yumin struck the nail on the head, Yusha continued to smile without the slightest sign of fluster. In fact, she seemed to find the situation amusing, her smile deepening. To the point where Yumin felt disconcerted. His voice grew colder. If you don't intend to answer, then I'll change the question. What are you planning to do with Marquis Palacio? What scheme are you working on? Is that what you want to know? Yes. Why? because he is already a man who has endured many trials. You cannot treat him recklessly or thoughtlessly. For the first time, a faint curiosity flashed in Yusha's eyes. It was fleeting, so brief that even Yumin failed to notice. But soon after, she quickly masked it, gently brushing her lips with her fingertips. Perhaps you and I are looking at the same thing. What did you just say? You said you wanted to know what I'm planning for my lord, didn't you? It's simple. I want to make him into something greater. Yes, just that. Something greater. Yes, something greater. He is already great. Well, is he really? Her melodious laughter echoed in the room. I agree with you, but it's not enough. He will become even greater. No, he must become greater. More, much more. Yumin involuntarily shuddered. He was sure the person before him was Cardinal Yusha. There was no surge of magic or divine power, no visible change. Nothing had changed, yet his entire body trembled. Because in Yusha's eyes, madness gleamed vividly. Staring into her eyes, Yumin was certain. They couldn't possibly be looking at the same thing. She was dangerous. Fleeting thoughts raced through Yumin's mind. How could he separate her from the Marquis? No matter how much he thought, he couldn't come up with a way. Or rather, he thought of a few methods, but couldn't predict how Cardinal Yusha would respond if it came to that. Therefore, I won't let you manipulate Marquis Palacio as you please. Yumin declared firmly to Yusha, but even that please do so, your holiness. The more you do, the more it will benefit my lord as well. Yusha responded softly. For a moment, their gazes locked. A mixture of unreadable emotions and determination filled the air. Meanwhile, back with Elan tap, tap. Ack, please, please stop. Have mercy. That's it, Blackie. Crush that stupid snakehead. Elan stared blankly at the one-sided sparring between Basilira and Blackie, thinking to himself, should I eat some sweet potatoes? About a day later, as Elan debated whether to head to Lartania or return to the Marquis estate, at an auction house in Marquis Palacio's estate, ha 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 ha. Election, once the famed appraiser, now the owner of the auction house, let out a boisterous laugh in his office. Despite sleeping barely 4 hours a day, he couldn't help but revel in his current life. The reason? Money. Election was earning so much that it felt like he was reliving his golden days in the backstreets of Raxas. To put it in perspective, he had already recouped every penny he had grudgingly invested thanks to Satan's menacing glare. And that wasn't all. Running the auction house under Marquis Palacio's name had brought him a slew of goodwill and connections, all without lifting a finger. Simply opening the auction house in the Marquis estate was enough for people to assume he had ties to the Marquis, earning him not goodwill, no. Ha ha ha, he was being bribed. Clink, clink. Election repeatedly dipped his hands into the 2 boxes on his desk. The boxes brimmed with valuable items. He lifted them up and let them fall back with a soft clatter. Just looking at it filled him with joy. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that the grueling months of hard work were finally paying off. The fact that this wealth came from someone else's status made it all the sweeter. It was free money, unearned, like stumbling upon a fortune. While he was basking in this euphoria, knock, knock. A knock sounded at his office door, and he responded cheerfully, come in. But the moment he saw who walked in, he froze. Oh my, a man stepped in leisurely. You've certainly been enjoying the fruits of your labor. What? It was someone who should not have been here. Raiden? Yes, that's me. The pirate king of Raxas, Raiden, greeted him with a sly smile. For a brief moment, Election gaped in disbelief. Before he could even ask how Raiden got here, so, you've been enjoying a lot of bribes, haven't you? Raiden's words cut through the silence. Election stammered, ah, well, you see, this was all meant for you. Is that so? Ha ha ha, of course. Since these goods came through the Marquis status, it's only natural to share some of it with you. Election tried to slyly create an opening. But some of it, ah ha ha ha, no, more than half. I mean, I did put in some effort too, so you think you need the rest? At Raiden's next words, no. Then, I'll give it all to you. Election nodded obediently. And then that's the right choice. Raiden nodded along with him. Watching Raiden, Election cursed inwardly, this damn sea bass, but outwardly, could I get a cup of coffee? Of course, I'll get it right away. He hurriedly bowed his head and forced a grin. A grin full of desperation to survive. Chapter 142, after pondering for an entire day, Elan decided to return to the Marquisate first. This was because he could visit Lartania on the way to the colony after stopping by the Marquisate. Are you leaving, my lord? Yes. As soon as Elan began preparing to leave, Yusha appeared as if she'd been waiting and asked, You're not leaving the Holy Kingdom yet? No, even though we've dealt with that monstrosity, additional measures are needed for the collapsed walls. Alan nodded while looking at the temporarily repaired walls visible behind her. Oh, my lord. What is it? Could you give me the item you brought out last time? The item I brought out last time, the one you retrieved from inside Rickrakammer. Would that be possible? Alan hesitated momentarily at Yusha's request. I could give it to you, but what do you plan to do with it? I am going to purify it. Purify? Yes, since it came from inside a monstrosity. Even if it looks harmless, it seems best to perform a purification ritual at the cathedral. Yusha paused, pondering for a moment, then added, if you don't feel like doing it now, it's okay. But please ensure to visit the Holy Kingdom later and have the purification ritual performed. Items like that often appear harmless, but can be dangerous. Such things can affect the mental state of their holders, she said, raising her index finger as if she were a teacher herself. Seeing her gesture, Alan understood why she wanted the artifact and felt a small sense of relief. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't know. But Alan knew better. After all, she was destined to become one of the 5 great sins in the future. Not that there's anything to worry about right now. The artifacts of the 5 great sins only function to their full potential if they remain inside the monstrosities guarding them. In other words, the moment Alan removed the artifact from Rickrakammer, it lost its value as an artifact. Evan, yes, bring it out. Evan immediately went to the carriage and began rummaging through its contents. Marquis. This is it, but its color seems to have changed since last time. Hadn't it been changing little by little? But it didn't turn this dark before, did it? Evan handed over an object, which was no longer red but had turned pitch black. Alan recalled a scene from the game. When the player timely retrieved an artifact from a monstrosity before a sin could, the sin of pride had flown into a rage. It does seem completely powerless now. Alan stared at the discolored artifact for a moment before handing it to Yusha. Here it is. Thank you, my lord. I'll take it to the Holy Kingdom, have the purification ritual performed, and return it to you immediately. I'd appreciate that. Don't mention it. Yusha smiled brightly. And then, Marquis, yes, Saint, I will protect you no matter what. Pardon? Before he realized it, Evan had approached him, nodding firmly with a face full of divine resolve. Alan subtly took a step back, keeping his mouth shut. It's nice of him to think that, but feeling somewhat burdened, he hurriedly left. About a week had passed since they departed from the border. It's my victory, Snakehead, you brat. How dare you use tricks? Tricks? Nah, it's just your brain falling short. On a slightly chilly evening, Alan's party gathered around the campfire they had lit for the night. Alan, cooling a hot sweet potato before popping it into his mouth, watched Evan and the little snake engage in their nightly ritual of coming up with new games to compete in. Then, his gaze naturally drifted upward. He stared blankly at the stars. Does it look beautiful to you? The voice of the observer echoed faintly in his mind. For some reason, her words often surfaced in his thoughts whenever he gazed at the stars recently. Munch, munch, but he quickly stuffed the rest of the sweet potato into his mouth, brushing aside the memory, and began to focus on the tasks ahead. Ilibin will handle it, so I don't need to worry about that. What I need to do next is deal with the other monstrosities holding artifacts and strengthen the necessary magic for it. He recalled the words of the golden dragon, Laenicius. More specifically, what Laenicius had mentioned about magic before Alan left the dragon's lair. I regret to say I don't know much about the magic of mages. The little I do know is that your magic, what's it called again? The language of the physical realm? Aside from that, if there's anything that might help with your magic, it's one thing. Seals. While I don't fully understand how they work, I once heard from an ally that stacking seals could enhance magic. I didn't pay much attention at the time, so my recollection is vague, but apparently, if you know the seals well, it's possible to layer their effects and abilities. That's as far as I know, the Golden Dragon had concluded. During the battle with Rickrakammer, Alan realized he needed to delve deeper into the mechanics of magic. While he had managed to defeat Rickrakammer using game knowledge and strategies, many of the remaining monstrosities didn't have exploitable gimmicks. This meant that future battles would likely not afford him the same overwhelming advantage. Thus, Alan determined that he needed to go beyond merely relying on materialization magic and start exploring magic itself to prepare for a wider range of scenarios. The first step was studying seals, which he had never properly examined before. While pondering over this, Marquis, Evan handed him another sweet potato. It seemed the argument disguised as a game with Basilira had ended, judging by Evan's satisfied expression. Thanks, don't mention it. Give me one too. No food for losers? Arg, don't be ridiculous, human. I could never lose to a mere human. Basilira wailed, performing a breakdance of despair on the ground. So, yes, what was tonight's game? Seeing Basilira's over-the-top reaction, Alon casually asked Evan, who was calmly biting into a corn cob. Marble flicking? Marble flicking? Yes, the game where you hit marbles to win them, exactly. Alon glanced down at Basilira. This great being lost to a human, a mere human, over losing a simple marble game. His reaction was beyond dramatic. Alon began to understand why Evan and Basilira found such games so entertaining. As he absent-mindedly moved to pop the sweet potato into his mouth again, meow, the little black creature perched on his shoulder reached out. He offered it a bite of his sweet potato. Nom, nom, the creature eagerly chomped away as if it had been waiting all along. Watching Blackie adorably squint its eyes in delight at the taste, Alon found himself musing. At least it doesn't sprout a mouth from its stomach like last time. He recalled how startled he'd been when the creature had suddenly grown a mouth on its belly. Arg! Wait, stop it. Stop, I said. Apparently unimpressed by Basilira's constant wailing, Blackie had already nudged him a few times with its little paw. So unfair. Eventually, Basilira shrank down, sulking as the night fully settled in. It was a pleasantly cool evening. A few weeks later, Alon finally arrived at the Marquisate of Palacio after nearly 2 months. The estate seemed to have changed significantly during his absence, and with that came a mountain of tasks that awaited him. He also learned that Raiden had visited while he was away, but he didn't have the chance to hear all the details. Rather, he couldn't, because as soon as he arrived, I am so sorry ye. Bang. Pinia threw herself to her knees and banged her forehead against the ground in front of him. Inside an office overflowing with paperwork, Alon found himself in a peculiar mood. In front of him sat Pinia Chryson, fidgeting nervously as if Shed committed an unforgivable sin. She couldn't keep her gaze still, her body shifting restlessly in her chair. Did you come alone? No, I came with my brother. Her voice trailed off as her head lowered further, looking like a broken toy robot. Alon decided to cut to the chase. So, care to explain what exactly you did wrong? Well, Pinia cautiously glanced up at Alon but quickly looked away again, her head bowing further. Alon couldn't help but feel like a school bully from his younger days, though. In this case, Pinia seemed very much like the victim. Just as he was starting to feel unfairly accused, well, the thing is, Pinia stammered and began her explanation. After listening to her for a while, Alon finally understood the situation. So that's how it happened. Yes, so, to summarize, Heinkel thought you and I were in some kind of relationship, and in exchange for teaching you magic, you decided to play along with that pretense at the Tower of Magic. Yes, since she was always wandering around in spirit form, and now that you've learned some magic, you've come clean because you figured it was only a matter of time before you got caught. Yes, Pinia nodded nervously, stealing glances at Alon. So that's why the rumors wouldn't die down. Now Alon understood why the gossip had persisted. Watching Pinia squirm, he pondered his next move. What should I do about this? He didn't feel particularly inclined to reprimand her. Though annoying, it hadn't caused him any real harm. After some thought, an idea struck him. A small smirk crossed his lips as he spoke. All right, here's what we'll do. Your goal was to learn magic from Heinkel, right? Well, it'd be fine without it, but learning more magic would make me really happy. Pinia's voice trailed off uncertainly. Leaning back in his chair, Alon made his proposal. How about this? Instead of maintaining this uncomfortable rumor, I'll meet Heinkel directly. Wouldn't that be easier for both of us? What? Really? Pinia's eyes widened in genuine surprise, sparkling like those of an innocent child. She quickly nodded, looking thrilled. Yes, that would be wonderful. The rumors had been uncomfortable. After all, seeing her so overjoyed left Alon feeling oddly conflicted. The rumors had been a nuisance, but watching her react so enthusiastically made him feel as if he were the one at fault. However, I have a favor to ask in return. Suppressing his mixed feelings, Alon got to the point. A favor. What kind of favor? In response to her question, Alon smiled and stated his objective. I'd like your help with my magic research. Magic research? Yes, it might be a bit unfamiliar, but can you do it? The timing was perfect. Shall be a great help for the research. Pinia Chryson was undeniably eccentric, but her magical prowess was genuine. Even now, she was steadily transitioning from the 7th circle to the 8th. If it's something like that, I'll do it. Pinia enthusiastically agreed, and both seemed satisfied with the outcome. However, Peenia was blissfully unaware. She had no idea that the so-called research would entail grueling, relentless labor under the guise of exploration. It wasn't until a week later that she realized the truth. At the same time, Hidden was at Dias' mansion in Caliban to discuss matters related to the latest decree. However, the topic he broached first had nothing to do with that. It couldn't. The reason was Lord Firstmoon. Yes, what is it? That Hidden pointed toward the massive statue standing in the center of Dias' garden, visible through the window. It was strikingly similarno, identicalto the one from the Mercallian estate. As Hidden turned his gaze to Deus, the latter, wearing an intensely serious expression, said, "Well, you see. Yes, I went to the Mercallian estate and met Filion. I see, he's a wonderful fellow. We had such engaging conversations about him nearly 3 days straight. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, but what does that have to do with the statue out there?" At Hidden's pointed question, Deus averted his eyes slightly. "Well, Filion offered to gift me the statue. Are you sure you didn't purchase it? It felt a bit improper to just accept it outright. From what I've heard, you spent quite a substantial sum, though." Deus hesitated, fumbling for words, before finally admitting it was to ensure narrative consistency. Narrative consistency? Yes, Yusha mentioned the need for consistency, so I thought forming some sort of territorial alliance with the Mercallian estate would you don't have a territory. With that single statement, Hidden utterly demolished Dias' reasoning or lack thereof. Anyway, that's the gist of it. I see that's the gist of it. Yes, Hidden thought to himself. Ah, this is nonsense. I'll report this to Lord Red Moon. To which Deus responded, could you not report it? It's going to get out eventually if you report it. I'll have 3 months. If you don't, I'll have 6 months. Watching Dias' childlike expression as he clung to the idea of keeping his precious toy for just 3 more months, Hidden quietly held his tongue. Chapter 143, The Space Was Alien. The sky was dark and murky, despite it being broad daylight. The ground below wasn't ordinary terrain. It was as hard as the earth, yet composed of an unyielding, jagged shell that did not scatter. Atop this enigmatic terrain stood a temple. Not an ordinary one, but a lofty temple built of black bricks that harmonized with the dark sky. And inside it, there were 2 figures. Their appearances couldn't be clearly discerned. Seated across from each other at a black round table in the center of the temple, the 2 figures concealed themselves with robes, as if to hide their identities. The one difference between them was that one figure was wrapped in bandages even underneath the robe, while the other revealed human-like lips beneath the shadow of the robe. In this state, the first to break the silence was, "I can't tell how much longer we'll have to keep doing this." The figure with visible lips. His voice carried an air of dissatisfaction, as if discontent with the situation. "Look here, Wrath. Isn't this a waste of time? Let's just finish this already. Honestly, we don't even need them to come. We could handle this ourselves." His tone was relaxed yet bored, and beneath that lay a tinge of impatience. To this, the other figure, who had been silent, responded. "What exactly do you think we can do, Pride?" Wrath's voice was different from Pride's. While Pride's voice was distinctly male, Wrath's was not. It was a distorted voice, unrecognizable as belonging to a man, woman, elder, or child. Yet Pride continued the conversation as if unbothered. "What else? Annihilation. Honestly, if we apostles all took action, it'd be over in no time. The fools out there think they're strong, but they're just complacent weaklings." Wrath, who had been silently watching Pride's savage smile beneath his robe, finally replied. "There are those who might not be so weak. You're not suggesting we, who were empowered by the great original sins, would fall to them, are you? Pride, our task is merely to fulfill our duties." "Ha, and what duty would that be? Just sitting around like this forever? How much longer are we going to keep doing this? All we've done is sow the seeds, and thanks to that strange barrier that disappeared recently, we've essentially been waiting for over 10 years. Letting out a sigh of frustration, Pride rose from his seat. "Where are you going, Pride? Where do you think? If none of you will act, I will. I don't recall giving you permission." Wrath's retort stopped Pride. The sinister smile he had worn moments before disappeared. In the next moment, Pride stood right before Wrath. At the same time, a chilling black lightning bolt struck down from the sky. The black electricity split into dozens, even hundreds of strands, halting just above Wrath's head. That wasn't all. The once intact black temple crumbled into ruins in an instant, destroyed by Pride's sin. Suddenly, Pride was standing atop the round table, extending his hand toward Wrath's face, crackling with lightning. "I don't believe you've ever been my superior, Wrath. a chilling expression and icy voice, but Wrath offered no reply. They merely looked up at Pride. After holding the standoff for a while, Pride eventually withdrew his lightning and turned away. "Where are you going?" Wrath asked calmly. In response, Pride returned to his nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had happened. "Since none of you are acting, I'll do it. I don't know what the other apostles, including you, are thinking, but I am eager to meet him." So he smirked. "I am going to retrieve the seeds." Walking confidently out of the temple, Pride removed his hood. The moment he did, his silver-gray hair and a pair of ears peeking through were revealed. So heading toward the temple's exterior, he slowly stroked his chin. "Has it been 10 years? No, 12 years. Muttering to himself, he let out a small laugh. A strange light flickered in his eyes. "Let's see how well the seeds are, rather. My sibling has grown, shall we?" As he muttered to himself, he vanished, with a single streak of black lightning left in his wake. It had been about 3 weeks since making the peculiar contract with Peenia Chryson. "Oh, judging by the way this mana array changes shape, it seems to bend this way, which means its amplification. I see." Alon was in a very good mood. The magical research he was conducting with Peenia was going exceedingly well. In fact, it was going far beyond just well. Then this looking at the array transforming into a decomposition structure, it seems more like reduction rather than amplification. Intentionally reducing its power? Yes. However, the molecular structure of the mana is intertwined to be precise. It seems like a hook structure. In this case, even spells that normally cannot be used in combination might be partially possible. It was proving to be far more valuable than his solo magical research. Thanks to this, Alon had spent nearly 5 hours today on magical experiments and discussions. That's enough for today. Oh, yes. Watching Peenia nod enthusiastically, Alon couldn't help but reflect. Who would call her a person with a ruined personality? Just as he was reevaluating her character sister. What is it? Well, the magical reagents en route here were stolen by bandits. What? Those damn bandits again? The moment her brother Felon delivered the report, Peenia let out a piercing scream, making Alon quickly reconsider his thoughts. That seems accurate after all. Marquis? Yes, pardon me, but may I leave the Marquis estate for a day or so? Peenia asked nervously, as if she were seeking a tremendous favor. Alon nodded lightly. "I don't mind." "Oh, really? I just heard that bandits have stolen the magical reagents coming here, so I thought I'd." Despite Alon's casual response, she began explaining herself in detail. Though he thought they had developed a degree of camaraderie through their magical research, she still struggled to make such simple requests. Alon felt slightly awkward. "Go ahead. And for the record, you don't need my permission to leave." "Oh, really? I thought for sure I needed to." Peenia hesitated, fidgeting as if unsure. Alon once again felt like a criminal forcing someone into labor somewhere in Southeast Asia. "That's not the case, so just go." "Oh, yes." With that, Peenia grabbed Felon by the scruff of the neck and strode out. "Why me?" Felon's strangely sorrowful voice echoed, but he was helplessly dragged away by Peenia and soon disappeared. A moment later. "Marquis?" "Yes." "Well, it seems like you finished a bit earlier today. That's because today was a wrap-up session." After replying to Evan, Alon looked down at the papers in front of him. The stack of papers was filled with numerous seals. Among them were seals Alon had known, those discovered during his research with Peenia, and additional seals with their abilities, arrays, and applications. "Wow, you accomplished all of this in just 3 weeks?" "Yes, that's an incredible amount." Evan's jaw dropped. Alon shrugged. "It's not done yet. With all this, it's still not done?" "Yes." He looked down at the papers again. Over the past 3 weeks, he had confirmed the mana flow paths and mana arrays associated with the seals. But the more significant realization was something else entirely. It was the structural transformation of mana molecules according to the seals. He had grasped the first substantial clue regarding multi-seals. Until now, if more than one seal was applied to a single spell, it often failed to manifest or resulted in the spell breaking entirely. This was the case even when Alon began exploring seals in earnest after hearing from Laenicius that it might be possible to use multiple seals. However, recently, Alon had discovered a very small but significant clue. There existed seals that naturally complemented each other due to the way mana-binding structures changed with each seal. These paired seals formed a completely different structure when combined. There's still a lot to do. Despite the indifferent tone of his voice, his gaze, filled with satisfaction, swept over his research journal. He hadn't understood before. Why wizards in novels willingly ventured into hellish situations just to obtain a single research journal. Now, he felt he understood. By the way, Marquis, aren't you leaving soon? It was Evan's voice that interrupted his thoughts. Where to? To Lartania. Didn't you mention visiting there? And you said you'd also stop by Colony. Ah, that's right, you even sent letters about it. Ah, Alon nodded to himself, recalling the memory. Indeed, when he first began his research with Peenia, he sent letters to Rhine and Sialrang, promising to visit soon. Realizing this now, he murmured, Thave probably arrived by now, then we should prepare to leave. I'll finish this first and prepare tasks for Peenia to handle. With a wistful look at the magic journal in his hand, he added, Well, leave in 2 days. Understood. The desert city of Colony. Unlike the bustling streets, always filled with the excitement of the Colosseum, Sialrang's office was quiet. When not training guild members, Sialrang typically spent her time sleeping unless there was something pressing to do. This pattern had never deviated before. Which is why Lime, the golden-maned assistant and secretary to Sialrang, found her current demeanor unusual. The usually languid guild leader was unusually animated after receiving a certain letter. Guild master, you seem excited. Of course. May I ask what's making you so happy? Lime was curious. What kind of letter was she clutching so dearly, ears perked with enthusiasm? At Lime's question, Sialrang glanced at the letter in her hand and then replied. It's time to hear the answer. An answer? Yes. My master promised to answer it years ago. A radiant smile spread across her face. Lime, now even more bewildered by the cryptic answer that lacked all context, watched as Sialrang swayed her golden tail enthusiastically. Hope they arrive soon, Sialrang chuckled softly, the excitement clear in her voice. Chapter 144 Luxable is a small duchy bordering the mystical jungle of Ranavelli, comprising only a handful of estates. Although called a duchy, its power was vastly inferior compared to other member states of the allied kingdoms. But that wasn't all. Most of the funds required to run the Luxable duchy came from a single-place castle lot, located on the border of the mystical jungle Ranavelli. Although the taxes from that region were substantial, they weren't enough to fulfill the grand ambitions of Luxable's 7th king, Pamalono. Pamalono harbored even greater aspirations than his father, the 6th king. He dreamed of transforming his duchy into a magnificent, independent nation comparable to other kingdoms. In theory, it wasn't impossible. As part of the allied kingdoms, wars between territories or nations were prohibited, meaning expanding land through war wasn't an option. However, purchasing land with money was allowed. If more land was truly necessary, they could move south. The southern regions were home to the territories of non-human races that didn't belong to the allied kingdoms. Regrettably, in reality, such dreams were almost unattainable. Acquiring land required an astronomical amount of money. The funds needed were so immense that the duchy's treasury would likely be emptied, leading to its dissolution. Another option was waging war against the non-human races to seize territory. However, those races were far from easy prey for the modest forces of a small duchy. In fact, the United Kingdom tolerated the existence of non-human territories, unlike the barbarian invaders who encroached on the inland regions, for that very reason. Above all, the primary reason why the 7th king's ambitions could only remain aspirations was corruption. Yes, corruption. Regrettably, even the few estates under Luxable's control were deeply corrupt. How corrupt, you ask? One telling example was that the forces of the Grand Dukes far outnumbered the royal army. Thus, from the moment he ascended as a puppet king, he agonized over how to overcome this hopeless situation. After much deliberation, an opportunity came to him, a deal with the devil. No, calling it a deal with the devil wasn't entirely accurate. The proposal came from humans, not demons. Yet, he referred to it as a pact with the devil because their offer was so irresistibly sweet. Even more enticing was the fact that it came at no apparent cost to him. If things remained as they were, he was certain to follow in his father's footsteps, forced into marriage, producing heirs, and ultimately facing the threat of assassination. The quintessential life of a puppet king. Deciding he had nothing to lose, he accepted their offer. He didn't have high expectations. It was practically his last act of desperation. But today, thud, Pamalono received the results. He stared blankly downward. Below, there were heads. Not of old men, but, in Pamalono's eyes, of pigs deserving nothing less than to be torn apart. The heads of Grand Duke Lichforton and Grand Duke Boffer. Pamalono raised his gaze. There stood a girl, clad in white leather, holding a bloodied spear. Is it real? You can confirm it for yourself. It's right before your eyes. The quick-witted Siakle swung her spear, lightly nudging the two heads, prompting Pamalono to gulp. There's no need to go that far. Is that so? Yes, I could never forget the faces of those bastards, even in my dreams. That's good to hear. Oh, and just so you know, I've also dealt with their soldiers, so no need to worry. Is that true? There's no need for me to lie, I see. The girl's voice was emotionless. Pamalono let out a deep sigh and stared intently at the rolling heads. Very well. Since I've obtained what I desired, I shall pay the price. Wasn't it 2 requests? State them. As he spoke, his expression tensed. When the girl had first made her proposal, Pamalono hadn't given much thought to the price. He hadn't believed she could actually kill the 2 Grand Dukes. But now it was reality. Thus, he steeled himself to pay whatever price she demanded. I would like land for my people to live on. You're asking for territory? It doesn't have to be much. Half of the land where I dealt with those pigs would suffice. I agree. The first request wasn't as exorbitant as he had feared. Pamalono felt a little bewildered, but only briefly. The second request is the most important. Speak. At her next words, he tensed again. Make our God your state religion. A god, you say? Yes. Declare our God as the state religion and erect statues of it throughout the territory. Those are the 2 conditions. The 7th king responded, that is not difficult. Good to hear. Of course, the presence of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario made him cautious, but Luxable was a place the Holy Kingdom had abandoned long ago. It meant there would be no issue even if he didn't uphold Cyernia as the state religion. Pamalono nodded, and the girl, or rather, swift Siakle gestured lightly toward somewhere. Soon, another girl, Janira Ganatana, emerged from the shadows and handed a statue to Pamalono. What is this? It's the statue of the god we worship. The statue depicted the figure of a man with his face obscured by shadows. Clad in a dark coat billowing in the wind, he held lightning in one hand. What is the name of this god? As Pamalono gazed at the statue, he posed his question. This is the only god of our Thunder Serpent clan, our savior. Janira, as if she had been waiting for this moment, smiled with her eyes and declared, the lightning bearer Kalanin. Her gaze carried a faint trace of fanaticism. Pinia Chrysin had been unusually cheerful lately. Although there were moments when she wasn't, most of the time she was. This was because she had unexpectedly received an excellent proposal from the Marquis house when she went there, fearing her life might be in danger. In exchange for assisting Marquis Palacio's magical research, she would be allowed to learn magic from Heinkel without having to hide their relationship. For her, this was an ideal situation with nothing to lose. Of course, she would have to assist with the Marquis' potentially endless magical research, but that wasn't a significant issue. The crucial point was that she could now learn magic from Heinkel without any complications. This was incredibly important to her. Even though she found the Marquis' presence slightly intimidating, his magical research was quite fascinating. His magic was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Since Alon's magic didn't adhere to conventional hierarchies, it naturally piqued the curiosity of Pinia, a magic enthusiast. For a time, she found herself genuinely enjoying the magical research. At some point, she even became able to make eye contact with the gaze lingering behind the Marquis. Of course, the research period wasn't very long. The subject of research the Marquis requested Pinia to assist with was unfortunately usable only by him. Despite his superior magical aptitude, Pinia wondered why Marquis Palacio sought her help with his research. She briefly felt puzzled, but soon brushed off the thought. She had decided not to question the Marquis more than necessary. What mattered to her was learning magic from Heinkel and satisfying her curiosity through assisting the Marquis. In any case, her life had been quite satisfying recently. That is, until the Marquis left a few days ago, saying he had some business to attend to. Ah, yikes! Pinia let out a scream. The chilling wail startled Felon, who was timidly flipping through a journal nearby, causing him to hold his breath unconsciously. But Pinia, as if oblivious to her surroundings, stared at the journal with bloodshot eyes. It detailed Alon's latest findings in this research: how cause, mana distribution structures, and molecular arrangements transformed based on their interactions. How in the world? Pinia's hands trembled as she held the thick stack of papers. Am I supposed to do all this? She let out another piercing scream and recalled the conversation she had with Alon a few days earlier. Deputy, I am leaving this to you. Exactly what am I supposed to do? From the research so far, we've learned that when mana's molecular structure combines, it changes into a new form, right? Yes, that's true. While I am gone, please organize it briefly. All of this. Yes, it's not that much, is it? No, but you don't want to? It wasn't a conversation. It was like a devil in the guise of a kind professor, mercilessly overworking a poor student. Penia closed her eyes tightly and let out a sigh. At last, she realized why he had asked for her help with his research. Was it because of this? With the molecular structure principles already partly understood, all that remained was finding possible combinations, a task that involved brute force. In other words, this wasn't research anymore but sheer labor, and exhausting labor at that. Thus, Marquis Palacio, you miserable, she swallowed the rest of her curse silently. Ugh. She let out a strange groan and slammed her head onto the desk. Penia lay sprawled, motionless for a while. After a brief, erratic tremor of her shoulders, as if she had lost her sanity, she murmured, "I'll do it. I'll get it done, no matter what." Her bloodshot eyes gleamed as she continued, "I'll finish this, no matter what, and learn magic from Heinkel, no matter what." She gritted her teeth, spreading her mana. "I'll do it, I can do it." Armed with over 5 pens like weapons, she began furiously scribbling on the papers. Witnessing this frenzy, Pellin cautiously curled up, trying to stay out of her way. At that moment, I wonder if she's doing well. Alon, munching on a sweet potato, briefly thought of Penia. Well, organizing it shouldn't be that difficult. He had entrusted her with organizing the molecular structures. Once the first-level arrangements are sorted, it'll be quicker to implement and connect them directly. Unaware that Penia was already working on second and even third-level arrangements, Alon casually took another bite of his sweet potato. Just then, Marquis, "Yes, what is it? I've heard some rather curious news." Curious news? Evan brought up a new topic. Yes. Apparently, Lady Rhine is now the only senior council member left. Why is that? I don't know why, but apparently, there's been a string of unfortunate incidents where all senior council members die upon taking office. As a result, Lady Rhine is the only one currently continuing in the position. That's really strange, right? I think so too. A brief silence. It couldn't be, right? Alon's murmuring broke the quiet. Evan pondered for a moment about what he meant, then quickly laughed. "Oh, come on, there's no way. That'd be too obvious, wouldn't it?" "Yes, I suppose you're right." With such an exchange, they endured the week until they arrived in Lartania. Upon reaching the city, Alon met Rhine. "You're here, godfather. It's been a while. Please come inside first. It's starting to get warm outside." The two entered the office together. "Oh, godfather, your birthday is on September 20th, correct?" As soon as the door closed, Rhine, with a calm expression, asked the question out of the blue. "That's right, why do you ask?" "Oh, I've been preparing a gift." "A gift?" A faint smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Yes, I hope y'all like it." She then turned her gaze toward the Lord's Castle of Lartania. Chapter 145. Look forward to the gift. "Really? Yes. Then I'll try to expect something. Please do." Watching Rhine smile subtly, Evan, standing next to Alon, whispered softly, "Marquis, you're lucky, aren't you?" Didn't you seem a little disappointed last time when you didn't get a birthday gift?" "I wasn't, really." Alon replied calmly, but Evan wasn't entirely wrong. In truth, it did sting a little. If I hadn't heard about it, I wouldn't have expected anything in the first place. Of course, he didn't intend to blame Rhine for saying she would give him a gift back then. A birthday gift depends on the giver's feelings, and it would be ridiculous for the recipient to demand one. At that moment, you were looking forward to it, weren't you? Don't mind him. Evan is just talking nonsense. Rhine let out a small chuckle. "Don't worry, godfather. This year, I'll definitely give you a gift." After a light-hearted exchange, Alon finally got to the real reason he had come. "Rhine, I read the letter you sent. Do you have any additional information about the shadow dragon?" Rhine's gaze shifted to Blackie, nestled in the breast pocket of Alon's coat. "That's the shadow dragon, right?" "Yes." After pondering for a moment, Rhine slowly began to speak. "After you asked about the shadow dragon, I did some additional research. But honestly, I couldn't find much more from the resources I had access to." "Is that so?" Rhine's answer left Alon with a peculiar expression. "As I suspected from her letter, the shadow dragon appears to be an even more dangerous existence than I thought." The reason he sought Rhine's knowledge on the shadow dragon, since obtaining its egg, was simple. He knew about the library inside Rhine's mind. That library contained almost all information, excluding things deemed unknowable. In fact, Even information about the unknowable existed in the restricted section of her mental library. However, those records were sealed, and Ryan couldn't access them due to the constraints of the library's rules. Of course, Alon knew how to unlock the restricted section, but he had no intention of allowing that, for it required accepting the 5 deadly sins. As Alon recalled this fact, Ryan added, "Still, I did manage to uncover a little information." "Really?" "Yes, though I am not sure how useful it is." She shared the rest of what she had found, and Alon listened silently. After some time, that's all. Unconsciously, Alon nodded. As she mentioned earlier, not all the information was immediately useful. However, 2 notable details emerged. Shadow dragons can ascend to become gods if they fulfill certain conditions. As they mature, I am not entirely sure. But the information I found suggested that, unlike other dragons, shadow dragons can achieve divinity by overcoming their destructive urges and consuming the profane. The first revelation, the Blackie he was raising could potentially become a god. The second revelation, Blackie was unlike other shadow dragons. Unlike the others? Yes. From what I've found, shadow dragons typically cannot change their forms. This remains true even if they regain their rationality. So normally, they wouldn't be able to take on the shape of a cat like this. You're exactly right. Blackie was unique. Alon stared blankly at Blackie. Meow. The little creature tilted its head innocently. It's hard to wrap my head around it. Of course, he had seen it transform into other forms and attack. But since Blackie always appeared harmless in his presence, the idea of its original form felt foreign. As he watched the black cat for a while, a memory surfaced. Then, could it be when it devoured Rickrichammer was that part of this process? The thought lingered briefly before Alon exhaled in relief. If Ryan's information was accurate, the shadow dragon simply consumed the profane, meaning Blackie wasn't influenced by the nature of the grotesque entity. Even so, it seems a bit different from other shadow dragons. For now, though, I'll have to be content with what I've learned. Alon patted Blackie's head once before turning to Ryan. Thank you for finding all this information despite the difficulty. Don't mention it. It's a request from you, Godfather. Ryan smiled warmly, and Alon cleared his throat briefly. There was one more thing he wanted to ask. This might be a bit forward, but can I make another request? Of course, what is it? Without the slightest hesitation, Ryan's response gave Alon the courage to proceed. Could you arrange a meeting with Pyrian? Pyrian? Are you referring to the leader of the Celts mercenary corps who settled in Lartania 2 years ago? Yes. Why? Ryan tilted her head curiously. Of course, she had reason to wonder there had never been any connection between Alon and Pyrian before now. Despite that, the reason Alon sought a meeting with him was that Pyrian possessed something Alon currently needed. Pyrian, the leader of the Celts mercenary corps. A character encountered after progressing through several quests in the labyrinth city of Lartania in Psychedelia. Although he outwardly pretended to be human, he was, in fact, an elf from a southern territory of non-human races. Allegedly, he came to Lartania to search for something. Unfortunately, Alon couldn't recall more details. Pyrian was certainly among the ranks of formidable figures, but he hadn't been central to the player's story. Perhaps he would become a key character if the DLC was added. However, Alon never played the DLC. While the DLC added new content, it reportedly diminished the main story's enjoyment, so he had avoided it. As a result, Alon's perception of Pyrian was quite simple. Just a character who provided an item essential for playing as a mage. I have something to negotiate with him about. Originally, Alon had intended to meet Pyrian without relying on Ryan. However, he had overlooked one crucial fact. Pyrian was not someone who could be easily met. As a player, Alon had naturally encountered Pyrian while resolving significant events in the labyrinth. It wasn't until he arrived in Lartania that he realized how difficult it was to meet Pyrian, who rarely interacted with others despite being a mercenary. Of course, Ryan casually responded, "If you wish, Godfather, I'll arrange a meeting for tomorrow." "Can you?" With an air of ease, she smiled and replied, "Of course, if that's what you want, Godfather." Meanwhile, from beyond the window of Ryan's shop, Murd, Yuna was perched on a tree branch, hiding as she closely observed Alon's face. He doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Why is Red Moon so fanatically devoted to him? She even tilted her head slightly in confusion. Her observation of Alon from Murd's office window was purely coincidental. She had come to relay Yusha's message to Ryan and had just happened to arrive during Alon's visit. As a result, she managed to catch sight of Alan and Rhine together. After observing the two for a while, Yuna recalled Alan's earlier remark. His birthday? A birthday. It wasn't a word that evoked any special emotions for her, but now it seemed oddly significant. This was because Shed overheard that the Great Moon, whom Red Moon worshipped, had been slightly downcast about not receiving a birthday gift. Of course, according to the Knight, the Great Moon had shown no expression whatsoever. Whether the Knight's jest about their close relationship was true or not, Yuna deliberated briefly. Should I report this to the other moons as well? I'll have to visit them all anyway. Soon, she decided to inform the other leaders that the Great Moon might feel slightly disappointed if their birthday isn't celebrated. Perhaps a risky decision. In Alan's mind, the image of Pyrion, leader of the Celts mercenary corps, was that of a knight with a strong sense of conviction, despite being a mercenary. Outwardly, Pyrion seemed like a knight living a carefree life, but no player saw him that way. Humorously, while his disguise was convincing, his actions didn't align with his appearance. This discrepancy made Pyrion appear as a figure of unwavering conviction, a portrayal not far from the truth. In reality, Pyrion was an elf of the Pagade, a rank slightly higher than Master Knights in Caliban. Having some understanding of Pyrion's background, Alan planned to acquire the desired item through negotiation. Although obtaining the item Pyrion needed required venturing into the labyrinth, which would take a few days, Alan concluded it was worth the time for future benefits. The next day, thanks to Rhine's arrangements, Alan moved forward. I am Pyrion of the Celts mercenary corps. I am Marquis Palatio of the Kingdom of Asteria. Ah, yes, I've heard much about you. I see finally, Alan met Pyrion. Contrary to his known image of a knight filled with conviction, Alan encountered a man who seemed visibly timid. Yes, please speak. Pyrion repeatedly glanced around nervously and avoided direct eye contact during their conversation. Noticing this, Alan naturally turned to see where Pyrion's gaze was directed. Is something wrong, Godfather? Oh, it's nothing. Feel free to speak, Godfather. Pyrion has plenty of time today, right, Pyrion? Ah, yes, that's correct. I have a lot of time today. There, Alan saw Rhine smiling. She calmly watched Pyrion, who was nodding vigorously. Suddenly, a rumor Evan mentioned a week ago resurfaced in Alan's mind. A rumor that all senior council members had died, leaving Rhine as the sole survivor. Alan seemed to have inadvertently stumbled upon a truth he didn't necessarily need to know. Chapter 146. Alan cleared his throat and immediately got to the point for Pyrion, who was clearly uncomfortable with the situation. To be direct, I need Lemuel's oath. Lemuel's oath, you mean? Pyrion, who had been looking dejected just a moment ago, now wore a somewhat surprised expression. Such a reaction was understandable. Lemuel's oath was one of the 32 treasures of the elf race, and he had disguised himself as a human, never once revealing it to anyone. In other words, from Pyrion's perspective, it was impossible not to think that Alan knew his true identity. Wait a moment, let me have someone leave. Rhine, sorry, could you step out for a bit? Of course. Rhine bowed her head and quickly exited the room. Once Alan confirmed that the mercenaries who had followed Pyrion had also left, he spoke again. Now that the outsiders are gone, let's have a proper conversation. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. You don't need to deny it so vigorously. When negotiating, it's generally not a good idea to pressure the other party too much. However, Alan was putting unnecessary pressure for two reasons. One was that, without starting this way, it would take a very long time to obtain Lemuel's oath. If approached like a game player, he would have to stay in Lartania for at least a year. The other reason was that he was certain Pyrion would accept his offer despite the pressure. Alan watched Pyrion, whose expression had turned serious after Rhine left. Of course, I am not asking for Lemuel's oath without any compensation. Who are you? Pyrion's voice was full of suspicion. Alan answered calmly. I don't think it matters much who I am in this situation. As long as what we're giving and receiving is clear, that's all that matters. One thing I can assure you of is that I won't be spreading your true identity around. Let's hear you out. After some hesitation, Pyrion slowly nodded. Alan confidently laid out the terms of the negotiation. If you give me Lemuel's oath, I'll tell you the location of the item you're searching for. The item I am searching for, what do you mean? The blessing of Regani. Pyrion's eyes widened in surprise, and his body instinctively twitched. Seeing Pyrion react this way, Alan felt a bit confused. It was no surprise that he was startled by the mention of the blessing of Regani. The fact that Pyrrhion was looking for it was something only he and the queen should have known. Even with that in mind, his reaction is a bit too intense. Well, it's something considered very precious in the game, after all. Anyway, in the original story, Pyrrhion spent a long time searching for the blessing of Rhaegony, but eventually gave up and returned. The reason Alan knew where this difficult-to-find blessing of Rhaegony was located was simple. It was in a secret room on the 42nd floor. It was an item that could be obtained by entering that room, which players always visited during maze farming. Of course, in the game, Alan never gave the blessing to Pyrrhion. Even if Pyrrhion reached the maze quickly to start the quest, he would leave Lartania before the player could clear the 40th floor. Yes, I know it's valuable. Alan stared at Pyrrhion, whose hands were shaking, and continued the conversation. If I tell you where it is, I think it would be a fair exchange. What do you think? Are you saying you know the location of the artifact? Yes. If you agree to the negotiation, I will tell you the location. Are you asking me to trust you with no proof? Let's make it clear. If I give you the location of the blessing, will you agree to the deal? A brief silence. Then, Pyrrhion nodded. If the information is true, then I will agree. As expected, the negotiation was successful. Alan smiled inwardly. The location is at the eastern edge of the 42nd floor. There's only one path, so it should be easy for you to find. Once you're inside, look for the switch when you reach the dead end. The dead end and the switch? Yes. The blessing of Rhaegony should be there. I'll take Lemuel's oath after that. Pyrrhion's face showed confusion for a while. What if, even if the information you gave is true, I take the item and run away? That was a natural question, so Alan could answer easily. I don't think you'd break the oath of Pagade. How do you know about Pagade? Well, Pyrrhion was once again greatly surprised. Alan intentionally gave an ambiguous response. How he knew, and he had simply said something he had heard directly while playing the game. Though he considered using a more trusting phrase instead of being vague, he had repeatedly shown how proud Pyrrhion was of Pagade in the game, so Alan chose this approach. It was like telling him not to make a foolish move. Well, even if I didn't say anything, looking at his character in the game, he's not the type to break a promise. Pyrrhion had even nearly died to keep a promise with the protagonist. Alan, recalling that episode, was a bit puzzled. Why is he reacting like this? It wouldn't be strange if he knew about the hidden treasure, the blessing of Rhaegony, and also about Pagade. It will take about a week to confirm. Alan stood up after hearing Pyrrhion's words. I will wait. With that, he turned his body. A moment later, did everything go well? Yes. But Rhine, what's wrong, Master? Just asking in case, but I heard that Ure, the only senior member left. Alan subtly trailed off, but Rhine answered easily. Yes, could it be you did it on purpose? No, I didn't do it. Really? Yes. Why would I go to such lengths? Rhine smiled faintly. Did she mean that she knows what happened but didn't do it, or did she not know from the start? Alan considered asking more but decided to remain silent. He just thought it would be better to pay a little more attention to Rhine. 5 days after Alan met Pyrrhion. Thank you. It seems you found it. Yes. I was able to find the blessing of Rhaegony. Alan was able to meet Pyrrhion again earlier than expected. Pyrrhion, bowing his head slightly more politely than before. Thank you so much. Pyrrhion, seemingly wanting to express his gratitude, bent deeply at the waist and then took a ring from his possession and handed it to Alan. The ring looked as if it were made from a plant stem, but was by no means flimsy. Alan quickly recognized that this was the Lemuel's oath as he took the ring and thanked Pyrrhion. Thank you. May I ask you something? Pyrrhion asked cautiously. What is it? After hesitating for a moment, Pyrrhion stared at Alan. How did you know the location of the blessing of Rhaegony? His voice mixed with suspicion and curiosity. Alan paused and looked at Pyrrhion's hand. In it, Pyrrhion was holding the dagger, blessing of Rhaegony, that he couldn't say that he knew because he encountered it countless times in the game. Let's leave it to your imagination. Alan could only respond like that. Imagination, you say? Yes, understood. Without questioning further, Pyrrhion bowed his head, and after exchanging a brief farewell, Alan left the room. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen Pyrrhion bow to anyone. For a brief moment, Alan thought of the clause in the laws of Pagade, where it was forbidden for anyone, other than the queen, to bow to anyone. Seems like the blessing of Rhaegony is that precious. He reached a conclusion without giving it too much thought and began preparing to leave with the ring. Everything he needed to do in Lartania was finished. Ha 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 ha, all the money in this world is mine. Seriously, this is so frustrating. Don't care about that, just give me the money. 500 gold coins. As soon as he returned to Murd, Alon informed Basilira and Ivanhu had been obsessed with a psychedelic board game for over 3 days, laughing and crying over a single piece of fake money that he would be leaving soon. Master, Rhine, who had been calling him, made him turn around. What is it? If you're going to the colony, may I come with you? Do you have to go there? Yes, I need to confirm something for a moment. Alon thought for a moment before nodding. The reason he was heading to the colony was twofold. He wanted to meet the dragonkin at the ruins, but there was also another matter. There was a cursed item in the desert that needed to be dealt with. If Rhine could help, it would be better. The cursed object disposal plan. If Rhine joined, it would certainly be helpful. If you're fine with it, then let's go together. Then ill prepare. 2 hours later. Alon and his group left Lartania and headed to the colony. At that moment, Pyrrhion, disguised as a mercenary, silently looked down at the blessing of Regani in his hand. Normally, Pyrrhion should have been very happy right now. The blessing of Regani was the item he had been searching for even after coming to the human world, and above all, it was an extremely valuable item for the elves, especially for Pagade. However, the reason his expression was stiff was because of Marquis Palatio. What was that man, really? Pyrrhion thought of the Marquis, the man who had nonchalantly told him the location of the blessing. The Marquis was strange in several ways. First, it was odd that Marquis Palatio knew about Pagade at all. Pagade was a secret organization formed by the elves through their bloodline rituals, created solely to protect the world tree. Only high-ranking nobles, those of high elf status and above, and members of Pagade knew the name of the organization. And the Queen. There was no reason for this name to be spoken outside of those individuals. Most of them were high-ranking nobles who did not leave the world tree, and Pagade stayed underground to protect its roots. Moreover, there was a restriction that prevented even those few elves from saying the name of Pagade. In other words, that name should never have come from anyone's mouth. Only one person. The original founder of this group and the first elf, Altima, only he could mention Pagade freely. The one who used the blessing of Regani as a weapon, the first elf and protector of the world tree. Only he could speak of it. That wasn't the only strange thing. The place where the Marquis had told him about was somewhere the elves had created. The reason Pyrrhion could tell was simple. The space itself was made with the magic circles used by elves and spirit magic, or more precisely, it was identical to the magic circle used in the Pagade hideout, which allowed Pyrrhion to check who had been there when he arrived. The magic circle stored the user's magical power, and it kept a record of their visit in the form of a guest book until the circle collapsed. Pyrrhion had checked there. No one but him had been there. And then I hope it gets conveyed well to my younger sibling. It was written in a language only Pagade could understand, as if sending a message to him. In other words, Marquis Palatio knew that Pyrrhion was an elf, knew he was a member of Pagade, and also knew that the blessing of Regani was in that space without ever having entered it. This was an impossible story, no matter how much he thought about it. Unless the first elf, who died in the battle against the Black Ones, had come back to life, it was absolutely impossible. Confused and unable to make sense of it, Pyrrhion thought I must report this. He decided to withhold judgment. Instead, he would report it to the one who watched over all the elves. And at the same time, to the greatest existence closest to the world tree, the Great Queen. Chapter 147, The Territory of the Luxable Principality, Caslot. Hastel the same. Reinhardt, one of Caliban's 5 swords, murmured as he observed the ever-bustling scenery of Caslot. Captain, we must move quickly. Ah, right. A woman who stood about 2 heads shorter than Reinhardt, Elise, who also served as the vice-captain of Reinhardt's knights, the Sioran Order, spoke sharply. Please don't run away again. I told you I wouldn't run. You said the same last time and still ran off, didn't you? That was due to circumstances regardless. This time, it's absolutely unacceptable. Despite her small stature, she exuded an intimidating aura, firing off words rapidly. Reinhardt scratched his head and replied, Don't worry. No matter how reckless I may seem, I wouldn't disgrace myself as an envoy of Caliban. At least you still have some sense left, thankfully. What do you think I am? If you run off again, I'll have to ask the Solar Knights captain for help. The Solar Knights. At those words, Reinhardt involuntarily frowned. That's a bit much, isn't it? Judging by your expression, that seems accurate. A deep sigh escaped him. Just thinking about that man made Reinhardt's head spin. You know how insane it gets being around him, don't you? If you even mention magic, it's Marquis Palatio this, magic items, Marquis Palatio that, or anything remotely magical hell invoke his name and spend an hour extolling his virtues. Please stop talking. I can't help but get more annoyed. That guy has gotten even stronger, and now sparring with him is nearly impossible. As if he were about to burst, Reinhardt pounded his chest. Watching him, Elise nodded. True, even when we were just talking about statues, he suddenly started praising Marquis Palladio. It was shocking. Exactly. I nearly lost my mind, too. Still, that's why it's better to send you. If I put it like this, you definitely won't run away. You're really too much. Let's go already. Elise turned on her small heels and walked briskly ahead. Watching her retreating figure, Reinhardt shook his head in resignation and followed her toward the royal castle. It's surprising, though. I didn't expect the king to eliminate those corrupt factions and restore royal authority. I feel the same. I thought he was just an idealistic figurehead, but I heard he struck a deal. A deal. Yes, thanks to that, Luxable no longer venerates the Holy Kingdom of Rosario as its state religion. Instead, they worship another deity. Another deity? Reinhardt was puzzled. Well, I don't pray to gods myself, but is that even allowed? Rosario hardly cared about Luxable anyway, so they probably won't do much, though they might feel offended. So, which deity are they worshipping now? After a brief silence, Elise replied to Reinhardt's question. I think it's someone called Callanan, the lightning receiver. Callanan, the lightning receiver? Yes. Oh, look over there, that's their statue. As they passed through the square, Elise pointed to the center. Following her gaze, Reinhardt saw a towering statue. Huh, the statue looked oddly familiar to Reinhardt. They say they now worship that deity. That's Callanan, the lightning receiver. Yes, apparently so. He stopped in his tracks and stared blankly at the statue. The statue depicted a man in a dark coat, grasping lightning. Though the face was featureless, Reinhardt instinctively associated it with someone he knew. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. The face was erased, but the figure unmistakably resembled that person. It was Marquis Palladio, and there was only one person who could orchestrate something like this. Elise, yes, was the one who made the deal with Luxable Deus Macalian. It could only be that man, no? Why would you think that? Wait, no. Then why did you bring it up all of a sudden? Leaving Elise's puzzled expression behind, Reinhardt could only stare at the statue with a perplexed look. What in the world is this? At that moment, Luxable changed its state religion? Yes, to Callanan, the lightning receiver, apparently. Can a state religion be changed so easily? I am not entirely sure, but that's what I heard. On the first night of their desert crossing with the caravan, Alon heard the news from Evan. But I've never heard of a god named Callanan, the lightning receiver. What kind of deity is that? I've never heard of it either. I think I might have heard of it before. You have? When Alon asked, the small snake nodded. Though it was a long time ago, so I don't remember well. Still, the name isn't entirely unfamiliar. So, you don't really know either. Typical snake brain. Evan seized the chance to mock Basilira. You insolent human. Well, you're just a snake. I am a god. Then why can't you beat me? That's because yesterday, luck wasn't on my side. As their conversation shifted to the peculiar board game they'd played the previous night, their voices naturally grew louder. Life sure has gotten noisier these days. Alon mused, feeling oddly nostalgic for the silence of the past. Still, he shrugged. It was better to have some liveliness than to dwell in solitude. Just then Godfather. Yes, Callanan, the lightning receiver, seems to be a native deity of the Thunder Serpent tribe. Of the Thunder Serpent tribe? Yes. While riding in the carriage, Rein shared new information. So, does that mean the Luxable Principality now worships the Thunder Serpent tribe's native god? Based on the story, that seems to be the case. What a strange turn of events. Alon wore a curious expression. Would you like me to look into it further, Godfather? After a brief moment of contemplation, Alon shook his head. No, there's no need for that. Regardless of why Luxable Principality started believing in Callanan, it wasn't particularly important to him. Understood, Godfather. Rein immediately accepted his response and handed him something. Here, have this. A sweet potato? Yes. I prepared it in advance for you, Godfather. It was a perfectly cooked sweet potato, peeled just enough at the top for easy eating. Thanks. You're welcome. Rein smiled sweetly, clearly pleased. As Alon accepted the sweet potato, he couldn't help but feel slightly burdened despite his neutral expression. After all, during their week-long journey, Rein had been taking care of him with remarkable diligence. Perhaps excessively so. From preparing water for me to wash with as soon as I wake up, to personally making breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and even answering any questions I have immediately. Not to mention, if Alon mentioned feeling hot, she would bring out a cooling magic tool. She even managed to cook sweet potatoes over the fire without burning a single spot. It's delicious. Thank you, Godfather. I'm happy you like it. Rhine smiled again, her demeanor warm and cheerful. Yet, despite her calling him Godfather, Alon felt as if he were being doted on by an older sister. Please don't hesitate to ask me for anything, Godfather. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Thanks, it's nothing. You're my one and only Godfather, after all. As Rhine's voice, melodic like a song, flowed, Alon chewed on the sweet potato. It was still as sweet as ever. A few days later, as Alon continued his desert crossing, he halted the carriage in response to the blaring of an alarm and stepped outside. That's a lot of them. Indeed, there are many. They had encountered a group of desert bandits. It seemed like a substantial number. Looks like a new bandit gang has formed. Bandit gangs naturally form over time, after all. Still, they seem more numerous than the Crimson Sand Bandits. Alon scanned the horizon. The cloud of sand forming in the distance didn't bode well. There must be at least several hundred of them. Indeed, even if they eliminated the Crimson Sand Bandits, the idea of completely eradicating banditry in such a place was impossible. That thought lingered for only a moment. Why don't you show them, Marquis? Shouldn't you, as the escort, handle this? Come on, how could I take on all of them by myself? You're really doubting yourself now. Well, I am more of the support type, you know. As Alon pondered what that even meant, he reluctantly prepared to step forward. However, Godfather, I'll handle this. You? Yes, please wait a moment. Rhine, blocking his way with her usual smile, stepped forward. As the bandits came into clearer view key-eyeing, Rhine's voice resonated faintly, and above her head, a massive golden eye resembling a hologram appeared. A haloed, radiant eye, and then, a short, piercing sound accompanied a golden cylindrical beam shooting out. The beam split into dozens of strands, piercing through the approaching bandits in an instant. It all took less than a minute. The once expanding cloud of dust on the horizon was now gone. The bandits, pierced by the golden beams, were left tangled in a massive jungle gym-like formation. The previously tense merchants and mercenaries fell silent in shock. Amidst the stunned silence, Rhine calmly retrieved the golden beam and turned back. I've taken care of it, Godfather. She smiled her usual serene smile, her eyes twinkling playfully. I see. But what? Yes, how did you do that? Alon, who had witnessed the entire process alongside Evan, couldn't help but ask. Though he knew from their past battles with Kylas that Rhine had combat abilities, he hadn't imagined anything like this. It's all thanks to the artifact you gave me, Godfather. Something I gave you? Yes. The Traveler's Eye? Yes. Though I am still not fully accustomed to it, I am starting to get the hang of it, Godfather. Alon slowly raised his head to look at the massive eye hovering behind Rhine. That's the Traveler's Eye? It looked completely different from what he had imagined. What is that? A strange sense of fear crept over Alon's entire body. A week later, Alon and his party finally arrived at the colony. And Master, the moment they arrived, they were greeted by Sialreng, who ran straight to Alon. It's been a while, indeed it has. Sialreng clung to him like a snake, wrapping her legs around his waist as she greeted him enthusiastically. Now, will you give me an answer? Answer. With a radiant smile, she asked it's been 2 years. Are we getting married now? Ah. Faced with her pure and direct question, Alon could only let out a groan of exasperation. Chapter 148. Alon, momentarily stunned by the sparkling eyes of Sialreng, let out a soft sigh. I did think about it, though. In fact, he remembered the promise he made with Sialreng. When he made that promise, he had also agreed with the Dragonkin tribe to reconvene in 2 years. Still, the reason for his slight panic was that Sialreng seemed more earnest than he had expected. No, I knew she was sincere back then, too. The reason he had told Sialreng to think about it again in 2 years was mainly twofold. First, Alon felt he needed to care for Sialreng's mental state and feared that promising too long a period would disappoint her. So he set a tentative timeline of 2 years. Second, he assumed her affection would diminish over time. The affection Sialreng showed him felt more like familial attachment than romantic feelings. Alon was already aware of this. To draw a parallel, it was akin to a young daughter declaring, when I grow up, I'll marry daddy. As such, he expected that after about 2 years, her feelings would subside, and the promise could be gently dismissed. After all, no matter how much daughters adore their fathers, they gradually grow independent as they mature. Moreover, While Xiaoreng was already an adult in the fantasy world, she still seemed young by Alan's standards 2 years ago. To be honest, she doesn't seem much different now. Alan glanced at Xiaoreng, who was smiling brightly and wrapping her legs around his waist. Her radiant smile, utterly free from worry, resembled that of a child. It was the kind of purity that put others at ease. In other words, it meant she hadn't matured much emotionally over the past 2 years. Lost in thought, Alan hesitated over what to say. Xiaoreng? Huh? Oh, Rhine, what brings you here? Startled by the voice, Xiaoreng quickly brightened up and smiled wide. Rhine returned her smile warmly. I had something to take care of, so I followed Godfather here. Ah, I see, but Xiaoreng, judging by what the Godfather said, it seems the 2 years aren't entirely up yet. Shouldn't you wait a little longer? Oh, is that so? Xiaoreng tilted her head in confusion. Not missing the opportunity, Alan interjected. Well, there are a few months left. Xiaoreng's expression soured momentarily but quickly shifted back to a cheerful one. That's okay. It just means I'll get an answer in a few months. Her tail wagged enthusiastically as her optimism returned. Seeing her resilience, Alan was momentarily at a loss for words but eventually nodded. All right, let's talk again in a few months. Got it, Master. For now, he decided to settle for the delay. Shortly after, Alan and his group moved to Xiaoreng's guild. Wow, what's this? It's so cute. As soon as they entered the slightly chilly guild office, a black creature popped out of the pocket on Alan's chest. Xiaoreng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the black cat. Thump! Before Alan could stop her, Xiaoreng quickly picked up the cat. Alan opened his mouth to speak, while Evan couldn't help but smirk in anticipation of what would happen next. Just as they expected. Swish! The black creature's entire body was suddenly covered in numerous red eyes. However, wow, so many eyes now. Rather than being horrified by the dozens of grotesque eyes that appeared, Xiaoreng seemed amazed and lifted the creature higher. Screech! The creature opened its mouth to let out a grotesque sound as if it wouldn't be outdone. Wow, it even has a mouth now. Amazing! Her eyes shone even brighter as she swung the creature around like a toy airplane. This isn't how it's supposed to go, Evan muttered in disbelief. The black creature, equally bewildered, reverted to its normal form, tilting its head in confusion with slightly trembling eyes. Screech! It let out another scream. Ah, wait a second. Xiaoreng ran off with the creature and soon returned with her arms full of something. Before long, wow. So cool. The black creature had been dressed up in a cute night doll outfit and was now held up in Xiaoreng's hands like a doll. Meow! The creature's round eyes conveyed a sense of utter disbelief at the situation. It seemed so dumbfounded that it lost even the will to intimidate. Do it again. Make all those eyes appear like before. Meow! That was way cooler. Her tail wagged excitedly as she cheered. Watching this scene, Evan murmured, Xiaoreng seems to have a different aesthetic sense than the rest of us. What do you think? Yeah, right. While the two were left speechless, Rhine observed with a satisfied smile. But it wasn't long before the black creature began to sweat. What's with all this noise? Huh, huh. What is that? Basilira, who appeared annoyed by the commotion, burst out laughing when he saw the black creature in its night outfit. A talking snake? Xiaoreng immediately put down the black creature and grabbed Basilira in its spirit form. Kek wh what? Basilira gasped, coughing as if startled. However, Xiaoreng, with a face full of curiosity, stared at him like he was a new toy. Should I dress you up too? I've got some clothes left over. What nonsense is this? This great being will not wear clothes meant for some doll play. Wait, hold on. Ignoring his protests, Xiaoreng cheerfully hummed a tune as she began to decorate him. Witnessing the bizarre scene once again, Alan, Evan, and even Rhine momentarily lost their words. The next day after arriving at the colony, Godfather, I'll be stepping out for a bit. Understood. How long will it take? Probably a day or two. Why? If you don't return within that time, I'll assume something's wrong and come to find you. Rhine paused in her movement. With a soft smile, she expressed her gratitude before heading out. Shortly after, Alan also set out for the ruins early in the morning. I need to ask about what Linicius said and the rites, I suppose. As he organized his thoughts, Xiaoreng. What? Evan, looking curious, gestured toward the small snake. How do you even touch Basilira? What do you mean how? Well, Basilira is in a spirit form. Xiaoreng, as if it was nothing, snapped her fingers and replied, well, by passing the trial of essence. The trial of essence? Yep, with this. She showed the gauntlet on her hand and added, passing the trial of essence grants you abilities, one by one. Only our race can use them, though. That's quite an impressive item, Evan admired. Hearing the conversation, Alan also internally marveled. While he knew there were secrets hidden in Xiaoring's essence, he hadn't expected something like this. So, you gain a new ability every time you pass a trial? How many abilities have you acquired so far? 5. How many trials are there in total? Xiaoring counted on her fingers before exclaiming, "Oh, 8, 8, yep, but I haven't passed the 6th trial yet. Why not?" Well, the condition is anger, but I haven't really had a reason to get angry. According to the essence, this trial is a turning point. A turning point? Yeah, like determining whether I am qualified to be a king or not, something like that. Evan nodded thoughtfully and shrugged. Well, even so, you're taking it easy now, right? You're already strong enough. Nope. Why not? I need to get stronger to avenge and protect Master, of course. The Marquis? Yep. When Evan glanced at Alan in confusion, he muttered, "Isn't the Marquis already strong enough to not need protection anymore? Even so, I want to protect him." Xiaoring lifted the black creature high with pride as she declared her determination. Alan couldn't help but smile faintly. Being on the receiving end of someone's kindness was a rather pleasant feeling. As they exchanged such light-hearted banter, they continued traversing the desert. After some time, we've arrived. With Xiaoring's cheerful voice, they finally entered the ruins. Immediately after arriving at the ruins, as usual, Alan headed straight for the central tower. It's been a while. Spotting the Dragonkin tribe, who had been waiting and looking at him, Alan muttered involuntarily, "Blue, so you're finally starting to see more." Unlike before, when he could only see shadows and white outlines, this time Alan could see the blue of the Dragonkin's eyes. He stared at the Dragonkin's eyes in wonder before quickly gathering himself and getting to the point. "There's a lot to discuss after 2 years. Do we have enough time?" "Don't worry. I did expend some effort refining what you left, but there's plenty of time to talk." With that assurance, Alan organized his thoughts and began recounting from 2 years ago, starting with the observer's story. Eventually, wait a moment. "Are you saying you didn't see the past in the end?" "That's correct. Instead, I saw an eye. That's impossible." The Dragonkin tilted its head, baffled. "Explain the situation in detail." Alan described the events in greater detail, from looking into the mirror to the massive eye speaking in a space that resembled the cosmos. After listening quietly for a while, the Dragonkin tapped its chin thoughtfully and summarized what Alan had said. "So, in essence, you're saying that just before you could see the past, a colossal eye blocked it. An eye so enormous it defies imagination." "Correct." The Dragonkin fell silent, deeply pondering the matter. After a long while, just as Alan began to wonder, the Dragonkin spoke again. "Do you remember what I told you about the black thing before?" "The black thing? Yes, when you asked about it, I said something about earning the favor of a higher god." Alan nodded. "You mentioned something like that, yes." The Dragonkin nodded in return. "At the time, I assumed the black and blue things I mentioned corresponded roughly to that idea." "So, why bring it up now?" The Dragonkin's expression grew serious. "To put it briefly, I believe I made an error in my assumptions." "You misinterpreted the information?" "Correct. The ability of the bronze mirror to record history is absolute, as you might have heard from the observer. Interfering with the mirror, even for the black or blue I previously thought of, should be impossible." "Is tampering with the mirror really that difficult?" "The black and blue entities I initially thought of were beings who, despite losing their names, managed to seal more than half the power of the black ones in their battle. They are among the top 5 gods." After a pause, the Dragonkin added, "Yet even they cannot interfere with the bronze mirror's power." "Why not?" "Because the bronze mirror predates even us. For anyone to interfere with an artifact from that era, without issue," the Dragonkin let out a hollow laugh, "would mean they are far higher beings than the 5 gods of the past." The words left an ominous weight in the air. Chapter 149 in the Forgotten Age of Gods, a being higher than the 5 supreme gods. Indeed, if it can interfere with the divine domain, it must be a higher existence than them. And that, even I cannot grasp. Just what kind of being could it be? A being so lofty that even the Dragonkin could not fathom. Could Ulthaltus possibly know about this existence? After all, he was the one who mentioned it first. No, he wouldn't know. He must have made a similar misunderstanding as I did. Then about that black thing at the current point, I do not know. At the Dragonkin's firm declaration, Alan remained silent for a moment before shrugging his shoulders. "It feels like the more I come to solve mysteries, the more they only seem to deepen." "Well, from your perspective, that's understandable." Alan let out a sigh and decided to set this topic aside, choosing to ask a different question. There were still many things he wanted to ask. Let's go over the rest of the story first. With that, Alan began recounting everything that had happened in his mind, one by one. A short while later. It seems more happened than I thought. As you heard, over the course of about 30 minutes, Alan conveyed everything he needed to say to the Dragonkin. First was about meeting Duke Comelin and the magic of the true mage he mentioned. Second was the information that the black things would soon rise again. Lastly, there was the story of the golden dragon, Lanisius. The Dragonkin, who remained silent while occasionally flicking its long tail, eventually organized its thoughts and began speaking. First of all, I was not aware of the information regarding those entities, as that sealed dragon had mentioned. Is that so? Yes, from the beginning, my understanding was a bit different. Well, in any case, even if those entities went through such a process to ascend, it would be meaningless for the gods to remain silent. Can you reveal it now? I can only tell you the prelude of what you know, but if it's necessary, I shall. When Alan nodded immediately, the Dragonkin maintained silence for a moment before speaking slowly. It's not a particularly exciting story. From your perspective, it's nothing more than an old tale. A voice as if recalling a distant memory. In the past, what you call the Forgotten Age of Gods was literally a world where gods and humans coexisted. Humans worshipped the gods, and the gods granted blessings in return for faith. Many things were different from now. Instead of the term nation, territories were divided under the names of gods, wizards were called true mages, and there was only one nation of humans. If I recall correctly, it was a country founded by someone named Palahin. The Dragonkin stared intently at Alan. Anyway, that was the kind of world it was. A world where gods existed, and different races, including humans, offered faith to those gods, while true mages like you could imprint their laws onto the world. Murmuring as if reminiscing old memories, the Dragonkin continued. To be honest, that world couldn't be called peaceful, even as an empty phrase. Problems arose daily. However, it wasn't an era of constant warfare, at least not until they appeared. The black things. Yes, them. The Dragonkin's blue eyes narrowed in a frown. They appeared out of nowhere and began slaughtering every living being they saw, be it gods, humans, different races, or true mages. All of them without exception. Did they have a purpose? No, there was no purpose, or perhaps there was, but we had no way of knowing. From the start, they had no intention of communicating with us. For a moment, the atmosphere around him changed. Many gods rose to fight them. Some gods fought alone, while others formed alliances. They took up weapons to slay those unknown beings, and the result is what you see now. They lost? It wasn't just a loss. Most of the gods who rose to deal with the black things were annihilated. A powerless voice hovered in the air. Normally, gods do not perish so easily. Even if they do fall, they can revive within days or, at most, decades as long as they have faith. But the gods who fell back then, most of them vanished entirely. Is there a reason for that? It's simple. Their names were taken. The loss of their names. For gods, names are crucial. No, not just their names. Every element that constitutes a god is vital. However, if even one of those elements is taken away, a god cannot maintain their form. Some had their names stolen. Others had their bodies, their minds, or their honor taken away. And thus, they were annihilated. I was no exception. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. I lost my name and narrowly avoided annihilation by sealing myself in my own temple at the last moment. It must have been a final, desperate act. An incomplete but necessary measure to continue living. Then, did other gods survive in the same manner? That, I do not know either. I sealed myself around the time when the war had just begun. However, the gods who have survived to this point are those who were extremely powerful in the old era. Why is that? Because they managed to survive even after losing their names. Wouldn't that be obvious? In any case, in conclusion, the gods were defeated by those entities. They were even deprived of their positions as gods. Usurped. This was, yes, usurpation. We, who were once the gods of this continent, are now called outer gods, while they are revered and feared as the 5 great sins. Thus, the origin story of the 5 great sins was revealed. I have a question. What is it? Alan, who had been silently listening to the Dragonkin's story, suddenly had a thought. Why did the 5 great sins steal your names and usurp the gods' positions? Well, I only learned of that after awakening from my seal, but if I had to speculate, it might have been to make us forgot. Make you forgotten? It's merely speculation. Still, I want to hear it. When I awakened, the original gods had disappeared, and the true mage's legacy had been severed. Additionally, according to what you said, the dragons were completely slaughtered and became nothing more than mythical beings. The dragonkin's voice continued calmly. I understand that the era ended with the death of the gods, true mages, and dragons, but there are too many unresolved issues to simply accept that. Are you referring to the usurpation of the gods' positions? It's not just that. The same goes for the magic of the true mages. Even if they had all died, their lineage should have continued to some extent. Yet look around. Is there any other true mage in this world besides you? There isn't. Exactly. That's what I mean. Something is off. Even if the gods perished, their information shouldn't have vanished, and even if the true mages died, there's no reason for their laws and research to have disappeared. Even if the true mages failed to leave an imprint of their will, it wouldn't explain everything. With a firm and resolute tone, the dragonkin declared, "This world has lost all its information. About the dragons, the godsend, the true mages, it's as if the dragonkin exhaled heavily. It was all fabricated." On the way back from the ruins, Meow, watching the small black creature clinging to Xiaoring's hand and flying in real time, Alan calmly organized the conversation he had with the dragonkin afterward. No, in fact, there wasn't much to organize. Most of it was just speculation. Well, sealing oneself during a war can't be helped, after all. In the end, there were two clear truths that Alan gained from this conversation. First, although the exact motive was unknown, the 5 great sins had usurped the positions of the gods and tried to thoroughly erase traces of the old era. Second, it explained why Duke Comelin referred to himself as a half-finished mage. So, the technique involves imprinting the will. Alan recalled the dragonkin's explanation about true mages. True mages each have their unique manifestation. As I mentioned before, that manifestation is only possible when there is an imprint of will. The technique is the next stage of that manifestation. It involves engraving laws and will onto a monocore, unifying with those laws. Only then do true mages confidently call themselves true mages. Well, you'll learn more about it 3 months from now when the item you entrusted to me is ready. So that's why he called himself a half-finished mage. Understanding Duke Comelin's meaning, Alan unconsciously let out a deep sigh. Though he had learned some things, there were still unresolved questions. Why did the black entities want to erase the past? Considering the story of the Golden Dragon, Kylas was clearly a true mage, so why did he appear as an outer god? Numerous questions swirled in his mind, making it hard to think clearly. However, Alan decided to set aside those doubts for now and refocus on his primary objective. Right now, the top priority is to stop the 5 great sins. Ultimately, for him, there was only one truly important task: to stop the 5 great sins and live a peaceful life as a noble. Beyond that, Alan had a secondary goal: a deeper exploration of magic. Initially, magic was something he learned merely for self-preservation, but it had become an indispensable part of his life. In this world, it was the only thing that sparked his curiosity and desire for improvement. Therefore, first, I need to do the preliminary work to deal with those abominations. And when the original story begins, I'll briefly join forces with the protagonist to obtain that item. With it, I should be able to meet Kylas. As he organized his plans once again, Alan gazed at the slowly rising sun in the middle of the sky. It was in the middle of a scorching desert. "Greetings, Marquis. His Majesty the King wishes to see you." "Me, you say?" "Yes. He also requested that Lady Xiaoreng accompany you." Having returned to Colony, Alan was unexpectedly invited by the king. "Master, what do you want to do?" While Alan was puzzled as to why Carmax's III was calling for him, he still asked, "When should I go?" "You may depart immediately if you wish." "Then let's head out right now." He accepted the king's invitation. Of course, he wanted to take a moment to rest and organize his thoughts, but he knew it was common courtesy not to refuse an invitation from the king. Boarding the prepared carriage, he headed toward the royal palace of Colony and soon began walking along the luxurious interior paths, as he had done before. A short while later, just as he was nearing the banquet hall where Carmaxes awaited, he encountered a man who was staring intently at him. Feeling the man's gaze, Alan instinctively turned to meet his eyes, and shortly afterward he realized who the man was. Karen. Karen, the current prince of Colony and the 6th king who would eventually succeed Carmaxes V in the story. He was staring fixedly at Alan, with an expression that clearly conveyed immense displeasure. Just as Alan began to wonder about the meaning behind that gaze likewise, Sialreng, who had been watching Karen, started narrowing her eyes. However, a moment later in the end, Alan managed to get past the confrontation with Karen without any incident. Despite appearing as though he had been waiting for this moment, Karen soon turned his gaze away and went on his way. Marquis, do you happen to know that gentleman? I don't. Then why was he glaring at you like why was he looking at you so intently? Evan quickly changed his words after glancing around and noticing the guards nearby. I have no idea either. Naturally, Alan didn't know. Though he was aware of Karen from his experience playing psychedelia, this was the first time they had actually met face to face. Of course, it was possible that Karen had learned of Alan through various rumors and reports, but even taking that into account, the hostility he displayed was rather strange. Alan briefly tilted his head in confusion. Soon afterward, he attended the banquet. Greetings, Marquis. The moment he entered the banquet hall, he saw a man bowing deeply to him, which left him momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly marveled inwardly. It's been a while, Prince. Yes. The handsome man currently bowing his head before him Alan soon realized that it was none other than the second prince, Karsam, who, half a year ago, had been ridiculed as a walking pig for his chubby figure covered in soot. Countless question marks seemed to float above Alan's head. Chapter 150, Alan wore a blank expression. Wondering if he was mistaken, he blinked twice, but the man before him still gazed at him with a cheerful smile and an adoring look. You are Prince Karsam, right? Yes. Ah, yes, that's me, haha. I've changed a bit. Seeing Karsam awkwardly scratch his head, Alan barely managed to close his gaping mouth. Sialreng seemed uninterested, but Evan, who had been unsure, couldn't hide his astonishment and opened his mouth wide. Even if people change, this was too much of a transformation. Alan recalled the Karsam he had known half a year ago. Back then, Karsam was, frankly, nothing more or less than a walking pig. The clothes he wore looked like they were about to burst, and his face was constantly filled with irritation and inferiority. And that wasn't all. His personality was so arrogant that the word rascal suited him better than just troublemaker. But how was Karsam now? The triple chin that used to stand out? Gone. No, it had just vanished entirely. The eyes that had been full of annoyance and inferiority, they looked completely clean. So clean, in fact, that they even appeared kind. Moreover, for some reason, he seemed to have grown significantly taller. You've changed a lot, that's right. And it's all thanks to you, my lord no Marquis. Is that so? Yes. Alan still struggled to process it all. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't grasp this man's transformation. This feels like something out of a web novel. Unintentionally, he recalled the web novels he used to enjoy reading. Typically, the protagonist, an ordinary person, would possess a spoiled royal or noble who was fat and lazy. After working hard to lose weight, they would become handsome and earn the admiration of servants. Honestly, he hadn't fully understood it back then. Even if someone lost weight, their face and body shape would still remain, wouldn't they? But now, Alan could truly relate to the servants in those novels who clapped enthusiastically. It makes sense now. While he was lost in thought, please have a seat. My father will be here soon. All right, I will. Following Karsam's invitation, Alan's group naturally took their seats, and a little later, King Carmax's I arrived. Alan, who had finally regained his composure, began to enjoy the banquet. However, he felt somewhat burdened by the atmosphere. It's impressive that you've already reached the first rank. No, it's all thanks to the Marquis teachings. Is that so? Yes. The reason was that Karsam praised Alan throughout the banquet. He constantly talks about the Marquis. I see. If it weren't for the Marquis, I would probably still be living a miserable life. That's why I am always grateful. Quite a lot, too. No, I didn't do much. You achieved this on your own. There's no need to credit me for it. No, as I said, if it weren't for you, I would have remained the way I was. Too much. Alan felt his hand, hidden under the table, naturally curl up at Karsam's passionate gaze fixed on him. Karsam seemed truly, genuinely sincere. The next day, after what was quite literally a banquet that only left Alan embarrassed. Marquis, what is it? I looked into it, and it seems that the evaluation of Karsam has changed significantly. To that extent, yes, surprisingly, he's being evaluated more favorably than the first prince. Hearing Evan's report, Alan asked, feeling curiosity beneath his indifferent expression. Really, to that extent? Yes. Apparently, because of that, the internal atmosphere of the royal palace is becoming a bit strange. Carmax's doesn't seem to be managing it separately. I heard that even the king is remaining silent. Even the king is silent. At that moment, Alon let out a low exclamation. So that's why Karen looked at me with those eyes. He recalled the gaze Karen had given him before. A gaze that hadn't been particularly friendly, even upon their first meeting, which had left him puzzled. If the internal atmosphere of the kingdom had indeed turned peculiar, it made sense. The fact that King Carmax's III wasn't controlling the current situation in the palace essentially meant he was tacitly allowing a power struggle for the throne. From the king's perspective, it wasn't an entirely incomprehensible decision. While the first prince, Karen, was better than the second prince, he wasn't exactly a promising candidate for a good king. He was merely relatively better. In such a situation, it was natural for the king's heart to waver when the second prince showed better promise over time. After all, Carmax's III, though a father, was a king first and foremost, and he thought more as a king than as a parent. The intriguing part was how a power struggle between the first prince, who had long been recognized as the heir, and the second prince, who was only recently acknowledged, could be possible now, but there's no need for me to worry about that. At any rate, when Alon put together all the circumstances, he was able to understand the recent events overall. So Karen thinks that Karsam changed because of me. Of course, from Alon's perspective, it was a bit perplexing. He hadn't done anything particularly special for Karsam. Marquis, what do you plan to do now? Evan asked just in time. Alon answered without hesitation. Since I've finished my business in Colony, I plan to wrap up the remaining tasks and return. Tasks? Oh, are you referring to the monster you mentioned last time? Yes. Am I going to wait here again? That's right, though you seem pleased about it. No way. Evan's face clearly showed an expression of relief. Oh, yes, lucky me. No hard work. Alon felt oddly annoyed. For a moment, he considered taking Evan along, but only briefly. He let out a light sigh and dismissed the thought. In truth, this trip wasn't meant to deal with the desert monster directly, but was only a preliminary expedition. Alon recalled the desert monster, Scorpion. I wish I could deal with it while I am here. Unfortunately, that wish was unlikely to come true. For now, he didn't even know Scorpion's exact location. Unlike the other monster, Rickrichammer, whose location was clearly identified, all they knew about Scorpion was that it was somewhere in the vast desert with no distinct landmarks. Even in the game, tracking down Scorpion required time. You had to clear the temple that provided a guide, which took about 3 months of preparation before you could even attempt to confront Scorpion. Of course, you could wander the vast desert without the guide and search for Scorpion's location manually. But why didn't people do that? Because finding Scorpion's cave in the desert was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Additionally, there were Scorpion soldiers. These were the soldiers guarding the monster's cave. This was Alon's second reason for focusing on preliminary work now. Though called Scorpion soldiers, if you played as a mage, they were even more troublesome than Scorpion itself. The Scorpion soldiers, made of sand, numbered in the hundreds. They endlessly regenerated upon death, and in terms of in-game level, each one was at the expert rank, making them a nuisance. Moreover, their weapons were all coated with poison, so if you allowed even a single hit, it would be fatal. However, there was a strategy that allowed you to bypass these troublesome Scorpion soldiers. If you obtained the guide through the temple's preliminary quest, they would all turn into sand and disappear. I plan to move tomorrow. Alon made his decision. I'll be waiting here. As he looked at Evan, who somehow appeared irritating again, Alon thought, should I just take him along? At that moment, somewhere in the vast desert in Scorpion's cave. Or rather, in a space so vast that calling it a cave seemed inadequate, Scorpion soldiers who should have only awakened in the presence of intruders had risen. However, they did not move. No, to be precise, it would be more accurate to say they couldn't move. The hundreds of soldiers that had awakened to repel the intruder. Crackle, crackle, crack, all of them were skewered by black lightning, trembling as they hovered between life and death. Amid the immobilized Scorpion soldiers, a beastman with silver-gray hair leisurely glided forward. His gait was extremely calm, utterly relaxed. With that same leisurely pace, he strolled through the ranks of hundreds of Scorpion soldiers, eventually arriving at the center of the cave. SSSHHH. Once again, soldiers began awakening from beneath the ground. But that wasn't all. Shriek! Far more soldiers than before emerged from the sand in an instant, surrounding the man. Soon, the monstrous roar of Scorpion, who had been dormant in the cave, echoed loudly. Yet there was no sign of tension on the intruder's face. Ho instead, as if he found it amusing, the man let out an exclamation. Crackle. He cloaked himself in black lightning. In the next moment, ZZT, his figure vanished. When he reappeared, there were no longer any scorpion soldiers near him. Instead, what appeared before the man was a monster. The scorpion, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years while harboring one of the 5 great relics of sin. Yet, despite the sight of the scorpion drooling as it gazed at him, the man wore a cheerful smile. Well, fine. When I returned to the surface, I was disappointed that the seeds hadn't sprouted as well as Id hoped. He lightly tapped the creature's head with a finger. You can help with that. The moment black lightning flowed from his hand. Scorpion thrashed violently. Soon, the brown hue of the monster began to change. It darkened into a shade as deep as the abyss. Watching the transformation, the man now, shall we go greet him? No, the apostle of pride turned his gaze toward Colony. And while we're at it, let's pay a visit to my younger sibling. The next day, Alan prepared to set off for the preliminary work as planned, though he was feeling somewhat more at ease. There would be battles, but thanks to Sialrang and Rhine agreeing to assist him, he felt reassured. Rhine said she would briefly visit the royal palace, so well leave once she returns. Therefore, Alan was chatting leisurely with Sialrang, who was hugging the drooping Blackie. Until suddenly, BOOO, a massive noise erupted. It was distant, yet distinct to everyone's ears, a tremendous explosion. Alan instinctively got up and looked out the window. He couldn't hide his shock at the sight before him. Scorpion, the massive monster, was tearing down Colony's walls and forcing its way in. And then, B-brother. Alan heard Sialrang's incredulous murmur beside him.